Donghai City. Brilliant hotel. An engagement ceremony is being held in the lobby on the third floor. There are many guests present, and the atmosphere is that of the upper class. Very comfortable. The two protagonists who are getting engaged today represent two large companies respectively. It is considered a marriage, so it is quite grand and many people are invited. The pomp is not much different from a formal wedding. Look, the two protagonists are here. Mr. Chen, Miss He, you are really a perfect match. Although there are many rich people nowadays, it is still rare to have both wealth and good looks. I heard that Mr. Chen was the school idol in college, and Miss He was the school belle. The school idol and the school belle are really amazing. Not only that, their fathers are very good friends. They have been engaged since childhood and have long been engaged. They have been childhood sweethearts and have been dating for many years. They have always had a good relationship. Wow, this is too sweet, too beautiful. After the two protagonists appeared, the guests in the lobby began to talk about it, and their eyes were cast on the two of them. The two walked on the red carpeted road and walked towards the platform in the center of the lobby. Chen Feng was wearing a silver gray suit that fit him well, showing off his tall figure, wasp waist and ape arms. He Shuei was wearing a red dress that looked like a wedding dress, inlaid with crystals, shining under the lights, and under her v-neck was a rolling mountain. The two walked side by side, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and instantly became the focus of the whole audience. On both sides of the carpet were the families of both parties, looking at the two, with relieved smiles on their faces. Under the attention of the crowd, the two walked onto the platform in the center of the hall. Pa applause rang out. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend our engagement ceremony. Please forgive us for the poor hospitality. Chen Feng said politely to everyone. He was very graceful and won the favor of all the guests. He Shuei didn't know what she was thinking, lowered her head, and frowned slightly. Xiuxue, don't you want to say something to the guests? Thank you all for coming, it's a great honor. Chen Feng looked at his absent-minded fiancée and felt strange. What happened to her? Maybe she was nervous, so he didn't think about it anymore. The two families had been preparing for the engagement ceremony tonight for a long time. He Shuei also dressed up carefully for today. This red dress was specially made by a fashion master. She wanted to show her best side to all the guests. After the engagement, it's marriage. We should also think about a good day to hold the wedding. Chen Feng said. The two are childhood sweethearts. They have known each other since they were young and have a good impression of each other. However, they did not officially start dating until they went to college. Now they are finally going to achieve their goal. After the engagement, it's marriage. Although the two have only graduated for 2 months and are still very young, they have a deep relationship and both families are very supportive. It is a good thing to get married early and start a family. There is no need to drag it out and waste youth. He Shuai asked in surprise, marriage? Chen Feng nodded and affirmed, yes, engagement is to announce to everyone that our business, the next step is naturally marriage. He Shuai responded in a low voice, Chen Feng frowned and asked, Xiaoxue, what's wrong with you? You have been a little absent-minded since the beginning? The two have known each other since childhood and know each other well. Their relationship has become even better after dating. They have long been in tune with each other and can tell each other's thoughts from some simple actions and expressions. He Shuai shook her head and said nothing. Chen Feng knew that she was worried and vaguely guessed what she was worried about. Tonight is a good day for our engagement. Let's talk about other things later. Chen Feng took the initiative to hold He Shuai's hand. The guests looked at the loving appearance of the two and were happy for them, secretly praising their talent and beauty. A girl in a black dress looked at the two people holding hands, her expression silent. Congratulations to the two of you, lovers finally get married. I heard that you two are childhood sweethearts and have been engaged since childhood. You have always had a good relationship. Such love is really enviable. The host took the microphone and said to the two protagonists, Thank you. Can you share your feelings with us? Of course. The host handed the microphone to Chen Feng, and Chen Feng answered fluently, very calmly, and always politely. Talk about the two people's childhood experiences and their relations. Hip. The host smiled and said, I can tell that you two are very happy, making others envious. How can single people feel? Okay, without further ado, please put the engagement ring on the heroine and complete this engagement ceremony. Chen Feng nodded happily, took out a delicate little box, opened it, and inside was a 5-carat diamond ring. 10 arrows and 10 hearts, dazzling. Xiaoxue, I'll put the ring on you. Chen Feng had already picked up the diamond ring, and as long as He Shuai extended her ring finger, he could put it on her. But Yi Shuai didn't seem to hear it and didn't extend her ring finger. Xiao Shuai? Chen Feng had to remind her, but Yi Shuai remained indifferent. Chen Feng suddenly had a bad premonition, thinking that his fiancée had been absent-minded since the beginning, and now she seemed to be resisting. What's wrong with Xiao Shuai? I'm not getting engaged. Hearing Yi Shuai's words, Chen Feng was struck by lightning, and couldn't believe it, thinking that he had heard it wrong. It was too abrupt. Yesterday, the two were still excited about tonight's engagement, discussing and rehearsing the dialogue. But now she suddenly doesn't want to get engaged. Yi Shuai's voice has been transmitted through the microphone to every corner of the hall, causing a commotion. At the engagement ceremony, the heroine suddenly regretted the engagement? The families of both parties looked at each other, not knowing what was going on, and frowned. Xiao Shuai, are you kidding me? No, I'm serious. I'm sorry, Xiaofeng. Yi Shuai gritted her teeth and insisted. Chen Feng's face turned pale. Why, did I do something wrong to make you angry? Xiao Shuai, you are just testing me, right? You don't really want to regret the engagement. Yi Shuai shook her head. I'm serious. Chen Feng felt suffocated and asked with difficulty, why? At this time, Yi Shuai's father He Jianwei stood up. Xiao Shuai, what's going on? The guests are here. Even if there is a conflict, let's talk about it after the engagement. Yi Shuai said, Dad, I'm sorry, I will not be engaged to Chen Feng tonight, and I have to cancel the engagement. He Jianwei was very angry. You rebellious girl, do you want me off to death? Yi Shuai looked painful and reluctant, but she still insisted on her opinion. Tell me what's going on. If you can't give a reason, we have to get married tonight. The Chen family's company failed an investment, owed a lot of debt to the bank, and has filed for bankruptcy. The Chen family's company failed an investment, owed a lot of debt to the bank, and has filed for bankruptcy. Hearing Yi Shuai's words, the whole audience fell silent. There was silence, all of them were surprised. Chen Feng's expression was bitter, thinking that it was because of this. That's right. Because of the failed investment, the company owed a lot of money, and the Chen family could only file for bankruptcy. Chen Feng also learned about this from his father the day before yesterday, and his family had such a big problem. The debt owed to the bank is not a small amount, more than 1 billion. The huge debt that would make ordinary people breathless is a heavy burden. Chen's father had no choice but to file for bankruptcy. Just before the engagement yesterday, Chen Feng didn't want to hide it from Yi Shuai, so he told her about it. Although Yi Shuai was shocked at the time, she didn't change her attitude because of it, and she comforted and encouraged Chen Feng instead. Chen Feng thought that the relationship between the two for many years was very strong and could not be measured by material things. Even if the Chen family went bankrupt, Yi Shuai would not mind. She was willing to continue to be with him. Although bankrupt, Chen Feng had hands and feet, and didn't believe that he would starve to death. As long as he was willing to work hard, there would definitely be a day to get ahead. But unexpectedly, Yi Shuai would suddenly regret the engagement at a critical moment in the middle of the engagement and stab him in the back. Could it be that our relationship of so many years cannot withstand the reality and is so vulnerable? Chen Feng was sad. Although Chen Feng was heartbroken by his girlfriend's change of heart, he still tried to save the relationship. However, Yi Shuai's attitude was very firm. Although there was a little pain on her face, it could be seen that she would not change her mind. Xiao Feng, you are very good and the best boy I have ever met, but you and I both know that the reason why we are together is because of the families of both sides and the interests. Now the Chen family is bankrupt. Although I like you very much, I can't let our relationship affect the Yi family, so our relationship can only end here. Thank you for taking care of me over the years. Yi Shuai said affectionately. Chen Feng laughed bitterly. He lost, and lost completely. Once upon a time, he thought that the girl in front of him would accompany him for a lifetime and cherish him. However, no matter how beautiful the relationship is, it still cannot withstand reality. Yi Shuai was very beautiful in a red dress, but for some reason, he suddenly felt that she was very strange. A strong sense of distance appeared between the two. Among the guests, many were their college classmates, and they were all incredulous to see this change. A match made in heaven, unexpectedly broke up just like that. You know, in college, the two were very affectionate, often showing off their love in public, and were the object of envy and hatred for many single people. Both parties are not only good-looking, but also have good family backgrounds. They are tall, rich and handsome, and fair, rich and beautiful. They are a very suitable couple. If the two had not been dating, each of them would definitely have a large number of suitors. Because of the influence of the two, many students began to yearn for love, resulting in a sharp increase in the number of couples at Tunghai University during the 4 years they were in school. All classmates believed that the two would go to the end, achieve success, and become winners in life. However, reality slapped everyone in the face. He Shuai is going too far. This is a case of abandoning after having an affair. Is there no pure love in this world anymore? I'm beginning to not believe in love. As classmates and bystanders, they clearly know that during the relationship between the two, Chen Feng has always been the one who has paid the most. He is very good to He Shuai, and he is obedient to her. He is simply spoiled like a little princess. He comes to the female dormitory building to pick her up and drop her off on time every day, rain or shine, and from time to time he visits He Shuai in the classroom and gives her milk tea to comfort her. He even takes care of He Shuai's roommates, friends, and classmates. Chen Feng is a well-known warm-hearted man. Such warm-hearted men are rare in modern society. Just because the company went bankrupt and the family fell into poverty, he was dumped by He Shuai. It was too ruthless. Many classmates felt that Chen Feng was not worth it and met the wrong person. Even if the company goes bankrupt, so what? I am optimistic about Chen Feng. He will definitely make a comeback. If there is anything, we can talk about it after we get engaged. He Jianwei insisted. He did not give up the idea of getting engaged just because the Chen family went bankrupt. He Shuai said seriously, "Dad, I know you value promises, but I won't listen to you on this matter. It concerns my own happiness. I have the right to make a choice. You can't arrange a marriage for me. And this matter also concerns the entire He family. I am also thinking about our family." He Jianwei was very angry. "You are an unfilial daughter." At this time, Mother Qin Qin and brother He Chang also spoke up to speak for He Shuai. "My daughter is right. She is the one to marry. She has the right to choose. Although I think Chen Feng is very good, the company went bankrupt and he can no longer give my sister happiness. It is understandable that my sister did this." Seeing that the Yi family quarreled and was about to become a farce, Chen Yid, the father of Chen, stood up. "Brother He, forget it. Young people have their own ideas and can't be forced. Alas, Brother Chen, I'm sorry for you. It's okay. This matter is considered to be the final word, and the engagement tonight is aborted." He Shuai looked at Chen Feng again and said, "Xiao Feng, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I failed you. You will definitely find a better woman than me in the future. I will never forget the good memories we had together. Thank you for being by my side. Even if we can't be husband and wife, we can be friends. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can ask me for help." Chen Feng heard this and smiled bitterly. Friends? Can they really still be friends? Thank you for being by my side? It turns out that he has become a thing of the past, a person in memory. Every word of He Shuai is like a sharp arrow, piercing Chen Feng's heart. The pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows. The past scenes emerged one by one, and looking at the familiar and pretty face of He Shuai in front of him, it became more and more unfamiliar. Is she really my childhood sweetheart, my girlfriend, the woman who has been with me for so many years? Is she the He Shuai I know? Chen Feng suddenly realized that he didn't know He Shuai at all, even though they had been dating for many years and had been together for a long time. He still didn't understand. Or, has she changed and become realistic? The flowers have feelings, but the water is merciless. Chen Feng smiled bitterly again, dejected, and suddenly felt like a lost dog, a complete failure. Although the two were childhood sweethearts and had been dating for many years, they had never done anything deeper than holding hands and kissing. Still innocent. He Shuai was conservative and didn't want to have before marriage. Chen Feng respected her very much, so he never forced her. Chen Feng suddenly realized that he might just be a spare tire. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. "Xiaoxua, are you sure you want to break up with Chen Feng?" A woman suddenly stood up from the guest seat. Her black dress set off her tall and slender figure. He Shuai looked at the other person. It was her good friend Yi Mayan. The two were roommates in college, and they were also best friends. They talked about almost everything. Because they were both very beautiful and good friends, they were called the two campus beauties of Donghai University. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yi Mayan was slightly better in terms of both appearance and temperament. If it weren't for He Shuai's superior family background, they might not be comparable. "Mayan, you don't have to persuade me. I made the decision after careful consideration and I won't change my mind." "Xiaoxue, you misunderstood. I'm not persuading you, I'm just confirming. I'm sure." Yi Mayan smiled, "That's good." She took a step, and her high heels made a crisp sound. Under He Shuai's puzzled eyes, Yi Mayan came to the platform in the center of the hall and stood in front of Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, if I propose to you now, will you marry me?" Chen Feng was stunned.
Looking at Yi Mayan in front of him, her charming smile was incredible.
What is this? She actually proposed to him? He Shuei's eyes widened in disbelief. Her best friend actually proposed to her boyfriend in public?
Although they were no longer boyfriends, they had just broken up.
Mayan, do you know what you are saying? How can you propose to my boyfriend? Chen Feng is no longer your boyfriend. You just broke up. Yi Mayan said calmly. He Shuei said, even if that's the case, it's not allowed. How can you do this? Yi Mayan asked back, why not? You are no longer related. Chen Feng is single again. I have the right to pursue him. He Shuei was choked and looked ugly. Even if Chen Feng is no longer her boyfriend and they are no longer related, they grew up together and dated for many years. They just broke up, and a woman immediately came out to propose. This woman is still her best friend. It's no less than a slap in the face. No one can bear this.
Although Yi Shuei regretted the marriage, it was a lie to say that she had no feelings for Chen Feng. After being together for so long, even if it was a pet, you could develop feelings, let alone a person.
If Chen's company hadn't gone bankrupt, Chen Feng would definitely be her ideal partner. Unfortunately. Have you had an idea about Chen Feng for a long time?
He Shuei questioned. She remembered that this best friend had always been aloof and rarely communicated with others, especially with men. Although she had many suitors, she always rejected them and looked down on them.
She only praised Chen Feng. Yi Mayan said, is it interesting to talk about this now? Will you continue to be engaged to Chen Feng and then get married? If not, please don't hinder me. He Shuei was speechless. Yi Mayan no longer paid attention to Yi Shuei and looked at Chen Feng seriously.
Her beautiful eyes were shining with beautiful light, black and white.
Chen Feng, are you willing to marry me?
She was nervous, afraid of being rejected. After hesitating for a while, Chen Feng said, I do. When Yi Mayan heard this, it was as if she had seen the blue sky after the clouds had been cleared. Her nervousness disappeared and she smiled like a flower.
You guys? He Shuei looked at the two of them in disbelief. The two people who were closest to her were actually officially walking together in front of her. This kind of blow is like being hit on the back of the head with a club. How can you do this? Why not? I'm single, Mu Yan is single too, we love each other, isn't it normal for us to be together? Chen Feng refuted coldly.
He Shuei was stunned, and suddenly felt bitter and uncomfortable. Because Chen Feng had never spoken to her like this before, his tone was very cold, like a scolding. Her eyes were slightly red. Although Yi Shuei had said before that Chen Feng would find a better woman than her in the future, when this really happened, Yi Shuei couldn't accept it at all. In fact, all the classmates present were very shocked that Yi Mayan, the school belle of Donghai University, the cold goddess, actually took the initiative to propose marriage. Yi Mayan is not only a school belle, but also a top student with top grades. She was very low-key in school and didn't like to show off. Although she was very popular, she had never had any scandals and had always kept herself clean. Although Yi Mayan and He Shuei were both school belle, in fact, He Shuei was inferior to the former in other aspects except for her superior family background. It can be said that Yi Mayan is the goddess in the minds of many boys. Now the goddess is chasing Chen Feng, which makes many male students present split. If He Shuei dumped Chen Feng just now and won the sympathy of male students, then Yi Mayan's pursuit now makes male students jealous. Why? The two most beautiful girls in Donghai University are both occupied by Chen Feng. Even if the Chen family goes bankrupt and is no longer the eldest son, the goddess is still willing to chase. This charm makes people envious. He Shuei, there is no place for you here. Please leave and don't interfere with the engagement ceremony. Chen Feng said coldly. Then when he looked at Yi Mayan, he changed his face and looked at her with appreciation. Let's get engaged first. Yeah. You. He Shuei was angry, and finally understood one thing, Chen Feng no longer belonged to her, and he would no longer pamper her, follow her, and treat her as a little princess like before. Although she was very unwilling, He Shuei could only retreat sadly. Now there are only Chen Feng and Yi Mayan left on the platform. Although Yi Mayan was not the heroine tonight, she had obviously dressed up carefully for the engagement ceremony. She wore a black dress that showed off her tall and slender figure. She was born beautiful. Even if she suddenly became the heroine, there was no sense of disobedience. The two looked at each other. Yi Mayan stretched out her left ring finger. Won't you put the ring on me? Okay. Chen Feng put the 5-carat diamond ring on Yi Mayan's ring finger. Yi Mayan looked at the sparkling diamond ring on her hand and smiled contentedly. Everyone, I'm sorry, there was an accident just now. I hope it didn't affect everyone's mood. Pa 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 thunderous applause. All the guests gave warm applause, wishing the two people on the stage to finally get married. Yi Mayan took Qin Feng's hand on her own initiative, feeling the broad and warm palm, her heart overflowed with warmth, and she was very happy.
Give me a kiss, give me a kiss. That's right, give me a kiss.
A classmate urged, and more people joined the ranks, forming a wave of voices.
Chen Feng looked troubled. Although they were engaged, they were just ordinary classmates just now. Would it be too abrupt to kiss suddenly? It would offend the other party. Yi Mayan didn't have such concerns.
She took the initiative to meet him, leaned forward, and kissed him. It was just a light touch, and didn't stay for long. After they separated, Yi Mayan's fair cheeks flushed, her eyes moved down, shy and cute. Chen Feng was still savoring the touch of his lips, stunned for a moment, unable to recover. Although he had tasted the taste of kissing a long time ago, it was the first time with Yi Mayan, which was really good. He Shui hadn't left yet. Seeing this scene, her heart was broken. Something that belonged to her was defiled by others in public. She bit her silver teeth, unwilling to give up.
Did I do something wrong? No, I didn't do anything wrong. Xiaofeng is a good man, but his family is bankrupt and can't give me happiness.
If I marry Xiaofeng, I will have to live a hard life with him in the future.
There is always a gain if there is a loss. My choice is right,
He Shui said firmly.
With everyone's blessings, Yi Mayan is very happy. The dream has come true, and she can't believe it.
She has liked Qin Feng for a long time, but when she met Qin Feng, he was already the boyfriend of her best friend He Shui, so she could only hide her feelings. She thought she would never have a chance in this life, because Qin Feng and He Shui were so loving and had a very good relationship, and there was no room for intervention. Yi Mayan didn't want to be a bad woman and destroy other people's happiness, so she could only silently bless Qin Feng in her heart. Attending the engagement ceremony of the two tonight, Yi Mayan had actually made up her mind that after the two got engaged, she would completely give up and forget Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, He Shui regretted the marriage and dumped Qin Feng.
Yi Mayan didn't want to miss this golden opportunity, fearing that she would regret it for the rest of her life. She also wanted to support Qin Feng and let He Shui, a heartless woman, know that Qin Feng was definitely not a man no one wanted. She resolutely stood up and confessed her love and proposed marriage. Fortunately, Qin Feng accepted her. Although the Chen family went bankrupt and Qin Feng was no longer the young master of the Chen family, Yi Mayan didn't care. She was not a vain woman. She only valued Qin Feng as a person, not his family background. Giving up such a good man like Qin Feng, He Shui, you will definitely regret it in the future. Yi Mayan firmly believed. Because she and He Shui were best friends, Yi Mayan was very familiar with Qin Feng. Yi Mayan had always seen how warm Qin Feng was. At first, Yi Mayan only cared about Qin Feng a little, after all, he was her best friend's boyfriend. In secret observation, she gradually discovered more and more advantages of Qin Feng. Occasionally, she approached and got close to him intentionally or unintentionally, but Qin Feng never cared. He only had He Shui in his eyes. A warm man who is also loyal is really rare. Unconsciously, she has completely fallen in love with Qin Feng. Unfortunately, Qin Feng only has eyes for He Shui, and Yi Mayan can only look at her but not reach her. Now she finally got what she wanted. Qin Feng said, "Mayan, thank you for standing up and helping me out at this time." Yi Mayan knew that Qin Feng had misunderstood, and was a little unhappy. She pouted, "Do you really think that I am engaged to you just to help you out?" Qin Feng said, "Really?" Yi Mayan shook her head, "Of course not, I'm serious." Qin Feng was shocked that she was serious about being his fiancée. In fact, Qin Feng agreed to Yi Mayan's proposal, not because he really had this idea. He had just been hurt by love, so how could he accept a new relationship so quickly? He just wanted to take revenge on He Shui. I guess Yi Mayan couldn't stand it, so she stood up to help him out and vent her anger. I didn't expect it to be real. In Qin Feng's mind, Yi Mayan is not a casual woman. She has a high vision and a strong opinion. She is a woman who walks at the forefront of the times. This kind of woman is not greedy for fame and fortune, and may even be a bit eccentric. The man she likes must be a very outstanding person. Qin Feng felt that although he had advantages, he was still a little far from being outstanding. Ding! Engagement successful. The host completed the hidden task of activating the system and successfully activated the God-level sign-in system. The God-level sign-in system has been activated, but not yet bound. Host, please marry Yi Mayan as soon as possible and get the certificate within 1 day, and the system will be officially bound. After the binding is successful, the host will receive a novice gift package. System? Qin Feng was surprised. Engagement is actually a hidden task to activate the system? I didn't expect there would be such a good thing. Chen Feng's face suddenly showed joy.
Don't look at him as if he doesn't care much about bankruptcy, and he seems to be very careless. In fact, he cares a lot, but he knows that no matter how much he cares, it's useless, so he suppresses it.
Suddenly knowing that his family is bankrupt, it's uncomfortable for anyone.
Although Chen Feng is confident that he can make a comeback with his own hands and feet, it is unknown how long this process will take.
5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Even failed in the end.
Now that he has the system, Chen Feng feels that nothing is difficult in the world, and all problems can be solved easily.
He suddenly feels a lot more relaxed. Although the system has been activated, it needs to be bound and I need to get married with Yi Mayan and get a marriage certificate.
Chen Feng looked at the woman in front of him again, Yi Mayan. She has outstanding looks, tall and elegant, and has standard black long straight hair. A nearly perfect woman. This woman likes him, and it would be fake if he was unhappy.
Chen Feng has figured it out. Those who abandon me, yesterday's day cannot be kept.
He Shui doesn't love him at all. She flies away when disaster strikes, and there will be no future with such a heartless woman. On the contrary, Yi Mayan can stand up without hesitation and get engaged to him when he is in the most difficult time.
If it is not true love, who would do this? Very moved.
In this materialistic society, such women are too rare. Look at Yi Mayan carefully. Chen Feng suddenly found that she was very beautiful. Well, in fact, she has always been very beautiful. It's just that his former lover's eyes were full of beauty. He only had eyes for his Shui and never paid more attention to other women, so he missed a lot of scenery.
What are you looking at me for? Yi Mayan blushed.
Chen Feng said bluntly, I found you very beautiful.
Yi Mayan was happy in her heart, but she was still angry on the surface. You only found out now?
Chen Feng said, sorry, I was blind before.
Yi Mayan smiled and said, then look at me more in the future. Chen Feng nodded, yes. Are you really willing to marry me? Yi Mayan nodded, yes. Chen Feng asked, if I say, go get the certificate now, are you willing? Yi Mayan said without hesitation, yes. Chen Feng was very happy to confirm Yi Mayan's intention.
Of course he wanted to bind the system, but he couldn't force the other party for this. And Chen Feng also wanted to know whether Yi Mayan really wanted to be with him, not just the mentality of just wanting to date and see. The gap here is very big. As long as you don't let me down, I will never let you down in this life. Chen Feng swore secretly. Then, after a few speeches, tonight's engagement ceremony ended, and the guests left one after another. The two came to the elevator entrance to see everyone off. Although there was a change in this engagement tonight, and the heroine was temporarily replaced, the overall situation was still perfect. He Shui looked at the two of them, her eyes slightly red, and said nothing, and walked into the elevator sadly. Although the two wanted to get the certificate now, it was already very late, and the Civil Affairs Bureau was closed, so they could only wait until tomorrow.
I'll take you home, Chen Feng said to Yi Mayan. Yi Mayan said, okay, go back to your home. Chen Feng suspected that he had heard it wrong, go back to my home?
Yi Mayan said as a matter of course, we are already an engaged couple, isn't it normal for us to live together?
She blinked playfully. Is this really the aloof goddess that Chen Feng knows? She is a little naughty.
Although it feels a little abrupt, Yi Mayan is a girl who is not afraid of being at a disadvantage.
What is there for Chen Feng, a big man, to be afraid of? And Chen Feng also wants to formally introduce Yi Mayan to his parents. The two got in the car.
Soon, they arrived at the gate of a villa community.
The Liuan Villa District. The square price here is not cheap, ranks high in Donghai City, and the environment is elegant.
Walking into Chen Feng's house, Yi Mayan looked around with interest as if she had come to an amusement park.
Where is your room? On the second floor. Yi Mayan came to the second floor and walked into Chen Feng's room. It was like the first time she came to a friend's house and liked to explore. Looking carefully at the things in the room, she found that the room was very clean, without any clutter, and the air was filled with a fresh breath. The gray-blue curtains were spotless. Why is your room so clean? Shouldn't a boy's room be dirty and messy?
There is a life-size female character pillow on the bed, and the bookshelf is full of unexposed figures.
Yi Mayan said dissatisfiedly. Chen Feng, isn't it good to have a clean room? And what are those things you mentioned? Yi Mayan must have some misunderstanding about boys' rooms.
Chen Feng likes cleanliness and has the habit of tidying up his room, so his room has always been kept clean and tidy.
In his opinion, a room is a place to rest, and a clean and tidy environment can make people relax.
As for pillows and figurines, Chen Feng does not have any strange collection habits, so these are naturally not available. Yi Mayan has already picked up the trash can and started rummaging.
What are you doing? See if there are any strange paper balls. Why are there none?
Yi Mayan has already put down the trash can. Maybe she finally realized that she is a lady, and it is not very elegant to rummage through the trash like this. She sat down in front of the computer, turned on the computer, and held the mouse. Chen Feng thought she was going to play on the computer, but the strange thing was that she did not go online. After turning on my computer, she kept opening various folders and looking for something.
Why is there no learning material on your computer? Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Is Yi Mayan's personality like this? She is a little wild, a little different from what Chen Feng imagined. She is not cold at all, but very approachable. Is this a goddess, or a female gangster? Yi Mayan wanted to use her feminine advantages to tidy up Chen Feng's room, but it was a pity that the hero had no place to use his skills. Chen Feng's room was too clean. But boys who love cleanliness don't need to be pricked. Living room. His parents have come back, and Chen Feng is introducing Yi Mayan, his fiancée, to the two elders. She is my classmate, Yi Mayan. Hello, uncle and parents. Although it is abrupt, I really like Chen Feng. Okay, the company has gone bankrupt. If you don't dislike Chen Feng, that's good. Chen Feng is a very good man, how could I dislike him? He is beautiful and sweet. Father Chen Yud and mother Zhou Shuya smiled happily. Originally, He Shui's sudden regret of marriage caught the two off guard. They slapped their faces in front of all their relatives and friends and felt sad. He Shui is the daughter-in-law they have watched grow up and recognized since childhood. They have been looking forward to the day when she and Chen Feng become husband and wife. Who would have thought that because the company went bankrupt, He Shui decisively broke off the engagement and abandoned Chen Feng? Chen Yud felt very guilty and secretly blamed himself for getting his son into trouble. Fortunately, gold will always shine and will not be buried. Without He Shui, a better daughter-in-law immediately appeared. Chen Yud and Zhou Shuya smiled at each other. They could see that Yi Mayan really liked their son. When she looked at Chen Feng, her eyes were full of love. It is clear tea. Hat beauty is in the eyes of a lover. A good daughter-in-law who does not despise the poor and loves the rich is really rare in this society. Chen Yud always thought that He Shui was a good daughter-in-law, but who knew that he was wrong? There is no harm without comparison. He found that Yi Mayan in front of him was much better than He Shui. The fact that such an excellent woman like Yi Mayan could love him wholeheartedly shows that his son is excellent, and it also indirectly shows that his parents have good genes, so Chen Yud is very proud. You too should live well in the future. I can't help you anymore and may even cause trouble for you. Alas. Dad, it's okay. We are still young and at the age of striving. Perhaps Chen Feng will be able to make a comeback soon and surpass his teacher. That's good. Chen Yud smiled with relief. Yi Mayan's dad instantly brought them closer. Chen Feng looked at the well-educated and well-mannered Yi Mayan in front of him, and recalled the scene of her rummaging around in the room not long ago. It felt like two people. It's getting late. You can stay here tonight. Don't be polite. Okay. After that, the parents stopped disturbing the two and left with a smile. Yi Mayan agreed without any restraint, not like she was visiting her boyfriend's house for the first time. Now there were only two people left in the living room, looking at each other. Suddenly it became quiet. Although the two were engaged, they were still a little unfamiliar with each other. They were in the same school for 4 years, but not in the same class. In the past, he often saw Yi Mayan because he picked up his girlfriend, but they rarely had time to chat. When they met, they mostly nodded to each other. In addition, Yi Mayan had a cold personality at school and rarely took the initiative to talk to others. Do you want to take a shower? I'll prepare pajamas for you. Yes. Chen Feng quickly brought a set of pajamas and gave it to Yi Mayan. Is this your pajamas? Yes, don't worry, it's very clean. This set of pajamas is rarely worn. If you mind, I can buy you a new one. No, I don't mind. It's better this way. Yi Mayan took the pajamas and walked to the bathroom, leaving behind her graceful and beautiful back. Chen Feng put away his sight, took a set of pajamas, and went into another bathroom to take a shower. Chen Feng came out of the bathroom first and watched TV in the living room. 10 minutes later, Yi Mayan also came out after taking a shower. The men's pajamas were very loose on her body, drooping, with an open neckline, adding a bit of charm. The moist skin was white and rosy, more beautiful than usual, with snow-white skin and jade bones. The long black hair was like ink, shiny black, quietly lying on the back. Even without makeup, she was still extremely beautiful. Her long white legs were perfect for black stockings. You're done. Yes, we're done. Let's go back to our room and sleep. Chen Feng was a little caught off guard, thinking that Yi Mayan was too direct. In fact, just now Chen Feng was still thinking about where Yi Mayan should sleep tonight and how to arrange it.
Logically speaking, the two are already an engaged couple, so there is no problem sleeping in the same bed.
But considering their situation, would it be too fast? Would Ji Mayan think he was a hooligan? To be on the safe side, it would be better to arrange her in another room. Fortunately, there are many empty rooms in the villa, so they just need to clean them up. Who knew that Ji Mayan would directly ask to sleep in the same room? She is so careless. Does she understand what she is saying? Is it intentional or unintentional to make people think about it? I want to confirm, you want to sleep in the same room with me? Yes, is there a problem?
No, you go in first, I'll watch TV for a while and then come.
Okay. Ji Mayan didn't say much and went up to the room on the second floor.
As soon as she entered the room, she closed the door. She leaned against the door with her back, her cheeks as red as apples. Of course she knew what she had just said and what it meant. At this moment, her heart was beating wildly, she was expectant, excited, and a little nervous. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her heart down.
Unfortunately, it was useless. Her heart was like eating spicy strips and couldn't calm down.
Ji Mayan came to the bed and sat down, took off her big-headed slippers, lay on the bed, straightened her posture, and covered herself with a quilt.
She smelled the quilt, not fragrant, but very nice.
The laundry detergent and the smell of men are mixed together, and this smell is unexpectedly good.
It smells so good.
Ji Mayan sniffed it hard several times, her mouth slightly opened, and her face was intoxicated.
What's wrong with me, like a nymphomaniac? Her cheeks became even redder. Even so, Ji Mayan couldn't help but continue to sniff and be intoxicated. When Chen Feng
walked into the room, he found that Ji Mayan had fallen asleep. Her delicate face without makeup was very peaceful and defenseless.
Chen Feng had been mentally prepared. Ji Mayan was so proactive, and as a grown man, why would he hesitate? Anyway, he wouldn't suffer any loss.
Who knew that in a short while, Ji Mayan fell asleep.
She fell asleep too quickly. What did she do during the day? Was she so tired? Mayan?
Chen Feng called out softly twice, but Ji Mayan showed no signs of waking up. It seemed that she was really asleep. Her little mouth was slightly open, and she was about to drool. Seeing that she was sleeping so soundly, he really couldn't bear to wake her up.
Chen Feng smiled, tiptoed onto the bed, and covered himself with a quilt.
It seemed that this was the only way tonight. He smelled the fragrance coming from the side, the familiar smell of shower gel, mixed with the fragrance of a woman, which was particularly good. Like a fragrant orchid, it seems to be there and not there, but it lingers all the time.
The next day,
when Ji Mayan woke up, she found that she had slept very soundly, and she slept until broad daylight without waking up. It was a rare deep sleep. I don't know how long it has been since I experienced such a good sleep quality. After sleeping, my mental state reached its peak, and the whole person was very relaxed, more comfortable than a spa. It has been a long time since I graduated and found a job. Even when I was studying before, it was difficult to ensure the quality of sleep under academic pressure.
Ha!
Ji Mayan suddenly found someone next to her, and she was curled up on the other person, using the other person's body as a pillow. She opened her eyes and saw Chen Feng in front of her, and immediately remembered what happened last night.
She fell asleep unconsciously and slept until dawn.
She quickly checked herself and found nothing unusual, which means that nothing happened between the two last night. What happened after I fell asleep? Why did you hug each other?
Ji Mayan's cheeks flushed.
Chen Feng noticed the strangeness of the person on his body, opened his eyes, and the two looked at each other.
I'm awake. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, do you want to get up and have breakfast? What do you like to eat? I didn't do anything weird last night. What do you mean by weird? The two came to the Civil Affairs Bureau and walked in hand. Half an hour later, when they came out, they each had a small red book, a marriage certificate. From today on, the two are legally married and a family.
Chen Feng and Ji Mayan smiled at each other, with happiness on their faces.
Ding! Get the marriage certificate with Ji Mayan, complete the task, and successfully bind to the God level system. The God level sign-in system, you can sign in once a day and get a random reward.
Sign in for a week in a row to get a big gift package.
Each big gift package must contain a business opportunity information. Get a novice gift package. A mechanical voice sounded.
Chen Feng saw that there was a big gift package in a virtual space that only he could see. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He didn't rush to open the novice gift package. From now on, please give me more advice, husband.
Ji Mayan said.
Chen Feng touched the tip of his nose. He was not very used to the title of husband, but he didn't resist it and liked it very much.
My wife, too. Please give me more advice in the future.
Yes. Ji Mayan was delighted when she heard the name of wife. She took the initiative to hold her husband's arm and pressed her body against him, just like many couples in love. Chen Feng clearly felt the elasticity of his arm.
His wife was too. Does my husband know that I like hearing you call me wife? Really, wife? Actually, I like it too. You call me husband.
After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, the two did not go home immediately, but went shopping. This was their first date.
They got married first and then dated. There was no one else.
Yi Mian continued to hold Chen Feng's arm and snuggled up to him, very passionately. Chen Feng thought to himself that his wife was very adaptable. If someone didn't know, they would think that they had been dating for many years and were an old couple. His wife took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, so he naturally didn't hate her and liked her very much. Chen Feng thought about it and felt that since his wife was so proactive, he couldn't be too passive. If he liked her, he should show it and let his wife know his feelings. Just like his wife, he has been actively trying to show his feelings.
How can she be the only one working hard? As a man, it is better to be more proactive. Chen Feng put his arm around Yi Mian's waist.
Her waist was so slender and soft that it could be grasped. Their bodies pressed closer, and they could clearly feel each other's breath.
Yi Mian made a strand. Ge cry, her cheeks slightly red.
It was the first time she was hugged by a man, and she was surprised and delighted. After her body stiffened slightly, she adapted the next moment. Without any resistance, her delicate body completely leaned on her husband. Her heartbeat accelerated, and her heart was pounding. She secretly raised her head and looked at her husband's angular profile, and she couldn't help but feel happy.
These two are so sweet.
Leaving sadness to others and happiness to yourself, how abominable.
I'm going to call the police.
A couple used biological weapons on the street, causing large-scale casualties. The little brother and sister are so good-looking, a talented man and a beautiful woman. I love you. I was just shopping, and suddenly someone fed me a mouthful of dog food.
How embarrassing.
The two showed their affection in a high-profile manner, which attracted a lot of attention from passers-by and public opinion.
Hearing the public opinion, Yi Mian felt shy.
Don't look at her so proactive, like an old driver. In fact, she is not at all. She has never been so close to a boy before, nor has she experienced the treatment of being the center of attention when showing affection.
Although as a school beauty goddess, she has often received attention since the past, that kind of attention is completely different from the attention now. It's not just appreciation, there is envy and jealousy.
Yi Mian subconsciously increased the strength of her hand holding Chen Feng's arm. The first date, the first time to become the heroine, being envied, this feeling is not easy to. Snuggling tightly, exuding the atmosphere of affection all the time, as long as you see the two of them, you will be forced to feed them a mouthful of dog food.
Spreading dog food. No wonder Xiao Xue always liked to show affection in the past. This feeling is really good, although it's a bit bad.
Yi Mian murmured in her heart. When they were in college, Chen Feng and He Xue were recognized as model couples, often showing affection in public and spreading dog food.
They were big consumers of dog food. As He Xue's best friend, Yi Mian was naturally fed a lot of dog food.
Even aloof as she was, she would feel dissatisfied with this. But now that her identities have been swapped and she has become the heroine, Yi Mian suddenly found that showing affection feels so good and is beneficial to physical and mental health. She won't get tired of it even if she does it a few more times.
Is this what it means that a dragon slayer will eventually become a dragon? There's a dessert shop over there, it seems very good. Do you want to go in and have some dessert?
Chen Feng suggested.
Yi Mian nodded happily. Yeah.
The two have already walked into the dessert shop. The decoration of the shop is exquisite and unique, using brighter colors, creating a warm atmosphere under the fluorescent lights. It is a place suitable for little girls or couples. There are many customers, but they are not noisy.
Everyone is quietly enjoying desserts.
After the two glanced around, they found that there were not many empty seats, and their eyes finally fell on the seats by the wall.
Walk over and sit down.
Picking up the menu, I found that there was a couple's special package. Yi Mian said, let's have a couple's special package.
Okay. The waiter left. Not long after, the waiter came back with the tray and carefully put down the desserts one by one.
2 desserts, 2 milkshakes.
Sugar crisp pudding, mango pancakes, vanilla milkshake, strawberry milkshake.
The two of them had been walking around the street for a while and were a little thirsty, so they picked up the milkshakes to drink first. The sweet milkshake tasted very good after being chilled.
Honey, can I try your milkshake? Yours seems to be better.
Sure. Chen Feng drank the vanilla milkshake, which was delicious, but not particularly delicious. Looking at Yi Mian's strawberry milkshake, he had only drunk less than 1/3. Although it was strange, but my wife wanted to drink it, so let her drink it.
Hand the milkshake to Yi Mayan.
Yi Mayan picked it up and drank it, happily holding the straw in her mouth, not disliking that it was Chen Feng's drink, and drank it with relish.
Indirect kiss get. Gulp gulp.
He didn't drink fast, but he drank more than half of the cup slowly.
I'm sorry, honey. Your vanilla milkshake is so delicious that I drank too much without realizing it. As compensation, I'll give this cup to you, honey. Wife, you're very naughty. Really?
Yi Mayan blinked her big eyes, looking innocent. Although Chen Feng is quite straightforward, he is not stupid. He has been dating He Shuai for many years, so he still understands some of the little thoughts of girls.
He couldn't help but smile.
Chen Feng had already picked up his wife's strawberry milkshake and drank it, feeling a different taste in his heart. It is a common practice for couples to exchange.
Ange drinks.
Wife, the sugar crisp pudding in this store is delicious.
I'll feed you. Yeah. Chen Feng decided to return the favor.
Yi Mayan opened her mouth slightly. Chen Feng put the sugar crisp pudding on the fork into her mouth.
Delicious. Yi Mayan smiled sweetly. Mango pancakes are good too, honey, let me feed you. Okay.
In order to make it easier for them to feed each other, the two sat close to each other, holding their left and right hands together, showing their affection. There were many customers in the store, including several couples who were also showing affection, but now they were outshined by the performance of the two.
They were impressed.
The two were good-looking, and the atmosphere of affection between the man and the woman was strong. It seemed that they only had each other in their eyes, and everyone else was transparent and had no sense of existence.
Regardless of the public occasion, they showed affection and sprinkled dog food. They simply didn't want people to live. It was too sweet. It made everyone get diabetes. Several couples present also liked to show affection at ordinary times, but now they all expressed condemnation and the limelight was taken away. After the two left the dessert shop, they came to the department store. Honey, let's go in and take a look. Yi Mayan took Chen Feng's hand and walked into a store.
Chen Feng saw the dazzling array of women's underwear through the glass wall and touched the tip of his nose.
What is my wife trying to do? Victoria's Secret.
There were not many customers in the store, all of them were women. Chen Feng, a man, appeared here, which was very eye-catching.
Fortunately, Chen Feng was thick-skinned. Yi Mayan quickly picked a few sets of underwear and asked Chen Feng for his opinion. Honey, what do you think of this set of underwear, or this one is better? Honey, you are playing with fire.
Yi Mayan blinked her big eyes, looking very innocent.
Chen Feng thought to himself, my wife is so naughty. So, honey, which set of underwear do you like, this one, or this one? Or both? Looking at Yi Mayan's mischievous smile, Chen Feng loved and hated her.
He reached out and gently pinched Yi Mayan's cheek as a lesson to see if she dared to tease her husband again.
It felt smooth. Honey, you don't say anything. It seems that you like both.
Then I'll try them on and buy them all if they are suitable. Yi Mayan had already taken the underwear to the dressing room to try them on. Chen Feng came to the rest area in the store, sat quietly, and waited for his wife to come out. Because he was bored, he picked up his mobile phone and played with it casually to kill time.
Little brother, can I add WeChat? Suddenly a woman came over and said so.
She was about 26 years old, dressed fashionably, and had a mature temperament. She should be a white-collar worker. Chen Feng was surprised at first, and then he realized that the other party was chatting him up. I didn't expect that after just playing with my phone for a while, a strange woman came to chat with me and asked to add WeChat.
Isn't this something that boys should do? The key is that the other party is not bad-looking. No.
Just making friends, don't be shy, add me. The woman had no intention of giving up, and had already taken out her phone and opened WeChat. Chen Feng felt that he was being teased. In fact, it was not the first time he encountered such a thing. When he was in college, it was easy to meet schoolgirls who asked to add WeChat when walking alone on campus, but Chen Feng declined.
Schoolgirls are thin-skinned and will leave obediently once they are rejected.
Unlike the woman in front of him, she is a little difficult to deal with. For other boys, this may be a good thing, being chased by girls, but for Chen Feng, it is a bit troublesome. The woman secretly licked her lips. In her eyes, Chen Feng is a very handsome boy, no worse than the popular young boys now.
He is still very young and full of youthfulness.
He should have just graduated and left the campus not long ago.
Such a boy is just what the woman likes. You must add the little brother's WeChat. Dad Ada.
The sound of crisp footsteps came, a little hurried.
I don't know who you are. What do you want to see my husband about?
Yi Mayan asked coldly, straightened her big bear, and entered combat mode. The woman looked at Yi Mayan, and was immediately struck by her perfect appearance and proud figure, and couldn't help feeling a little ashamed.
Husband? The little brother is married?
Obviously he is very young, just out of the campus, and his face is still very green.
He is actually married and has a boyfriend. The current marriage market is too competitive. The woman fled. I can't even look at you for a while, it's easy to attract bees and butterflies. Yi Mian scolded Chen Feng with dissatisfaction.
Chen Feng felt that he was innocent. He was not the one who initiated the flirting, so why did he
blame him?
Although innocent, Chen Feng did not intend to argue with Yi Mian about this.
It was a stupid thing to do.
Yi Mian had already glanced around the lingerie store and found that many women were secretly paying attention to Chen Feng.
Surrounded by wolves?
Yi Mian felt like her treasure was being targeted by bad guys, and she was furious.
He actually coveted her man, he was looking for death.
He continued to hold his big bear up, in a fighting state, and was hostile to these women one by one. In front of Yi Mian's proud figure and invincible beauty, they were finally forced to feel ashamed and look away. In Chen Feng's eyes, Yi Mian at this moment was like an old hen, with strong fighting power, protecting his little chick, domineering to protect her husband.
Yi Mian asked, why don't you add the other person's WeChat? The young lady just now was very beautiful, wasn't she?
Chen Feng said, no matter how beautiful she is not as beautiful as you, my wife.
Yi Mian said angrily, you are so slick. Chen Feng said, if I add the other person's WeChat, will you be angry? Yi Mian said charmingly, of course not, am I so stingy?
Chen Feng said, you are so stingy, don't worry, I won't add girls' WeChat casually without my wife's approval. Yi Mian was a little moved. My husband is so good to me, but he doesn't have to do this for me.
I don't want my husband to be accused of tracheitis.
She looked like a well-behaved little wife, and it was hard to imagine how strong she was just now.
Chen Feng reached out and pinched Yi Mian's face.
His wife was really naughty, she could be a queen or a lowly, satisfying all men's wishes.
Does the underwear fit?
Yes. Go to the checkout, I'll pay.
Yeah.
The two returned to their villa. Chen's father and mother were already sitting in the living room, and the atmosphere was a little heavy.
The company has entered the bankruptcy process. In order to repay the debt, the family's property will be liquidated. This villa will be taken away soon. We need to move out as soon as possible.
As long as it is my property, including the house and car I bought for you with my money, as long as it is valuable, it will be liquidated.
I have asked an accountant to calculate the accounts.
Fortunately, after the liquidation of these, it will just be enough to repay all the debts owed. Although I lost everything, I will not be in debt. Chen Yud finished speaking in one breath, his expression was dejected, and the white hair on his temples increased significantly. Chen Feng knew that his father had been under a lot of pressure these days and became haggard. He felt sorry for his son.
Dad, it's okay. I will make a comeback. Don't have any psychological burden.
Well, you just live a good life, don't worry too much about me. Although I went bankrupt, I have nothing to worry about, and I can be considered to be completely relaxed.
I don't have too many extravagant hopes anymore.
I will go back to my old hometown with your mother and live with you. I have been busy with work all these years and haven't enjoyed the world of two people with your mother. Now I have plenty of time, which is the best.
Chen Yud said very freely.
Chen Feng knew that his father said this deliberately because he didn't want to disturb his and Yi Mian's world of two. After all, they were newlyweds.
Chen Feng was not hypocritical.
His parents had worked hard for so many years, so they should enjoy themselves. Chen Feng didn't dare to guarantee anything before, but now he has a system, he is full of confidence. This bankruptcy did not cause any blow to Chen Feng, but aroused his ambition.
He started moving that day.
Because the valuables could not be moved away and needed to be cleared, there were not many personal belongings left, so the whole moving process was very simple.
Do you have to hand over the engagement ring too?
Yes, sorry. Yi Mian looked at the glittering 5-carat diamond ring on her ring finger, and her expression was reluctant. It's not that she loves money, but this diamond ring has a special meaning.
Chen Feng said, I will buy you a bigger diamond ring in the future, do you believe me, my wife? Yi Mian replied, I do.
Reluctantly, she took off the engagement diamond ring that she had only worn for one day. Just like that, she left all the valuables behind and walked out of the villa penniless. Chen's father and mother had already left and returned to their hometown to rest for a while. Although Chen's father wanted to make a comeback, it was easier said than done.
Chen Feng and Yi Mian were going to find a place to stay next. Don't worry, husband. You can live in the apartment I rented.
Yes, thank you.
Why thank you? We are husband and wife. What's yours is mine and what's mine is yours. We are inseparable. My wife is so nice.
That's good of you.
Don't feel pressured.
Even if you can't make money in the future, it
Doesn't matter. I'm here for you. Don't think that I've just started working. I've actually become a company manager.
Although my salary is not much, it's more than enough to support my husband. In the future, my husband, just be a good house husband. Hearing his wife's declaration of support, Chen Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was very moved. He knew that his wife said this because she didn't want him to feel pressure and to protect his self-esteem.
She's very considerate. With a wife like this, what else can a husband ask for?
Chen Feng held his wife's hand and said, "As long as she doesn't leave me, I won't leave her."
I won't leave her. We just got married, and you've been dragged down by the bankruptcy, Chen Feng said. Yi Mayan shook her head. It's okay.
Actually, my husband might be angry if I tell him, but I still want to tell him.
I am not unhappy about the bankruptcy. On the contrary, I am very happy. If it weren't for the bankruptcy, we would have no chance to be together. That's right.
If it weren't for the failure of Chen's company's investment in bankruptcy, he Shui would definitely not regret the marriage, and would complete the engagement and then get married. In that case, Yi Mayan would have no chance at all.
Being with Chen Feng would have a regret that could never be made up. So Yi Mayan was very glad that Chen's company went bankrupt. So this is what you think, my wife. Husband, you are not really angry, are you? How could that be?
In this way, I am also very glad.
If it weren't for the bankruptcy, I would have missed a good wife. Slippery tongue. Get in my car, Yi Mayan said.
Chen Feng originally had his own car, but it had been left in the villa waiting for liquidation and could not be driven. Yi Mayan drove her own car over. Chen Feng looked at the car in front of him and was very surprised.
It was a 5-edged Hongguang Mini, still pink, and a little coquettish.
I bought this in full myself. Although the performance is average, it is enough for commuting to work.
My husband won't mind it, will he? No, it's pretty good. Yi Mayan's family is very ordinary, not even well off, far inferior to Chen Feng's family.
Of course, this was in the past, and now the Chen family has gone bankrupt.
On the contrary, it is not as good as Yi Mayan's family.
The Wuling Hongguang Mini, although cheap, costs tens of thousands. Yi Mayan graduated and started working for only 2 months, and she was able to buy a Mini in full.
It's not easy. She is worthy of being a female academic bully.
During her college years, Yi Mayan, because her family was not well off, had always been frugal and focused on studying. She rarely went out with her classmates, which was the origin of her aloof image. Chen Feng had already put the luggage in the trunk.
Fortunately, there were not many things, otherwise it would definitely not fit in.
The trunk of the mini car was too small.
Then he sat in the co-pilot seat and fastened his seatbelt. Yi Mayan stepped on the accelerator and drove away.
Although she was a female driver, her driving skills were not bad.
Tianyua apartment.
It was the apartment complex where Yi Mayan lives now. The Wuling Hongguang Mini had stopped, and next to it were several high-rise buildings of Tianyue apartment. Although the environment was not as good as that of a residential complex and the park was small, the place was clean and tidy, and there were security patrols. Chen Feng carried the suitcase and followed Yi Mayan into the apartment elevator and came to the 17th floor. Yi Mayan pressed her thumb on the door lock, and through fingerprint recognition, the door opened with a beep. The two walked in one after another. The apartment was not big, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, and a small balcony. Although the space is small, it is exquisite. It is still possible for 2 people to live together. The rent is more than 3,000 renminbi a month. The housing prices in Donghai City are high, and the rent is also high. The air is filled with the same fragrance as Yi Mayan, which makes Chen Feng feel very close. This will be our home in the future. Please sit anywhere. You're welcome. I'll help you put the clothes in your luggage into the closet, Yi Mayan said happily. Chen Feng nodded, and without being polite, he came to the fabric sofa and sat down. Yi Mayan had already walked into the room with a suitcase and helped to organize it. System, open the novice gift package. Chen Feng remembered that he had not opened the novice gift package yet, so he took the opportunity to open it and see what good things there were. The novice gift package was successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million. Congratulations to the host for obtaining full-level actuary skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a business opportunity information. Chen Feng felt that his calculation ability had suddenly become much stronger, and he knew everything about mathematics, finance, insurance, and economics. It was as if he had been learning since he was a child, deeply ingrained in his bones, and knew it from the beginning, but he just couldn't remember it before, but now he suddenly remembered it all. Actuaries are awesome. With such powerful computing power, Financial economics is as simple as breathing, and you can turn the hand to make clouds and rain. At this moment, Chen Feng was full of confidence.
Ding! There was a text message on the phone.
Chen Feng picked it up and saw that 1 million had arrived and had been transferred to his personal bank account. The rewards given by the system will appear in a reasonable way and will not cause trouble for the host, so even if Chen Feng's account suddenly has an extra 1 million, someone will investigate and nothing will be found.
Everything is legal and compliant.
In the virtual space that only Chen Feng can see, there is an extra letter, and the business opportunity information is in this letter.
There is a business opportunity information in this letter. Do you need to open it?
When Chen Feng was paying attention to the letter, the system voice sounded, asking for his opinion.
Open it.
Next week, Donghai City will have a new plan to add a subway station entrance on Jiahong Street.
Chen Feng was delighted. This was good news. If you want to be rich, you must first build roads. This is an eternal law. Longwei is known internationally as an infrastructure maniac. In recent years, countless subways and high-speed railways have been built at home and abroad.
As long as the subway and high-speed railway pass through, they will quickly become wealthy. It can be imagined that when the new plan of Donghai City is announced, the housing prices and rents near Jiahong Street will definitely usher in a surge.
Investing before this will definitely win. I want this business opportunity.
It happened that Chen Feng had 1 million funds to operate. If everything went well, it would not be a problem to make 2 or 3 times the profit.
Husband, what are you laughing at?
Yi Mayan had already come out of the room and saw her husband sitting on the sofa and grinning. It was strange. She tilted her head to express her incomprehension.
My husband would not be sad because of bankruptcy. This is also reasonable. This matter would make anyone sad. From a young master to a pauper, back to the pre-liberation era overnight. However, shouldn't you cry when you are sad? Why is my husband laughing? Nothing, just thinking of something happy. Really? Yi Mayan was suspicious, but didn't ask any more questions. It was getting late, and it was time to cook dinner.
Chen Feng offered to help, and the two came to the small kitchen and got busy under Yi Mayan's command. Although the place was small, it was full of warmth. Yi Mayan was a good cook and had superb knife skills. It was hard to imagine that she was a female college student who had just graduated.
Nowadays, fewer and fewer female college students can cook.
They are as rare animals and are about to become extinct, let alone good cooks. From the refrigerator full of ingredients, it can be seen that Yi Mayan should cook for herself on weekdays.
Although Chen Feng's cooking skills are not as good as Yi Mayan's, they are not too bad.
At least he won't cut his fingers, so he can help. By the way, Yi Mayan, wearing an apron, has full wife attributes.
An hour later,
a fairly sumptuous dinner was placed on the dining table.
Broccoli, fried shrimp, braised lettuce, potato and pork stew, corn and pork rib soup.
There are meat, vegetables, and soup, which are nutritionally balanced. They are all home-cooked dishes, but they are shiny and oily, exuding a mouth-watering flavor. I didn't expect that my wife is not only a female academic master, but also such a good cook.
Do you think you're lucky to marry me?
Yes. Seeing his wife's expression of wanting to praise me, Chen Feng naturally praised her and flattered her.
After dinner,
Chen Feng took the initiative to undertake the dishwashing work. Husband, you take a shower first. After Chen Feng finished washing the dishes, Yi Mayan thoughtfully brought him a change of clothes, folded them neatly into a square, and handed them to Chen Feng.
My wife is so thoughtful. Chen Feng took the change of clothes and walked into the bathroom.
In a space of only 5 square meters, it takes into account the functions of hygiene, washing hands, and bathroom.
It does not seem narrow and the space utilization rate is very high. Transparent glass separates a shower room separately, separating dry and wet. There is no odor in the air, only the fragrance of shower gel and laundry detergent. And a faint fragrance of women. Chen Feng found a new mouthwash cup and toothbrush on the sink, and a new towel hanging next to them. The new blue towel and Yi Mayan's red towel form a pair. Yi Mayan should have prepared it for Chen Feng when he was washing dishes. He felt warm in his heart. He walked into the shower room. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Feng came out of the shower. I'm going to take a shower, don't peek, husband. Yi Mayan rolled her eyes and said playfully and charmingly. Chen Feng thought, is my wife tempting me to commit a crime? What should I do? Should I just commit a crime? My wife is so good. She keeps trying to play with fire. Aren't you afraid of getting burned? This is not the well-known aloof goddess of Donghai University. She is clearly a fairy. Leaving behind her graceful back, Yi Mayan has already walked into the bathroom. Chen Feng did not choose to commit a crime. He sat on the sofa.
When he heard the sound of water dripping from the bathroom, even though he was a serious and honest person, he couldn't help but have some wild thoughts.
Reminder, the host has not signed in today. Do you need to sign in?
The voice of the system interrupted Chen Feng's wild thoughts.
I almost forgot this.
Fortunately, the system reminded me, otherwise the sign-in reward tonight would be gone.
Sign in.
Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving half-price shopping vouchers.
Half-price shopping vouchers, no matter what you buy, you can get a half-price discount. It must be within one transaction. The upper limit of the amount is 2 million. If it exceeds, you will not enjoy the discount.
When Chen Feng looked at the half-price shopping vouchers in the virtual space, the system gave a detailed explanation. Although there is an upper limit, it is still a very good reward.
Let's see where Jiahong Street is.
Chen Feng picked up his phone, opened the Shida Map app, and typed in the 3 words Jiahong Street to search. Next week, the government will announce the addition of a subway station entrance on Jiahong Street, but Chen Feng still doesn't know where Jiahong Street is. Donghai City is very large and is one of the most developed coastal cities in Longhua.
Driving around Donghai City will take several hours even if there is no traffic jam.
There are countless streets and communities of all sizes. It turns out that Jiahong Street is near Tianyue apartment, 2 kilometers away, just right.
Chen Feng put away his phone. Click.
The sound of the bathroom door opening. Yi Mayan has finished her shower and come out. Chen Feng looked up inadvertently, and his eyes suddenly widened.
Gulp.
He swallowed subconsciously. Yi Mayan was wearing the new underwear she bought at Victoria's Secret during the day, only wearing underwear. Her face was slightly red, and her expression was shy.
Why are you looking at me like that, husband? Wife, do you know you are playing with fire? Really? Fairy, it seems I have to take you in tonight.
I can't let you harm the world, great dragon.
A night passed.
The sun invaded the room through the window. Chen Feng woke up and looked at the woman curled up on him, with a beautiful face that was peaceful and quiet.
Her mouth was slightly hooked, as if she had never been satisfied before.
From the engagement last night to today, it has actually been less than 2 days. Yi Mayan confessed her most precious things without reservation, and it can be seen that she really loves him.
No turning back.
Comparing with Yishui, Chen Feng suddenly felt that he was too stupid and naive before.
No matter how good he was to Yishui, the other party would only take it for granted and only know to accept it without giving any feedback.
In the end, she kicked Chen Feng away and was completely fooled.
Heartless and ungrateful. Hubby, you're awake.
Yi Mayan opened her eyes, a little sleepy, and looked at her husband who was so close to her. She didn't know what she remembered, and her fair cheeks suddenly turned red. She pursed her lips slightly, with a shy and happy expression, like a young wife. Chen Feng reached out and scratched the tip of her small nose.
She squinted her eyes in enjoyment, like a cat. I'll get up and make breakfast for my husband. No need. You should have a good rest. You must be very tired. I'll make breakfast. Don't mind if I don't make it delicious. How could that be? As long as it's made by my husband, I like it.
Chen Feng pushed Yi Mayan back when she was about to get up, very domineering. Yi Mayan didn't hate her husband's domineering, and her heart was full of happiness. When Chen Feng lifted the quilt and got up, he caught a glimpse of a blooming red rose on the bedsheet. It seems that the bedsheet needs to be replaced with a new one. Yi Mayan was late for work. The two of them woke up late to begin with, and after breakfast, it was already past 9 o'clock.
It's okay. I'm a manager after all. Even if I'm late for half a day, no one will say anything. Why don't you just take one more day off? Honey, you haven't recovered yet, so take a good rest today. No need. You started to act like a big shot not long after becoming a manager. It's not a good influence, and I'm sorry for my boss who promoted me. Okay, then, I'll drive you to work. Okay. Although she had gone through a lot of things from getting engaged and married to moving, Yi Mayan actually only took 1 day off. She was very responsible and had to go to work today. The two took the elevator downstairs and came to the place where the 5-sided Hongguang Mini was parked. Chen Feng took the driver's seat without hesitation. Yi Mayan sat in the co-pilot seat, put on the seatbelt, and was tied between the two mountains, looking majestic. This was Chen Feng's first time driving the 5-sided Hongguang Mini, a small pure electric car, but it didn't affect his performance. Shift up, release the handbrake, and step on the accelerator. The small body has good power. Although it can't drive fast, it is quite convenient, a bit like driving a bumper car, which is more interesting. It is worthy of being the Wuling Divine Car Series. 20 minutes later. Arrived at the company where Yi Mayan works. Chuanhao International, one of the famous large companies in Donghai City, started with real estate, but now has achieved diversified industries, with good achievements in logistics, car services, clothing.
I heard that Chuanhao International is entering the smart industry recently. If it succeeds and develops further, it is very likely to become a powerful business group. The bankrupt company of the Chen family is also a large company, but it is not as good as Chuanhao International. I didn't expect my wife to work at Chuanhao International and become a manager. She has only graduated for 2 months.
This ability is unparalleled. If Chen Feng didn't have a system, he would be inferior.
Wife, I didn't expect you to work at Chuanhao International.
Do you think your wife is very capable and a strong woman, and you feel pressured?
Yes. Don't worry, I won't bully my husband, and I will also support my husband.
Wife is so nice. I'm going to work.
Yes, I'll pick you up after get off work.
Lend me the car temporarily. I have somewhere to go.
Okay.
Yi Mayan didn't ask any more questions. After waving to her husband in the car, she turned and left.
Her steps were brisk, but after a few steps, she suddenly slowed down and walked carefully. It seemed that she was injured. Yi Mayan turned around, her cheeks puffed up slightly, and gave Chen Feng an angry expression. Chen Feng touched the tip of his nose. After Yi Mayan walked into the company gate and her figure completely disappeared, Chen Feng stepped on the accelerator and left. After that, Chen Feng came to Jiahong Street.
Jiahong Street.
Chen Feng had already gotten off the bus and was walking alone on the street, looking around.
It was a very ordinary old street with traces of time.
Although it had a commercial atmosphere, it was not very strong. There were not many pedestrians on the street, but not many either. The place was relatively remote, and there was an urban village nearby. It was unexpectedly discovered that the university town was also nearby, but there were rarely any college students on the street, only a few scattered ones. In fact, it was easy to understand that there were many developed commercial streets around the university town, which were much more attractive than Jiahong Street, so students naturally rarely came to Jiahong Street.
The geographical location is good. If it were not for the inconvenient transportation, this street would definitely be very popular. But this problem will be solved soon. Once the official announcement is made to add a subway station entrance here, it will quickly prosper. It's not surprising that it has become the most popular commercial street nearby. Chen Feng came to this conclusion after a simple investigation. With the full-level actuary skills, the operation of commercial economy is simply clear. As long as you watch and calculate a little, everything will be clear in your mind. Chen Feng's golden eyes can't be hidden.
Jiahong Street has strong commercial potential and investment value. This time Chen Feng came here to invest, and the best investment is to buy real estate. After the official announcement of the addition of a subway station entrance here on Jiahong Street, the housing prices and rents here will definitely soar. You can imagine how much you can earn if you buy a property in advance. However, there is a difference in buying real estate. Is it for residential use or commercial use? Obviously, the value of commercial use is higher, and the price of resale is also high. Even if you don't sell it, just rent it out, it's not bad, it's a stable source of income.
In fact,
the rise in housing prices on Jiahong Street is a gradual process and it can't be achieved overnight. When the subway station entrance is built and open to traffic, the value will reach the highest.
But
his will take at least 3 years. Chen Feng can't wait until 3 years later to sell the property in his hand.
It's too uneconomical. It's best to buy a shop, so that you can run it and make money while waiting for the housing prices to go up. Although there are many shops here, they are uneven. The one with the best location and the most valuable is a gym.
It's a pity that this gym can't be bought without a few million. Even though Jiahong Street is relatively remote and the current housing prices are not high, it is located in Donghai City after all. No matter how cheap it is, it won't be much cheaper. Chen Feng can only settle for the second best because he can't afford the most valuable gym. Chen Feng continued to walk on the street, looking for a suitable shop, preferably a shop that has gone out of business and is being sold or transferred. In this way, he can take over the ready-made one and also lower the price. In fact, there are many shops in Jiahong Street that are no longer in business, especially small shops without characteristics, which are prone to operating difficulties.
The transportation here is inconvenient and the flow of people is limited, just like a dead-end street. It's like a tree with insufficient soil, which fundamentally limits its growth. However, the depression of Jiahong Street is a good thing for Chen Feng, as he can have more choices. That shop has a good location. Chen Feng's eyes have already fallen on a shop. This is a barbecue restaurant. The shop is not big. Compared with the shops next to it, it is a little small,
but the decoration is very new, simple, and bright. It is located at the corner of the street in a good feng shui position. There is a sign "Prosperous Shop Transfer" on the glass door. Although the door is open, it is not open for business. A middle-aged man is packing up.
No one eats barbecue in the morning.
Barbecue shops usually do business in the evening and reach their peak in the late night. It's you, barbecue shop. Chen Feng has come to the barbecue shop, looked at it carefully, and nodded gently.
Sorry, it's not business hours now.
The middle-aged man noticed Chen Feng and stopped what he was doing, thinking that the other party was here to eat barbecue.
Chen Feng shook his head and said, "I'm not here to eat barbecue." "Are you the owner of the barbecue shop?" The middle-aged man said, "Yes, what's the matter?"
Chen Feng looked at the sign "Prosperous Shop Transfer" on the glass door.
"You want to transfer this shop, right?" "I want it." "You want it?"
"Yes."
The middle-aged man was surprised and looked at Chen Feng again.
He was very young and seemed to be a college student. He looked respectable, but he didn't look like a businessman. If Chen Feng hadn't been serious, he would have thought he was joking.
"The transfer fee is 300,000 yuan, do you have it?"
the middle-aged man asked. Chen Feng said, "Yes, but your barbecue restaurant is not worth 300,000, it should be 200,000 at most."
The middle-aged man said, "You are bargaining too hard.
Look at the decoration of the store, it must be more than 100,000, and there are also electrical appliances here. I have paid half a year's rent in advance.
I have been doing barbecue here for half a year. I already have many regular customers.
The daily turnover is very considerable, about 2 to 3,000.
300,000 is definitely not a loss." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Boss, you don't think I'm easy to fool because I'm young?"
"This may be true for others, but not for me."
"If the turnover of your barbecue restaurant is really that good, you wouldn't transfer it."
"Maybe the daily turnover is indeed 2 to 3,000, but after deducting the water, electricity, rent, labor, and food costs, a net profit of 300 a day is already very good. In fact, if you count your own labor, the barbecue restaurant is not only not profitable, but is currently losing money, about 20 to 30 yuan a day. Although it is a small amount, as the number of customers decreases, the amount of losses will continue to increase."
"That is to say, you are not making money every day running the barbecue restaurant, and you are still losing money. As long as you don't transfer this store, you will lose more." The boss was shocked to hear Chen Feng's narration and the careful calculation of the economic accounts.
At first, Chen Feng was seen as a young man in the business world who was easy to fool, but who knew that he was more clear about the accounts than his boss.
He directly fooled the boss in the opposite way.
Those who didn't know would think that Chen Feng was the owner of the barbecue restaurant, otherwise how could he be so clear? It was really weird.
"Little brother, you are awesome, the transfer fee can be cheaper, how about 250,000?
"Not so good, I calculated it, 200,000 is the most reasonable price. "You are lowering the price too much, it's equivalent to selling at a low price, how can it be done?"
"If you don't sell it, you will lose all your money.
Think about it, the barbecue restaurant is losing money every day and it takes up your personal time.
You work hard but don't make much money. It's better to work in a factory where it's easier. If you think about it this way, don't you feel you're losing out?
200,000 is really too little. Young brother, you should raise the price a bit." Although Chen Feng's words made sense, the boss felt that it could still be saved and had to increase the transfer fee a bit.
Actually, Chen Feng didn't have to buy this barbecue restaurant.
There were many shops with for sale signs on the street.
Seeing that the boss was still bargaining and chattering, Chen Feng asked, "Can you give me the landlord's contact information? I want to talk to the landlord."
Although the boss was surprised, he still gave Chen Feng a mobile phone number.
Chen Feng called and the other party answered quickly. "Who are you?"
"Hello, I want to buy your shop at No, Jiahong Street."
Chen Feng didn't say anything polite and stated his intention directly. "Oh, how much can you offer?" 18 million. "Too low, sorry, I'm afraid that won't work." "Really? I think this price is very reasonable."
Jiahong Street is in the middle of nowhere, and there's no shop in the middle of nowhere.
The flow of people is very limited.
You can't rent out your shop at a good price, and the tenants are always changing.
You can't make much money at all.
With the rise of several nearby commercial streets, Jiahong Street has become less and less competitive, and the rent will get lower and lower over time, which means that the assets in your hands are constantly depreciating. Why not just sell it to me and take 18 million and save yourself the trouble?
The landlord was silent for a moment. "What you said makes sense, but the price needs to be negotiated."
"How about this, 28 million, I'll sell it." Chen Feng said, "Impossible, just 18 million.
If you are willing to sell it, call me again.
I still need to look at other shops.
Sorry to bother you.
He hung up decisively. What needs to be said has been said.
Everyone is a wise man, and it would be a waste of time to talk anymore.
And if Chen Feng shows that he really wants to buy it, the other party will bite the price and refuse to let go.
The more you want to buy, the harder the other party bites.
The key to bargaining is not to let the other party see your psychological state, which is dispensable. In this way, the other party will not dare to ask for an exorbitant price. In fact, Chen Feng did not have to buy this barbecue restaurant. There are many shops for sale on Jiahong Street, and there must be someone willing to sell it at a low price.
I didn't negotiate with the landlord.
I don't want the shop you are transferring for the time being, Chen Feng said to the boss.
The boss showed a regretful expression. He really wanted to transfer it out. It was futile to continue operating here. Who would be willing to do a thankless job?
Nowadays, young people like to start a business, but starting a business is not so easy.
It is a life and death struggle. Especially in big cities, if you don't succeed, you will die.
In the eyes of the boss, Chen Feng is a young man who doesn't know the height of the sky and the earth. He wants to start a business and be his own boss. He thought that he would have a chance of winning after doing market research and could turn waste into treasure. When he actually did it, he found that he had fallen into a trap and was getting deeper and deeper. When he realized it and wanted to withdraw, the capital of the investment had been lost. The boss is an experienced person, so he naturally knows, but he won't say it out loud, so as not to scare Chen Feng away. As long as Chen Feng is willing to take the risk, he can get out of it and get his money back.
If you really want to transfer the property, you might as well help me persuade the landlord. As long as he is willing to sell, your transfer fee will be settled.
Okay,
I'll help you persuade the landlord. Thank you. Chen Feng turned and left.
He continued walking on the street, looking at other shops, not in a hurry.
The official announcement of adding subway station entrances will be made next week, so there is still time.
I was thirsty, and there happened to be a milk tea shop next to me, so Chen Feng bought a cup of milk tea.
Ding ding. There was a message on WeChat. I picked up my phone and saw that it was from my wife. I wondered what it was. Chen Feng clicked it to see. Husband, what are you doing? Omega, thinking about my wife. Hate, you are so slick. Omega, I'm telling the truth.
Seeing his wife's little girl reaction, Chen Feng smiled.
Is this what it's like to be newlyweds?
In fact, it's been less than 2 hours since they separated, and Yi Mian took the initiative to contact him so quickly.
It seems that she misses me very much. Wife, do you miss me? Of course I do.
Fortunately, I'm not your boss, otherwise I would definitely criticize and educate you for not working hard and thinking about your husband all day long.
Your husband is too bad, Omega, women don't love men who are not bad. Pretentious.
Continue to say a few earthy love words to flirt, and the relationship between husband and wife will become better. Although the love words are earthy, they work.
You can tell by the reaction of your wife. Wife, do you want to be a boss's wife? Yes, why do you ask? Actually, I'm looking for a shop, maybe I can become a boss soon. Really? Of course. Then I'm waiting to be a boss's wife, but husband, do you have money to start a business? If not, I'll give it to you.
Although I don't have much money, I can still come up with tens of thousands.
No, I have money, and I didn't ask you for it again. Yeah, I have to work, let's not talk anymore. Okay.
Chen Feng put away his phone and smiled with relief. His wife trusts him too much. Not only did she not resist his starting a business, she also strongly supported him. You know, starting a business is difficult and you have to face the risk of death. His wife didn't even say a word to remind him to be careful, and she was willing to spend all her wealth.
Unconditional support. Not afraid of losing everything. This kind of trust makes people feel warm and comfortable. The word trust is simple to say, but it is actually very difficult. Even an old couple may not be willing to give their bank cards to each other for management. Holding the sword upside down, giving others a handle. If you are not too stupid and naive, then you don't care about gains and losses at all. My wife is a top student, so she is not stupid.
At this moment, Chen Feng was full of energy. He could not let this silly woman down, and he had to make her the happiest woman in the world.
Continue to drink milk tea. Buy a cup of milk tea for your wife, too. My wife is working hard and needs some comfort.
Chen Feng ordered a cup of milk tea for his wife on the food delivery platform. Suddenly, there was a call on the phone. It was the landlord of the barbecue restaurant. Chen Feng had expected the other party to call, but he didn't expect it to be so soon, not long after. Since the call came, it is probably good news. He should be worried that Chen Feng would take a fancy to other shops and not buy his shop, so he was anxious. In fact, with the current situation of Jiahong Street, which is full of depressed scenes, it is normal for the other party to be anxious. After all, except Chen Feng, no one knows that Jiahong Street will usher in earth-shaking changes next week.
Click to connect. Hello, landlord. I have thought it through, and I can sell the shop to you.
Okay, I can pay 2 million, but I'll trouble you to negotiate the transfer fee of the barbecue restaurant with the boss.
If there's no problem, we'll go to the housing authority to handle the formalities. No problem.
Although the landlord was puzzled as to why Chen Feng didn't pay the transfer fee himself and insisted on him doing it for him, it wasn't difficult. Anyway, Chen Feng would pay an extra 200,000, so it didn't matter. Afterwards, Chen Feng came to the barbecue restaurant, met with the landlord, and after discussing the details, they went to the housing authority to handle the formalities together.
The formalities have been completed, and the only thing left is the transfer.
After the transfer is completed, the shop will belong to Chen Feng completely.
Use half-price shopping vouchers. Chen Feng used half-price shopping vouchers when transferring the payment.
At present, he only has 1 million from the novice gift package and more than 20,000 in the bank card. This is his entire fortune, which is not enough to buy a shop. He planned to use half-price shopping vouchers from the beginning. Because half-price shopping vouchers can only be used in one shopping trip and cannot be used separately, Chen Feng will increase the price and let the landlord negotiate with the barbecue restaurant owner to pay the transfer fee.
Ding! Confirm to use half-price shopping vouchers. If the price of the items is within the discount range, you can enjoy the half-price discount.
The original transfer amount of 2 million was immediately discounted by half to 1 million.
Chen Feng clicked to confirm, and the transfer was successful.
Congratulations, the shop is yours.
Congratulations. The landlord looked at the transfer information on the bank card and smiled happily.
However, Chen Feng knew that by next week, the landlord would not be able to smile anymore and would regret it. The two left the housing authority and got into their own cars. The landlord looked at the 5-sided Hongguang Mini that Chen Feng drove, and wondered if all the rich second generations were so low-key nowadays.
In the landlord's opinion, anyone who could buy a shop for 2 million without blinking an eye must be a rich second generation. After receiving the 200,000 transfer fee, the barbecue restaurant owner left happily.
He didn't take anything from the shop, and gave it all to Chen Feng, half selling and half giving it away. Anyway, he didn't need it anymore, so it wouldn't be a pity to give it away. When the boss left, he looked at Chen Feng with some sympathy. He was another young man who would not give up until he hit the wall, just like him at the beginning. If Chen Feng had just bought the barbecue restaurant and paid the transfer fee, he would have lost 200,000 and had a chance to turn around, but he just bought the shop directly and spent 2 million in vain. In the boss's opinion, Chen Feng had lost a lot this time and might lose everything. It's a good thing for young people to be motivated, but it's too reckless. He doesn't know how deep the water is.
Young people simply can't grasp it.
The landlord also thought so and sympathized with Chen Feng. Only Chen Feng himself knew that he not only did not suffer a loss, but also made a fortune.
Everything is available, and there are still a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator. We can't waste them. We can open tonight and seamlessly connect.
After seeing the situation of the barbecue restaurant, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Because the business was not good, in order to reduce expenses, when the transfer was posted, the boss ran it alone without hiring employees. The boss was quite responsible. Before leaving, he taught Chen Feng the things to pay attention to when running the business, some operations, where to purchase goods, etc. It's not difficult, but it's more cumbersome.
Chen Feng originally had a good memory. After having the full-level actuary skill, his memory seemed to be even stronger. He could remember everything after listening to it once. By the way, I haven't signed in today. I wonder if there is any reward. System sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining barbecue spice secret recipe. Oh, just bought the barbecue restaurant, and the barbecue spice secret recipe was rewarded. The system is so awesome. The spice secret recipe has been stored in the virtual space. Chen Feng opened the spice secret recipe with a thought. With the repeated use of the system, Chen Feng has become more and more proficient. He can operate it with a thought without speaking. The spice secret recipe requires a lot of materials, nearly 30 kinds. Let's try it first. Chen Feng was full of energy and drove the Mini to buy the materials for making spices. He decided to make the spices and give it a try. It took some time to buy all the materials and make the spices. Back to the barbecue restaurant. Light the charcoal in the grill, string a sausage on it, and put it on the grill. Under the smoke of charcoal, the sausage is almost cooked. Apply honey juice to prevent it from burning easily and emit a sweet smell. Finally, sprinkle a handful of spices on it.
Like the finishing touch, the originally ordinary sausage suddenly exudes a fragrance that can arouse Chen Feng's gluttony.
Gulp! His stomach couldn't help but make a pigeon sound.
Chen Feng couldn't wait to taste it, his eyes slightly open.
Delicious.
Originally, Chen Feng was not very confident about running a barbecue restaurant, and it might take some time, but now that he has the secret recipe for spices, he is suddenly full of confidence.
Let's change the sign. Not long ago. In an office of Chuanhao International.
Yi Mayan put away her phone, her little mouth was like honey, and she smiled sweetly. My husband is getting better and better at coaxing people, and he can easily come up with earthy love words.
Who did he learn from? It's not serious at all. But she said she likes it.
Fortunately, Yi Mayan has known Chen Feng for a long time, for years, and knows that he has always been a serious and honest person, not the kind of boy who likes to play tricks and play pua.
He is even a little stupid.
Otherwise, she might suspect that her husband used to pick up girls often, and why he is so talkative. It's been less than 2 hours since we separated, and I started to miss my husband. I want to know what my husband is doing, whether he is too clingy and makes my husband feel bored.
Yi Mayan muttered to herself in some distress.
In the past, I couldn't imagine that I would be like this, like a little girl, thinking about my man all the time, and being obsessed with him. Although Yi Mayan has always liked Chen Feng, she rarely has the time to be infatuated with him.
If someone else did this, Yi Mayan, as an independent woman in the new era, would definitely despise the other person.
But now it is her turn, but she goes with the flow, without any violation.
Instead, she thinks this is the source of happiness. Is this the power of love? It changes a person's mind. No wonder it is said that men and women who fall in love will have a negative growth in IQ. Now Yi Mayan finally realized it.
But Yi Mayan is not in love now, because she is married, and she should be following her husband.
Manager Yi is smiling so sweetly. Did something good happen?
Secretary Zhao Xiaowan came in at some point and was curious when she saw Yi Mayan smile.
Nothing.
Yi Mayan has quickly restrained her expression, without embarrassment, and returned to her indifferent look of official business. This change of face is really too fast. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Zhao Xiaowan would have doubted whether she had seen it wrong. In Zhao Xiaojuan's eyes, although Yi Mayan's boss is young, he does things in a methodical manner and rarely shows emotional expressions on his face. It was the first time I saw Yi Mayan showing such a girlish smile. But speaking of it, Yi Mayan is really beautiful when she smiles, surpassing many celebrities and internet celebrities. She is a great beauty when she is not smiling, and she is even more beautiful when she smiles.
A glance back and a smile are full of charm.
Even if Zhao Xiaowan is a woman, she can't help but be stunned.
Is there something?
I need you to review these materials and confirm them.
Well, put them down.
Zhao Xiaowan put down a stack of materials. After finishing the work, she did not leave immediately, and looked at Yi Mayan curiously.
Anything else? Nothing else. Aren't you going out? Manager Yi, what were you laughing at just now? Nothing. You are lying, something good must have happened. Zhao Xiaowan didn't believe it. If nothing good happened, would Yi Mayan smile so sweetly? Zhao Xiaowan is a woman who has watched Conan. How could her logical analysis ability be poor?
It was already suspicious, and now Yi Mayan's tight-lipped attitude made it even more suspicious. She was 100% sure that something good would happen, but she didn't want people to know.
What good thing could make Yi Mayan, a cold goddess, happy? I was very curious. It can't be that she has a boyfriend.
Zhao Xiaowan thought about it and came to this conclusion. Then she smiled and shook her head. How could it be possible? As Yi Mayan's secretary, Zhao Xiaowan knew how popular this cold goddess was. Not only the employees within the company, but also the customers outside the company were attracted.
Some business dealings were actually aimed at Yi Mayan.
Because of Yi Mayan's relationship, Chuanhao International indirectly brought a lot of business. In fact, as long as Yi Mayan was willing, she could marry into a wealthy family and live the life of a rich wife at any time. But Yi Mayan's personality was too cold, and she didn't touch oil and salt. No matter how excellent the other party was, she just didn't take it seriously. I heard that Yi Mayan is a Virgo, has misophobia, and has no interest in men.
She is like an insulator. Those who don't know would think that Yi Mayan is a lesbian.
In fact, many people in the company suspect that Yi Mayan is a lesbian. Although Zhao Xiaowan is a subordinate and Yi Mayan is a superior, the two are of similar age and have a good relationship in private. They even eat together occasionally.
She is so mysterious, there must be something strange.
Zhao Xiaowan looked at Yi Mayan with suspicion, but unfortunately she couldn't see any useful information from her cold face, so she had to resist her curiosity and turned around and walked out of the office.
Zhao Xiajuan's desk is next to the office, so it is convenient for her to follow the instructions of her superior Yi Mayan. A moment later, a takeaway boy came here. Excuse me, is Yi Mayan's office here? Yes. Zhao Xiaowan looked at the milk tea carried by the takeaway boy and said, for takeaway, just leave it here. My boss doesn't like to be disturbed. The takeaway boy nodded and put down the milk tea. Then I'll trouble you, sister. Zhao Xiaowan said, no trouble. The takeaway boy left. Zhao Xiaowan saw the takeaway order in the convenient bag and picked it up. There was a line of words on it. My wife, you have worked hard. Speechless. He actually called Yi Mayan his wife. He is too thick-skinned. As a secretary, Zhao Xiaowan often received takeaways, express deliveries, and flowers for Yi Mayan. I have seen many things about giving gifts. What to give to the person you love most. To the most beautiful you in the world. To the woman I love most in this life. You are the wind and I am the sand. I dare not break up with you until the mountains are gone and the sky and the earth are united. There are really countless such earthy love words. Even though Zhao Xiaowan had seen the world, she couldn't stand the words on the takeout order, calling Yi Mayan his wife. How could there be such a thick-skinned person in the world? Even bullets can't penetrate it. Although it's disgusting, milk tea is innocent, Zhao Xiaowan said. Because people often send gifts and flowers, Yi Mayan is annoyed and has long ordered that if anyone sends flowers, they should be thrown into the trash can. Other gifts can be returned if possible, especially expensive gifts. If they cannot be returned, Zhao Xiaowan can handle it at her own discretion. In short, don't bother Yi Mayan with these things. Because of this, Zhao Xiaowan lived a very comfortable life during the time she worked as Yi Mayan's secretary. She often received gifts. Although they were not given to Zhao Xiaowan, she had the right to dispose of them, and it seemed no different from giving them to her. However, Zhao Xiaowan could only ask for some inexpensive small gifts. For example, the cup of milk tea in front of her. Zhao Xiaowan was thirsty, so she inserted the straw, took a sip, and showed a comfortable expression. It tastes so good. Wife, is the milk tea delicious? Yi Mayan tilted her head when she saw the WeChat message sent by her husband. Her slender fingers tapped on the 9-square grid and sent it. Milk tea? The milk tea was delivered by the takeaway. Didn't you receive it? Honey, did you buy me milk tea? Yes. Thank you, honey, but the milk tea hasn't been delivered yet. Strange, the takeaway platform says it has been delivered. Could it be delivered to the wrong person? Maybe the delivery man left the milk tea with the secretary. I'll ask the secretary. Yi Mayan put down her phone and pressed the paging button on the landline. Soon, Secretary Zhao Xiaowan pushed the door open and walked in. Manager Yi, do you have any instructions? Did the delivery man just deliver a cup of milk tea? Yes. Where's the milk tea? I drank it. Zhao Xiaowan found that Yi Mayan's eyes suddenly changed when she looked at her. It was like looking at a dead person, cold and emotionless. What's going on? Did I do something wrong, because of a cup of milk tea? Who told you to drink my milk tea? Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, because the takeout order said wife, you've worked hard. I thought it was sent by another suitor who wanted to please you, and I thought you wouldn't drink it, so. Humph, get out, don't do it again. Yi Mayan said coldly. Zhao Xiaowan walked out of the office stiffly, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she got outside, patting her barren chest. Yi Mayan's aura was too strong just now, and she was almost scared to pee. Zhao Xiaowan even suspected that Yi Mayan would fire her the next moment and let her pack up and get out. Being called wife, not only was she not angry, but she was also angry because she drank her milk tea. Could it be? Manager Yi really has a boyfriend? Zhao Xiaowan couldn't believe it, but this was the only possibility. The cold goddess was conquered? Who did it, and who has this ability? Zhao Xiaowan really wanted to see it. She pouted her lips, feeling a little depressed. She and Yi Mayan actually had a very good relationship in private, but she got so angry just because she drank the milk tea that her boyfriend ordered for takeout. Is this the legendary inhumanity in the opposite? A tragedy almost occurred because of a cup of milk tea. Yi Mayan had already typed and told Chen Feng that the milk tea was drunk by the secretary. So that's it, it's okay, it's just a cup of milk tea, I'll buy another one. Thank you, husband. 10 minutes later. The takeout man brought the milk tea, and Zhao Xiaowan took it into the office carefully. As soon as the milk tea arrived, Yi Mayan immediately put down the work in her hands, picked up the milk tea and drank it as if it were a treasure. It was just a very ordinary milk tea, not Xingbak milk tea, nor the internet celebrity milk tea, but Yi Mayan drank it with relish. She felt it was extra sweet. In the evening, It was time to get off work. Employees kept coming out of the company gate of Chuanghao International. The spacious gate that could allow two cars to enter and exit side by side now seemed crowded. The employees who came out saw the pink 5-angle Hongguang Mini parked in front of the company gate. Whose car is this? A Mini dares to park in front of the company of Chuanghao International. This guy is too confident. That's right. My Audi S7 doesn't dare to park in front of the company either. It seems like he is here to pick someone up. I don't know who he is picking up. If I were the one being picked up, I would definitely not dare to get in the car at this time. It's too embarrassing. I suddenly remembered the scene when my grandparents came to the school to see me when I was in college. The pink 5-prism Hongguang Mini parked in front of the company became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone felt that the guy in the car was too confident. Maybe he used rejoice. In front of a big company like Chuanghao International, how could a luxury car that cost more than 2 million yuan be parked in front of the main entrance? If someone does this without knowing their own limitations, they will definitely be slapped in the face. They will be slapped in the face by luxury cars that appear one after another. How can a small 5-prism Hongguang Mini with a price of tens of thousands of yuan be so confident? Some people are curious about the driver in the car and want to see what he looks like, but the sun is shining on the windshield and they can't see. Wife, I'm already at the door of your company. Well, please wait a moment, I still have something to do. Okay. Chen Feng looked at the gate of Chuanghao International and the surging crowd of people leaving get off work. He had already sent a message to his wife on WeChat and received a reply. After putting away his phone, he found that many employees looked at him curiously. Chen Feng didn't care too much and waited at ease. Swish! While waiting, luxury cars appeared in front of Chuanghao International one after another. Unknowingly, there were luxury cars in front and behind the 5-lung Hongguang Mini, and it was surrounded. Among the luxury car team, the existence of the 5-lung Hongguang Mini seemed very out of place, lowering the overall level. It's like attending a banquet, everyone is wearing a suit and dress, only you are wearing street-style casual clothes, which is neither fish nor fowl. Staying in it is a shameful behavior. As time goes by, more luxury cars appear, and the 5-lung Hongguang Mini is an alternative among them, and it is getting more and more attention. The owners of the luxury cars also noticed the outliers in the team and felt strange. For a big company like Chuanghao International, there is a 5-prism Hongguang Mini parked at the gate. Is it a joke? In fact, they are all picking up people, picking up girlfriends, picking up wives, or pursuing objects. I think this 5-prism Hongguang Mini is also here to pick up people, but I don't know who it is picking up. It shouldn't be a big shot. How can a big shot ride in a 5-prism Hongguang Mini? I can't help but pity the person being picked up. It's too eye-catching. He may become a laughingstock among colleagues in the future. This buddy is so bold. Doesn't he plan to leave yet? He is firmly in the C position. If it were me, I would have been spoiled a long time ago. There are luxury cars all around. I can't stay for a moment. I'm tired. Yes, he is so bold. The person he is going to pick up must have been spoiled. Sihua is out, and she is still so pleasing to the eye. It's worth it that I deliberately slowed down my pace and waited at the door. I feel happy every day when I see Sihua. A tall and slender figure walked out of the company gate. Professional attire, black stockings, long hair that just reaches the hips, standard black long straight image. Mature and fashionable temperament. Instantly attracted many eyes. The most beautiful girl in Chuanghao International. Although she has been an employee of Chuanghao International for only 2 months, she has been crowned as the most beautiful girl since her first day at work. Even though there are many beautiful female employees in Chuanghao International, a large company with good treatment and high salary is very attractive to talents, and new employees emerge every month. But there is no female employee who can shake this new most beautiful girl. Yi Mayan ignored everyone's gaze and looked at the Wuling Hongguang Mini parked in front of her, with a slight smile on her lips. She walked straight towards the Wuling Hongguang Mini with her long black stockings. Hey, the most beautiful girl is coming towards me? Seeing this, the owners of the 2 luxury cars parked in front and behind the Mini hurriedly tidied their clothes and got out of the car. They stood by their own luxury cars and tried to show their gentlemanly side. Although they were not here to pick up the most beautiful girl, they were happy to serve if the most beautiful girl was willing. However, the 2 car owners soon discovered that Sihua was not coming towards them at all. Ha! Did I see it wrong? Sihua seemed to be walking towards that Mini. You didn't see it wrong, I saw it too. Speaking of which, Sihua seems to have bought a new pink Mini recently. Could it be this one? The one driving now is not Sihua, could it be? Bang! The driver's door opened and Chen Feng walked down. His young and handsome image attracted the attention of many female employees. Originally, everyone thought that driving a 5-lung Hongguang Mini, a domestic cheap car, and appearing here was very low behavior. But now everyone suddenly realized that this matter depends on the person. At least in the eyes of female employees, the young and handsome Chen Feng is not low at all. This is clearly fashionable. I haven't sat in a Mini yet. Do you want to go over and chat with the little brother and experience it? Some female employees became crazy about him. Chen Feng had already opened the door of the co-pilot's seat. Yi Mayan came to the 5-lung Hongguang Mini. Thank you. You're welcome, my wife has worked hard. It's not hard. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Mayan sat in the co-pilot seat with ease. Some female employees who originally had ideas about the little brother now stared with their eyes as big as copper bells, as if they were cracked. Sihua got there first? What is the relationship between Sihua and the little brother? Who is he, and why did Sihua get in his car? Could he be Sihua's boyfriend? But the two of them standing together are really a perfect match, very pleasing to the eye. At this moment, all the luxury cars around were eclipsed. Although they own luxury cars and are wealthy, Sihua would not get in their cars for this reason. But she got in the Wuling Hongguang Mini. Pa pa pa. The feeling of being slapped in the face. After Yi Mayan put on her seatbelt, Chen Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove the Wuling Hongguang Mini away from the gate of Chuanghao International. He pretended to be me. He is manager Ye's boyfriend? So handsome. Zhao Xiaowan was also in the crowd, watching the Wuling Hongguang Mini leaving, and did not look away for a long time. The two have returned to Tianyue apartment. Men and women work together and don't get tired. They quickly prepared dinner and had a delicious meal. Wife, I'm going to work. Work? Yes, I haven't told you yet. I have already bought a barbecue restaurant and it will be open tonight. My husband is amazing. He became a boss so quickly. Do you need my help? No, my wife, you are tired from work. Have a good rest at home. No, I am not tired. I always sit in the office and do paperwork. I want to see my husband's barbecue restaurant. It's our barbecue restaurant. When my wife starts to act like a spoiled child, even gods can't stop her. Chen Feng agreed and took his wife with him. In fact, he also wanted his wife to see their barbecue restaurant. The Wuling Hongguang Mini stopped. The two had already arrived at the barbecue restaurant on Jiahong Street. There were two staff members who were replacing the sign for the barbecue restaurant. It was not the kind of beautiful lightbox sign, but a simple waterproof cloth with words printed on it and a background picture. Like the food stalls, it was a very down-to-earth sign. The new sign was actually just covering the old lightbox sign. In fact, the old lightbox sign was better looking, so it would be fine even if it was not replaced. However, Chen Feng felt that he had taken over the barbecue restaurant, changed the new boss, and continued to use the original sign, which was a bit lacking. And Chen Feng thought of a very good name for the store. Thank you, Chen Feng said. The two staff members had already replaced the sign and left. Yi Mayan looked up at the new sign on the door of the store and was slightly stunned. Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant? Isn't this the name of her and her husband? Mu is her and Feng is her husband. Suddenly she understood her husband's intention. When Yi Mayan looked at her husband beside her, her eyes sparkled. Chen Feng asked, do you like this name? Yi Mayan nodded happily, I like it. Chen Feng smiled and said, that's good. It was already late, the sun had completely rested, and the lights were just coming on. All the snack shops on Jiahong Street were already open, only their barbecue shop was not open yet. Yi Mayan was good at cooking, and had already put on an apron and went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Chen Feng was tinkering with the barbecue grill, preparing to entertain guests. In the evening, the flow of people on Jiahong Street gradually increased, and it began to get lively. Although it was far less than the other nearby commercial streets, the grand scene of people flowing was not much worse. Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant had been open for a while. Although people kept passing by and saw the new sign and cast curious eyes, no customers came in. There were actually more than 30 snack shops on Jiahong Street, including small stalls, large and small, and there were too many choices. On the left and right sides of the barbecue shop were a fried bun shop and a spicy soup shop, and the one on the right was a lamb kebab shop. Business was good, and customers kept coming. Especially the lamb kebab shop, which has some overlap with the barbecue shop, plus it opens 2 hours earlier, which has attracted potential customers of the same type. The scene of Mufeng Barbecue Shop is a bit embarrassing compared with the snack shop next to it that is doing more and more business. Feeling isolated, Chen Feng now completely understands why the previous boss couldn't make it and was in a hurry to transfer.
There is not much traffic, but the competitiveness is not small. If it weren't for the secret recipe of spices, I would have to admit defeat. Chen Feng has already lit the charcoal, and after the grill is heated, he put sausages, corn, chicken wings, pork chops on it and started grilling. By the way, posted on WeChat Moments. This is close to the university town, and Donghai University is also nearby. Maybe some juniors will know about it and come to help. In order to avoid classmates and friends knowing about it, they will say that he deliberately concealed it and was not a good friend. Chen Feng picked up his mobile phone, took a few photos, and then took a short video of the barbecue and posted it on WeChat Moments. Mufeng Barbecue Shop, opening big sale, half price for 3 consecutive days, welcome to patronize. After waiting for a while, no one left a message. Chen Feng put away his phone and continued to concentrate on the barbecue. Yi Mayan had already prepared the ingredients, and walked out of the kitchen when she was free. She found that there was no customer in the store, and it was cold and deserted. She couldn't help but feel distressed when she saw her husband working alone. Sure enough, everything is difficult at the beginning. Even if you take over the barbecue restaurant and become the boss, it doesn't mean that the business will be good. I will encourage my husband well later and can't let him feel pressured. It doesn't matter even if we lose money. There is no smooth sailing in business. If we lose money, I will support my husband in the future. It smells so good. Yi Mayan wanted to comfort her husband, but suddenly she smelled a very fragrant smell, which aroused the greed in her stomach, and she swallowed her saliva subconsciously. She had just eaten dinner not long ago. Although in order to maintain a good figure, Yi Mayan never eats too much, and always eats 70% full. Even if she didn't eat enough, she wouldn't be hungry so soon. The aroma is coming from the grill. What is my husband grilling? Why does it smell so good? Gulp. I'm not hungry, but I just want to eat. Yi Mayan swallowed her saliva and came to her husband, looking at the food he was grilling. Sausages, corn, chicken wings, pork chops. They were almost cooked, and the honey syrup on them made the food golden and shiny, and it looked very good. Yi Mayan didn't understand why these very ordinary ingredients could be grilled to smell so good. Yi Mayan actually seldom eats barbecue. It's not that she doesn't like it, but she didn't have much spare money when she was studying. Now that she's working, she's busy and rarely goes out to go shopping and eat snacks at night. The grilled food is indeed fragrant, but the one my husband grilled is too fragrant. This is the first time I smell such a fragrant barbecue. Gulp. She secretly swallowed her saliva again and pursed her lips to avoid drooling. Her face was already showing greed. Honey, what seasoning did you add? Why does it smell so good when it's grilled? I added an exclusive secret spice. Do you want to try it? Yeah. Chen Feng handed a string of sausages to Yi Mayan. Yi Mayan took it and blew it with her mouth to cool it down because it was still hot. After the sausage cooled down a little, she couldn't wait to take a small bite. Because it was hot, Yi Mayan couldn't chew it immediately, so she blew it in her mouth again, a little embarrassed. After chewing and swallowing, Yi Mayan opened her eyes wide and was very shocked. Really fragrant warning. Not only does it smell good, it tastes even better. Is this really a cheap sausage worth $1, grilled out? It feels better than the food in a 5-star hotel. Yi Mayan has eaten the whole sausage, stretched out her tongue to lick the corner of her mouth, and the remaining honey spices can't be let go. It's so delicious. When I came to my senses, the string of sausages in my hand was gone. Chen Feng asked, is it delicious? Yi Mayan nodded, delicious. Chen Feng asked, do you want to eat more? Yi Mayan nodded, yes. Chen Feng handed over another string of grilled sausages. Yi Mayan took it, blew it with her skilled little mouth, and ate it up, finally licking her lips with her tongue. She was still not satisfied. She was not reserved at all, and her eating manner was completely different from her usual cold goddess image. It was as if she had been hungry for a long time, and everything she ate was a delicacy. Chen Feng found it interesting to watch his wife eating sausages. Honey, I'll grill a few more sausages for you. No need. Why? Of course, it's because you'll get fat. Yi Mayan is not a fairy who won't gain weight no matter what she eats. Do you know how difficult it is to maintain a good figure? Once you develop the habit of eating and drinking, and you can't change it, it will be miserable when you get older. You will definitely become a yellow-faced woman with a big belly. Just thinking about it makes Yi Mayan feel terrible. After learning about his wife's concerns, Chen Feng looked at his wife's perfect figure. My wife has a good figure. In fact, I think she is a little thin. It's okay to eat more. I'll grill sausages for you. No. Although Yi Mayan refused, she was short of breath and secretly swallowed her saliva. By the way,
Why do you only grill sausages for me to eat? Can't I eat other things?
Of course it's because the sausages are delicious. Yi Mayan tilted her head to express her confusion. At this time, someone on WeChat Moments had noticed Chen Feng's latest developments. When Chen Feng was at Donghai University, he was also a celebrity and received a lot of attention.
So many people also knew that Chen's company went bankrupt and Chen Feng went from a rich second generation to a pauper.
Good news doesn't go out, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. Anyone who knows Chen Feng knows about this. One person spreads it to 10, and 10 spreads it to 100.
It can't be concealed even if you want to.
Fortunately, Chen Feng has always had a good relationship with people. When he was a rich second generation, he never bullied others or looked down on others.
He is a clear stream among the rich second generation.
So now he has become a pauper, and no one wants to add insult to injury.
Chen Feng opened a barbecue restaurant? Is young Master Chen trying to make a comeback?
I haven't eaten barbecue for a while, it looks delicious. Senior's cooking skills are good, I was just thinking of eating barbecue.
Big opening promotion, half price, oh, I'm going to patronize it now. I have to support it.
It's a pity that I'm no longer in Donghai City, otherwise I would definitely come to support it. People left comments under Chen Feng's dynamics one after another, most of them expressed their support, and some people forwarded this dynamic to the classmates' WeChat group, and immediately a stone stirred up 1,000 waves.
The classmates' WeChat group immediately became lively. Didn't his family go bankrupt? Where did he get the money to open a shop? A rotten boat has 3 nails. It's not difficult to open a shop now. It's just a barbecue shop. It's not easy. My family fell into poverty and I couldn't inherit a big company. I can only be a small boss and do it myself. The barbecue shop is on Jiahong Street, not far from Donghai University. I went there when I was in school. He used to be a rich second generation, but now he can only work hard on his own. He started from scratch. Although the starting point is a bit low, he is his own boss after all. I wonder if the barbecue made by Chen Feng is delicious. Who is free? Let's go together to support it. The new shop must be very bleak business, and it's on the old street of Jiahong Street. Brothers, go and support Chen Xiao, get excited. He family.
He Shuai was looking at her phone and found that her classmates' WeChat group was very lively, so she opened it to take a look.
Xiao Feng opened a barbecue shop? Clicking the link in the group, she entered Chen Feng's circle of friends and saw the photos on the latest updates.
I didn't expect that the young master of the Chen family, who was full of vigor and vitality before, would now do it himself and start a barbecue business. It was not a large barbecue chain located on a commercial street, but a small shop in an old neighborhood, in an inconspicuous place. The hygiene conditions were not guaranteed, and it was only slightly better than a small stall. He Shuai also liked to eat barbecue, but she rarely went to such a small barbecue restaurant. She had only eaten there a few times with her classmates when she was in school.
Unexpectedly, Chen Feng opened a barbecue restaurant.
In a messy environment, he had to face the smoke from the barbecue and the heat released by the burning charcoal. He had to deal with the tedious requests of the picky customers, such as sweet or not sweet, spicy or not spicy. He Shuai had already imagined Chen Feng busy in front of the barbecue grill, sweating profusely.
She couldn't help but sigh with sympathy. He used to be a high-ranking official, but now he was doing this kind of low-level work. The change was so big that it was difficult to adapt. However, Chen Feng was not defeated and was able to cheer up in adversity. He Shuai was very relieved. The horse died and the ground was broken. The Chen family had gone bankrupt, so what if they were rich second generations?
They had to work hard for their livelihoods. I don't know if Xiaofeng can do this hard work.
Why don't you ask me for help? It's good to be busy.
The worst thing is that I'm afraid of not being busy and having no customers.
After all, when the two were dating,
they were often taken care of by each other. Even if He Shuai took the initiative to break up, He Shuai still liked each other in her heart and naturally cared about each other's situation. Before the Chen family went bankrupt, they were well known in Donghai City and had a wide network of contacts. But after the bankruptcy, the monkeys scattered when the tree fell, and
all the enthusiastic people disappeared. It is true that when you are strong, you are surrounded by friends, and when you are weak, you are surrounded by bad people. Now the only person who is still willing to help Chen Feng should be He Shuai. It's a pity that Chen Feng was too concerned about his reputation and didn't ask her for help. If Chen Feng could lower his status and ask her for help, she would actually be happy to take out millions and invest in Chen Feng's business. It doesn't matter even if it's all lost. Just consider it as compensation.
He Shuai suddenly noticed the name of the barbecue restaurant.
Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant? The name of the restaurant is made up of his own and Muyan's names?
He Shuai frowned slightly, looking unhappy. She remembered what happened on the night of the engagement.
Her best girlfriend actually proposed to Chen Feng in public, and succeeded, and slapped He Shuai in the face. She was upset,
bit her lips lightly.
Yi Mayan, you bad woman, took advantage of the situation and snatched my man away,
But you will regret it sooner or later.
Maybe you are very happy now, but soon, you will be defeated by reality.
When that happens, your leaving will only hurt Xiaofeng again. He Shuai doesn't believe that there is pure love in this world that can ignore material things and other people's gossip.
Chen Feng is indeed a very good man. Even if he goes bankrupt, he will not be devastated.
But no matter how good you are, you still have to look at your level. Among the lower class, no matter how good you are still a lower class. He Shuai has long understood that she and Chen Feng are no longer people of the same level. There will be an invisible huge gully between people of different levels, and they are destined not to be able to really walk together.
If He Mayan was just an ordinary-looking girl with no talent, perhaps the two could live happily. But Yi Mayan is obviously not. The school belle of Donghai University, a female academic bully, is a manager in a large company like Chuanhao International.
She is destined to be extraordinary and has the qualifications to step into a higher level. Material things determine our way of thinking, which cannot be compensated by emotions at all.
So He Shuai was not optimistic about the two.
Although they were engaged, as long as they were not married, there was a possibility of breaking up. Besides, it was not uncommon for people to get divorced after getting married.
He Shuai did not know that the two had already obtained a marriage certificate.
In the classmates' WeChat group, some people have decided to go to Jiahong Street to patronize Chen Feng's barbecue restaurant and form a group to show their support. They were all brought up by Chen Feng's roommates.
What a nice smell.
A pedestrian was attracted by the strong aroma that suddenly wafted over and stopped. He looked at the barbecue restaurant next to him.
Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant? Has the owner changed?
I remember this barbecue restaurant was not called this yesterday. Speaking of which, it seems that the owner of this barbecue restaurant has changed several times this year.
It's amazing that someone is willing to take over.
I ate here last time, and the ingredients they bought were all cheap and not fresh.
I haven't come back since then.
The passerby muttered to himself, looking at the newly replaced simple waterproof cloth sign on the door of the store.
Smelling the barbecue aroma again, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
Suddenly he wanted to eat barbecue. Before the brain gave the order, his legs had already walked towards the location where the aroma came from.
When he arrived in front of Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant, he found that the barbecue aroma was even stronger, and the passerby swallowed his saliva 3 times. What's wrong with me?
I just smelled the aroma and I was so greedy, as if I hadn't eaten for a few days.
Hungry ghost reincarnation. Boss, how much is the grilled chicken wing?
The original price is 15 yuan, and the new store is half price for the first 3 days, only 75 yuan.
Boss, you are too black. Chicken wings are originally about 7 yuan, and you are only 7 yuan now. Why? You will know why after you taste it.
Okay, I'll try it.
If it doesn't taste good, don't expect me to come again in the future. It's a one-time deal. Okay.
Chen Feng handed over the grilled chicken wings. After the passerby took a bite, his mentality changed immediately.
He couldn't stop and kept chewing.
In the end, he chewed all the bones clean. It was as if it had been chewed by a dog, without any meat left. The customer licked his lips.
It smells so good. Boss, give me 2 more chicken wings.
No, I can't wait. Give me all the ones on the grill.
Please pay first, a total of 58 yuan.
Chen Feng pointed to the QR code next to him. The passerby picked up his mobile phone to scan the code, and with a ding, the payment was
successful. Thank you.
Chen Feng handed the other party a few skewers of grilled food. After the other party took it with both hands, he opened his right hand and took a bite on the left, eating with relish. I have never eaten such delicious barbecue. No wonder the boss dares to sell it so expensively.
It makes sense. It's worth the money. Chen Feng has put a few more skewers of ingredients on the grill.
When it is almost cooked, it is coated with honey juice and sprinkled with secret spices, and the fragrance is immediately overflowing. More and more passers-by are attracted and come over. Like dominoes, as long as one piece falls, it will inevitably cause a chain reaction and fall down in pieces. First there were 3 or 4 guests, then 7 or 8 guests, and more than 10 guests.
What a nice smell. It's coming from the barbecue restaurant next door. Wow, there are so many people. It looks delicious. Half price for the new store? It's worth a try. What's going on with that barbecue restaurant? There are so many people. Let's go over and take a look.
The customers who were eating at the fried buns shop and spicy soup shop next door were attracted by the extremely tempting barbecue aroma.
What on earth is being grilled next to them? It smells so good, I'm dying of greed. It's like a large-scale poisoning scene. It's unbearable.
Looking at the fried buns and spicy soup in front of me, I suddenly feel that they are not fragrant.
Someone walked out and followed the aroma to Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant. Even the mutton kebab shop next door was affected.
The customers who were queuing left one after another and came to Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant.
Boss, please give me 2 skewers of big sausages. Boss, I want a big chicken chop. Boss, I want 2 skewers of corn and 2 skewers of pork chops. Boss, can you grill mine first?
My girlfriend is waiting.
Okay, please pay the bill first. Ding. 20 yuan has been credited to my account via WeChat. Ding. 15 yuan has been credited to my account via WeChat. Ding. 18 yuan has been credited to my account via WeChat.
In just a short moment, hundreds of yuan have been credited to my account, and the amount is still increasing. Listening to the continuous receipt of information on WeChat, Chen Feng felt that it was particularly pleasant, better than listening to music.
This is the joy of making money.
At the same time, Chen Feng also began to get busy, constantly turning over the ingredients on the grill, applying honey juice, and sprinkling secret spices.
He was busy with all his hands and feet.
It was the first time that Chen Feng used his hands and feet so flexibly, but it was still not enough.
I really hope I can grow 2 more arms to share the work.
The heat released by the burning charcoal, coupled with the busy work, made Chen Feng's cheeks slightly red, and many fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Some sweat beads have been affected by gravity and have passed across his cheeks and come to his chin. At this time, someone just brought a clean towel and wiped the sweat off Chen Feng's face.
Thank you, wife. You're welcome. Yi Mayan smiled sweetly. Seeing her husband busy, she was both happy and distressed.
The eldest son of the Chen family, now he has to do this kind of hard work and put down his status.
Chen Feng himself did not have any extra thoughts.
Instead, he felt that his life was down to earth.
With his wife by his side, wiping his sweat, he was already very satisfied.
The two looked at each other, their eyes full of love, and smiled at each other.
I'm full. The guests who are waiting are speechless now. They are here to eat barbecue, not to eat dog food. Please pay attention to the occasion, okay? There is no doubt that Yi Mayan is the proprietress of the barbecue restaurant.
She is also a very beautiful and elegant proprietress. I feel that her appearance is not inferior to that of Milk Tea Sister and Fairy Sister.
She is very capable. Her figure is even better. Excuse me, is this the barbecue shisher?
The boss has such a proprietress, and the guests are envious.
At this time, the classmates who made an appointment in the WeChat group have come to Jiahong Street one after another.
They came in a group to support the opening of Chen Feng's new store. Among these people, there are good buddies in the dormitory and classmates with good relationships.
Zhou Jiefei said, when you meet Chen Feng later, don't say useless nonsense, especially don't mention bankruptcy, just enjoy the barbecue, okay?
Xian Ming added, if Chen Feng doesn't take our money, we must give him money. He is bankrupt, and it is not easy to start a business now.
We can't take advantage of him. Understood, we will show our support and eat more later. That's great, we haven't had dinner yet, let's go. The group walked towards Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant.
Suddenly, they found that something happened in front of them.
A lot of people gathered and seemed to be aching trouble. Could it be that they encountered some sudden incident, a gang fight, or a gangster society? Do you want to take a picture with your mobile phone? The shop surrounded by people seems to be the barbecue restaurant opened by Chen Feng. Really, it's Mufeng's barbecue restaurant. Is Chen Feng in trouble? Blackmail? Let's go there quickly. We can't let our buddies suffer.
They walked quickly towards Mufeng's barbecue restaurant, worried that something might happen to Chen Feng. As soon as they approached, they smelled a barbecue aroma, which made them swallow their saliva subconsciously. Just like in martial arts novels, when they smelled the 10 fragrance softening powder, they stopped their actions.
This is too fragrant, can barbecue be so fragrant?
No, they are not greedy now, their buddies are in danger.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you surrounding the barbecue restaurant? The owner of the barbecue restaurant is our good buddy. If you want to bully us, have you asked us? If there is anything, we can really do it. Zhou Jiefei and his group rushed over aggressively, attracting attention.
Being cast a strange look by everyone, it was like seeing a very uncultured person when someone cut in line.
Zhou Jiefei and his group had already found out that they had misunderstood.
Chen Feng was fine at all, working hard in front of the barbecue grill. Yi Mayan next to him wiped the sweat from his forehead with delicate and warm movements. When the two looked at each other, they were very sweet. Zhou Jiefei and his group ate a lot of dog food, hiccups. In their imagination, Chen Feng's family went bankrupt, and now he must be very down and out, and his life is not going well. It is difficult to have the kind of high-spirited look he had in college. However, the facts slapped them in the face. How can Chen Feng look like he is not going well now? He is obviously living very well, and it seems to be better than before. He was operating the barbecue skillfully, and a goddess was serving him attentively and wiping his sweat. This working state was too comfortable. They all knew Yi Mayan, a well-known campus beauty of Donghai University, and a cold goddess in the eyes of many boys. They had heard about what happened at the engagement ceremony a long time ago, and Zhou Jiefei and Qian Ming witnessed the whole process. They knew that the two were already together. But they didn't expect that they were together even when they were running the barbecue restaurant, loving each other. It was so enviable. This was not a barbecue, it was clearly showing off their love, with no sense of public morality. The moment before, they all wanted to support Chen Feng, eat more barbecue tonight, and spend more money. Although I want to eat more barbecue now, I don't want to spend money and want to kill Chen Feng. Except for Zhou Jiefei and Qian Ming, two good buddies in the dormitory, who were sincerely happy for Chen Feng. Without He Shui, the green tea, he gained greater happiness. Looking at the two people at this moment, who dares to say they are not happy? Old Zhou, why are you here? Chen Feng had already noticed the classmates who rushed in aggressively, and wondered what happened to them. Zhou Jiefei smiled and said, I saw the news on your circle of friends, and we came here to support you. Chen Feng said with relief, good buddy, thank you. Zhou Jiefei said, what are you thanking me for? You helped us a lot when we were in college. Qian Ming followed up, yes, I still remember that in my junior year, I was chasing after a girl from the next courtyard, and was treated as a dog. If it weren't for you, Chen Feng, supporting me, I would have to swallow my grievances. When he was a junior, Qian Ming fell in love with a girl from the next courtyard. The girl was very beautiful, but she was a little materialistic and had no interest in Qian Ming. However, in the face of Qian Ming's pursuit, she did not explicitly refuse and deliberately kept him on suspense. She treated Qian Ming as a dog, calling him over when she needed him, and letting him go when she didn't need him. He came when he was called, and he left when he was waved away. After Chen Feng knew about this, he felt sorry for Qian Ming. In order to save his roommate, he found a few luxury cars, took a few buddies from the dormitory, and drove to the entrance of the girls' college. When the girl saw Qian Ming driving a luxury car, she was not surprised and was overjoyed. Qian Ming, who had seen the other person's true face, dumped the other person with a sentence, we are not suitable, let's break up, then stepped on the accelerator and left. He successfully regained his position and slapped the green tea in the face. Qian Ming has always remembered this matter. Chen Feng, what spices did you add to the barbecue? Why does it smell so good? A classmate asked with a spit. Originally, they just came to show their support and did not expect how delicious the barbecue made by Chen Feng would be, but now they smelled the aroma. They were like being reflected in a magic mirror, and all of them were exposed and showed their greed. How many college students have not eaten barbecue? What college students like most is to go to the nearby snack street at night to eat skewers, so they are naturally very familiar with eating skewers. But they have not tasted such delicious skewers. Sit down, tell me what you want to eat, you're welcome. Chen Feng said. Zhou Jiefei and the others looked at the situation inside the barbecue restaurant. It was already full of people. How could they sit? They were obviously here to show their support for Chen Feng, but now it seems that they are no longer needed. Is this really a new store? It's obviously more popular than the internet celebrity stores. But it smells so good, no wonder there are so many customers. They looked at each other. Sorry, there are no seats in the store. If you don't mind, open a table and sit outside. It's okay, you guys are busy, we can do what we want, let's have some beer first. Whatever you want to eat, just order it and take it. It's free. No, we are here to show our support, not to beat the rich. Zhou Jiefei and his friends have moved a table from the store, put it in the open space outside, and sat down. Looking at Chen Feng, who was still busy in front of the barbecue grill, and Yi Mayan, who was helping in an apron next to him. Yi Mayan, wearing an apron and tying up her long hair, is full of wife attributes. The two of them are very well matched when standing together, a talented man and a beautiful woman. The interaction at work is very tacit, constantly releasing the atmosphere of love. Others sell husband and wife long slices, and the two sell husband and wife barbecue. Dog food, and dog food. This dog food maker, why is there so much dog food, as if it will never be finished.
8 o'clock in the evening.
It is the time when most people go shopping, and it is also the peak time for eating barbecue. More and more customers come to Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant, and most of them have no place to sit and just stand.
Chen Feng and Yi Mian are obviously too busy. Zhou Jiefei and Xian Ming looked at each other.
Anyway, their barbecue is not ready yet, and they are free now, so they decided to help. More tables were moved out of the store and placed in the open space in front of the store, and customers were invited to sit down.
Can I have a bottle of beer, please? Okay.
A customer mistakenly thought that Zhou Jiefei was a clerk.
Zhou Jiefei did not deny it, and quickly took a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and opened the bottle for the other party. Another customer misunderstood and asked Zhou Jiefei for beer. More and more customers misunderstood, and Zhou Jiefei and others were all helping unknowingly. They became temporary employees of Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant and became busy. The guest at table 12 asked when his pork chops would be ready. The guest at table 15 asked when his lamb kebabs would be ready. The guest at table 22 asked how long he would have to wait, and he wanted to come back to get it. Chen Feng was also surprised to see the situation in front of him. All the classmates who came to support the restaurant became temporary workers in the store and helped. This help lasted for 3 hours. It was almost midnight when the number of customers began to decrease significantly, and everyone could relax. If it weren't for Zhou Jiefei and the others' help, Chen Feng and Yi Mian would definitely be too busy tonight. No one could have imagined that so many customers would come on the first day of business. This is a miracle. Only Chen Feng knew that it was necessary to become popular because he had the secret recipe of spices rewarded by the system. However, the continuous influx of customers was still beyond Chen Feng's prediction. If it weren't for the limited flow of people on Jiahong Street, it might have been even more popular. Chen Feng has already made a preliminary calculation. The turnover of 5 hours of business tonight is more than 5,000. After deducting various costs, the net profit is about 3,500.
The shop is Chen Feng's own, and the largest cost, rent, can be waived. If there is such income every day, Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant can have a net profit of 100,000 a month.
A net profit of 100,000 yuan a month.
Such an income is very considerable for many people. There should be no store on Jiahong Street that has such a high income. If it were an ordinary person, he would be so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. However, Chen Feng had a hunch long ago.
He was once a rich second generation and was more immune to money than ordinary people. But after all, it was the money he earned with hard work, and he was still very happy to do it himself. The joy of harvest. Although the income of 100,000 yuan a month is a lot, it is still a long W. I from the Chen family's comeback. A small success is not enough to make Chen Feng get carried away. Thank you tonight for helping a lot. Put whatever you want to eat on the grill, free of charge. Don't be polite to me.
Chen Feng said happily.
Zhou Jiefei said, that's great, we won't be polite tonight. They originally came to support the event, but they didn't support it. The barbecue restaurant has become popular.
Anyway, they helped a lot. Chen Feng made a lot of money, and he felt at ease to beat the local tyrants. When they were temporary workers, they had eaten barbecue and were not hungry, but the barbecue with secret spices was so delicious that they could not eat enough. In fact, the ingredients in the refrigerator had been sold out long ago. Zhou Jiefei and his team went to the nearby supermarket to restock them urgently. Otherwise, Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant would have closed 2 hours ago. Fortunately, Chen Feng made more spices today, otherwise it would not be enough. A group of people sat around a big table eating barbecue and drinking beer, as if they were back in school.
If I can eat barbecue like this every day, it would be nice to work here. That's right. Lao Zhou, Lao Chen, you haven't found a job yet, so why not work at Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant for the time being? I can't guarantee anything else, but you can get enough barbecue. Okay. Zhou Jiefei and Xian Ming agreed without hesitation.
Anyway, they haven't found a job yet, so working at the barbecue restaurant is good. They can help Chen Feng make money, and eat such delicious barbecue every day.
Killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Although Chen Feng hasn't mentioned the salary yet, he will surely not treat them unfairly.
After being roommates for 4 years, they know very well what kind of person Chen Feng is. Chen Feng showed a plan. It's a good thing that Mufeng's barbecue restaurant is doing well, but it's too busy.
If he doesn't hire employees, he might be exhausted to death after working such a high-intensity job for a month.
It's impossible for his wife to come over to help every day. Chen Feng doesn't want his wife to work so hard. One person can't make all the money. Zhou Jiefei and Xian Ming are both people Chen Feng trusts. It's best to have them help, so that he can have the opportunity to be a hands-off boss.
Chen Feng naturally can't keep working in the barbecue restaurant. No matter how good the barbecue restaurant business is, it's just a small business.
My husband's mouth is dirty.
Yi Mian picked up a tissue and wiped the grease from the corners of Chen Feng's mouth. Her eyes were gentle, focusing on the profile of her husband's face, as if she was appreciating a work of art.
Thank you. You're welcome. Zhou Jiefei and the others were watching.
They were eating barbecue like hungry ghosts, but now they were suddenly full.
Bullying them single dogs, right? It's really too much. Everyone, come and judge. These two have been showing off their love since the opening, and it's not enough now.
Zhou Jiefei and the others secretly swore that they must find a girlfriend as soon as possible.
The two have returned to Tianyue apartment. It was past midnight. Husband, how much money did we make today? Yi Mian asked impatiently.
Chen Feng said, the net profit is more than 3,000.
Yi Mian's eyes opened slightly.
Although she had expected it, she was still very surprised. She saw how popular the barbecue restaurant was today, and it must have made a lot of money. But the net profit of more than 3,000 was still beyond her expectations.
In other words, as long as this profit is maintained, the monthly income will be 100,000?
It's worthy of being a husband, very good.
Even if the family goes bankrupt, you can start from scratch.
However, the plan to support the old man seems to have to be shelved.
Yi Mian thought unwillingly.
Husband, you must be tired, go take a shower first, I'll get you some clean clothes.
Yeah. Chen Feng nodded and walked towards the bathroom.
Yi Mian looked at her husband's back, bit her lips lightly, as if she was hesitant, but finally made up her mind.
She walked into the room first, opened the closet, and took out her husband's clean clothes.
After leaving the room, he did not go to the bathroom immediately, but came to the kitchen and picked up the apron. His cheeks were slightly red. With the sound of dripping water, Chen Feng was enjoying the shower.
Although Zhou Jiefei and others were helping tonight, the work intensity was still very high. It would be a lie to say that he was not tired. Chen Feng was not made of iron.
He let the water droplets hit his body, and the warm water made his pores relax. It was very comfortable, as if washing away the fatigue in his body.
Click.
There was a knock on the door.
Honey, I'm coming in. Yeah.
The sound of the door opening, and then the sound of footsteps. Chen Feng continued to enjoy the shower, not caring about his spring light being exposed and being seen by his wife.
Anyway, they had been frank with each other last night. Once is new, twice is familiar.
But when Chen Feng turned his head to look at his wife, his eyes widened.
Honey, your clothes. Honey, you. What's wrong with me? You are playing with fire, you know? Really?
Yi Mian blinked innocently, as if she didn't understand what her husband was saying, but her rosy cheeks had betrayed her. Yi Mian was wearing an apron, and the key point was that she was only wearing an apron, and there seemed to be nothing inside. Chen Feng, who was originally tired, suddenly stopped being tired and became terribly energetic. Husband, go to bed early after taking a shower, have a good rest, and continue business tomorrow.
How can you sleep like this now? Wife, you have to be responsible for what you did, and bear my anger. Husband, please be gentle. It was dawn.
Chen Feng opened his eyes with difficulty and felt that the sunlight outside the window was very dazzling.
Tired, the body seemed to be hollowed out.
My wife was no longer in bed, she should have gone to work. I glanced at the alarm clock next to me and realized that it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning.
What a clinging goblin.
She actually wore a vacuum apron, which was a dress that was 100% lethal to men. Chen Feng loved and hated her, but he loved her more.
I only got home in the early hours of last night.
I was already very tired, and because of my wife, I went to bed very late.
As a result, Chen Feng was seriously lacking in energy.
Yi Mian said it was a reward for Chen Feng, and Chen Feng also liked this kind of reward, but his body couldn't bear it. Husband, I'm going to work, you have a good rest, breakfast is ready, equals Omega. Chen Feng saw the note his wife put on the bedside and smiled with relief. Although he woke up, he didn't want to get up for the time being. He wanted to sleep for a while and recover his energy. Otherwise, when he runs the barbecue restaurant at night, he will definitely not be able to bear it in his current state.
By the way, I haven't signed in today. I wonder what rewards there are. System sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining perfect physique. At the moment of drawing the perfect physique,
Chen Feng immediately felt the changes in himself. The muscles and bones of his whole body seemed to come alive, with their own consciousness, trembling and squirming. Fortunately, this squirming soon calmed down.
What is this?
Chen Feng found that the fatigue disappeared, and he was terribly energetic and had strong core strength.
It felt like he could kill a cow. He sat up quickly and lifted his clothes to see. 8 abdominal muscles? Looking at the 8 abdominal muscles on his abdomen, Chen Feng couldn't believe it. The 8 abdominal muscles were angular and full of power. The muscle lines were beautiful, like a work of art, and they were carefully carved. Chen Feng touched his abdominal muscles. They were very hard. They were real guys, and they had been tempered. It felt that even if he was hit by a strong man for more than 10 punches, his internal organs would not be hurt. Not only the abdominal muscles, but the muscles of the whole body have undergone earth-shaking changes. Although Chen Feng has always had a good figure, he used to like playing basketball and had quite a lot of muscles. But compared with the muscles now, it's like the comparison between a child and an adult. He has taken off his shirt, revealing a well-proportioned and toned body. Chen Feng stood in front of the floor-length mirror and looked at himself, performing several bodybuilder movements. Whether it was the pectoralis major, oblique abdominal muscles, serratus anterior, or the biceps and triceps of the arms, the rectus abdominis of the thighs, and the biceps, all were three-dimensional and had perfect curves. Chen Feng felt that if he raised his arms and exerted force, he could make a ghost back. Unlike the bodybuilder, whose muscles were too developed and looked hideous, making it difficult for ordinary people to accept, he was somewhat delicate and well-proportioned, but he would not let people doubt the explosive power of these muscles. My goodness, my muscles are no worse than Pine Yuyan's. Chen Feng said narcissistically. I wonder what my wife would think if she saw his muscles. The most important thing is not the changes in muscles, but the abundant energy brought by the perfect physique. Even if there is another fierce battle like last night, there is no pressure. No need to worry about not being able to bear it anymore. So what if my wife is a fairy? Look at me, the mighty Tianlong, I will take her in. How can a man say that he can't do it? Energetic Chen Feng did not stay in the apartment any longer. He was ambitious and went out after eating the breakfast made by his wife. With such good energy, how could he not work hard for his career? Chen Feng was now like a chicken blood, full of motivation. No wonder they say that health is the capital of revolution, which is indeed true. Lao Zhou, Lao Qian, are you awake? Come to the barbecue restaurant to help. Chen Feng called his 2 roommates. The 2 roommates had woken up a long time ago and were very motivated. They agreed to eat barbecue again. No, it was work. After last night's business, Chen Feng knew a lot of shortcomings. First, he had to buy 2 more barbecue grills, otherwise they would not be enough. Secondly, he had to buy another large refrigerator. There were too many ingredients consumed in one night. It would be very troublesome if there were not enough stocks, and storage was also a problem. This time, we can't continue to buy cheap goods. We have to buy some good goods and go for a higher-end route. We can't be like the small stalls, constantly squeezing the quality of the ingredients for profit. We can't just dry up the pond and fish all at once. We have to do it continuously. In order to reduce operating costs, the former owner of the barbecue restaurant bought very cheap ingredients and seasonings, which were not friendly to health, so there were not many repeat customers. Chen Feng is a young man who has just graduated. His heart has not been stained by the big dye vat of society. Of course, he will not use ingredients and seasonings that threaten health. Besides, the price of Mufeng barbecue is higher than that of its peers. If the ingredients are not good, they will be criticized. Even if it tastes good, if it damages the body, there will not be many repeat customers. People nowadays are not fools and will pay attention to health. With the secret recipe of spices, Chen Feng is not afraid that customers will think it is expensive. Anyway, the advantage is mine. In fact, Chen Feng is ambitious and wants to do a good job in the Mufeng barbecue brand. After all, it is his first store and the first time he is the boss. And the name of the store is very symbolic. Chen Feng drove the Wuling Hongguang Mini to Jiahong Street. Knowing that Chen Feng needed a car, Yi Mian did not drive the Mini away when she went to work, leaving it for her husband. Soon, Zhou Jiefei and Xian Ming appeared together. In order to facilitate the purchase of goods, Zhou Jiefei borrowed the pickup truck at home. I need to buy a car in the future to be responsible for purchasing and transporting goods. The Mini is too small to load goods. It was already past 3 p.m. Mufeng barbecue restaurant opened for business much earlier than before. Although people usually come out to eat barbecue at night, and the flow of people on Jiahong Street only starts to increase at night, as long as the barbecue is delicious, all problems can be solved. When the aroma spread out, customers came one after another. Even though it is not the time to eat barbecue now, there are still many customers, and they are endless. Let's go eat barbecue. I wanted to eat spicy soup, but the barbecue next door is too fragrant. In sharp contrast to the high popularity of Mufeng barbecue restaurant,
The fried buns shop, spicy soup shop, and mutton skewers shop next to it are almost deserted. Mu Fong Barbecue Restaurant is like a black hole, attracting all potential customers around, which also caused the number of customers in other snack shops nearby to drop sharply.
Chuanghao International.
Yi Mayan sat in the office, thinking about what happened last night, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up sweetly.
Am I too bad and make my husband tired? When I got up in the morning, my husband was sleeping very soundly and showed no signs of waking up. It was obvious how tired he was last night. Half of it was because the barbecue restaurant was doing so well, and the other half was because of her reward. But thinking of the fiery look in her husband's eyes when he saw her wearing a vacuum apron, Yi Mayan, as a woman, had an incomparable sense of superiority. Manager Yi, what are you laughing at? Zhao Shaowan asked.
Yi Mayan seemed to have just remembered that there were outsiders in the office, so she put away the smile on her face and returned to her usual coldness. Zhao Shaowan narrowed her eyes and stared at Yi Mayan.
That smile was too suspicious.
It was the same smile as yesterday, very sweet, a smile of good things happening. Thinking of the handsome boy who picked up Yi Mayan when she got off work yesterday.
Manager Yi, who was that boy yesterday? That boy?
It's the boy who picked you up after get off work, the one who drove the Wuling Hongguang Mini. I remember that Mini was yours, Manager Yi.
He's my husband. Facing Zhao Shijuan's curious inquiry, Yi Mayan did not hide anything and spoke frankly.
She is not a star, there is no need to hide her love affair and be open and generous. In fact, Yi Mayan is willing to share this with everyone, share her happiness.
Zhao Shaowan, Sigma, degree, what, Manager Yi? Has a husband? It must be fake, it should be a boyfriend, even if it is a boyfriend, calling the other person husband is too intimate. Is this really the Manager Yi I know? In the evening. It's time to get off work at Chuanghao International.
Chen Feng drove the Wuling Hongguang Mini here again to pick up his wife from get off work. His wife has appeared at the gate of the company, but she did not appear alone, there was a young man with her. Just like yesterday, there were many luxury cars parked in front of Chuanghao International. The pink 5-prism Hongguang Mini appeared here and instantly became the focus of everyone's attention.
But this time no one would laugh at the Mini.
There were jealous, envious, and curious eyes looking at it.
But no one looked down on it. Because yesterday, Sihua left in this Mini. How can a cheap domestic electric car worth tens of thousands of yuan be so excellent?
Their luxury cars worth millions of yuan can't do this, so they can only look at the plums to quench their thirst.
Is it not related to the car, but to the people? In fact, Chen Feng was late because the barbecue restaurant was a little busy. Even if there were 2 roommates to help, it would not be easy to get away. It seems that I have to hire 2 more people before I can be a hands-off boss. If the owners of other snack shops on Jiahong Street heard this, I wonder what they would think. In order to reduce costs, they almost do everything themselves. As a couple, they can't afford to hire people. Chen Feng's store wants to hire 4 employees. What a gap!
10 minutes have passed since the end of get off work, and the number of employees who walked out of the door of Chuanghao International has decreased significantly. Chen Feng had already informed his wife in advance that he would be late and asked her not to wait at the company gate. He just informed his wife that he had arrived. Soon, his wife appeared at the company gate, but she was not alone. There was a young man beside her. The young man, who was less than 30 years old, was wearing an Armani suit, elegant and handsome, and dressed like a successful person. The young man walked side by side with Yi Mayan. Chen Feng had already got out of the car and walked towards Yi Mayan. When Yi Mayan walked out of the company gate, she had already noticed her husband. The pink 5-angle Hongguang Mini was so eye-catching that it was hard not to notice it. Seeing her husband coming, Yi Mayan also quickened her pace and stepped out with her long black silk legs.
Sorry, I'm busy and late. It's okay, it's just a few minutes, I'm willing to wait. Yi Mayan left the 5-angle Hongguang Mini for her husband to use. In addition to her husband's needs, she also wanted her husband to come and pick her up after get off work. At work today, Yi Mayan clearly felt the change in the atmosphere of the company, and many colleagues cast curious eyes on her. There is no doubt that the news that Chen Feng picked her up from get off work yesterday has spread throughout the company. Shocked, the cold and arrogant Sihua was taken away by a pig.
Yi Mayan did not hide or explain, and she wished that everyone in the world knew about it. When she went to the tea room, she accidentally heard her female colleagues discussing this matter. She was very curious about the identity of the boy who picked Yi Mayan up from get off work yesterday.
When Yi Mayan heard her female colleagues say that Chen Feng was handsome and in a crazy tone, she was very angry. How dare he hit on her husband? But on second thought, she was very proud. Who made her man so outstanding? Secretary Zhao Xiaowan also tried to find out Chen Feng's personal information indirectly.
It is estimated that in addition to her own curiosity, she was also instigated by some female colleagues. Yi Mian only admitted the relationship between the two and said nothing else.
Who is this? Chen Feng looked at the young man standing next to his wife.
Before Yi Mian could answer, the young man had already stretched out his right hand.
Nice to meet you, I am Zhou Yanlin, the Deputy General Manager of Chuanghao International, and Yi Mian's colleague. Chen Feng shook hands with the other party. Nice to meet you. Zhou Yanlin asked, may I know your last name?
Chen Feng said, no need to be polite, Chen Feng.
Zhou Yanlin asked, what is your relationship with Yi Mian?
Chen Feng said, she is my wife.
Zhou Yanlin seemed to be unconvinced. Really?
Of course it is true. Yi Mian had come to Chen Feng's side and took his arm to show her attitude.
Zhou Yanlin was very surprised to see this.
Chen Feng said, Deputy General Manager Zhou, please take care of my wife and the company in the future. Zhou Yanlin's mouth twitched. No problem, Yi Mian's work ability is obvious to all, very excellent. By the way, I wonder where Mr. Chen is working. Chen Feng said, I run a barbecue restaurant.
Zhou Yanlin was surprised. Barbecue restaurant? Is it a chain store?
Chen Feng said, no, it's a very ordinary small store. If Manager Zhou wants to eat barbecue, you are welcome.
Goodbye. Without saying anything more, he left with his wife and got on the Wuling Hongguang Mini. He left in front of the company gate of Chuanghao International.
Yi Mian said, husband, don't misunderstand me.
I have nothing to do with Zhou Yanlin. Chen Feng smiled and said, I know, is your husband so petty? He just walked with the other person.
We are colleagues, so there are naturally many opportunities for contact.
If I can't even see this, I am too petty.
Yi Mian whispered like a child who had done something wrong. Actually, Zhou Yanlin wants to pursue me. Chen Feng nodded and said, it can be seen that it is normal for someone to pursue your wife, who is so outstanding.
Yi Mian asked nervously, aren't you angry, husband? Chen Feng said, why should you be angry? Being pursued only shows that your wife is outstanding. As a husband, I can't wait to be proud.
After all, others have failed, only I have succeeded. Yi Mian secretly observed her husband's expression, and confirmed that her husband was really not angry, and he was not awkward because of this matter, so she was relieved.
Speaking of which, this Zhou Yanlin is quite outstanding.
He is the Deputy General Manager of Chuanghao International. He is less than 30 years old, and his annual salary should be 2 million. Annual salary of 3 million, not counting dividends and year-end bonuses. Yi Mian said, more than Chen Feng imagined.
High annual salary, good looks, young and promising, my wife really doesn't like him? Why should I like him?
Yi Mian rolled her eyes at her husband.
What kind of nonsense is that? Does he have so little confidence in her? I only love my husband, no one else will do.
Yi Mian's cheeks were red, and she confessed affectionately. Although she had confessed on the night of the engagement, she was still embarrassed to confess again. Her beautiful eyes stared at her husband, not blinking, waiting for his reply.
Me too, I only love my wife, no one else will do.
After getting a satisfactory answer, Yi Mian smiled, as sweet as drinking honey. Chen Feng was not pretending to be generous, he really didn't mind. He had clearly seen how popular his wife was when he was in college. In college, Yi Mian was a school beauty and a goddess in the eyes of boys, so naturally there was no shortage of suitors. Every now and then, a boy would confess to Yi Mian and pursue her. Tricks like sending flowers and love letters, lighting heart-shaped candles outside the female dormitory at night, singing love songs, etc., are common. These suitors are all very outstanding, and their family backgrounds are better than each other.
But Yi Mian just doesn't feel anything.
Without exception, she has sunk all these suitors. Because she is overwhelmed by the harassment, Yi Mian also said that she would not fall in love during her studies, so that everyone would give up. After that, the number of suitors began to decrease significantly. In fact, everyone knows that not falling in love during school is just an excuse. If you really meet someone you like, do you have to wait until graduation to fall in love? Looking back now, Chen Feng knows the answer, because from that time on, Yi Mian had someone she liked, so she turned a blind eye to other suitors. That person is himself. He has been secretly in love with someone, but he has not expressed his feelings, and no one knows that she has someone she likes. If it weren't for the bankruptcy of the Chen family, He Shui's regret for the marriage, and these accidents, it is unknown how long the truth would be concealed. Chen Feng touched the tip of his nose and felt proud. Looking at this silly woman next to me who is devoted to me, I feel genuinely happy.
Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Mian asked.
Chen Feng said, I suddenly feel that my wife is very silly, but it is my greatest happiness to marry such a silly wife.
He actually said that she was silly? She is a well-known female academic bully.
Yi Mian puffed up her cheeks to express her dissatisfaction, but she chewed on her husband's words carefully, and her heart was very sweet. My husband is getting better and better at talking, and his love words are very earthy, but they work. When the love is strong, Yi Mian said charmingly, I want to give my husband another reward tonight, but I'm afraid my husband is too tired. Chen Feng was unhappy when he heard this.
Is this a hint that his body is not good?
His wife underestimated him too much. If it was yesterday, Chen Feng really couldn't bear it, but this is a different time. Now that he has a perfect body, it is time to revive his manliness.
My wife, please give me any rewards. I'm afraid you can't bear it. My husband should not be so stubborn.
I know that men have a strong self-esteem in this
regard.
Then I must let you know how powerful I am tonight.
Classmates WeChat group.
I'm going to Chen Feng's barbecue restaurant again tonight to eat barbecue.
Anyone want to join me? I'll go. I'll go too. +3. Big opening sale, half price for 3 days, can't miss it. The barbecue is so delicious, I'm drooling. I've never eaten barbecue that smells so good. Since I ate it last night, I've been thinking about it since I woke up today. I'm addicted to it. You guys wouldn't go to this extent to advertise for Chen Feng. I can tell at a glance that you haven't eaten the barbecue made by Chen Feng. You'll know when you try it. I can only say that it's really delicious. You can't stop eating it after you've eaten it. Really? Then I have to try it. He Shuai was surprised to see the message in the WeChat group. Unexpectedly, the barbecue made by Chen Feng received unanimous praise from so many classmates. He Shuai knew that a group of classmates went to support Chen Feng yesterday. She wanted to go, but she thought that they had broken up and it might be awkward to meet again, so she didn't go. In He Shuai's opinion, barbecue is barbecue. No matter how well it is made, it is just barbecue. No matter which restaurant, the taste is actually not much different. She didn't think Chen Feng's barbecue would be anything special, nor was she optimistic that Chen Feng's barbecue restaurant would be successful. But now looking at the news in the WeChat group, the situation seemed to be completely different from what she thought. Chen Feng's barbecue restaurant seemed to be very successful. This aroused He Shuai's curiosity. It's good to go and take a look.
He Shuai decided to go and see how Chen Feng's barbecue restaurant was doing.
She wanted to go and take a look.
If Chen Feng needed help, she was willing to help him out so as to repay the favor she had made. It's not that He Shuai was very affectionate, but she just didn't want to owe Chen Feng anything. After all, the two of them were no longer from the same world.
It's time to cut off the relationship.
Now He Shuai can repay the favor by just helping out a little, but if time drags on, this favor may be difficult to repay. He Shuai's future life will become more and more exciting, while Chen Feng's will be worse and worse, and he will be poor and destitute. He Shuai didn't want people to know that she had a relationship with a poor and destitute person, and she was afraid of being entangled. Although Chen Feng has a good personality and is very caring, people will change with the environment. So it is better to repay the favor as soon as possible and cut off the relationship. Afterwards, He Shuai drove to Jiahong Street. Looking at the environment in front of her, she frowned slightly.
For her, who had been pampered since childhood, the environment here was a bit poor.
Old billboards, messy wires, and garbage everywhere on the road. Some sections of the road were broken and not repaired.
Cars felt bumpy on the uneven road. Pedestrians were dressed in simple clothes.
It seemed that there was an urban village nearby, and the people were quite mixed. Chen Feng actually opened a barbecue restaurant in such a place. He Shuai expressed deep sympathy. The barbecue restaurant run by Chen Feng has been found. There are many customers, almost crowded, and what the classmates said in the group is true. He Shuai's eyes fell on the signboard above the barbecue restaurant, Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant. This name of the restaurant made her feel uncomfortable. She saw Chen Feng who was busy working. However, it was a little different from what He Shuai had imagined. Chen Feng didn't look that hard. Although he was busy, he looked very familiar with the job. Yi Mian was right beside him, wiping his sweat with careful and gentle movements, a perfect wife and mother. The two of them stood together, not only a handsome man and a beautiful woman, but also exuding a happy and sweet atmosphere. He Shuai frowned slightly when she saw this, and the feeling of unpleasantness became stronger.
He was obviously doing the hardest work at the bottom. Why did he look so happy? Can he really be satisfied with love? He Shuai didn't believe it and couldn't bear to watch it.
Chen Feng was happy, and she should have been happy for him, but she just couldn't be happy, and she felt betrayed. Even if he lost her, Chen Feng was still very happy. In his mind, she was not as important as he imagined, and she was not irreplaceable. Unwilling to accept it, she lost to Yi Mayan. Although the two were once best friends, the women with the best relationship could not avoid the desire to compare with each other. Especially now that this former best friend had taken away her man. Please buy me a few skewers of barbecue. I'll pay 3 times the price. He Shuai stopped a passerby and said so. She was very curious about what charm Chen Feng made barbecue that could attract so many customers, but she didn't want to go there in person and make it awkward. The passerby saw that He Shuai was beautiful in the car and was willing to pay 3 times the price, so he agreed. More than half an hour later, the passerby finally came back with a few skewers of barbecue. As soon as she approached, He Shuai smelled a very fragrant smell and was a little greedy. Miss, a total of 300 yuan. 300 yuan? Just a few skewers, why is it so expensive? Because it's 5 times the price. You remembered it wrong, it was agreed to be 3 times the price. It was 3 times before, but now I want 5 times. This is not my fault. It's all because the barbecue smells too good and made me wait for more than half an hour. To be honest, if it was only 3 times the price, I would rather eat it myself. The corners of He Shuai's mouth twitched. Although she was unhappy and was ripped off, 300 yuan was just a drizzle for her. Let's rip. After scanning the code and paying the other party 300 yuan, the other party handed over the skewers and left happily. He Shuai took the skewers and smelled the aroma. She couldn't wait to bite one of the chicken wings, and her eyes widened slightly. When He Shuai came to her senses, she had already eaten all the skewers in her hand. It was delicious. No wonder the barbecue restaurant business is so good. When did Xiaofeng learn to barbecue, and he grills so well? They have been together for 4 years and they are childhood sweethearts, but He Shuai didn't know that Chen Feng had this skill. But no matter how good the barbecue is, it is still a grassroots job. Without capital operation, it will never be big. After saying that, He Shuai drove away. Not long after He Shuai left, 2B station hosts came here. Behind the 2 hosts, there was a photographer who was responsible for filming. Live broadcast in progress. Hello everyone, I am Mu Shon, she is Shu Xiao, and we are 2Yushi. Now we, the Moon Stealing Society, have come to an unknown old street in Donghai City. I heard that there are many snack shops here, all of which are very unique. There are spicy soup, grilled lamb skewers, fried buns, fried egg pancakes. Are you tempted? Tonight we will help you test the poison. Let's go. Mu Shang and Shu Tiao walked on the street. They are very famous old ladies in the food area of B Station. They often appear in the snack streets of cities across Longwei to test poison for everyone and introduce what delicious snacks are available. They are big bosses in the food area of B Station. Today, the 2 old ladies came to Jiahong Street in Donghai City. Suddenly, I found that there were surprisingly many customers in a store, surrounded by people. If you don't know, you might think it was a fight between the Black Society. There are too many people, far more than other snack shops. Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant? This barbecue restaurant is very popular, and the number of customers far exceeds that of other stores. You must try it. Mu Shang and Shu Tiao walked towards the crowded barbecue restaurant. The photographer followed closely. I have seen Chen Feng at work. Shu Tiao's eyes immediately widened. What a handsome little brother, with great temperament. He is no worse than the handsome boys in TV dramas. When he smelled the aroma of barbecue, Shu Tiao's saliva immediately flowed down. He swallowed several times before he stopped drooling. What's wrong with Shu Tiao? You drool when you see the handsome little brother. Mu Shang next to him noticed and teased. Shu Tiao wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Don't talk nonsense, I drool when I smell the aroma of barbecue. Mu Shang smiled and said, come on, the audience who have watched us for so many episodes, how could they not know that you like handsome boys? Shu Tiao quickly denied, I am not, I don't have any strange misunderstandings about me. The live broadcast room immediately became lively. I don't think it's a misunderstanding. Excuse me, Sister Shu Xiao, are you pretending to be reserved? Everyone knows that Sister Shu Xiao can't move her feet when she sees a handsome boy. No wonder Shu Xiao drools. This little brother is really handsome and has a good temperament. I'm a fan of him. There is such a handsome little brother in a barbecue restaurant in the old neighborhood. This is a phoenix growing from an egg. Shu Xiao explained, everyone really misunderstood me. I didn't see him because he is handsome, but the barbecue is really delicious. The audience didn't believe it because they could only see the picture and couldn't smell it at all, so they naturally didn't believe what Shu Xiao said. Chen Feng had already noticed the people from the Stealing Moon Society. The 3 of them walked towards the barbecue restaurant, filming as they walked, as if they were playing a live broadcast. The little sister among them was trying to explain something to the camera. Chen F.
Eng felt strange. Chen Feng is actually a user of Bilibili.
He likes to watch videos on Bilibili, but rarely pays attention to the food section. So even though the Stealing Moon Society is one of the top 100 grandma hosts on Bilibili, it is very popular and the videos have millions of views, but I don't know.
Xu Xiao Mushang has come to the barbecue restaurant and squeezed into the crowd. Hello, little brother, you are so handsome.
No, I said it wrong, your barbecue is so delicious.
Little brother?
Chen Feng couldn't help but smile when he heard what Xu Xiao said, and his smile seemed to have special effects in Xu Xiao's eyes, and he immediately became a fangirl, and drool was about to flow out of the corners of his mouth. Look, Xu Xiao said it was a misunderstanding, and she didn't drool just because she saw the handsome boy.
Now the truth is out. Hurry up and record the screen. The boy is so handsome when he smiles. The live broadcast room became lively again. Chen Feng asked, "What's the matter?" Xu Xiao wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said quickly, "We are Tuiwei Society, specializing in food videos. We are live streaming now. Can we do a live broadcast for this barbecue restaurant? By the way, where is your boss?"
It turned out to be the food area lady owner.
Chen Feng was delighted.
This was a good opportunity to make Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant famous. It was best to have the food area lady owner do a live broadcast for him.
Someone gave him a pillow when he was sleepy.
I am the owner of Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant, Chen Feng, hello.
So you are the boss.
You look like you just graduated from college.
You are so young. Xu Xiao's saliva flowed again.
The boy was not only handsome, but also the owner of the barbecue restaurant.
He was young and promising. I love him. Well, I just graduated not long ago.
I wonder which university the little brother is attending.
Donghai University.
So the little brother is a top student.
Donghai University is a 211-key university. It's not easy to get in. Just lucky. Little brother, are you a local?
Yes.
I wonder if the little brother, Xu Xiao,
Mu Shan, who was standing next to him, couldn't help it and quickly poked with his elbow to interrupt the female partner.
The female partner was too unrestrained.
I wonder if she forgot that she was doing a show and broadcasting live.
Xu Xiao finally came back to his senses and calmed down.
Mu Shang had already taken over the conversation and asked, "Boss Chen, your barbecue is really delicious.
What seasonings did you use? Do you have an exclusive secret recipe?" Chen Feng said, "Indeed, there is an exclusive secret recipe.
It is the spices I developed myself."
Mu Shang was surprised. "You developed it? Awesome, can you let us taste your barbecue?"
Chen Feng said generously, "Of course, but after you eat it, remember to say good things."
Mu Shang laughed and said, "Ha ha, of course." Chen Feng asked them what they liked to eat and put their favorite food on the grill.
I wanted to let the two sit down, but there were no empty seats here, so they had to stand.
The two didn't mind. They were very interested in Chen Feng's skilled barbecue movements and were taking close-up shots.
Especially the treetops. In addition to barbecue, they were also very interested in Chen Feng personally.
"Husband, who are they?"
Yi Mayan came to Chen Feng and asked. "They are the masters of the food area of B Station. They want to make a video for our barbecue restaurant."
"This is a good thing." Yi Mayan looked at the two people from the Stealing Moon Society and smiled. "Welcome the two masters." Both were shocked by Yi Mayan's high appearance.
Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a good temperament and is well educated.
This is a goddess-level figure.
She is so close to the little brother.
Wait, what did Yi Mayan call Chen Feng just now? Husband? Are you husband and wife?
Yes.
Yi Mayan said generously.
You should have just graduated from college not long ago.
Don't you think it's too fast to get married so early?
No, since you like each other, you shouldn't waste time, right, husband?
Yes.
Seeing the two people looking into each other's eyes and their loving look, Xu Tiao and Mushang felt full. This couple is so unethical, showing off their love in public without paying attention to the occasion. But seriously, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman, who are still so loving, is really too good to eat.
Xu Tiao murmured to himself in a low voice, "I'm heartbroken."
After that, Xu Tiao turned his grief and anger into appetite, ordered a lot of barbecue, and when the barbecue was served, he started to eat. Then the feeling of broken love disappeared, and was replaced by a love for barbecue. This time, Xu Tiao's saliva finally flowed down, but it was not because of the handsome boy, but because the barbecue was so delicious. Xu Tiao yelled, "Boss, give me another 50 skewers of barbecue."
"Sister Xu Xiao, please pay attention to your image. Is it really that delicious?
Record the screen, record the screen.
Sister Xu Xiao has become a big eater. Is it a distortion of human nature or a moral decline?
Seeing how Shushao eats, I'm greedy and want to go eat too.
Don't say it, I want to go too.
The most annoying thing is that you post poison late at night, which makes me unable to lose weight. The number of people online for the live broadcast of Stealing the Moon Society has exceeded 200,000. In the past, the maximum number of online people was more than 100,000, but now it has doubled, and the number of online people is still rising steadily.
Because of Shushao's exaggerated eating, it attracted a large number of curious viewers. It was already early in the morning.
The people from Stealing the Moon Society had left long ago, and it was time for Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant to close and end business. It was another prosperous and fulfilling day.
Chen Feng drove the Wuling Hongguan Mini and took his wife back to Tianyue apartment.
Wife, there is no need to accompany me to close the store every night. It must be very tiring.
I like it, and how can I be tired when I am with my husband? There is only happiness.
Chen Feng was naturally happy when his wife said so. But Chen Feng didn't believe his wife when she said she wasn't tired. Maybe she wouldn't be too tired for 1 or 2 days, but she would definitely be tired if she continued. After all, his wife had to go to work during the day. Chen Feng naturally didn't want his wife to suffer with him, and told her that there was enough manpower now, so there was no need to do this.
His wife bargained, I can do nothing, just watch my husband, is that okay? Just watch?
For Yi Mayan, as long as she could watch her husband up close, she would be very happy.
In fact, even if she went home to rest early, it would be quite boring for Yi Mayan.
She could only play with her phone or watch TV, so it would be better to watch her husband. By the way, does my husband want a reward tonight? But I'm worried that my husband will be too tired. Yi Mayan blinked her eyes and said in a delicate tone, with a playful and charming look, and expectation in her eyes. How could Chen Feng not see that his wife was tempting him and provoking him? His wife was too naughty, and dared to doubt her husband's strength. She must know how powerful she is. It happened that she had obtained a perfect physique, but she had not yet experienced the strength of this physique.
This goblin.
She is a good wife and mother in front of others, but in front of him in private, two completely opposite temperaments.
As a man, I like her very much.
Chen Feng said, you should worry about yourself. You must be punished by family discipline tonight.
The next day,
Yi Mayan felt sleepy and weak when she woke up, as if she had been working overtime for a week. She didn't want to move, just wanted to continue sleeping. Looking at the alarm clock beside the bed, it turned out to be past 8 o'clock. She didn't remember what time she went to bed last night, she only knew that it was very late, so she didn't know how many hours she slept, but she felt that she should not have slept for a long time.
My husband is too strong. Thinking back to what happened last night, Yi Mayan's cheeks flushed, hating and loving. When did my husband become so strong, or was he so strong from the beginning, but he just loved her and didn't give his all before? Looking at her husband sleeping beside the pillow, Yi Mayan showed a subtle expression. Although she was tossed a lot, she just couldn't hate him. No wonder my husband is so confident, he has the capital to be confident. Yi Mayan regretted that she shouldn't have provoked her husband. Is this a result of her own actions? Is it my illusion? My husband's figure has become so great, so muscular, and full of power.
Yi Mayan secretly put her hand on her husband, touching the angular muscles, and she couldn't let it go, her expression intoxicated.
So safe.
Slowly stroking her husband's muscles, it was like stroking an exquisite work of art. Unknowingly, Yi Mayan fell asleep again. She was still sleepy and hadn't slept enough. When she stroked her husband's muscles, she felt very at ease and could easily fall asleep. When Yi Mayan woke up again, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning and she was late. She found that her husband was no longer in bed and disappeared. When Yi Mayan walked out of the room in her pajamas, she saw Chen Feng setting up breakfast.
Awake? That's great. I was going to wake you up to have breakfast together, but now I don't have to. Why didn't your husband wake me up earlier? You made me late.
Seeing you sleeping so soundly, I'm drooling.
How can I bear to ruin your sweet dream? Drooling?
Yi Mayan quickly touched the corners of her mouth.
It was wet.
It seemed that her husband did not lie to her. He was really drooling. Her face immediately turned red. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. She actually drooled while sleeping, and her husband happened to see her embarrassing appearance. She really wanted to find a hole to crawl into, so ashamed.
Yi Mayan thought to herself, did I really sleep so soundly? It seems so. My husband's muscles are so reassuring. Chen Feng smiled and said, it doesn't matter. A drooling wife is very cute. Yi Mayan didn't want to talk to her husband anymore, sob.
Chen Feng continued, you said you were a manager, and no one would say anything if you were late, right?
You must have been very tired last night. You need to sleep a little longer to recover.
Yi Mayan's face turned red again when she heard this, and she glared at her husband angrily.
Is her husband showing off his strength? But I have to admit that her husband is really strong. After breakfast,
Chen Feng drove Yi Mayan to work as usual. Suddenly he found that his wife wanted to say something but stopped. Her beautiful eyes kept peeking at him, but she didn't say anything, and she looked like she was worried.
Is there something wrong, wife? Well, my mother knows that I have a boyfriend and wants to meet you. So that's it.
Speaking of which, although Chen Feng has obtained a marriage certificate with Yi Mayan, he has not met the other party's parents yet, which is actually very impolite. It's just that there are a lot of things these days, and Chen Feng didn't think about it. It's true that he should meet his mother-in-law. Chen Feng knew that Yi Mayan was from a single-parent family, with no father, only a mother.
Boyfriend? Why boyfriend? Chen Feng asked suspiciously. Yi Mayan said, actually, I haven't told my mother that I'm married. I'm afraid my mother won't accept it. I can only temporarily let my husband act as my boyfriend. See how my mother reacts. If she reacts well, then I'll tell her about our marriage. Chen Feng touched the tip of his nose. To put it simply, it was to see if this son-in-law could catch the eye of his mother-in-law. If so, their relationship could be made public. If you can't enter, then I'm sorry, you can only slowly brush up your favorability until you pass the level. Chen Feng can understand that the two got married too suddenly. There is no boyfriend yet, but there is a husband. The daughter that they raised with great effort was suddenly abducted. How can parents not worry? It's not his wife's fault. Husband, you won't blame me, will you?
No, marriage is a big deal. I should have obtained the consent of my family first.
I neglected it. Yeah, thank you, husband, you are so nice. Yi Mayan showed a grateful expression. Her husband is so considerate.
Chen Feng smiled wickedly and said, but I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to be your boyfriend.
I don't know if I can be a competent boyfriend.
It's also interesting to change from a husband to a boyfriend.
Yi Mayan's delicate face blushed slightly.
She knew that her husband was teasing her and glared at him.
But thinking that they got married first and then asked for permission, and they haven't been dating properly, it doesn't seem bad to pretend to be a couple and enjoy the taste of love now?
Chen Feng has sent his wife to Chuanhao International and made an appointment to pick her up after get off work and go home together to meet his mother-in-law.
It's time to get off work.
Chen Feng arrived at Chuanhao International on time, picked up Yi Mayan, and drove away again in a group of luxury cars.
Half an hour later, the Wuling Hongguang Mini arrived somewhere in Donghai City.
There are a lot of handshake buildings here, with a high density of buildings, intricate alleys, and old blocks. Due to unreasonable building planning, the distance between each building is very close, and the two houses can hold hands by opening the windows, so it is called handshake building. Handshake building is a product of the last century, and there will be no such buildings now. People living in handshake buildings are basically poor people, belonging to slums.
Wife, can I wear casual clothes? Do you want to wear a suit first? Chen Feng asked, looking down at his outfit. Yi Mayan said, no, it's just a meeting.
My mother is not that kind of snobbish person, just relax. Although he said so, Chen Feng was still a little nervous. After all, it was the first time he met his mother-in-law, and the first impression was very important.
If he didn't dress formally enough, his mother-in-law would think that he was not stable enough and didn't pay attention to her daughter, and his impression score would be greatly reduced. Isn't that a big loss?
Chen Feng still wanted to go back and change into a suit before coming, but Yi Mayan insisted not to, so he gave up. Seeing her husband's nervous look, Yi Mayan was happy, which showed that her husband
attached great importance to this meeting.
Because of her single-parent relationship, her mother has always been concerned about her boyfriend. She didn't kill all crows with one stick, but she had to be a responsible man. Originally, Yi Mayan didn't plan to let her mother know that she already had a man so soon.
It was all accidental.
After having an excellent husband, she naturally couldn't help but want people to know, and I don't know who passed the news to her mother. Her mother took the initiative to call to ask. Yi Mayan didn't dare to say that she was married, but only said that she had a boyfriend, and then her mother asked to meet this boyfriend.
Following Yi Mayan's instructions, Chen Feng went to a handshake building.
The environment here is complicated, with thousands of identical buildings and crisscrossing narrow streets and alleys. Like a maze, it is easy to get lost.
If it weren't for Yi Mayan's instructions, Chen Feng would be in the dark here. Beep!
The harsh sound of the horn came.
A blue BMW was coming from behind, approaching the rear of the Wuling Hongguang Mini, honking its horn to urge it to make way. Chen Feng frowned slightly.
The narrow street could not accommodate two cars driving side by side, and it was not easy to give way, unless the car was driven into the alley next to it. but this was too troublesome.
Chen Feng did not give way.
He was not driving slowly, and he could not drive fast in such a complicated environment. The Wuling Hongguang Mini continued to do its own thing despite the BMW behind honking its horn. The BMW driver was quite tactful and soon stopped honking. Chen Feng had already driven the car to a place where he could park and parked it under the instructions of his wife.
The blue BMW was also parked nearby. What a coincidence.
The BMW 5 Series, a 500,000 yuan car, was still brand new, and should have been bought not long ago. The driver had already gotten out of the car. He was a young man in a suit, with neatly combed hair and decent appearance. The other party looked at the 5-angle Hongguang Mini, curled his lips in disdain, and said nothing, and walked towards the handshake building next to him. It's like a rat's nest, a dirty and messy place, the road is not easy to walk, and my BMW tires are all dirty. Only poor people are willing to live in such a place.
Yi Mian was very unhappy to hear the other party's words full of disgust.
Although what the other party said was right, this is after all the place where Yi Mian grew up and lived. It would be strange if she didn't get angry when someone said this. The other party has already walked into the handshake building.
Coincidentally, Yi Mian's family is also in this handshake building. Is it a relative or friend of a neighbor? Yi Mian doesn't know the other party and has never seen him.
He can afford a BMW 5 Series, so he is a celebrity here.
Many people should know him. Let's go. Yeah. The two walked up to the handshake building.
There is no elevator, but fortunately the floors are not very high, with a total of 7 floors. Chen Feng suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today.
Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a house in Haoding Community. Haoding Community?
Chen Feng felt that the name was familiar, and he remembered that it was the high-end residential area he had just come across on the way to the handshake building.
It seemed to be newly built, very large, and very high-end, right next to the handshake building.
Chen Feng found that he had a bunch of keys and a smart card in his pocket. The two had already reached the top floor of the handshake building.
Yi Mian took out the key to open the door and walked in with Chen Feng.
This was the first time she brought a man home, and it was her husband, so she felt a little subtle. Although the appearance of the handshake building was very old, the environment inside the house was not bad, somewhat simple and clean, and everything was neat and tidy.
Mom, he is my old boyfriend, Chen Feng. Hello, Auntie.
Chen Feng looked at the woman in front of him.
The other party was Yi Mian's mother, Zhang Peixia.
Although she was old and dressed simply, it could be seen that she must have been a beauty when she was young. No wonder Yi Mian was so beautiful, it turned out that she inherited good genes. Zhang Peixia looked at Chen Feng and nodded secretly.
Judging from the appearance alone, this boyfriend had good conditions, tall and handsome, and was a sunny boy. No wonder my daughter likes him.
But a man can't just rely on appearance. Appearance is only one of the conditions for excellence.
Zhang Peixia said, "Welcome, I heard that you and Xiaoyan met in college and are classmates."
Chen Feng replied, "Yes, we have known each other for 4 years. It is my greatest happiness to have such a good girlfriend as Xiaoyan."
Zhang Peixia asked, "Why do you like Xiaoyan?"
Chen Feng replied, "No man would not like such an excellent woman as Xiaoyan."
Simple and direct.
Although it was the first time to meet the mother-in-law, he took it very seriously, but he was not at all flustered, and answered fluently and generously. The more Zhang Peixia looked at this prospective son-in-law, the more she appreciated him.
Not bad. Stay for dinner tonight.
It would be disrespectful to refuse. It can be seen that the mother-in-law is very satisfied with Chen Feng.
Chen Feng and Yi Mian were relieved and smiled at each other. Unexpectedly smooth. Chen Feng is also very satisfied with his mother-in-law.
The other party did not ask him what job he did or how his family was, but only cared about him and Yi Mian. Just like what Yi Mian said, her mother is not a snobbish person. In TV dramas, mothers-in-law are always sarcastic and like rich sons-in-law.
Chen Feng was a little nervous before because of this. The Chen family has gone bankrupt and is now starting from scratch.
If they are despised, it will be a dog-blooded thing. Fortunately, such a dog-blood thing did not happen.
Xiaoyan and I can cook. You can take a rest. Chen Feng has put on an apron and is cooking dinner in the kitchen with Yi Mian. This is a rare opportunity.
I must continue to score points in front of my mother-in-law. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Then the door was opened. "Aunt, I heard that your daughter brought a boyfriend home and Xiaoyan liked him.
He must be very outstanding."
When Chen Feng came out of the kitchen, he saw 3 more people in the living room. One of them was the young man who drove the BMW 5 Series that he had seen not long ago. He didn't expect that he was related to the Yi family. The other party also recognized Chen Feng and looked over, a little surprised. The young man stood with a girl, and they seemed to have a good relationship. They should be a couple. The girl was not bad looking, and she was mature and beautiful with makeup on. But compared with Yi Mayan's natural beauty, she looked too heavy made up and inferior. I guess this is Xiaoyan's boyfriend. He is really outstanding and handsome. Hello, I am Xiaoyan's aunt. A fashionable middle-aged woman took the initiative to greet Chen Feng. She had a fluffy hair dyed in flax color and dressed very young, but her appearance was not flattering. The dress that did not match her age made the middle-aged woman look a little different. Qi Lan, Yi Mayan's aunt. Hello, I'm Chen Feng. Chen Feng said politely.
The aunt said, you are tall and handsome. Chen Feng, you are very popular with girls in school, right?
Chen Feng said modestly, no, only Xiaoyan likes me. The aunt looked at Chen Feng, and then looked at the young man next to him. If it was just about appearance, Chen Feng won, but if it was about dressing, Chen Feng lost completely. The young man was wearing a brand-name suit, and he looked very imposing. At first glance, he was a successful person with a successful career. Chen Feng, who was wearing casual clothes, looked like a young man who had just graduated, and he still had a distinct youthful aura. The reason why the aunt came to visit this time was really to meet the boyfriend that Yi Mayan brought home. She knew how outstanding her niece was, and she was very proud. Most men would not look down on her. She was curious about what kind of person her niece's boyfriend was. Now she saw that the boyfriend was indeed not bad, very handsome, but he was just handsome.
Men can't just rely on being handsome.
This is my daughter, Zhang Xiaoyu, and this is my daughter's boyfriend, Feng Weirui.
What a coincidence, my daughter also brought her boyfriend home today.
The aunt said with some pride.
Although Chen Feng is excellent, my aunt thinks that her future son-in-law is even better.
As relatives and neighbors living in the same building, they naturally cannot avoid comparing with each other.
Feng Weirui straightened his suit and said politely, nice to meet you all.
I am very happy to meet Xiaoyu's family today. He took the initiative to extend his hand to Chen Feng, pretending that they were meeting for the first time. Chen Feng had no intention of exposing the other party, nor was there any need to do so. He shook hands with the other party lightly and then released them.
Just enough.
Feng Weirui was very polite, generous and decent, exuding a mature and steady temperament, which made people feel good. If I hadn't met him downstairs before, and he had been urged by him by honking his horn, and had heard him say that this was a rat's nest and a poor guy, these contemptuous words,
I would definitely be deceived by Feng Weirui's current gentlemanly performance. He is a typical sophisticated egoist. Sit down, you're welcome.
Ye's mother Zhang Peixia had already asked everyone to sit down and brought out freshly washed fruits to entertain them.
Because there were guests, Yi Mayan also came out of the kitchen, stopped okaying, and sat down with Chen Feng.
Cousin Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the two of them, both of whom were very good-looking, and she couldn't help but envy her cousin for finding such a handsome boyfriend. Cousin Yi Mayan has been excellent since she was a child, and has always been the child of other people's families. Not only is she good-looking, she is also a top student, and she is also an obedient and well-behaved girl at home. In fact, Zhang Xiaoyu is not bad either. Whether it is appearance, figure, or knowledge, she is outstanding. But as long as she is put together with Yi Mayan, she will never be able to compare. She is often compared by her mother and criticized. Because of this, Zhang Xiaoyu has been dissatisfied with her overly outstanding cousin since she was a child, thinking that the other party is deliberately suppressing her. But now she finally has the opportunity to be proud. No matter how outstanding a woman is, she still has to get married. As the saying goes, it is better to marry well than to be born well.
Cousin, your boyfriend is so handsome. I am happy for you to find such a good boyfriend.
Thank you, cousin, your boyfriend is also very good. Yi Mayan was not polite and accepted her cousin's praise frankly. In her opinion, her husband is indeed very good, and praise is justified.
This is also a compliment to Yi Mayan's vision.
Zhang Xiaoyu was a little speechless. Her cousin was really rude.
She said she was fat and even panted.
Zhang Xiaoyu naturally couldn't let her cousin be too proud. This time she came prepared just to be proud and get back her face. My boyfriend works in company. His annual salary is not very high, only 500,000. In fact, the annual salary is not important. What's important is that this job has prospects, you can accumulate connections and broaden your horizons. If you want to make achievements in society, you must have resources, and connections are good resources. Zhang Xiaoyu said modestly, but it sounded like Versailles.
Feng Weirui said, I'm just a wage earner. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. My aunt smiled and said, even if I'm a wage earner, I'm a senior wage earner. Not everyone can get an annual salary of 500,000. A good son-in-law, earn her face. Feng Weirui is a smart man. How could he not see the thoughts of his girlfriend and mother-in-law? Naturally, he had to follow their wishes. Look at Yi Mayan opposite. I didn't expect my girlfriend's cousin to be so beautiful, a goddess-level figure, a phoenix really grew out of an egg. I thought Jiang Xiaoyu was already very beautiful, and it would be very face-saving to take her out to meet friends, but there is no harm without comparison. I don't understand why girls are more beautiful than each other in a rat's nest like the handshake building. I can't help but be jealous of Chen Feng for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Looking at Chen Feng, the clothes on his body should only cost about 300 yuan. Just enough for the fraction of Feng Weirui's suit. Feng Weirui asked, I wonder where brother Chen is working. Chen Feng said, I'm running a barbecue restaurant, which is small and not presentable. Feng Weirui said, really? Even if it's a barbecue restaurant, you can be your own boss and be free and easy, which is pretty good. Unlike an employee like me who needs to listen to the boss's orders. It sounds humble, but it exudes superiority everywhere. Chen Feng didn't say much and didn't care. But Yi Mayan cared a lot. How could her boyfriend be looked down upon? This was a slap in her face and doubted her vision. Yi Mayan said, Xiaofeng's barbecue restaurant is doing very well, and an annual income of 1 million is not a problem. Annual income of 1 million? Feng Weirui almost laughed. If Chen Feng's income is really that high, why would he drive a 5-angle Hongguang Mini? There is nothing wrong with protecting your boyfriend, but if you protect him too much, it will not look good and you will easily become a laughingstock. Cousin, aunt has already laughed. Ye's mother also shook her head and did not believe her daughter's words. It was too exaggerated. The barbecue restaurant has an annual income of 1 million, so how many barbecues must be sold every day is unimaginable. Ye's mother has already understood that the aunt and others came here this time just to show their superiority. I just hope that Chen Feng will not take it to heart. Aunt, you are going to cook, don't cook, go out to eat with us. Weirui has booked a private room at Kaishian Restaurant. Speaking of Kaishian Restaurant, my aunt looked proud. Kaishian Restaurant is the best large restaurant nearby. The price is not cheap. It costs 3,000 renminbi to eat a meal, and the private room is even more expensive. It is not a place that ordinary people can afford. Being able to eat at the Triumph Restaurant is a symbol of status for the residents of the Handshake Building. Yi Ma wanted to refuse, fearing that Chen Feng would feel bad if she continued. But before she could say anything, Chen Feng had already agreed. Okay, let's go to the restaurant to eat together, so we can save the trouble of cooking. The two families had already gone downstairs. The blue BMW 5 Series parked next to them attracted everyone's attention. The brand new body paint had a high reflectivity and could be used as a mirror. This is Xiaorui's car, it's only 500,000, not very expensive. Aunt said boastfully, and then asked Chen Feng and the others, by the way, Xiaoyan, are you driving back or taking a taxi? Driving. What car? Wulian Hongguang Mini. Chen Feng had already walked towards the Wuling Hongguang Mini parked on the other side. Seeing this, aunt and cousin looked at each other, with a sense of superiority on their faces. Aunt said, Mini is not bad either. It's already pretty good to be able to buy a car right after graduating and starting work, although it can't be compared with Xiaorui. But this car is too small and can't carry people. Aunt, you should come with us to take Xiaorui's BMW. This. Aunt, you can take the BMW, it's okay. Hearing what Chen Feng said, and the fact that the Mini really couldn't carry 3 people, his mother had no choice but to get in the BMW with aunt and the others. After everyone was seated, Feng Weirui drove away. Yi Mayan naturally took a car with her husband, and the Wuling Hongguang Mini followed behind the BMW. The BMW was driving a bit fast. After leaving the narrow street of the Handshake Building and getting on the highway, the speed increased again, and it had already opened up a distance from the Wuling Hongguang Mini behind. The BMW was still accelerating, and the distance between the two cars was getting bigger and bigger. Fortunately, the location of the Kaishian restaurant was not very far away. Before the Wuling Hongguang Mini was completely left behind, the BMW arrived at the destination and stopped. Sorry, I'm used to driving fast and didn't notice that your Mini couldn't keep up. Feng Weirui apologized to the two people who had just caught up. Chen Feng said, it's okay, I know you didn't mean it. Feng Weirui said, go in. Chen Feng said, yes. The two families had already walked into the private room of the Kaishian restaurant and sat down. The spacious private room and the beautiful and luxurious decoration style made my aunt very satisfied, and she felt like she was walking into the upper class. Don't be polite, just order whatever you want to eat, I'll treat you. You really don't need to be polite to Shiroi,
he earns 500,000 yuan a year, and this little money for a meal is nothing to worry about.
Mother-in-law is right, don't be polite. Feng Weirui's words to his mother-in-law made his aunt very happy.
Although her daughter and Feng Weirui had just started dating and were far from talking about marriage, her aunt recognized this good son-in-law. He is handsome, drives a luxury car, works in a big company, and has an annual salary of 500,000 yuan.
Isn't this a typical social elite?
Such a good son-in-law is hard to find even with a lantern. Naturally, the aunt would not miss it and quickly winked at her daughter. Cousin Jiang Xiaoyu understood what she meant, looked at her boyfriend with admiration, and secretly threw a coquettish eye.
Feng Weirui was in a good mood. How about we split the cost of this meal between the two families?
Ye's mother suggested. My aunt's family was showing off their superiority, and they were showing off a little too much, which made her feel awkward. Although I know that my aunt is not a bad person, but just a little vain, it just doesn't taste good.
My aunt pretended to be displeased and said, "Aunt, you are too polite. We are all family."
You are not giving Xiaorui face.
Feng Weirui said generously, "Yes, it's just a meal, don't mind it."
Chen Feng also advised, "Mom, it's okay, it's rare that the other party is happy, we can't not give face."
Ye's mother had to give up. Wait, what did Chen Feng just call her? Mom? For some reason, this name sounds very pleasant.
Ye's mother wanted to in fact, she also considered Chen Feng's face, but Chen Feng didn't seem to mind at all. Looking at Chen Feng and his daughter, the two sat very close to each other, their eyes were always communicating, and it seemed that there was only each other in their eyes.
Just like a newlywed couple. Are all couples nowadays so loving? Ye's mother naturally didn't know.
The two were already married, and it was normal to be loving. It was also normal for Chen Feng to call her mom. It turns out that the girl is extroverted, and her arms have turned outward. Ye's mother sighed in her heart. She didn't expect her son-in-law to be so powerful. As long as he was good to her daughter, she would be satisfied.
The dishes have been ordered. After that, the waiter brought the dishes one after another. Everyone ate and chatted. Today, my aunt loves to chat a lot.
With the support of her future son-in-law, she is full of confidence and has more topics to talk about.
On the way to Kaishian restaurant just now, did you see the newly built high-end community, Haoding community?
I heard that it costs 30,000 yuan per square meter, which is very expensive.
I wonder if I will have the opportunity to live in it in the future. My aunt sighed. Feng Weirui smiled and said, "My mother-in-law likes it.
When Xia Yu and I get married, we will buy a wedding house in Haoding community. Then my mother-in-law can move in and live with us." My aunt was overjoyed when she heard this, but she still refused politely on the surface. How can this be done?
It will hinder you two young couples. Feng Weirui waved his hand. It's okay, I believe Xia Yu will like it too. My aunt and cousin were both happy. Haoding community is a high-end community that was built recently. Because it is close to the Handshake building, it is considered a wealthy area by many residents. If you can really move in and live there, it will be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate and flying up the tree to become a phoenix. I don't know how many neighbors will envy you, and you can show off about this for a long time. Chen Feng thought, Haoding community?
The reward he got from signing in before was exactly a house in Haoding community.
Well, after you, Xiaorui, buy a house in Haoding community, I will go and live there for a while. No problem. Feng Weirui took on the responsibility. Anyway, it was just talk.
Whether they would get married in the future was still unknown. Aunt and cousin believed it and were already imagining the scene of moving into Haoding community.
It's true that it's better to marry well than to be born well. Yi Mayan, you were really excellent before. Everyone praised you. It's a pity that the man you chose was not good enough. You couldn't even treat him to a meal. In the future, the object of everyone's praise will no longer be you, but me,
the cousin thought proudly in her heart. I wanted to give Yi Mayan a provocative look, but I found that she didn't look at this side at all. She only had Chen Feng in her eyes and was feeding Chen Feng with food.
These two people are too affectionate. They actually ignored other people. A punch hit the cotton, which disappointed the cousin. She thought Yi Mayan must be pretending to be relaxed, but she was actually envious.
Aunt, you can also come to the Haoding community to have a look.
Maybe Chen Feng will buy a house there in the future. You can take a look first.
Ye's mother replied with a forced smile.
Chen Feng noticed Ye's mother's reaction and guessed something. Mom, do you want to live in the Haoding community?
No, that kind of high-end community is not suitable for me.
The property management fee is definitely not cheap.
Although the Handshake building is a bit worse, it is actually quite good after living there for a long time.
Is the Handshake building good? Not good at all. The environment is dirty and the space is narrow.
It is easy to feel depressed after living there for a long time.
Moreover, Ye's mother lives on the top floor.
Every time she goes out or goes home, she has to climb 7 flights of stairs. It is difficult for young people, not to mention Ye's mother who is not young anymore.
Chen Feng has made up his mind. How about we go to the Houting community to see if it is really that good? Anyway, it doesn't cost anything to take a look. Go to the Houting community to have a look? Yes. It's very late now. It doesn't matter, just go and have a look.
Everyone was shocked by Chen Feng's words.
Can you enter that kind of high-end community just by wanting to? It's late now, and it's getting dark.
The community probably won't let outsiders in.
It's okay. I'll take everyone there. No one should stop us.
Chen Feng said confidently. I don't know where Chen Feng got his confidence from.
He had been silent before, and he couldn't make a big fuss.
But now he suddenly suggested that everyone go to Houting community to have a look.
If you have money to go and see it, it's taste. If you don't have money to go and see it, it's poor fun.
But it happened that my aunt and cousin also wanted to go to Houting community to have a look. They thought that they would definitely live in Houting community in the future, so it would be good to go and see the environment in advance.
So after dinner, the group went to Houting community.
When checking out, Feng Weirui spent more than 5,000 yuan, which was used by my aunt and cousin to show off.
Houting community is brightly lit at night.
There are 2 security booths at the gate, guarded by 4 security guards.
There are cameras all around, and no matter what happens, it will be recorded.
Buying a house and looking at it is not new, but coming to see a house at night should have never happened before. Now Chen Feng and his friends
are trying it. Feng Weirui deliberately slowed down his pace. It's so late, the security will definitely not let him in.
Chen Feng is so confident, let him go. Even if he makes a fool of himself, it's none of our business. In Feng Weirui's opinion, Chen Feng is definitely going to make a fool of himself this time, so he won't be so stupid as to make a fool of himself with him. After being reminded, his aunt and cousin thought it made sense and slowed down their pace.
Chen Feng and his friends have arrived at the smart gate at the entrance of Houting community. Xiaofeng, let's go back. The security will definitely not let us in. It will be bad if we are driven away. Mom, it's okay. I can go in if I want. It's okay.
Yes, Mom, you have to have confidence in Chen Feng. Although Yumayan didn't know what her husband was up to, she didn't doubt it and trusted her husband unconditionally. Seeing this, Ye's mother sighed and thought that it was okay to be embarrassed. Anyway, she had an old face, so it didn't matter. The security guard had noticed the 3 people who came. They were all unfamiliar faces and didn't look like residents of Houting community.
Should we drive the 3 people away?
At this time, Chen Feng took out a smart card from his pocket and put it on the card verification slot of the smart gate.
Beep. The gate opened.
The security guard knew immediately that Chen Feng was the owner of the place, so he dared not drive him away, and even smiled to welcome him.
Let's go in, Chen Feng said. Ye's mother asked in confusion, Xiaofeng, how did you get the door card here?
Chen Feng decided not to pretend anymore, and said, because I am the owner of this place.
Ye's mother. Yimayan, Sigma, degree, let's go.
Shocked, the mother and daughter followed Chen Feng into the Houting community in a daze.
Ye's mother thought, Xiaofeng is not lying to me, right? He shouldn't be. Is he a rich second generation? Yimayan thought, when did my husband buy a house in the Houting community? How come I didn't know? He actually played a surprise, Chen Feng is the owner of the Houting community? How is this possible? Feng Weirui and the others were not far away, and they couldn't believe what Chen Feng said. Isn't Chen Feng a poor guy?
The total cost of his clothes is only about 300 yuan, and he drives a 5-ling Hongguang Mini.
How can you afford a house in Houting community? Hearing is not as good as seeing. Feng Weirui and his friends hurriedly followed him into the community to see the truth. They had already arrived at a certain building and took the elevator to the top floor.
Chen Feng pressed his thumb on the fingerprint authenticator of the door lock, and the door opened with a beep.
It was a very grand duplex house.
180 square meters, spacious and luxurious, with 5 rooms and 2 large balconies. It has been renovated, with all furniture and appliances. Under the fluorescent light, the high-grade ceramics shine brightly. The reward for this sign-in was very generous, and the house was luxuriously decorated.
Chen Feng nodded and expressed his satisfaction. Mom, what do you think of this house?
Ye's mother said dully, very good, very good.
Chen Feng asked, do you like it? Ye's mother said, I like it.
Chen Feng said, then you can live here in the future. Then he took out a bunch of keys and smart cards and put them in Ye's mother's hand.
Ye's mother looked at the things in her hand and was shocked. Are you really letting me live here? Of course, there is no elevator in the handshake building. It is very troublesome to go in and out every day.
It will be much more convenient to live here. Ye's mother was still in a state of prosperity, and she couldn't come back to her senses for a while. She just felt that Chen Feng's mom was getting more and more pleasant to the ear. Aunt, cousin has seen the scenery outside the balcony, walked back to the living room, stood on the top floor 30 floors high balcony, looked outside, everything became smaller, the mountains are small.
The open scenery is refreshing. Xiaofeng, is the house really yours?
Yes.
I want to ask, how much does this house cost? 5 million.
As expected of the man Cheyenne likes, he is really excellent.
In fact, when Aunt saw you for the first time,
I thought you were very excellent and definitely not an ordinary person.
Thank you for the compliment. The environment of Houting community is really good, especially the duplex villa on the top floor. If someone can be like you, Xiaofeng, it would be great to give me a house to live in.
When Aunt spoke, she looked at Feng Weiruwei deliberately, hinting at something.
Feng Weiruwei's mouth twitched wildly.
Naturally, he knew what the other party was hinting at, and he just wanted to curse.
He couldn't afford the 5 million duplex villa on the top floor. Not to mention the duplex villa, even the most ordinary house in Houting community, he couldn't afford it now.
Even if he could afford it, he would not give it to someone else for free.
So facing his aunt's hint, Feng Weiruwei could only pretend not to understand and ignore it.
I didn't expect Chen Feng to be a hidden rich man. His whole outfit only cost about 300 yuan, and he drove a 5-sided Hongguang Mini.
He is so good at playing this pretender. Feng Weiruwei remembered what he had said before.
He felt like he was slapped in the face for pretending to be rich in front of Chen Feng, a rich man. He was ashamed. Cousin Zhang Xiaoyu had the same feeling. Her cheeks were very hot. She thought she could finally hold her head high, but who knew that the reality was so skinny?
Yi Mayan's boyfriend is not only handsome, but also very rich. Why can't I compare with Yi Mayan from childhood to adulthood? Is there any justice? Ha, ha, ha.
My aunt has changed her previous attitude and praised Chen Feng. Xiaofeng, if possible, please take care of my daughter and Xiaoruwei in the future.
No problem.
Feng Weiruwei, my cousin wanted to vomit blood. After that, Ye's mother moved directly into the Houting community. It was fully equipped with home appliances and furniture, and she could move in right away, which was simple and quick.
Now Ye's mother is very proud of having a good son-in-law. It's good.
Everyone's attitude towards her has obviously improved a lot, especially my aunt, who is humble and flattering.
It's extremely comfortable.
Ye's mother has promised my aunt that she can come and stay for a few days.
Anyway, the house is big and there are many empty rooms. It's lonely to live alone.
Cheyenne, such a good boyfriend, you must cherish him and don't miss him.
Yes, I know. Chen Feng is driving on the way back to the apartment.
Yi Mayan, sitting in the co-pilot seat, stared at her husband, her beautiful eyes unblinking.
Is there something wrong, wife? Nothing, I just think my husband has suddenly become much more handsome. I thought you were curious about how I got a house in the Houting community. I am indeed curious, but it doesn't matter.
But my husband is really willing to give it to my mother to live in such a big house.
Don't you like it, or do you want us to live in it? Can't we live well? Are you asking for trouble? I'm lying to you. As long as my husband is by my side, it doesn't matter where I live.
Besides, living with my mother makes it inconvenient to do many things. Yi Mayan rolled her eyes, with an expression that said you know what I mean.
This witch.
Chen Feng suddenly accelerated the car and hurried back to the apartment. He wanted the great dragon. On the way back, Feng Weiruwei was driving, and the more he thought about what happened tonight, the more depressed he felt. He could clearly feel that his aunt and girlfriend's attitude towards him had changed a lot. If before, they regarded Feng Weiruwei as a rare commodity and valued him very much, now they regarded him as an ordinary commodity and did not value him at all. When he left just now, his girlfriend did not even send him off.
Without comparison, there is no harm. Feng Weiruwei was very unwilling.
He spent more than 5,000 renminbi in Kaishan restaurant. Not only did he not please his aunt and girlfriend, but he was also slapped in the face.
It was a loss.
It was all Chen Feng's fault.
Opening a barbecue restaurant can make so much money, it's a lie. B Station. The Stealing Moon Society updated the video. Shock. A phoenix grows from an egg, the best barbecue in Donghai City. Introduction. Why are the treetops drooling wildly? Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality?
Everything is on Jiahong Street in Donghai City. As one of the top 100 grandmothers, the boss of the food area, and millions of fans, this video immediately attracted the attention of many viewers. The number of online viewers exceeded 10,000 in the blink of an eye and is still rising rapidly.
Number 1. The video is finally edited.
It turns out that there are such old streets in Donghai City. There are too many customers in the barbecue restaurant.
They can't be agents or fakes. How can such a small barbecue restaurant be so outstanding? Hey, the barbecue brother is unexpectedly handsome.
Look, Sister Shushao is drooling at the little brother.
Sister Shushao, what's wrong with you, Omega? Don't say it, the little brother is really handsome. Regardless of whether the barbecue is delicious or not, I will patronize it just for the little brother's appearance. The little brother is actually the owner of the barbecue restaurant? Young and promising, I love it. Is that the boss lady? She is so beautiful. Is there a filter?
Yes, there is a filter. It's not a filter, I know who she is, the campus belle of Donghai University, Yi Mayan. The little brother is also the campus hunk of Donghai University, Chen Feng.
The human flesh speed is too fast. The campus belle and the campus hunk, absolutely amazing. I declare that I am heartbroken.
They are so in love, showing off their love in public, and I am fed a mouthful of love even through the screen.
I am addicted to this.
Sister Shushao has broken up. She turned her grief and anger into appetite, and her eating manner is exaggerated.
Is Sister Shushao advertising a barbecue restaurant? Don't say it, this eating manner makes me greedy.
I want to call the police. Someone poisoned me late at night, and I can't lose weight. This video is the content of the live broadcast of Tuyuesh last night, which has been edited. After the video was updated, the number of online viewers continued to increase, and many tap water appeared.
In just 1 hour, the number of views exceeded 1 million.
Everyone was attracted by Shushao's exaggerated eating manner and the beauty of the boss and the boss's wife.
The administrator of Bilibili has noticed this. At first, he thought it was an abnormal data, someone was brushing the data, otherwise the data growth rate would be too fast. Soon he found that it was not fake, but normal data. This is a good opportunity.
If it is operated well, it can break the dimensional wall, thereby improving the popularity of Bilibili and attracting more potential users. The operations officer said seriously and started to operate decisively. After that, someone cut the video of the Stealing Moon Society into a short film and put it on a certain audio platform.
The number of views quickly increased and soon it was recommended on the homepage. More and more people knew about the existence of Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant. Some people doubted that it was just barbecue. Could it really be so delicious? Would it be another internet celebrity restaurant?
Some people had tried it a long time ago and assured that it was the best barbecue. Feng Weirui and Jiang Xiaoyu were both users of a certain audio platform. When they were bored, they would watch short videos and happened to see this short video that appeared on the homepage recommendation.
They saw Chen Feng and Yi Mayan in the video. It turns out that Yi Mayan did not lie.
Chen Feng's barbecue restaurant can really make 1 million yuan a year.
Chen Feng, Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant is popular. Zhou Jiefei said happily, his eyebrows dancing.
He handed the phone to Chen Feng to watch. The video of the Stealing Moon Society's poison testing video about Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant was playing on the phone, and the number of views had exceeded 5 million. In just one night, there were so many views, which means that many people knew about Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant. I didn't expect that the two were the top 100 ants.
I made a lot of money this time.
I didn't charge them for the barbecue.
It was right.
Chen Feng said with a smile. It is conceivable that many people will come here because of this video, and the number of customers in Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant will increase sharply.
As expected. At noon, not long after the opening, customers came to Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant one after another, and more and more.
Chen Feng felt that he had underestimated the power of online promotion.
What is the meaning of customers coming like clouds?
This is the customers coming like clouds, and there is no sign of stopping. Looking at the information on WeChat, which is constantly refreshing like running water, Chen Feng smiled with relief.
More customers is a good thing, but being busy is also very busy. We must hire more employees. Leave this to us. In fact, many classmates have not found a job yet. The salary here is high. I believe they will be willing to come and try. Zhou Jiefei patted his chest and promised.
Zhou Jiefei and Qianming originally worked in the barbecue restaurant because they had not found a job yet and wanted to help Chen Feng. But now it seems that being a formal employee is not bad. The two are good friends who live in the same dormitory with Chen Feng. Naturally, Chen Feng will not treat them unfairly. They are paid 20,000 yuan a month, and if the business is good, they will get dividends and year-end bonuses. Such treatment is already very good for college graduates, better than many white-collar workers. Because of the good treatment, the two work harder.
Mu Feng's barbecue restaurant is doing well, some people are happy, and some are worried. For example, the spicy soup restaurant, fried buns restaurant, and mutton kebab restaurant next door.
Since the opening of Mu Feng's barbecue restaurant, their business has been affected, and it has been going downhill.
In just 3 days, there are no customers. If it continues like this, they will have to close down. Hello, Mr. Chen, my surname is Zhang, and I am the owner of the mutton kebab restaurant. The first one who couldn't sit still and came to the door was the owner of the mutton kebab restaurant.
Both restaurants do barbecue, and they are close to each other, so the business of the mutton kebab restaurant has a great impact. Chen Feng looked at the greasy middle-aged man in front of him and asked, "I wonder what can I do for you, Mr. Zhang?"
Boss Zhang said, "I wonder if you can sell me some spices. I can pay a high price. Simple and direct, no beating around the bush."
It turned out to be for spices. The reason why Mu Feng barbecue restaurant is doing so well is because of the secret spices.
Boss Zhang is a wise man. Chen Feng naturally couldn't sell the spices to the other party. Wouldn't his business be damaged in this way? I understand that competitors are like enemies.
You don't want to sell me spices, but Mu Feng barbecue restaurant can't handle so many customers.
The store is so small, you can't handle it. Why not sell me some spices? We win together.
Of course, what Boss Zhang said makes sense, but Chen Feng still refused.
Why? The price is negotiable. It's not a matter of money. How about this? Anyway, your lamb kebab shop can't be run anymore, and I need a store. Why don't you sell the store to me? I want to buy the shop together. Can you discuss this with the landlord? I'm willing to pay a good price. Boss Zhang's eyes widened.
He just wanted to buy spices, but he didn't expect Chen Feng to buy his shop directly.
Are young people nowadays so arrogant?
However, if Chen Feng insisted on not selling spices, Boss Zhang had no choice but to sell the shop.
In fact, the business of the mutton kebab shop has always been tepid and can't make much money. After all, there are only so many people on Jiahong Street, and the competition is fierce.
Now affected by Mu Feng's barbecue shop, let alone making money, it has already started to lose money. Boss Zhang thinks that as long as the price is right, it is not impossible to sell the mutton kebab shop. I will consider this and discuss it with the landlord.
Boss Zhang left. Before leaving, he proposed to buy spices again. Chen Feng insisted on not selling, and he had no choice.
Chen Feng muttered to himself, "It would be best if we can buy a few more shops before the official announcement of the addition of subway station entrances next week." It just so happened that Mu Feng's barbecue shop didn't have enough store space, so this move could be said to kill two birds with one stone. The only problem is that Chen Feng currently does not have extra funds to buy shops. But Chen Feng is not worried, and believes that money will be delivered to his door soon. After that, Chen Feng took the initiative to find the owners of the spicy soup shop and the fried bun shop, saying that he wanted to buy their shops and asked them to negotiate with the landlord.
"Hello, Mr. Chen, we saw the video of Mu Feng barbecue on Station B, which is very unique. I wonder if Mr. Chen is interested in expanding Mu Feng barbecue and turning it into a chain store. We are willing to invest." The influence of the video of Tu Yuxi is still fermenting. Not only customers are attracted, but also investors who smell business opportunities. A man dressed in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, dressed like a business person, came to Chen Feng. Chen Feng said, "Of course I'm interested. It's not surprising that investors came to the door, it's already expected. Chinese people have always had the habit of following the trend and chasing popularity. For example, since Ali Dad became popular, Ali Mom, Ali Uncle, Ali Sister. Similar trademarks have appeared. Malicious registration of trademarks is no longer a new thing in China. As long as something becomes popular, someone will maliciously register it and want to get a piece of the pie. Share the traffic dividend. Now that Mu Feng barbecue is popular, it will naturally be targeted by investors. How much money can you invest? I can invest 5 million as an initial investment. If the subsequent returns are good, I will increase the investment. It is expected to be 20 million. However, after accepting my investment, Mr. Chen cannot accept investment from others unless I agree. I will have the right to use and authorize the name of Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant. In addition, the formula of the secret spice must be shared." Chen Feng wanted to laugh when he heard this. The other party is asking for too much. He wants to occupy Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant with 5 million. Although the other party said that there will be 20 million investment in the future, everyone can brag. In fact, the formula of the secret spice alone is more than this price. If the other party does not regard Chen Feng as a newbie who has just started a business and knows nothing,
then he underestimates the value of the secret spice. As a former rich second generation, Chen Feng still has vision and is not unfamiliar with business operations.
Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant is not an internet celebrity restaurant.
It uses secret spices to make barbecue. It is really delicious and there is no need to worry about customers not coming. Therefore, it will not have a very
short life cycle like internet celebrity restaurants.
As long as it is well operated, it can definitely become a nationwide super chain store. In comparison, the investment of 5 million is too stingy.
It is simply a free-for-all. Too much.
Sorry, I can't see your sincerity.
Please go back. Mr. Chen, please consider it carefully. This is my business card.
If you still have these conditions, don't have any expectations. Even if you don't invest, there will be a lot of people willing to invest in me, Chen Feng said bluntly. The businessman knew that he underestimated Chen Feng.
His expression was a little ugly. He didn't leave immediately. He wanted to turn around and bargain. Chen Feng was too lazy to waste time with the other party. He left it alone because the barbecue restaurant was still busy. The businessman finally left in disappointment. Although the idea of chain stores is good, the investment is huge and the risk is also high. You can't make money in the short term and will even lose money. In fact, it would be better to open a franchise store. As long as there is enough supply of spices, you can collect franchise fees with peace of mind. The income will not be small, and the risk is much smaller. The investment is small, the income is high in the short term, and wealth can be accumulated quickly. Chen Feng thought of a better way to operate, which is to open a franchise store.
There are many famous franchise stores in China, including Chiku convenience stores, which are open all over the country and have countless stores. The boss behind the scenes only needs to supply goods to Chiku convenience stores in various places, with stable income and less risk. Although the boss's management power is small and seems loose, he actually has a firm grasp of the supply channels and has formed a very powerful sales network. The more Chen Feng thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. On the same day, several more investors came to the door. They were all like the businessman before, thinking that Chen Feng was young and easy to deceive, and wanted to take over Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant under the name of investment.
Chen Feng rejected all their investment proposals and then proposed a franchise store.
Those who are willing to become a member of the franchise store are welcome, and forget about the others, Chen Feng said firmly. Some investors agreed immediately, but more investors said they needed to consider. The franchise fee is 100,000, which is not expensive, nor cheap. After all, it is just the name of Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant, and the rest depends on yourself. The franchise store needs to sign a contract, which must be handled by a professional lawyer.
Chen Feng is not a law student and does not understand these things. He needs to find a trustworthy lawyer to help.
Hello, I am Lawyer Su introduced by, nice to meet you. Su Zhenjuan, Lawyer Su, is a lawyer introduced by a classmate. A gentle and thin man, his suit is close to his body, giving people a meticulous feeling.
Nice to meet you, Lawyer Su.
Chen Feng shook hands with Lawyer Su. It can be seen that Lawyer Su is a capable person with a calm personality and a serious expression. He has strong working ability and quickly formulated a franchise store contract according to Chen Feng's requirements. During the period, Lawyer Su also put forward his own opinions, which Chen Feng adopted and added to the contract to make the contract more perfect.
With this contract, things will be much easier.
In fact, there are still many procedures to be done for franchise stores, such as trademark registration, operating licenses, etc.
People who are not familiar with it will spend a lot of time to handle them. Lawyer Su handled all of them. Afterwards, Chen Feng gave the other party a considerable fee. Ding!
Bank card has received 100000.
Ding!
Bank card has received 100000.
Ding!
Bank card has received 100000.
Chen Feng looked at the bank card arrival information and smiled with relief.
In just a few hours, hundreds of thousands of dollars were deposited.
This money came so easily. The future is promising.
Remembering that he had not signed in today, Chen Feng asked the system to sign in.
Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the out-of-print Mercedes-Benz S. Included reward, God-level driving skills. Out-of-print Mercedes-Benz S? And the God-level driving skills that come with it?
I opened the blind box and got 2 prizes.
I made a profit.
The car key has appeared in Chen Feng's trouser pocket. It just so happens that Chen Feng wants to buy a new car. Although the Mini is good and easy to drive, it can only seat 2 people, the speed is not fast, and the use is limited. It was okay before, but it will definitely be inconvenient in the future.
Chen Feng's previous car was the Mercedes-Benz S. He was very familiar with the Mercedes-Benz S and liked it. The S-Class is a luxury car
in the Mercedes-Benz sedan series with top configuration.
I don't know what the out-of-print Mercedes-Benz S is configured and how it performs. Chen Feng was very curious, just like a newly bought figurine. He wanted to open the package and touch it as soon as possible to see if there were any flaws. My wife's time to get off work is almost up, so I can drive the new car to pick her up. After telling Zhou Jiefei, Chen Feng left the barbecue restaurant. Zhou Jiefei has found 2 classmates who are willing to work in the barbecue restaurant. Now even if Chen Feng leaves, there are enough people. The out-of-print Mercedes-Benz S is parked here on Jiahong Street.
Chen Feng has seen the brand new black Mercedes-Benz on the roadside. Apart from the fact that it is a new car, the exterior looks ordinary, nothing special, and the model is not cool. It is a very ordinary Mercedes-Benz S. Chen Feng took out the car key from his trouser pocket and pressed the start button.
The ordinary Mercedes-Benz S suddenly glowed with brilliant brilliance, as if it had woken up, with red and blue breathing lights, changing rhythmically. Somewhat cool. Not bad. Chen Feng has opened the door and sat in.
His buttocks instantly sank into the soft leather seat, seamlessly connected, as if his buttocks had grown out of the seat, extremely comfortable.
A perfect driver's seat.
It is different from the Mercedes-Benz S driver's seat he had sat in before, and it is much more comfortable. Chen Feng has been attracted by the center console in front of him, which is very avant-garde, with sophisticated electronic instruments and many control keys. He almost thought he was sitting in 007's car.
A very arrogant center console.
In the process of exploration, Chen Feng gradually understood the functions and performance of this Mercedes-Benz S and was shocked.
It's really a rare model. Its performance is too strong. This is a monster disguised as an ordinary Mercedes-Benz S. The 6-liter V12 turbocharged engine is the standard engine of the Mercedes-Benz S. It's not rare.
What's rare is that it has 900 horsepower. A fighter jet among sedans. Chen Feng held the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and couldn't wait to drive on the road to try it out. The sound of the engine was very small, almost inaudible. Even at a speed of 50 km per hour, there was no sound, as if telling Chen Feng that this speed was no pressure for the engine, too easy.
Can you drive faster? There's still time, let's go on the highway for a lap. Chen Feng was in the mood. On the highway.
Several sports cars were galloping, chasing each other, with speeds exceeding 200 km per hour, and the sound of the engines roaring.
Cutting in and out from left to right, constantly overtaking, and there were some dangers.
A green Lamborghini, eye-catching, ran in the front. Other sports cars were chasing, although it was not easy, they gradually caught up with the green Lamborghini. But every time when it was about to catch up, the green Lamborghini would accelerate again with a roar and leave the opponent behind.
Young Master Yang, you are awesome. We lost. Lamborghini SCV12 is too fast. We can't catch up at all.
No, I want to change cars.
This is not fun anymore. The performance is too strong.
When turning, it is as steady as an old dog. Young Master Yang, the young man driving the green Lamborghini, raised a proud arc at the corner of his mouth when he heard his companion's words.
He stroked the steering wheel with a good texture. Lamborghini SCV12, a global limited edition super sports car, can't be bought even if you have money. Young Master Yang spent 40 million and used a lot of connections to finally buy it.
He spent a few million more to successfully land it in China. A total of nearly 50 million was spent.
It was very expensive. Even if young Master Yang was a rich second generation, it was very painful. But everything was worth it.
This car made him look very proud in front of his friends. They were all rich second generations. Because they liked to play with cars, they set up a sports car club. To join the club, you must have a super sports car worth 10 million. In this club, it is not who has a strong background who is powerful, but who has the best car playing skills.
Young Master Yang blurted out, "It's so cool." He was full of confidence. As long as he had a Lamborghini, he would be invincible. He continued to step on the accelerator to increase his advantage. Hey, what's wrong with that Mercedes-Benz S? It actually overtook me. It's so fast. Young Master Zhao, you are not good enough. You were actually overtaken by the Mercedes-Benz S. It's a disgrace to our club. It's not that I'm bad. I was going 250 kilometers per hour. I overtook it as soon as I said it, and I couldn't catch up. It's really weird. No way, even if the Mercedes-Benz S is a luxury car, it can't be faster than a sports car. Wait, I was also overtaken by the Mercedes-Benz S, and the speed must be 280 kilometers per hour. Ha, young Master Wu, you are not good enough either. Don't be happy, Mr. Su, it's your turn. The Mercedes-Benz S has caught up with you. Hey, I won't be overtaken by the Mercedes-Benz S. It's time to show you real skills. I was overtaken, the speed was 290 kilometers per hour. Hearing the voice of his companion, young Master Yang was surprised. In order to facilitate communication, they would open a chat group when racing. A Mercedes-Benz S even surpassed the members of their sports car club? Through the rearview mirror, Yang Xiao had already seen a black Mercedes-Benz S approaching him slowly. Interesting, is it a modified Mercedes-Benz S? Do you like to play the pig and eat the tiger? It's a pity that you met my Lamborghini SCV-12 today, Yang Xiao said arrogantly. He stepped on the accelerator and the speed increased again, breaking through 300 kilometers per hour. On the highway, the Lamborghini SCV-12 was like a green lightning, rushing at lightning speed. Yang Xiao was so proud that he thought he had left the Mercedes-Benz S behind him. When he glanced at the rearview mirror, he was stunned. Not only did he not leave the Mercedes-Benz S behind, but he also unknowingly approached it, with only a parking space left. What's the matter with this Mercedes-Benz S? Is it really a sedan? Let's fight. Yang Xiao stepped on the accelerator again to accelerate. The speed has reached 330 kilometers per hour, a terrible speed. Lamborghini SCV-12 will not lose, how could it lose? Boom! The Mercedes-Benz S was not left behind, but continued to accelerate, getting closer and closer. The two cars were already running side by side. At such a fast speed, the scenery beside was like a turbulent flow, passing by quickly. Other vehicles on the highway were as slow as turtles and became the background. Yang Xiao knew that there was a big bend ahead, so he didn't dare to continue accelerating. He released the accelerator and began to slow down. Although he was unwilling to admit defeat, he would not play with his life. What surprised Yang Xiao was that the Benz S did not slow down, and continued to maintain a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour, heading towards the big bend ahead. It had already surpassed his Lamborghini. Doesn't he know there is a bend ahead? This time someone will die. No one died. Under Yang Xiao's incredible gaze, the Benz S maintained a high speed, drifted on the bend, and drifted through the bend smoothly, with a very beautiful C-shaped trajectory. What kind of driving skill is this? It can drift smoothly through the bend at this speed. Am I watching movie special effects? After turning the big bend, Yang Xiao wanted to catch up with the Benz S, but he couldn't catch up at all. The other party accelerated again. Like a black lightning, it walked in a Z-shaped way on the highway and kept overtaking. His driving skills are extremely good. Yang Xiao did not continue to chase, and he could not catch up. The black Mercedes-Benz S had completely disappeared from his sight. He found that the engine had signs of overheating, and hurriedly stopped the car in the emergency lane. After getting off the car, Yang Xiao looked at his newly bought Lamborghini SVC-12. He originally thought that the super sports car was very cool, but now he suddenly felt that it was not so attractive. Without comparison, there is no harm. Who would believe that he lost to a Mercedes-Benz S? But is it really a Mercedes-Benz S? It is faster than a super sports car. Yang Xiao was very confused. The driving experience is really good. Chen Feng exclaimed, rubbing his hands gently on the steering wheel. God-level driving skills, coupled with the monster-like Mercedes-Benz S, are invincible on the highway. It doesn't seem like driving, but more like flying a plane. Manager Yi, you are famous, Zhao Xiaowan suddenly said, and handed the phone to Yi Mayan. Yi Mayan took the phone in doubt and saw the video on it. It turned out that the two old ladies of the Stealing Moon Society live-streamed the video of Mu Feng's barbecue restaurant the night before, and uploaded it to B Station after editing. The number of views has exceeded 8 million, with 570,000 comments and more than 1 million bullet comments. Data that can only be described as hot. Mu Feng barbecue restaurant is hot. Yi Mayan didn't expect that this video could be so popular. It was a surprise. But this is a good thing. My husband should be happy, and the business of Mu Feng barbecue restaurant will get better. It's just that the business is too good, making my husband too busy, and Yi Mayan feels distressed. Not only Billy, but also short videos on a certain audio, the number of views is also millions. I think many people in Donghai City now know about Mu Feng barbecue restaurant and go there for its reputation. I didn't expect that Manager Ye's husband's barbecue is so delicious. Can you treat me to a meal some other day? In fact, I like barbecue very much, Zhao Xiaowan said. Yi Mayan said generously, no problem, I'll keep you full, but if you get fat, it's none of my business. Get fat? This is indeed a problem for Zhao Xiaowan, but as a foodie, she won't look back and forth, just eat it first.
In fact, Zhao Xiaowan is still a fan of the Stealing Moon Society.
I didn't expect to see an acquaintance in the Stealing Moon Society's video. The way Shutiao ate made Zhao Xiaowan full of expectations for Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant. Suddenly, she envied Yi Mayan.
Not only was her husband handsome, but he also had a good barbecue skill.
She was so happy. When can I have a husband like this? Zhao Xiaowan thought in a crazy way, and then left. Click.
There was a knock on the door.
Come in. A woman walked in. She was wearing a new Louis Vuitton women's suit, dressed neatly and elegantly.
She was already in her middle age, but she still had charm. She must have been a great beauty when she was young.
General Manager.
Yi Mayan looked at the woman who walked in and said respectfully.
Yi Mayan was able to be promoted from an intern to a manager so quickly.
In addition to her own ability, it was also thanks to the support of the woman in front of her.
Pan Rong, the general manager of Chuanghao International, is a well-known strong woman in the business circle of Donghai City. Pan Rong asked, Xiaoyan, I heard that you are married? Yi Mayan nodded, yes.
Pan Rong said in surprise, I thought it was just a rumor within the company, but I didn't expect it to be true.
I remember you didn't have a boyfriend before. How come you got married all of a sudden?
Yi Mayan looked happy. Actually, I didn't expect it myself. I can only say that fate has come.
Pan Rong smiled and said, well, I can tell from your appearance that you are very happy now, and the other party should be a very good man.
Yi Mayan nodded, did not deny, smiled very sweetly, and looked immersed in happiness.
Pan Rong was very surprised. Before, she would never believe that Yi Mayan would get married so early. Not to mention the happy little wife appearance that Yi Mayan showed now. Is this really the Yi Mayan she knew?
In Pan Rong's eyes, Yi Mayan is a very good female subordinate, not inferior to herself when she was young, and even better. Such an excellent person naturally has a high vision.
Although there are many suitors, including many excellent men, Yi Mayan did not treat them differently no matter who they are. Even if it was the pursuit of Deputy General Manager Zhou Yanlin, Yi Mayan was not interested, and she had a cold face all day long, and the official look made Zhou Yanlin eat a lot of soft nails.
Pan Rong couldn't help but be curious about the identity of Yi Mayan's husband. What kind of man is he? How good is he to win over this cold Si Hua? And he turned the cold Si Hua into a gentle little wife. The power of love is incredible. Pan Rong said, introduce your husband to me some other day. I am very curious about how good he is to make you so fascinated.
Yi Mayan said, definitely. Even if Pan Rong didn't say it, Yi Mayan would introduce her husband to her. Pan Rong is a good boss worthy of respect.
She is willing to help her and is unconventional. Yi Mayan also wants all her friends around her to know that she has an excellent husband.
Okay, let's talk about personal matters. Let's talk about business. You have to hurry up with the project you are doing now. This project is not big or small. It is an experimental project of the company.
As long as you do it well, the prospects will be very good, and it will also be good for your own qualifications. Pan Rong changed her kind elder look just now, and her face became more serious. Yi Mayan also said seriously, well, I understand, thank you Mr. Pan for your support.
Pan Rong said, you are a talent, so I am willing to support you. Don't belittle yourself, just work hard. But Zhou Yanlin, the deputy general manager, is really worrying.
What a master's degree turtle, I don't know where he got his academic qualifications.
If possible, I really want you to replace Zhou Yanlin as the deputy general manager. Who made the other party have a good father? Pan Rong was a little helpless. Yi Mayan didn't say anything.
It was not her turn to comment on such things.
It was just time to get off work. Yi Mayan and Pan Rong walked out of the company together. Didn't find the familiar five-sided Hongguang Mini at the door of the company. Is it because the barbecue restaurant is too busy and her husband has no time to pick her up?
Yi Mayan picked up her mobile phone and saw that there was no message from her husband on WeChat.
Didn't her husband forget?
She took the initiative to send a message to her husband.
After waiting for a while, her husband didn't reply. It seemed that he was really busy and didn't find her WeChat message. Pan Rong said, isn't your husband here? I'll take you home. Yi Mayan was a little disappointed.
She wanted to take this opportunity to introduce her husband to Pan Rong, but who knew?
Beep.
A shrill horn sounded.
Everyone looked over and saw a brand new black Mercedes-Benz S. Yi Mayan also looked over. Click. The door of the Mercedes-Benz S opened, and a young man came down holding a large bouquet of red roses. He walked straight towards Yi Mayan. Red roses, do you like them?
Chen Feng handed the 99 roses to Yi Mayan. Yi Mayan's eyes were sparkling, and she was moved. After taking the roses, she put them to her nose and sniffed them gently.
They smelled so good. All women like romance.
Her husband's appearance just now was like a Prince Charming, giving roses in front of everyone.
It was so romantic.
Yi Mayan, who was touched by the romance, now just wanted to eat her husband, or be eaten by her husband.
Do you like it?
Yes, thank you, husband. The two looked at each other affectionately, as if there was only each other in their eyes. No further words were spoken, everything was said without words. A sweet atmosphere filled the air, as if there were only two people at the entrance of the company, and everyone else became a background board.
Deep affection, only each other. If only my husband could be so romantic. Thinking about my boyfriend, it's time to break up.
I suddenly feel that my husband at home is a big glutton, who can't do anything except eating. Envious voices came, all from female colleagues.
The female colleagues were choked.
Not to mention these young female colleagues, even Pan Rong, an experienced middle-aged woman, was choked by the two people in front of her. This is too sweet, showing affection in front of the company in public, as if no one else is around. Pan Rong could see that the young man in front of her should be Yi Mayan's husband, a handsome man. No wonder Yi Mayan was willing to get married with him.
Ahem, Xiaoyan, don't you introduce me to him? Pan Rong said,
interrupting the two people who continued to show affection in public.
I can't stand it any longer. If I continue like this, I'll get diabetes. My husband will introduce you. This is Pan Rong, the general manager of Chuanhao International. Mr. Pan.
I can take the position of manager thanks to Mr. Pan's support.
Hello, Mr. Pan, my wife is taken care of by you.
Chen Feng stretched out his hand. Pan Rong shook hands with Chen Feng gently, then separated, looked Chen Feng up and down, and nodded slightly. He was polite, neither humble nor arrogant, a very good young man. The man that Yi Mayan likes is really extraordinary, very good.
Mr. Pan, you are too kind. I wonder if Mr. Pan is free to have dinner together. Chen Feng asked.
The other party is a good boss who has supported his wife, so naturally he has to build a good relationship with him. Yi Mayan also said, Mr. Pan, let's have dinner together.
I haven't thanked you properly for the promotion yet. Pan Rong smiled and said, okay then.
After deciding where to eat, Pan Rong went to the company's underground garage to pick up the car.
Yi Mayan followed her husband to the Mercedes-Benz S and looked at the brand new luxury car. Honey, did you rent this car?
I bought it.
Bought it? This car is expensive, isn't it?
Not very expensive.
Is it really not expensive? Although Yi Mayan didn't know much about cars, she knew about the Mercedes-Benz S, a luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan.
Her husband actually bought a luxury car without saying anything, and the house in the Houting community before, which made people unable to see through it.
Get in the car and put the roses in the back seat. No, I just like to hold them.
Yi Mayan sniffed the roses again, and they were still so fragrant. Holding the roses, sitting in the passenger seat, he looked like he couldn't let go. Chen Feng smiled and said nothing, then sat in the driver's seat and drove away.
Yi Mayan noticed the large number of sophisticated electronic instruments on the center console. Is the center console of the Mercedes-Benz S like this? Pan Rong had already driven the Maserati president out of the garage and followed the Mercedes-Benz S.
The three of them came to a famous Chinese restaurant in the city center. I don't know what Mr. Pan likes to eat, just order whatever you want, don't be polite to me.
How about seafood?
Okay. The three of them ordered 1 or 2 dishes each. While waiting for the waiter to serve the dishes, Chen Feng and Pan Rong started chatting. At first, they just chatted casually and tried to get close to each other, but soon they got along very well and had a good time. Pan Rong found that Chen Feng had a very good understanding of business operations, had certain insights into company management, was knowledgeable, and was a rare talent. When Chen Feng was in college, his major was business management.
Are you running a franchise store?
Yes,
Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant. I wonder if Mr. Pan is interested. I'm not good at food. Pan Rong declined.
During the chat, Pan Rong learned a lot of personal information about Chen Feng. It turned out that Chen Feng was once a rich second generation, but his family went bankrupt, and now he started from scratch. Starting from scratch, running a franchise store, and being able to afford a Mercedes-Benz S, it's not easy.
Pan Rong looked at Chen Feng with admiration.
This young man is not simple, he has talent, potential, a promising future, and can get along.
No wonder Yi Mayan fell in love with him.
Pan Rong looked at Yi Mayan and found that she had been looking at Chen Feng with affection, like a little girl who was in love. Pan Rong couldn't help but smile and shook her head. She just hoped that Yi Mayan could be more normal when she was at work, and not be like this. The waiter served the dishes.
President Pan, please eat, you're welcome.
Okay.
Husband too, eat more oysters to replenish your body. Wife, you are too naughty.
Pan Rong suddenly felt a little regretful.
She shouldn't have come out to eat with the two of them. She was choked again. Although Pan Rong is not a single dog and has a family, she can't stand the two of them. The phone rang.
Pan Rong picked up the phone and saw that it was the investment manager calling, frowning slightly.
Manager Zhou, what's the matter?
It's like this, I have a new investment project here. I don't know if President Pan is interested.
Sorry, I'm not interested in this project.
Although Pan Rong had clearly expressed that she was not interested, the other party did not give up and persisted. Until Pan Rong said, I have a guest and I'm busy, she decisively hung up. Chen Feng was very sharp-eared and heard the words investment project.
Mr. Pan, are you investing?
Not really, I just have some spare money in my hand, and I want to increase its value by leaving it there.
I have found an investment manager before. That's good. The interest rate of banks is too low now. It's better to invest it and make more money. It's best to make money, but I'm afraid of losing money. I invested my money with an investment manager before.
I did make some small money at the beginning, but then I lost more. Fortunately, I found out in time and took all the money back, otherwise I would have lost more. Speaking of this, Pan Rong was a little angry. The investment manager clearly vowed that if she invested her money with him, she would make a profit and she would be financially free in 5 years. He said it better than he sang, but in the end, she almost lost all her savings.
Every failure is a lesson for you. Pan Rong finally understood that the investment industry is very complicated and she couldn't control it.
Especially the investment managers, these people say one thing and do another behind the scenes.
Sometimes they will work together to steal investors' money and make them lose all their money. Even if you file a lawsuit, you can't do anything to the other party.
I'm not afraid of hooligans who are uneducated, I'm afraid of hooligans who are educated. It is better to keep the money in the bank and earn regular interest, which is safe and guaranteed. However, this investment manager does not seem to give up. He calls every now and then and says that there are some good investment projects and wants Pan Rong to invest.
It is really annoying.
Mr. Pan, if you trust me, why don't you give me the money and I will help you invest?
You?
Pan Rong looked at Chen Feng in surprise, with a suspicious look. Chen Feng knew that the other party did not believe him. After all, it was the first time they met. Even if Pan Rong was familiar with Yi Mian, she was not familiar with Chen Feng.
What would you think if an unfamiliar person suddenly asked you to take out money to invest? You would definitely be wary. If you want to blame someone, blame the fact that there are too many scammers in society. Chen Feng needed money right now. With money, he could buy more properties on Jiahong Street and make more money. Pan Rong happened to have some spare money.
Although I don't know how much, it should be 2 or 3 million. Zhou Yanlin, as the deputy general manager, has an annual salary of 3 million, and Pan Rong will not be less than that. Chen Feng asked Pan Rong to invest, not only because he needed money, but also because Pan Rong was his wife's boss, and he had helped his wife before, so he wanted to return the favor. Letting Pan Rong invest and help her make some money can also be regarded as repaying her care for his wife. It is a sure win, and Chen Feng is not worried about losing Pan Rong's money and making it difficult for his wife.
Pan Rong asked, "What is your investment project?"
Chen Feng said, "Real estate." Pan Rong said, "As far as I know, the real estate market is not doing well now."
"If you invest in real estate, won't why? Oh, you lose money?"
Chen Feng said, "I got an insider information. This investment can be guaranteed to be 100% successful and a sure win." Pan Rong looked at Chen Feng with increasing suspicion.
Almost every investment manager would say that it is a sure win, but how is it possible in reality? The better you say it, the more likely it is to go wrong. Which real estate are you investing in? Sorry, I can't tell you that. If I tell you, it won't be insider information. What is the approximate return? 30%, maybe more.
Hearing this, Pan Rong was even more unconvinced.
The return was too high.
Generally, a 10% return is already very impressive, and a 15% return is something that few investment managers dare to guarantee.
Chen Feng now said that there would be at least a 30% return, but who would believe it? President Pan, please think about it carefully. If you are not interested, it's okay. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. When you want to invest, you can contact me at any time. Okay. Chen Feng saw Pan Rong's vigilance and didn't say anything more. At this time, the more active you are, the more suspicious the other party will be. In fact, a 30% return is already conservative, and a 100% return, or even more, is entirely possible. But judging from Pan Rong's reaction, if the return is said too high, the vigilance will only increase. The meal was over, and both parties left the Chinese restaurant and went home. Honey, is the investment you mentioned true? Is it really that profitable? Yi Mian asked Chen Feng while driving a Mercedes-Benz S. Chen Feng nodded, of course it is true. Yi Mian asked, can you guarantee the returns and there will be no risks?
Chen Feng nodded again, no risks. I asked Miss Pan to invest because she took care of you. I want to repay her and help her get rich, but it seems that she doesn't believe me. Yi Mian said with a smile, I will persuade Miss Pan.
Without asking more questions, she trusted her husband unconditionally and had no doubts. Since her husband could help Miss Pan get rich together, Yi Mian naturally wanted to facilitate this. Not only Chen Feng wanted to repay her, but Yi Mian also wanted to. Chen Feng said, tell Mr. Pan that if you want to invest, you must do it before next week, otherwise there will be no chance.
Yi Mian said, okay. By the way, husband, I have 50,000 here, which I don't need for the time being.
I will invest all of it for you to help me make my treasury bigger.
Okay, let me make my wife's treasury bigger.
Yes. The next day. Sign in.
Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving half-price shopping vouchers.
Another half-price shopping voucher?
Chen Feng saw this familiar reward, and without thinking too much, he continued to drive attentively until he reached the front door of Chuanghao International.
Wife, I'll pick you up after get off work.
Yes. Yi Mian didn't get out of the car immediately, her eyes fixed on her husband, and suddenly leaned over to kiss him, and then separated after a while. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly.
Drive carefully, husband.
After saying that, Yi Mian opened the car door and got out of the car. Chen Feng savored the touch on his lips, watching his wife's slender back as she left. She was dressed in a professional suit, with long legs wrapped in black stockings, and a graceful walk, exuding the mature temperament of a queen.
He smiled. My wife is getting better and better.
Afterwards, Chen Feng drove to Jiahong Street.
Early in the morning, Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant had already been visited by customers.
Zhou Jiefei and the others were already working, full of energy, even though they closed very late last night. It seems that they must be given a raise.
Boss Chen, I have discussed with the landlord.
I can sell the shop to you, but the price needs to be negotiated.
Boss Zhang of the mutton kebab shop came over and said so. Chen Feng was delighted. After some bargaining, the final price was 2 million, which also included the transfer fee of Boss Zhang's mutton kebab shop. Boss Zhang didn't understand why he had to transfer the money in one go instead of two.
But Chen Feng insisted, and the landlord had no objection, so Boss Zhang had to agree.
Ding! Confirmed the use of half-price shopping vouchers. If the price of the items is within the discount range, you can enjoy the half-price discount.
The original transfer of 2 million became 1 million.
The transfer was successful.
The formalities have been completed at the housing authority, and now Chen Feng has another shop under his name.
The franchise stores are in full swing, and Chen Feng has received 2 million franchise fees one after another, and it is still continuing. It feels good to receive money while sitting. Ding! 50,000 yuan has been credited to my bank card. Honey, remember to help me make my piggy bank bigger.
Equals Omega, Chen Feng smiled when he saw his wife's transfer
and text message. Mufeng Barbecue is very popular.
More and more people come here to visit, and more regular customers are coming.
As long as the customers have eaten Mufeng Barbecue, they will basically come again. Almost 100% return rate is a miracle in the catering industry.
At the same time, the barbecue restaurant has become busier, and the lack of store space has become a problem. Fortunately, there is a mutton kebab shop, which has relieved a lot of pressure.
Zhou Jiefei found 3 classmates to help.
Chen Feng can now concentrate on making spices and doesn't have to worry about other things.
He is a lot more relaxed.
With the continued popularity of Mufeng Barbecue, it indirectly boosted the popularity of the entire Jiahong Street, and the flow of people increased significantly. Business in other shops is also good. Only the fried buns shop and spicy soup shop next to Mufeng Barbecue continue to have bleak business.
Hello, Mr. Chen.
I am Zhao Shaowan, the secretary of Manager Yi.
I wonder if I can get a discount if I eat barbecue here.
Secretary Zhao Shaowan came and sniffed the barbecue aroma, with a greedy look on her face.
Eat as much as you want, it's free. Really? Thank you so much.
Zhao Shaowan was overjoyed when she heard Chen Feng's words. But Zhao Shaowan regretted it later. After a big meal, she stroked her slightly swollen belly and felt a little puzzled.
I can't eat anymore. My skirt is already tight, but I can't stop, sob. Today is the weekend. Chen Feng and Yi Mian are on a date.
The two did not go to a lively place, but returned to Donghai University and walked by the quiet lake.
The heart-shaped lake, as the name suggests, is a large heart-shaped lake.
It is one of the favorite places for couples in Donghai University. Hubby, do you know that I have always wanted to walk hand in hand with you by the heart-shaped lake? Today, this wish has finally come true. Really? Yi Mayan rested her head on Chen Feng's shoulder and smiled sweetly. In the past, when she saw couples walking by the heart-shaped lake, in pairs, and the girls acting coquettishly, Yi Mayan would always feel envious unconsciously, looking forward to being like them one day. Today, her dream finally came true and she became the object of others' envy. The two walked around the heart-shaped lake for 3 full circles before leaving. It was already noon when they left Donghai University. The two went to a famous couple's restaurant in the city center and continued to enjoy their time together. They unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance here. He Shui. Couple's restaurant. For today's date, Chen Feng specially investigated in advance whether there are any places suitable for couples to dine, so we found this couple restaurant. It is said that the food tastes very good and has a high rating, but the focus is still on the environment, which is a Western romantic style, elegant and solemn. A must-go place for couples. It's just a little expensive. They have made an appointment in advance. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two came to the window seat of the restaurant and sat down. The small round table can only seat 2 people. Just after ordering the dishes and the waiter left, he saw an acquaintance walking into the restaurant. He Shui was wearing a sky blue slim dress, with delicate light makeup, and a beautiful demeanor. She was not alone, and there was a young man beside her. The two walked a little close. Although he found his ex-girlfriend He Shui, Chen Feng had no intention of taking the initiative to say hello. They were over and let it go. Chen Feng once hated He Shui for abandoning him, but he only hated her on the night of the breakup. After that, the existence of this ex-girlfriend seemed to have disappeared from Chen Feng's world. If He Shui hadn't dumped him, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to be with Yi Mayan and harvest this beautiful love. Since marrying Yi Mayan, Chen Feng has lived a very happy life, enjoying the feeling of being loved. If he hadn't met He Shui here, Chen Feng wouldn't even have remembered his ex-girlfriend. Chen Feng decided to pretend that he didn't know each other. This was the best way. After breaking up, they shouldn't bother each other anymore. Xiao Feng, long time no see. How are you doing lately? He Shui found Chen Feng and didn't pretend not to know him. She took the initiative to come over and greet him. Although she had secretly gone to Jiahong Street and met Chen Feng a few days ago, Chen Feng didn't know. It had been less than a week since they broke up, which was not a long time since they last saw each other. But compared to the days when they met every day and were inseparable, it was indeed a long time since they last saw each other for nearly a week. When she met Chen Feng at the couple's restaurant, especially when she saw Chen Feng and Yi Mayan together, He Shui actually had mixed feelings. Chen Feng said, "I'm fine." He X. Yui heard the indifference in Chen Feng's tone, as if he didn't want to say anything more to her. The distance between the two was obvious, which made He Shui feel a slight pain in her heart, as if she was pricked by a needle. Although they have broken up, there is no need to treat each other like strangers. Even if they break up, they can still be friends. He Shui once wanted to cut off ties with Chen Feng to avoid entanglement, but she soon found that it was not easy to do. For example, now, when she meets Chen Feng, she can't help but think of the good memories of the two of them in the past. Xiao Feng must still be angry with me. Why can't he understand my choice? He is such a stingy man. He was obviously not like this before. Or did she not notice Chen Feng's stingy side before? He Shui looked at Yi Mayan. Yi Mayan was dressed very beautifully today, with a short-sleeved beige shirt and a black pencil-holder skirt. She was dignified, mature, and intellectual. Without makeup, her bare face was no worse than He Shui's face with delicate light makeup. She seems to be more beautiful. He Shui was surprised to find the changes in Yi Mayan. She was more mature and beautiful than before, and very feminine. This change should be related to Chen Feng. He Shui frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable. Looking at Yi Mayan's flawless face, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Women love beauty and like to compare, even if they used to be best friends. In the past, He Shui relied on her enviable love and superior family background to barely suppress Yi Mayan. But now there is no love, and her boyfriend was taken away by Yi Mayan. Only her superior family background seems to be unable to suppress Yi Mayan. What's the matter? Yi Mayan asked coldly. For such a heartless woman, there is no need to look good to her, not to mention that the other party is disturbing her and her husband alone. No eyes at all. It's rare to meet here, let's chat. There's nothing to talk about. He Shui could hear that Yi Mayan was ordering her to leave, and she pursed her lips slightly, feeling aggrieved. Are you friends of Miss He? Nice to meet you. At this time, the young man standing next to Yi Shui spoke. Chen Feng asked, who is this? He Shuai introduced Sun Chen, the general manager of Xinghong Group.
Xinghong Group.
It is a well-known large group in Donghai City, with a market value of about 5 billion, a huge company. Chen Feng naturally knew it, and when he saw He Shuai and Sun Chen standing together, he guessed something. It seems that the He family wants to do business with Xinghong Group. Although the scale of the company run by the He family is not small, it is still not comparable to Xinghong Group. If the two sides really cooperate, the He family can be regarded as climbing up the ladder.
Chen Feng, Yi Mayan, are my college classmates. Sun Chen stretched out his hand. Nice to meet you too.
Chen Feng shook hands with the other party lightly and then separated, and Yi Mayan had no intention of shaking hands at all.
Are you dating? Yi Mayan asked.
He Shuai said, no.
Sun Chen said generously, I am pursuing Miss He.
He Shuai frowned slightly when she heard this, and wanted to explain something, but she felt that it would only make things worse, and she couldn't reject Sun Chen. A young couple appeared in a famous couple restaurant.
What else could it be other than this relationship?
It has not been a week since she broke up with Chen Feng, and she has found a new partner so quickly.
He is still a very outstanding man.
At such a young age, he has become the general manager of Xinghong Group. This Sun Chen must have a very complicated background.
No wonder He Shuai likes him.
Maybe the two have not officially dated yet, but He Shuai's willingness to come to the couple restaurant with him has already explained something.
She does not resist the pursuit of the other party, and is even very happy. I wonder where you work, Chen Feng? Sun Chen asked.
Chen Feng found that these social elites have a common problem.
The first time they meet someone, they like to ask where the other party works.
They want to see the other party's social status from the work, and then decide the other party's status in their minds.
I run a barbecue restaurant, Chen Feng said.
Sun Chen was a little surprised to hear this, and a slight contempt arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
It turns out to be just an embroidered pillow.
Seeing that He Shuai attaches so much importance to him, he thought that the other party had a complicated background, but he just sold barbecue. Sun Chen could naturally see that He Shuai cared about him very much, and there must be a story between them. In addition, Chen Feng's handsome appearance made Sun Chen feel pressured and regarded him as a competitor. However, now that he knew that Chen Feng was just the owner of a barbecue restaurant and had no strong background, Sun Chen immediately eliminated Chen Feng from the position of competitor.
So what if he was handsome?
The identity of a barbecue restaurant owner was destined to be unworthy of being Sun Chen's competitor. It's too much of a waste of talent to be a barbecue restaurant owner.
If you want to change your life, you are welcome to find me at any time. Maybe I can help. Thank you, but I don't need it.
Chen Feng directly rejected Sun Chen's words full of superiority. In Sun Chen's view, Chen Feng was unable to put down his face and was arrogant. He thought to himself that he was indeed a young man who had just graduated, full of blood and had not experienced the beatings of society. He had the opportunity to climb up the ladder, but he refused.
He will definitely regret it in the future.
Although Chen Feng is a true character, such people generally don't mix well in society.
Sun Chen took Chen Feng less and less seriously in his heart.
The two sides were not at the same level at all.
Xiao Feng.
He Shuai knew that Chen Feng's barbecue restaurant was actually doing very well, with customers coming in droves. However, no matter how good the business was, it was just a barbecue restaurant, a low-level job. Looking at Chen Feng, and then at Sun Chen, He Shuai waited in her heart and shook her head secretly. Although Chen Feng was very good, he was indeed not as good as Sun Chen, whether in terms of background or temperament. She was more resolute in her decision to break up. She was not wrong.
There would be no future with Chen Feng.
Xiao Feng, manager's son, actually has good intentions.
He Shuai persuaded. Chen Feng asked back, you mean, I should appreciate it?
He Shuai thought Chen Feng accepted her opinion and nodded, that's right. Chen Feng smiled, looking at He Shuai, he felt disappointed.
He didn't know what she was thinking, or was she deliberately embarrassing Chen Feng?
They broke up, but she still cared about him. But this kind of care was unnecessary. Chen Feng could see that Sun Chen didn't really want to help him, but just wanted to show off in front of He Shuai.
Couldn't He Shuai see it? Thank you, but it's really not necessary.
Besides, we have no relationship anymore, so you don't have to care about me so much. Xiao Feng, I know you have a high self-esteem, but it's really unnecessary.
In this materialistic society, you can't do whatever you want.
Maybe you don't think you need help now, but who can tell what will happen in the future?
Listening to He Shuai's earnest words, Chen Feng was even more disappointed and shook his head secretly. This woman did it on purpose.
If not, then her emotional intelligence is a bit low and she is too self-righteous. It seems that she is thinking about Chen Feng, but she is totally misleading. Chen Feng used to think that he Shuai is smart, but now she understands how bad her judgment was.
Don't call me Xiaofeng anymore. We are not that close. To avoid misunderstanding, just call me by my name in the future. Chen Feng's words made He Shuai feel uncomfortable, as if she was suffocating. Even if they can't go back, they don't want to make the relationship so stiff. Xiao. Chen Feng, I know you hate me, but I don't think I'm wrong. In fact, we can still be friends. There is no need to do this.
You don't need manager Sun's help.
It's okay. I can actually help you. As long as you need it, just ask.
He Shuai said sincerely. Chen Feng said, no, if there is nothing else, please don't disturb me and my wife from having dinner.
He Shuai was surprised. Wife? Chen Feng said, yes, we have obtained a marriage certificate. He had made a showdown and didn't want to waste time entangled with the other party. He Shuai was struck by lightning, her eyes widened. The two of them have already obtained a marriage certificate? So soon, why didn't she know about it beforehand?
It shouldn't be possible for them to get married so suddenly after being together for such a short time. At the engagement ceremony, Yi Mayan was with Chen Feng, and He Shuai had experienced the taste of betrayal once before. Now that she knew that the two of them were married, He Shuai experienced the taste of betrayal again.
Is the relationship between you and me so insignificant?
He Shuai thought sadly in her heart. She thought that she still had weight in Chen Feng's mind, but now she knew that she might be self-indulgent.
Could it be that the two of them had actually been together behind her back for a long time?
He Shuai had already had doubts, and now that the two of them got married so quickly, she was more certain of this guess.
If this was true, then she was a clown from beginning to end. Both sad and angry. Miss He, forget it. Some people are not worthy of your kindness. Sun Chen knew that it was time for him to show off. Reaching out to He Shuai's shoulder, he wanted to comfort her.
But when Sun Chen's hand was about to touch He Shuai's shoulder, the latter turned sideways and avoided it. Sun Chen was a little embarrassed to comfort a lonely person.
Yi Mayan said, you too, it's okay if you like to talk about love, that's your freedom, but please don't be here and disturb my husband and I from dining, okay?
The official order to leave was issued. He Shuai pursed her lips, feeling wronged, and wanted to say something. At this time, the waiter served the dishes. The first dish was a medium-rare steak. Yi Mayan picked up the knife and fork, elegantly cut out a piece of Wagyu beef, and handed it to her husband's mouth. Chen Feng opened his mouth and bit it, chewing slowly.
Is it delicious? Delicious.
The two smiled at each other. Chen Feng also cut out a piece of Wagyu beef and fed it to Yi Mayan. They were very affectionate.
Seeing this, He Shuai felt that she couldn't stay any longer and decided to leave.
But before leaving, she looked at Chen Feng with resentment, as if she hoped he could say something. But she was disappointed. Chen Feng said nothing and deliberately showed affection in front of her, embarrassing her. However, He Shuai's mood improved. Xiao Feng deliberately embarrassed me, which means that he still has me in his heart, still hates me, and has not completely let go of his feelings for me. After waiting for a while, Chen Feng still ignored her and treated her as a transparent person. He Shuai could only turn around and leave in a complicated way, and walked out of the couple's restaurant directly, not planning to dine here.
Sun Chen naturally left with her. The people who were in the way finally left, and the two could concentrate on enjoying the couple's meal. The dishes have been served one after another. They are all exquisite Western food. The taste is really good and worthy of the rating. The two were in a good mood and ordered a bottle of red wine. They drank a glass while looking at each other, and their faces were slightly drunk. He Shuai's interruption just now seemed to have been erased from their memories. After that, the two finished their meal, left the couple's restaurant, and went to the Disney Mud to play. Instead of playing those exciting large-scale games, the two sat on the carousel, and Chen Feng hugged Yi Mayan's slender waist, feeling each other's breath. Thank you, my husband, for staying with me all weekend. I had a great time today. You're welcome. I'm happy too. Yi Mayan was really happy today. Her husband fulfilled many of her wishes. Walking hand in hand on the heart-shaped lake at the university, dining at a couple's restaurant, and going to Disneyland together. These were things Yi Mayan had fantasized about before, but could never achieve on her own. Her husband seemed to be a worm in her stomach, knowing what she was thinking. Her husband is so nice. Chen Feng woke up with a satisfied expression. The first thing he did after waking up was to sign in. Signing in every day has become a habit for Chen Feng. A lucky day starts with signing in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting half-price shopping vouchers. Today's sign-in reward is another half-price shopping voucher. In fact, yesterday's sign-in was also a half-price shopping voucher. Chen Feng looked at the two half-price shopping vouchers in the virtual space, thinking that the half-price shopping vouchers would not be the system's consolation prize, right? Ding! Successfully signed in for a week in a row. Congratulations to the host for getting a big gift package. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He finally signed in for a week and got a big gift package. In a good mood. Although he was curious about what good things were in the gift bag, Chen Feng was not in a hurry to open it. After sending his wife to work every day, Chen Feng came to Jiahong Street. Now it is very convenient to drive a Mercedes-Benz S to go out, and the time spent on the road has been reduced a lot. Boss Chen, we have discussed it with the landlord. The two owners of the spicy soup shop and the fried bun shop found Chen Feng. Their shops can no longer hold on. As long as there is Mu Feng barbecue next to them, no customers will patronize them. After several days of no customers, their mentality has completely collapsed. They thought they could just hold on, but the facts slapped them in the face. There is no hope, and continuing to hold on is just a desperate struggle. So the two bosses tried hard to persuade the landlord to agree to sell the shops. After some bargaining, they still sold the shops at a price of 2 million per shop. Chen Feng and his friends have already gone to the housing authority. The first time is new, the second time is familiar, and the third time. Fortunately, there are 2 half-price shopping coupons and a considerable franchise fee. Otherwise, even if Chen Feng wants to buy, it will be difficult for a good cook without rice. Chen Feng now owns 4 shops in a row. As long as the walls of the 4 shops are broken through, it can be turned into a super large barbecue restaurant. Today, Tuesday, Donghai city officials suddenly announced that they would add a subway station entrance on Jiahong Street. The official announcement has finally been made. Chen Feng was in a good mood when he saw the news, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the business opportunity information of the novice gift package said that the official would announce the addition of a subway station entrance here on Jiahong Street next week, it did not indicate which day of the week or what time it would be. This matter will be hanging in the air until it is implemented, just like holding a boot and not landing, making people unable to settle down. Now it has finally been implemented. I don't know what the landlords who sold my shops are feeling now. I hope they don't regret it too much and hurt their bodies. Chen Feng murmured to himself. As soon as this official news came out, it caused 1,000 waves. The happiest people were the owners of Jiahong Street. They were all excited and could already foresee the soaring housing prices. Jiahong Street, which was previously unknown, is likely to become a commercial street in the future, becoming very prosperous and with a surge in traffic. As Chen Feng guessed, several landlords are now beating their chests and stamping their feet, regretting it. They sold it earlier. If they had known the news earlier, they would never sell it. As long as they sat there, their assets would automatically increase by millions. Who wouldn't want to encounter such a good thing? But they just gave it up. Regret, cry. Although they have a property upstairs in addition to the shop, the loss is not very complete, but after all, they lost several million, which is painful. On the day of the official announcement, the housing prices in Jiahong Street began to rise as a whole. Although the increase is not obvious, it has just begun. When the subway station is built, the housing prices here in Jiahong Street may be comparable to the housing prices in the city center. The housing prices in the city center are all 50,000 square meters. So, your husband is now a big boss with tens of millions of assets? Not yet, but in the future. Chen Feng shared this good news with his wife as soon as possible. His wife was naturally happy, not only because she was rich, but also because she was happy for her husband's ability to make money. Yi Mian is not very interested in money, unlike those gold diggers who are greedy for money. Born in the handshake building, she has long been accustomed to a poor life. As long as the money is enough, it's fine. In fact, with her annual salary as a manager of Chuanghao International, her living expenses are enough, and there is still enough money to pay for the house. Yi Mian prefers to see her husband show his excellent side. It's just a little money, no need to be so happy. Chen Feng himself was very calm. He stretched out his finger bow and scratched his wife's upturned nose, teasing her a little. Yi Mian was like an obedient cat, with a comfortable look on her face. She did not resist and deliberately snuggled up to her husband to take advantage. It's a pity that Mr. Pan didn't listen to me and gave you, your husband, an investment, otherwise he could have made a fortune. After that night, Yi Mian found Mr. Pan once and told her about the investment, but Mr. Pan only said that he was considering it and was a bit perfunctory. It can be seen that Mr. Pan didn't believe it very much, even with Yi Mian's guarantee, he didn't believe it. Yi Mian knew that she couldn't blame Mr. Pan, because her husband was too young. It wasn't long after he graduated from college, and he said that there was an investment project that was sure to make money. It was hard to believe it. It was normal to suspect that he was a liar. Yi Mian didn't say much, so she could only give up. Wife, I grilled chicken for you. It smells good, but no, I'm afraid of getting fat. Looking at the chicken chop that her husband had just grilled, the surface was slick with honey and golden brown, which made Yi Mayan swallow her saliva. Gulp! As she had been eating barbecue every night recently, Yi Mayan found that she was beginning to gain weight. When she weighed herself, she actually gained 66 grams. It was terrible. She had to stop eating. Gulp, swallowed her saliva again. Yi Mayan looked greedy. It was so delicious. What should she do? Should she start losing weight tomorrow or forget about it tonight? Yi Mayan was in a state of conflict between heaven and man. Chen Feng looked at his wife's slender waist. He called this fat? Could it be that his wife had misunderstood the definition of fat? Then he moved his eyes upwards. The two majestic peaks, well, they were indeed quite fat. He suspected that his wife had gained weight in a specific place. It doesn't matter. Do more exercise at night to lose weight? He. Husband, you are so mean. How can you say such a thing in public? What if someone hears it? Yi Mayan gave her husband a charming roll of the eyes. She was really shameless. If you heard it, you heard it. It's not something shameful. It's not something shameful? Of course, why should you be ashamed to go to the gym to exercise? Wife, you didn't misunderstand something. Seeing her husband's naughty smile, Yi Mayan knew that she was tricked. She was embarrassed and her fair cheeks quickly turned red. My husband is so bad. But I like it so much. After eating barbecue, the two of them got in the mood and decided to go to the gym to exercise. Yi Mayan really wanted to lose weight. She couldn't get fatter. What if she became a yellow-faced woman and was hated by her husband? Although Chen Feng said that she was not fat at all, and her fat places were very unique, Yi Mayan didn't believe it. Crown Gym. The only gym on Jiahong Street, with the largest store. Chen Feng wanted to buy this gym at the beginning, but unfortunately he had insufficient funds and had to give up. The two walked into the gym. The front desk lady knew that it was their first time here, so she politely gave them 2 free trial cards, which allowed them to experience the gym for free for 1 day. But they could only use the fitness equipment in the public area, the shower room, and the sauna room. They could not enter the VIP class room or the private gym. The two of them didn't care. They came here to exercise tonight on a whim. They just wanted to give it a try. As long as they could use the fitness equipment in the public area, it would be fine. Many people were exercising. Chen Feng found that many of these people had been to his barbecue restaurant and had eaten barbecue. He immediately understood that it seemed that everyone was like Yi Mayan. Although they liked to eat barbecue, they were afraid of eating too much and getting fat. There happened to be a gym nearby, so they came here to exercise and lose weight. In other words, the popularity of Mu Feng's barbecue restaurant indirectly made the gym's business prosperous. When Chen Feng and Yi Mayan came out of the dressing room, they had already changed into sportswear, both vests and shorts. They both had good figures, and after putting on vests and shorts, they showed it off. Yi Mayan was graceful and slender. Chen Feng had a wasp waist and ape arms. 50 kilograms is too light, give me 80 kilograms. I don't have any strength to pull it up, give me another 20 kilograms, I want to train a ghost back. I've been riding the spinning bike for half an hour, it's not good, ride it for another half an hour. It's still more fun to run 30 kilometers. The men around suddenly increased their exercise intensity and showed off their muscle strength. Veins bulged, like muscles cast from steel. Entering the hot iron lifting mode. Yi Mayan looked at these people working out with some surprise. What were they doing? Did they eat Snickers? Chen Feng looked at his wife's curvy figure, then looked at these people and understood something. There was a fitness expert in front, doing bench presses, and the heavy 120 kilograms barbell was constantly lifted by his powerful arms. The speed of lifting and lowering was very fast, and he lifted it more than 10 times in a short while. The muscles of his 2 arms bulged, deliberately showing off his strength. Especially when Yi Mayan came to the side, the speed was even faster. A 120 kilograms barbell is not that heavy, the other party boasted. Chen Feng stopped and said, "Brother, can you let me lift it?" The other party stopped and looked Chen Feng up and down. He had a good figure, but his muscles were not particularly developed. "Okay, catch it." The other party handed the barbell over directly, wanting to embarrass Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't seem to notice it. He stretched out one hand, took the barbell, and lifted it up, looking quite relaxed. The other party's eyes widened, with an expression of seeing a ghost. Zhao Yuan looked at Chen Feng lifting a 120 kilograms barbell with one hand, and his face was full of disbelief. If Zhao Yuan hadn't handed the barbell over himself, he would have known how heavy it was, and thought it was a movie prop and not heavy at all.
Zhao Yuan, 27 years old, is a fitness enthusiast and a Diamond Annual Card member of Crown Gym. As long as he sees his well-developed muscles, he will feel proud and confident in his own strength. But at this moment, Zhao Yuan's confidence was shaken. Although he seemed to be very easy to do the bench press just now, he lifted the 120 kilograms barbell more than 10 times in a short period of time. Only Zhao Yuan himself knew how difficult it was. It was a heavy burden on the body, and he had to endure it to not breathe. The muscles in his arms were almost overwhelmed. If he continued to lift, he would definitely strain his muscles. There are many annual card members in Crown Gym, but not many members can lift a 120 kilograms barbell. Zhao Yuan is a famous fitness expert in Crown Gym, with well-developed muscles comparable to those of a bodybuilder, and a strong back and waist. Muscle strength and explosive power are outstanding. In the Crown Gym, there are only a few fitness experts who can compare to Zhao Yuan. But even Zhao Yuan can't lift a 120 kilograms barbell with one hand. It's really weird. Not only Zhao Yuan, but everyone nearby who saw this scene had a look of astonishment. It's quite heavy, Chen Feng commented. The corners of Zhao Yuan's mouth twitched. Just quite heavy. Chen Feng had already carried the barbell and lay down on the weightlifting bed next to him. The solid weightlifting bed made of alloy made a dull sound. It's the first time to lift it, give it a try. Chen Feng had already lifted the 120 kilograms barbell, put it down, and lifted it up again. It looked very easy. He didn't do any warm-up exercises, and didn't rub magnesium powder on his palms. He directly lifted 120 kilograms. Subverting common sense. Normal people can't do it at all. In fact, Zhao Yuan just started with a 60 kilograms barbell and slowly increased the weight. If Zhao Yuan also did what Chen Feng did and directly lifted the 120 kilograms barbell, the consequence would probably be muscle strain and rest for a year or two. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chen Feng has lifted the barbell 10 times in a row. His face is normal, he is not out of breath, and his speed of lifting the barbell has not changed. He looks relaxed no matter how you look at him. Horrible, is this really a human? His body is obviously not particularly strong. Although he has muscles, compared with many big guys in the gym, Chen Feng can only be regarded as thin. His muscles. Zhao Yuan was surprised to find that Chen Feng's muscles have changed, like a sponge that has absorbed water and began to expand. Originally, his body was only considered well-proportioned, but now his muscles are sharp and full of power. He looks a little stronger, although he can't compare with Zhao Yuan's exaggerated muscles. These muscles are a bit abnormal. They are not decorative muscles grown by eating protein powder, but perfect muscles that have been trained. They are very tough. Zhao Yuan continued to stare. Chen Feng showed a happy expression. Since he got a perfect physique, he has been full of energy and strength. He is much stronger, like a human-shaped perpetual motion machine. He is almost never tired. This made Chen Feng very curious about his current physical limit and how strong he is. The 120 kilograms barbell seemed unable to bring out all his potential. Brother, can you add 20 kilograms to me? More? Well, it's a little light. Zhao Yuan was speechless now. Was the other party playing tricks on him? He was playing tricks on him. Zhao Yuan was not used to it. As a fitness expert, he had always been the one playing tricks on him, but now it was the other way around, and he was being played tricks on by others. How could this be? Just add more. If you lose control in a while, don't blame me for not reminding you, Zhao Yuan thought. He had already added 20 kilograms to Chen Feng's barbell, ready to see how Chen Feng made a fool of himself. Don't think it was just 20 kilograms. Sometimes a straw can break the camel's back. Zhao Yuan had seen too many of these in the gym. Many newbies who didn't know their own strength thought they were very strong and could continue to add weight, but ended up falling over. Chen Feng lifted the 140 kilograms barbell, still very easily. After Chen Feng lifted it several times in a row, he was not very satisfied. Add another 20 kilograms. Zhao Yuan. Then add another 20 kilograms to Chen Feng. Now the weight of the barbell reaches 160 kilograms, a terrifying weight. If Zhao Yuan were asked to lift it, he would say, I can't do it. When Chen Feng lifted it, the barbell seemed to be overwhelmed and bent a little. It felt heavy. Even if you just watch from the side, you will feel heavy, as if the sky suddenly darkened, and there is a sense of oppression. Add another 20 kilograms. Everyone. Unknowingly, everyone around stopped working out and came to watch Chen Feng's bench press. Zhao Yuan has added another 20 kilograms to Chen Feng, and now the barbell weighs 180 kilograms. No one in the Crown Gym has ever lifted such a heavy barbell in the bench press. If Chen Feng lifts it, it will break the record of the Crown Gym.
Under the attention of the audience, Chen Feng lifted the 180 kilograms barbell and lifted it 10 times in a row. So terrifying.
This guy is so fierce, he is simply abnormal. He weighs about 70 kilograms, but he can lift a 180 kilogram barbell, which is more than twice his own weight.
It is unscientific, too unscientific.
Chen Feng felt that he should be able to lift 200 kilograms, but the bar seemed unable to bear this weight. 180 kilograms had already made it bend obviously, which exceeded its bearing range. Many big guys present suddenly felt inferior and stared at each other.
Give it back to you. Chen Feng Han. Dead the barbell to Zhao Yuan.
Zhao Yuan took it subconsciously, and then his face turned green.
He couldn't hold it at all. With a bang, he fell to the ground with the barbell. 180 kilograms of barbell, it's really not covered. Zhao Yuan looked at Chen Feng again with horror. This is a humanoid monster. My husband is so amazing. Yi Mayan's eyes sparkled. She was full of pride after witnessing her husband's amazing feat. It feels so safe. A strong man can always make a woman feel safe, and the husband is not only strong, but also very handsome. Although his muscles are well developed, they are not as rough as those of a bodybuilder, which would make them look beautiful. My husband's muscles are quite delicate, well proportioned, with good lines and a very beautiful muscular appearance. Especially when my husband was lifting weights and bursting with power, his pectoralis major, biceps, triceps, and 8-pack abs all became angular and very three-dimensional. Muscles like Pang Yuyan, golden ratio. Honey, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? You look greedy. Didn't you just eat barbecue? Are you hungry again? No, I'm not.
Yi Mayan quickly put away the greed on her face, wiped off the crystal from the corners of her mouth, and her face flushed.
Omega, it's so embarrassing to show greed. It's all because my husband is so coveted that I want to eat him. Ha!
Yi Mayan found that all the girls around were staring at her husband with a wrong look in their eyes. It's like a group of hungry wolves, salivating at the sight of a little lamb, ready to pounce at any time. Several of the girls took pictures of Chen Feng with their mobile phones. Their expressions were excited, and they seemed to be ready to approach him and add him as a WeChat friend.
These crazy girls.
Yi Mayan immediately got angry. Her eyebrows straightened, and she entered a fighting state. She boldly took her husband's arm and pressed her body against him. She looked like she was protecting her food. She stared at these girls with sharp eyes, full of hostility. Perhaps it was because Yi Mayan was too beautiful, with a well-proportioned figure, enough to look down on all the other girls. These girls could only reluctantly put away their covetous eyes in inferiority. Husband, you are not allowed to do fitness without my permission in the future, especially heavyweight fitness.
Yi Mayan warned seriously.
Chen Feng looked at his wife's protective look and laughed dumbly.
Yi Mayan's slightly raised charming face was full of seriousness and domineering. Wife, are you born in the year of the dog? No, why do you ask that? Too protective of food. Humph, it's all your fault, husband. This figure is too attractive. Blame me.
Chen Feng touched the tip of his nose and could only admit it. Yi Mayan hugged her husband's arm more tightly, as if she was protecting food, and as if she was deliberately acting coquettish. It was this arm that lifted the 180 kilogram barbell. The strong arm was indeed very strong.
I love it.
Chen Feng felt the softness coming from his arm and was taken advantage of by his wife.
The crowd of onlookers had dispersed one after another, and some people took the initiative to greet Chen Feng, nodded and gave him a look of affirmation. Honey, I also want to lift a barbell. Can you teach me? Yes. At Chen Feng's instruction, Yi Mayan was already lying on the weightlifting bed.
In order not to let her lift too heavy at the beginning, Chen Feng removed all the discus on the barbell, leaving only the bare steel bar. Although it is just a barbell bar, it is not light. It weighs 20 kilograms, which is quite heavy for a girl who has never exercised.
It is enough for a female novice to lift the barbell bar.
Yi Mayan has taken the barbell bar handed over by her husband. It is quite heavy, but fortunately it is not beyond her tolerance range, so it is not difficult to lift it. Under the instructions of her husband, Yi Mayan lifted the barbell bar and put it down again. It was easy at the beginning, but after lifting it 10 times in a row, she began to feel tired. Yi Mayan was already a little out of breath, and her delicate face was slightly red.
Wife, you'd better stop doing barbells. Why?
I think I'm doing pretty well, and I'm getting better and better, although I can't do discus for the time being.
You're not suitable for barbells. Really? Why not?
Yi Mayan tilted her head in confusion. She felt that she was doing pretty well with barbells and she already liked it a little. It was so comfortable to be able to exercise while lying down. She didn't understand why her husband said she wasn't suitable for barbells.
Was it because she was too weak?
Yi Mayan didn't stop immediately, and continued to lift the barbell, lifting it up, and then putting it down. She gasped, and her face turned even redder. Chen Feng looked at the changes in his wife's pectoralis major when she was lifting weights, and determined that she was not suitable for this, especially in public.
It is said that when women do barbells, it is easy to flatten the peaks. Chen Feng doesn't want his wife to become a real tomboy.
Even if his wife likes to do barbells, she can only do it in a private gym for him to see.
Not only is his wife protective of his food, but Chen Feng is also very protective of his food. Boss Chen, welcome.
The owner of the Crown Gym appeared and took the initiative to greet Chen Feng and get close to him. Now, Chen Feng, relying on the popularity of Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant, has expanded rapidly within a week and owns 4 shops. He is already a top figure in Jiahong Street. Most of the bosses in Jiahong Street know Chen Feng. In fact, the coaches of Crown Gym like to eat barbecue at Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant. Many of the customers of Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant also signed up for annual memberships at Crown Gym, so the two parties actually have a close relationship. This is a diamond annual membership at Crown Gym, which can be used for VIP courses and private gyms.
Please accept it, you're welcome. The gym owner gave out 2 diamond annual memberships.
Chen Feng didn't act pretentiously, so he accepted it and returned the favor. In the future, Crown Gym employees can enjoy a 40% discount when eating barbecue at my barbecue restaurant.
Thank you. You're welcome. It's a good idea to have good neighborly relations.
The gym owner has heard that Chen Feng just lifted a 180 kilograms barbell, and he lifted it more than 10 times in a row, which was amazing. The owner himself is also a fitness expert and knows clearly what a 180 kilograms barbell means. He may be able to lift it, but it is definitely not easy and he may strain his muscles. He admires Chen Feng very much. He looks very delicate, but he didn't expect his muscles to be so strong. If Chen Feng was not the owner of Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant, he would definitely hire him as a fitness coach. Not to mention his strong muscle strength, his appearance alone is worth it. With a handsome coach, many female students will be willing to sign up for annual memberships.
After that, the gym owner left tactfully. Chen Feng and his wife came to the private gym.
Although there were not many fitness equipment in the room and there was no atmosphere like fitness outside, they were not afraid of being seen here and could exercise to their heart's content.
Both Chen Feng and Yi Mayan were very satisfied with this.
You can come here to exercise every night in the future and watch your husband exercise. You can come here to exercise every night in the future and watch your wife exercise.
The two of them thought of the same thing. Open the gift package. The gift package was successfully opened.
Congratulations to the host for winning, 5 million.
Congratulations to the host for winning, a Phoenix villa.
Congratulations to the host for winning, a business opportunity information.
Ding!
Chen Feng picked up his phone and saw that it was a text message from the bank, saying that 5 million had been received. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Then he paid attention to another reward, the Phoenix villa.
Chen Feng knew that this was a very popular villa complex in Donghai City recently. It was said that the square unit price had set a new high in Donghai City. At a time when housing prices are falling overall and real estate developers are complaining bitterly, it is very rare to be able to go against the current. The popularity of Feng Huangju is not purely copied like other real estate projects, but is based on strength. It is a real high-end villa community. Located in a prime location in the city center, with People's Park to the south and the Yangtze River to the east, the villa complex is built on a hill. The geographical environment is very superior, with a greening rate of more than 80%, fresh air and open scenery. Although Feng Huangju has been put on sale, not many villas have been sold so far, not because it is too expensive. Although the cheapest villa costs 60 million, it is expensive for a reason.
There are many rich people in Donghai City.
No matter how expensive it is, as long as it is worth the price, there will still be people willing to buy it. Anyone who understands real estate can see that as long as you buy a high-end villa community like Feng Huangju with such a superior geographical environment, you will definitely not suffer a loss. There should be room for appreciation in the future. After all, the city center of Donghai City is so small that every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and rare things are expensive. Moreover, living in Feng Huangju not only has a good environment and geography, but more importantly, it has connections. Those who can afford Feng Huangju are all big men with a net worth of over 100 million. Please imagine, when all your neighbors are big men with a net worth of over 100 million, will it be much easier
to do business? There are great scholars talking and laughing, and there are no ordinary people in the exchanges.
Many people have seen this and are vying to buy a villa in Fenghuangju. But the developer is not in a hurry to sell, and has also started to hold back the market. Therefore, Fenghuangju villas are not something you can buy if you want to, even if you have money.
Chen Feng's father, Chen Yid, had a dream to buy a Fenghuangju villa before he went bankrupt. Am I fulfilling my father's dream? Fenghuangju villa is good as a wedding house. Chen Feng smiled.
Then his eyes fell on the envelope in the virtual space, with expectation on his face.
I wonder what good business opportunities there will be this time. Open the business opportunity information.
Since the military conflict between the Northern Bear Country and the Blue and Yellow Country, the Northern Bear Country has been sanctioned by Western countries, and the value of Lubu has continued to depreciate, falling to a historical low. However, next Monday, when the Northern Bear Country announced that it would purchase their oil, natural gas, and food, it must be settled with Lubu. Lubu immediately ushered in a big rise in the international currency market, setting a historical high.
Lubu fell first and then rose? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. This is a good business opportunity.
He took out his mobile phone to check the current Lubi exchange rate and found that it had fallen to a very low level.
1 renminbi could be exchanged for 18 Lubu.
If it were in the past, under normal circumstances, 1 renminbi could be exchanged for 12 Lubu.
In other words, Lubu has fallen by 30%.
According to the business opportunity information, Lubu will continue to fall until next Monday before it will usher in a big rise.
As long as the operation is proper, it should be possible to double your assets, or even more.
Chen Feng put his fist on his chin, thinking, not knowing what he was thinking,
and suddenly the corners of his mouth raised an arc. You can be bolder, and earning a few small goals won't be a problem. Classmates WeChat group. At everyone, Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant is hiring employees. Both experienced and new employees are welcome. The monthly salary is 10,000 renminbi. If you don't want to be a full-time worker, you can be a temporary worker. The daily salary is 300 renminbi, with benefits included. You can eat as much barbecue as you want. The work location is Jiahong Street.
If you are interested, please call 159666 ****.
A monthly salary of 10,000 renminbi for a barbecue restaurant employee? Is that true? You are not lying, are you? Really? Are you interested?
I'll think about it.
Zhou Jiefei, this is the nth time you have posted a recruitment advertisement in the group. Aren't you annoying? That's right. You post recruitment information every day. Is it so difficult to recruit people now? If you don't know, you would have thought your account was hacked and a fake recruitment information was posted. Omega, I'll just take a look and not say anything. With this salary, it shouldn't be difficult to recruit people.
Sorry, I don't mean to disturb you, but we really need manpower urgently.
In fact, it's not difficult to recruit people.
We have already hired 7 people, but it's still not enough.
We have already hired 7 people and it's still not enough. It's just a barbecue restaurant. Why do you hire so many people?
No, it's not just a barbecue restaurant. Chen Feng has bought the 3 shops next to it and now has 4 shops.
What? 4 shops? The barbecue restaurant has only been open for a week. This expansion speed is a bit scary. Where does the money come from? Didn't Chen Feng go bankrupt? Ha, you know nothing about Brother Feng's ability. Even if his family goes bankrupt, so what? He can make a comeback.
Let me tell you, Brother Feng is not renting shops, he has bought 4 shops outright. He has a real estate certificate and is worth tens of millions. Now he has opened a barbecue franchise store and will make more money in the future. In addition, Yimayan is a manager at Chuanghao International, with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands.
Brother Feng is now enjoying a double harvest in his career and life. Wow, Brother Feng is awesome. Brother Feng is awesome. Brother Feng is awesome.
I would like to call Brother Feng the first person to start from scratch. I quit my job now and follow Brother Feng.
Do you think I still have a chance?
He Shui saw the news in the group and knew that Chen Feng was already a big shot with a net worth of tens of millions.
She opened her eyes slightly and couldn't believe it. As childhood sweethearts and former lovers, she should be happy for Chen Feng.
But Yi Shui didn't feel happy at all, and her mood was not very good.
It felt like being slapped in the face. Because the Chen family went bankrupt, she felt that Chen Feng would never get ahead and could only live at the bottom, so she decisively broke up with him. How long has it been since then?
Only a week has passed, and Chen Feng has begun to rise strongly. Doesn't this mean that Shuei has a poor vision and can't see that a golden fish is not a fish in a pond? Thinking back to what happened when she met Chen Feng in the couple's restaurant that day, he was in love with Yi Mayan and ignored her. If one day, Chen Feng really rises and leads the Chen family to recover,
how will she deal with it then?
The regret of the marriage at that time will become a black spot that Shuei can never erase in her life and a laughingstock for everyone. Her brows were slightly frowned.
Xiaofeng, why do you want to rise up? Do you want to prove it to me?
I know you work hard, but I am not a woman who has accomplished nothing.
I will become better than you. Chen Feng came to the bank early in the morning. He took out all the 4 shops under his name as collateral and successfully borrowed 5 million. Since there is no loss and no worries, he naturally wants to play big and take out all his assets, all in. Now Chen Feng has 1053 million in his bank card.
Or, take the Phoenix Villa as collateral as well, and you can get a loan of 50 million at least. Be more ruthless and mortgage the out-of-print Mercedes-Benz S as well, and make a fortune from it.
Ding!
The physical objects rewarded by the system cannot be sold or mortgaged. Seeing this prompt, Chen Feng could only regretfully give up.
It was not that easy.
After leaving the bank, Chen Feng drove to a very famous foreign exchange in Donghai City. Foreign exchange speculation was a good idea that Chen Feng thought of. It is reasonable to buy a large amount of halogen cloth when it plummets and earn the difference.
There is leverage in foreign exchange speculation, and the gameplay is similar to futures.
However, the maximum leverage of foreign exchange speculation is 400 times, which is much riskier than futures. In addition, foreign exchange can be traded 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, and there is a possibility of forced liquidation at any time, which is very exciting. If the investment is too large, once the position is closed, it will be bankrupt on the spot. Even if ordinary people play, they play with small amounts of funds and dare not play big. Those who dare to take out 10 million to speculate in foreign exchange are all big shots. Chen Feng has full-level actuary skills and is very familiar with foreign exchange speculation. In addition, he can predict future business opportunities. There is no need to take risks at all, just wait to make big money.
The procedures for foreign exchange transactions were quickly completed.
Chen Feng bought all his assets without hesitation, pulled up 100 times leverage, and agreed on a settlement date. Although it can be fully leveraged 400 times, the higher the leverage, the better the foreign exchange speculation. Without knowing the exact changes in the exchange rate of Lubu and how much it will fall, there is a risk of forced liquidation. Moreover, with a large leverage, the handling fee cost will also be higher. The spread and commission of each hand are not a small amount. It is safer to use 100 times leverage.
The cell phone rang.
Chen Feng picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number.
He hesitated and clicked to answer. Is that Chen Feng?
Yes.
I'm Mr. Pan. Hello, Mr. Pan, what can I do for you? It's like this.
I heard from Shayan that you made a lot of money investing in real estate this time.
If I had believed in you at the beginning, I would have given you the money to invest. Let's be frank, I regret it now. I was just lucky.
It turned out to be Pan Rong, the general manager of Chuanghao International and my wife's boss. Knowing that Chen Feng made a lot of money, she felt regretful and called him specially. It can be guessed that Pan Rong will definitely ask Chen Feng if there are any good investment projects that he wants to invest in.
Chen Feng, do you have any good investment projects? If you do, remember to take me with you. Mr. Pan, I actually have another good investment project. If you are interested, we can meet and discuss it in detail. Okay, let's discuss it in detail during dinner.
I'll treat you.
I don't believe you last time and I need to apologize. Mr. Pan, you are being polite. Even if the deal fails, the friendship still exists. The overall real estate market is in a downturn now. It's normal that you don't believe me. I have never blamed you. Ha, no wonder your investment is successful. With such a broad mind, how can it not be successful? Just call me Xiaofeng. Okay, Xiaofeng, let's have lunch together at noon.
I'll take Shayan with me.
It's a deal. Okay. Chen Feng did not have any objections because of the other party's initial distrust. After all, the other party is not familiar with you.
It is normal for them not to believe why.
Oh, you when they first meet.
If Pan Rong believed Chen Feng's words from the beginning, without any vigilance, and took out money to invest, Chen Feng would have doubted why the other party had the right to sit in the position of general manager of Chuanghao International. When doing business, you should be more tolerant.
You can't do big business if you are too fussy.
Besides, the other party is the mentor who helped my wife. It was already 11:30, and it was almost lunchtime. Chen Feng had nothing else to do for the time being, so he came to the agreed place for dinner in advance, a Chinese restaurant called Shangxiang near Chuanghao International. He came to the private room on the second floor and sat down. He sent WeChat messages to Pan Rong and Yi Mayan respectively, informing them that he had arrived and where he was sitting.
"We'll come now," Pan Rong replied on WeChat.
It seemed that she didn't plan to wait until after get off work, but came now. As the general manager, it didn't seem to be a big deal to leave work early.
10 minutes later, footsteps were heard outside. Click.
The door of the private room was pushed open, and Pan Rong and Yi Mayan walked in.
"Xiaofeng made you wait, it was obviously my treat." "No problem, husband."
Yi Mayan had already gone to sit next to Chen Feng, next to each other, and there seemed to be a magnetic field between the two, and they would stick together as soon as they met. Pan Rong smiled at this and sat opposite him tactfully.
"Have you ordered yet?" "Not yet." "You're welcome, order whatever you want." "What dishes does Mr. Pan recommend? Do you like spicy food?" "Not too spicy, honey, you can't eat too spicy, right?" "Yes." "Then I recommend these." The dishes have been ordered.
While waiting for the dishes to be served, Pan Rong couldn't wait to ask about Chen Feng's new investment project. Foreign exchange, Lubu, Chen Feng said it directly.
Now everyone knows that Lubu is depreciating.
Many people are not optimistic about Lubu and are selling Lubu foreign exchange in large quantities, causing it to depreciate faster.
Given the current situation of Lubu, if you still buy it, aren't you afraid of losing all your money?
Pan Rong frowned slightly, looking doubtful. Chen Feng said, "That's why it's a good time to buy it."
"Mr. Pan, you have to believe me. Even though the halogen cloth is depreciating sharply and is about to become waste paper, wait and see.
It won't be long before it rebounds, and it will be very resilient."
Pan Rong asked, "How do you know it will rebound? Is it the same as last time? Do you have inside information?" Chen Feng shook his head and said, "There is no inside information this time. It is completely my personal analysis."
"Mr. Pan, you are in this position, you should know what determines the value of currency.
It is determined by the goods and the country behind it.
Don't think that the Northern Bear country is now under sanctions.
The United States kicked it out of the settlement system.
It seems that it has reached the end of the road. In fact, the Northern Bear country is rich in resources, and all European countries need to buy its natural gas and oil. Especially now, winter has not completely passed, and European countries need natural gas the most.
If the Northern Bear country announces that the purchase of its natural gas and oil must be settled with Lubu, what do you think will happen?"
Pan Rong's eyes lit up when she heard this.
"Lubu will appreciate." Chen Feng smiled and said, "That's right."
Telling Pan Rong these analyses, there is no need to worry that Pan Rong will turn around and invest on her own and not invest in him. Because even if you know that Lubu will rebound, it is futile if you don't know the exact time. If you buy foreign exchange in a bank, you can make money, but not much, just the difference. But foreign exchange speculation is different.
It is the same as playing futures.
It is a game between players and needs to be settled on a specified date according to the contract. But no one can guarantee what the exchange rate will be on the settlement day. If you don't know anything and just join in, you may end up losing everything and being ripped off.
"Xiaofeng, can you estimate how much the return will be?" "About 50%. "That much?" "Not much. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's normal to get a higher return."
Chen Feng saw the entanglement on Pan Rong's face and understood why she was entangled, so he didn't urge her. "Pan, please think about it carefully, but it's better to give me an answer tomorrow."
"No need to think about it. I invested. I didn't believe you last time and missed a good opportunity to make money.
If I miss it again this time, I'll be confused. I wonder how much Pan plans to invest."
5 million.
Pan Rong said decisively.
Chen Feng showed an admiring look.
She is worthy of being a businesswoman.
She acted when it was time to act without delay. The investment was 5 million.
Judging from Pan Rong's position, this was definitely not all her assets, but if she lost, it would also be a big loss.
Chen Feng was very happy.
With 5 million, he would make more money from foreign exchange speculation this time.
50% of the profit is only for Pan Rong.
Chen Feng's profit is naturally not this much, it is much higher. It cannot be said that Chen Feng is shady. If Chen Feng had not helped to invest, Pan Rong would not have made a penny. Now Pan Rong only needs to wait for a few days and do nothing to make more than 2 million, which is a big profit for her. Mr. Pan believes that you will soon know how correct your decision is.
Thank you for your good words. I will ask the lawyer to write an agreement as soon as possible to guarantee that within the time limit, 50% of the profit will be achieved. Even if it cannot be achieved, the principal will be fully returned.
Pan Rong was surprised that Chen Feng was so confident that he asked the lawyer to write an agreement. She also admired Chen Feng's style of doing things. Personal relationships are personal relationships, business is business, and public and private are clearly separated.
Everything is on paper.
The waiter served the dishes. The meal was very relaxing, and they talked a lot and had a good time. Afterwards, after the meal, Pan Rong paid the bill and went back to work with Yi Mayan. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Feng drove his Mercedes-Benz S and headed for a certain place according to the navigation system. He had arrived at his destination. In front of him was a residential building with a long history and obvious peeling of the outer wall. This place is not in the city center, the environment is backward, and the buildings are generally old. Chen Feng looked puzzled, picked up his phone and dialed a number.
After chatting for a few words, he walked into the residential building.
There was no elevator, so he could only climb the stairs. After a while, he arrived at a certain floor and a certain door. On the door hung a sign that did not match the surrounding style, Zhenjuan Law Firm.
Click.
Before Chen Feng could knock, the door opened.
A gentle, thin man came out. Su Zhenjuan, Lawyer Su.
He was the lawyer introduced by a classmate last time to help Chen Feng draft the franchise contract. Because of his strong ability to handle affairs and his affordable fees, he left a good impression on Chen Feng. This time, Pan Rong's investment required an agreement. Without further ado, Chen Feng thought of this lawyer at the first time. Knowing that Lawyer Su's law firm was nearby, he took the initiative to find him. But I didn't expect that the law firm was opened in a residential building, such a simple place.
It seems that Lawyer Su's financial conditions are not very good.
Lawyer Su himself was wearing a suit like when they first met, giving people a meticulous feeling.
Mr. Chen, please come in.
Yes.
At the invitation of Lawyer Su, Chen Feng walked in.
The decoration inside was not bad. Although the place was a bit small, it looked like a law firm after all, which was completely different from the simple and old residential building outside.
It was like another world.
In addition to Lawyer Su, there was another female employee, who should be an assistant.
Mr. Chen, do you like tea or coffee? Water is fine.
Okay, Shaoli, pour Mr. Chen a glass of water. Lawyer Su adjusted his glasses and said to the female assistant. Before coming, Lawyer Su had already communicated by phone, and Lawyer Su knew that Chen Feng wanted to sign an agreement. Taking the cup of water handed over by the female assistant, Chen Feng thanked him and sat down to take a sip.
10 minutes later,
Lawyer Su had already drafted an agreement according to Chen Feng's request and asked the female assistant to print it out. Chen Feng took the agreement and read it carefully, and was very satisfied. Lawyer Su, I am going to set up a company. I wonder if you are interested in being the chief legal officer of my company. The annual salary is temporarily 2 million, and there is a year-end bonus.
Chen Feng asked bluntly.
As the business grows, there will be more legal-related matters, and a professional must be hired to take charge of this aspect. There are already many franchise stores now, and there will be more and more. In the future, Mufeng barbecue restaurants will inevitably bloom everywhere and need centralized management.
Setting up a company is already an urgent matter. You can't just play with financial investment all the time. Doing industry is the kingly way.
In fact, ever since the Chen family company went bankrupt and liquidated, Chen Feng has always wanted to make the Chen family make a comeback and start a company by himself.
Now is the time.
Lawyer Su in front of him has strong work ability and is familiar with business operations.
He fully meets the requirements of
the company's chief legal officer. An annual salary of 2 million is actually very cheap for a large company to hire a chief legal officer.
However, for a small company, it is already very high.
In fact, many small companies do not need full-time legal affairs at all. Just find a legal consultant and get by with a few $100,000 a year.
There is no need to waste extra money.
Lawyer Su is a talent, and Chen Feng does not mind paying more for talents. In addition, Chen Feng is confident that he can quickly expand the company.
Mr. Chen, do you really want to hire me as the company's chief legal officer?
Of course it's true, but I'm afraid that Lawyer Su is unwilling to condescend. After all, my company has not been established yet, and it is just a blank check now. Chen Feng said truthfully.
Lawyer Su showed a thoughtful expression.
To be honest, the annual salary of 2 million is quite attractive to me.
I am tempted.
But before that, I must declare that even if I work as your company's legal affairs officer, I will do my job impartially and will not do anything illegal or disorderly.
Of course, Lawyer Su can rest assured in this regard. My company is absolutely clean and I earn money with conscience. Okay, I will be the legal affairs officer. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation.
Chen Feng took the initiative to extend his hand and shook Lawyer Su's hand. It is strange that lawyer Su, who is obviously very capable in doing things, has not made a name for himself.
Now Chen Feng finally understands why.
As his name suggests, he is a true gentleman who disdains to go along with others, so he can't get along.
There are many unspoken rules in this society. Although everyone dislikes them, once they are put on the table, they will definitely be criticized. But who can really avoid the unspoken rules and keep themselves out of trouble? Many times, they can only acquiesce and go along with the crowd.
People like lawyer Su who are too upright and unwilling to accept the unspoken rules are easily rejected by the group.
It is normal to not get along well. But now that lawyer Su has met Chen Feng, who knows what will happen in the future? I wonder if my female assistant can follow me and work in your company. Of course, the salary will be increased by 20%. If you do well in the future, you can continue to get promoted. Thank you, Boss Chen. The female assistant was very happy. A 20% salary increase is not a small amount. The clothes I had set my eyes on before can be bought. Working in a company will be easier. All the work is targeted, unlike in a law firm, where there are all kinds of clients and the work is very tedious. Look at Chen Feng again.
He is young, handsome, rich, and most importantly, generous.
Who wouldn't want such a boss?
Without further ado, there is something that lawyer Su needs to handle now, registering a company. I wonder if the boss has named the company.
Mu Feng Company. After leaving the law firm, Chen Feng came to Jiahong Street. Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant is not open now.
It is under renovation. More than a dozen workers are working hard. All 4 shops are connected to make a large barbecue restaurant, and then a beautiful storefront is built. The decoration is completely in the model of a high-end barbecue restaurant. As the head office of the Mu Feng Barbecue franchise store, the storefront cannot be too bad. Now, apart from development, many things in Mu Feng Barbecue restaurant no longer need Chen Feng to manage personally. Zhou Jiefei and Xian Ming were appointed as the general manager and deputy general manager, and their treatment in all aspects was greatly improved. They were also given 15% of the shares of the barbecue restaurant respectively, and even the production method of the secret spices was handed over to the 2 of them. They were not treated as wage earners, but as business partners. Chen Feng trusted them very much, and they did not disappoint Chen Feng's trust, and they worked very hard. I heard that the 2 did not go home last night, and slept on the floor in the store that had not been renovated yet, just to be able to renovate it quickly and reopen it. Judging from their posture, it seems that they don't plan to go home to sleep before the renovation is completed. 2 involved. For Zhou Jiefei and Xian Ming, working in the barbecue restaurant was originally because they could not find a job after graduation and were idle. Seeing that Chen Feng needed help, they came to the barbecue restaurant to work first. They had never thought of joining this industry completely, and it was a bit of a hobby. However, the 2 of them could not have imagined that the barbecue restaurant would develop so rapidly. As they worked, they became partners and half-bosses. Now others politely call them General Manager, Boss Joe and Boss Qian. They feel dizzy that they have already made a name for themselves and become successful people. Although IT is under renovation, the business has not fallen. The remaining shop is still doing business. Most of the barbecue grills, tables and chairs are placed outside the store. Although it is like a roadside stall, it is very simple, but customers still come in droves. Afterwards, Chen Feng saw that he had nothing to do at Mu Feng Barbecue Restaurant, and it was getting late. It was almost time for Chuanghao International to get off work, so he decided to pick up his wife from get off work and show the agreement to Pan Rong. It's not good to go there empty-handed. You should take something. Chen Feng came to Chuanghao International. Although he had been here many times, this was his first time entering the company. He walked towards the lady at the front desk. Before he got close, she spotted him and gave him a sweet smile. Sir, how can I help you? I want to see Mr. Pan. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen? Yes. Mr. Pan has already told me that Mr. Chen can go directly to her office when he comes. Mr. Pan's office is. The receptionist detailed the location of Pan Rong's office. While speaking, she kept secretly looking at Chen Feng in front of her. He was very young, with a youthful face and a very good-looking face. He was wearing casual clothes and did not look like a business customer, but he was quite elegant. Could he be Mr. Pan's relative? As a receptionist, the young lady's ability to observe words and expressions was naturally not bad. Although she was curious about Chen Feng's identity, the young lady did not dare to ask more. After all, the other party was Mr. Pan's guest, and he must be extraordinary. Thank you, Chen Feng said. He had contacted Pan Rong before coming, so he would not make such a low-level mistake as not making an appointment. Chen Feng did not rush to leave. He took out a box of things from the big bag he was carrying and placed it in front of the receptionist. "I wonder if you like barbecue, young lady?"
"Yes, thank you, Mr. Chen."
The young lady smiled sweetly again. Chen Feng said, "You're welcome."
"Actually, my wife also works at Chuanghao International." The young lady was surprised and asked, "Who is your wife?"
Chen Feng said, "Yi Mayan." The young lady was surprised again. "So you are the husband of manager Yi in the rumor."
It was really unexpected.
Although it had been spread all over the company that Manager Yi was married and had a husband, it was unexpected that such an outstanding woman like Manager Yi got married so early, which made countless single men in the company sigh. Many people were curious about who Manager Yi's husband was and how he could win over this cold and beautiful woman. Now the young lady looked at Chen Feng in front of her and finally understood why Manager Yi got married so early.
He was so handsome.
If it were her, she would not wait and win him over as soon as possible.
It's a pity that the man has a boyfriend. Chen Feng left and walked into the elevator to go upstairs.
The young lady put away her extra thoughts and looked at the takeaway box in front of her. She looked expectant, wondering if the barbecue was delicious.
There was a card on the takeaway box. Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant, contact information, working hours, welcome to order takeaway. Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant? Isn't this the barbecue that's been very popular recently?
The young lady opened the box, and a burst of fragrance wafted out, making her swallow her saliva subconsciously.
DNA moved. Pick up the golden chicken wings and take a bite. It smells so good.
Chen Feng has found Pan Rong's office, raised his hand and knocked on the door, and heard a voice from inside, "Come in."
Push the door and walk in. Pan Rong was taking a break and drinking wolfberry tea.
Seeing Chen Feng coming in, she put down the teacup and smiled.
"Xiao Feng, you're here." "Pan, I'm sorry to bother you. Take a look at this agreement. If you have no problem, sign it." "Yes."
Chen Feng took out the agreement from the file bag and handed it to Pan Rong. Pan Rong took it and read it carefully, her eyes drifting left and right, and she read it quickly.
"No problem, I'll sign it."
Having finished reading, Pan Rong picked up the pen on the table and signed her name. Chen Feng had already signed his name. From now on, the agreement officially takes effect.
"I'll transfer the money to you in a while," Pan Rong said. "Okay, I don't know if Pan likes barbecue."
"This is the barbecue in my store.
Please try it." Chen Feng took out 2 boxes of barbecue and put them on the table. Pan Rong was surprised.
She didn't expect that Chen Feng, in addition to financial investment, also did physical business, and it was barbecue.
In Pan Rong's eyes, barbecue was a low-end business.
She liked to eat it when she was young, but now she is old and hasn't eaten barbecue for a long time. Looking at the takeaway business card on the box, Pan Rong laughed secretly, thinking that Chen Feng
LD not come to Chuanghao International to advertise. Because Pan Rong didn't pay much attention to the affairs of young people and rarely ate barbecue, she didn't know about the popular Mufeng barbecue. Chen Feng originally felt embarrassed to come empty-handed, so he brought some specialties. But since he brought it, it would be better to bring more, and advertise for Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant. If Mufeng Barbecue can enter the high-end market and let more white-collar workers become customers, the upstream and downstream will be caught together, and the business will really grow bigger and stronger. Don't forget that the price of Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant is more expensive than ordinary barbecue, and the high-quality ingredients are very suitable for white-collar workers who pay attention to health and have money. If the salary is low, even if you want to eat it every day, you are willing but unable to do so. I wonder where my wife's office is. On the 16th floor. The barbecue is still hot, please eat it while it's hot, Mr. Pan. Okay. Chen Feng had already walked out of the office. Pan Rong opened the box without expectation. She was not very interested in barbecue at first, but after smelling the aroma, she immediately changed her mind. When Chen Feng came to his wife's office, he met Zhao Shaowan, the secretary he met at the barbecue restaurant last time. He remembered that she was a lively girl. "Boss Chen, why are you here?" Zhao Shaowan was very surprised to see Chen Feng appear here. Just after asking, she realized that she had asked unnecessary questions. He came here to see his wife. That's great. In fact, Zhao Shaowan likes Chen Feng and Yi Mayan very much. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is excellent. Looking at the two of them, it's like seeing the male and female protagonists of a youth idol drama. They are so good. Is this the aroma of barbecue? Boss Chen, did you bring barbecue here? Your nose is too sensitive. Seeing Zhao Shizhuan's greedy look, Chen Feng laughed dumbly. Without saying a word, he took out more than 10 boxes of barbecue and placed them in front of Zhao Shaowan. Zhao Shaowan felt so happy when she saw so many barbecues.
If Chin Feng didn't already have a wife, she would definitely consider him as her first choice of boyfriend. Not to mention Chen Feng's good looks, just being able to eat these barbecues every day is worth it.
Give some to your colleagues.
Okay. Zhao Shaowan said happily, and immediately held more than 10 boxes of barbecue and invited colleagues in a group to eat.
In the office, Yi Mayan was working hard.
She felt strange when she heard some noisy sounds outside, but she didn't care too much. She continued to focus on the documents in front of her.
Click. Knock on the door. Come in.
The door opened, someone walked in, and then there was the sound of the door closing. Yi Mayan didn't look up, and continued to work quietly. After waiting for a while, no one who came and spoke. Yi Mayan felt strange, but she still didn't look up.
Ping asked calmly, if you have something to say, just say it.
It's okay, you continue to work, I'll take a look. Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Mayan immediately looked up and was surprised to see her husband standing in front of her.
Husband, why are you here?
I delivered the agreement to Mr. Pan and came to see you by the way.
Just by the way?
Actually, I came to see you, my wife, to deliver the agreement to Mr. Pan, just by the way.
That's more like it.
Wife, do you know that you are wearing a professional suit, black stockings, and look serious at work?
You look like a female CEO. Really?
Yi Mayan put down the things in her hands, and then put her hands in a triangle like Commander Ricari, supporting her small pointed chin, and leaning down, her soft peaks touched the table. It was obviously a very dignified and very seductive posture. She gave her husband a charming look.
My wife is really getting better and better.
Looking at his wife's dignified and seductive posture, Chin Feng seemed to be touched by something and expressed that he liked it very much. His sight moved down quietly, and he saw a pair of long legs in black silk under the table, which looked very good with high heels.
She looked like a full-fledged female CEO. Wife, I suspect you are driving, and I have evidence. Really? What is your husband going to do?
Yi Mayan rolled her eyes, full of teasing.
How can I have a fairy wife who is good at driving? Wife, is the sound insulation of this office good? Chen Feng asked. Yi Mayan understood immediately after hearing what he said. She was thin-skinned and her cheeks quickly flushed. She glared at her husband fiercely. Her husband was so bad that he actually wanted to be in her office, here in the company, and it was still working hours. But, this seemed very exciting? Yi Mayan was embarrassed and looked at Chen Feng shyly,
wanting to refuse but also to welcome.
Honey, don't mess around. The soundproofing of this office is average. Colleagues may come in at any time.
That's a bit troublesome.
Honey, you don't really want to be here. That's right, wife, you shouldn't refuse, right? This. Yi Mayan's face turned even redder, and she suddenly stuttered, hesitating.
Like the red glow under the setting sun, it was bright and hot. Her expression was very tangled. She couldn't keep up the female CEO style anymore, like a little girl who was suddenly confessed to, unable to calm down. How could my husband be like this? He had to be here, but men seem to like this.
What should I do? Should I obey my husband? But if someone accidentally finds out, wouldn't it be so embarrassing? It's okay if it's short, but with my husband's physical strength, it can't be short.
Recently, I can't bear it anymore and beg for mercy.
Zhao Xiujuan's ability to catch is very strong.
After a long time, she is likely to find something.
Do you want to refuse your husband?
Duh. While Yi Mayan was struggling, Chen Feng put the only 2 boxes of barbecue in front of her and opened them. The familiar smell that aroused the appetite filled the office.
Eat it while it's hot, and be careful not to make any noise.
After all, the soundproofing in the office is average. Chen Feng said seriously. Yi Mayan was a little dumbfounded when she heard this. Husband, you just said to eat barbecue.
Chen Feng said as a matter of course, yes, what else do you think I was talking about? Yi Mayan looked at her husband's serious expression and finally realized that she was fooled.
She was angry and embarrassed, and felt ashamed. She was so angry that her cheeks bulged and turned red. Too bad, her husband was too bad, he must have done it on purpose to cause her to misunderstand.
What's wrong with my wife? Why did you turn into a pufferfish?
Chen Feng had already sat down, stretched out his hand and poked his wife's bulging pufferfish face, and smiled. You little girl, you are so shameless, and you dare to drive often.
You want to be a female driver? Flirt with me in the office, I will punish you.
Although Chen Feng really wanted to give it a try, he still gave up. After all, he was in someone else's company. Yi Mayan has already put away the shyness on her face, changed her sitting posture, raised her head, leaned her slender back against the back of the chair, crossed her chest with her hands to show her fullness, and crossed her legs in a different way, with her left leg crossed with her right leg.
She looks like a cool female CEO.
She gave her husband a contemptuous look.
Ha! What are you humming? Gudong.
Yi Mayan's stomach suddenly made a pigeon sound, instantly ruining her aloof image. She wanted to get back at her husband, but her stomach was not happy, sobbing.
Chen Feng smiled and said, "My wife is hungry, eat quickly." Yi Mayan said coquettishly, "Feed me." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Okay, my wife." He picked up his wife's favorite grilled sausage, which was very big, and handed it to Yi Mayan's little mouth. "Why are there so many grilled sausages, all big ones? My wife, don't you like to eat big sausages?" "Bah, bad guy."
Yi Mayan, who understood, blushed and spat at her husband. This bad guy, coquettish and crisp, is completely opposite to Yi Mayan's usual royal sister temperament, and makes people feel addicted to it.
It seems that I will have to bully my wife more in the future. "My wife, I'll feed you a big sausage." Bad guy. Outside the office door, Zhao Shaowan was actually very curious about what the two were doing inside. They should be flirting. Actually, there is work that Yi Mayan needs to handle, but it feels like now is not the time to disturb the two of them. They won't be in there, you're overthinking. Ding! A text message came in on the phone. It was a bank message about 5 million arriving. Chen Feng's mouth curled slightly when he saw it. With this money, he can make more money this time speculating in foreign exchange. It's time to get off work. When Chen Feng came, it was almost time to get off work. After his wife finished eating barbecue, they could just leave work together. But the two of them were not in a hurry to leave. There should be a lot of people in the elevator now, and it would be crowded to go there. Because it was already off work, the two people who stayed in the office began to let go. Chen Feng sat in his wife's manager's chair to experience this position and the taste of being the owner of the office. It feels really good. Especially after letting his wife sit on his lap, he enjoyed the feeling of a big boss picking up a female secretary in the office. Who said that wealth cannot be promiscuous and power cannot be subdued? Chen Feng was more determined to start a company. Only after starting a company could he enjoy this kind of enjoyment every day in the future. Playing professional play with his wife in the company. Click. The office door suddenly opened, and Zhao Shaowan half leaned in. When she saw the two sitting on a chair, her eyes widened and she was surprised. She actually ran into this. Yi Mayan was also surprised. She was caught by someone. Although she was just sitting on her husband's lap and didn't do anything else, she was still embarrassed and her fair cheeks flushed. She instinctively wanted to get up, but was hugged by Chen Feng and couldn't get away. She glared at her husband angrily. He was still making trouble at this time? As a manager, what dignity would she have in front of her subordinates in the future? Her husband is so bad. Chen Feng was not only indifferent, but also took it for granted, as if this was his own office. If he ran into anything, it would not be him who should be embarrassed, but others. Is there something wrong? Chen Feng asked actively. He made full use of the principle that as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. His thick skin is amazing. Zhao Shaowan blinked and finally reacted, "Manager Yi, can I go home now?" Yi Mayan pretended to be calm. "Well, go home." She pretended to be a manager, but unfortunately, no matter how much Yi Mayan pretended, her posture of sitting on Chen Feng's thigh still betrayed her. After Zhao Shaowan got the answer, she did not leave immediately. She looked at the two of them curiously. Yi Mayan felt very embarrassed. "Then I'm off work and won't disturb you too. By the way, thank you for the barbecue, Mr. Chen. My colleagues said it was delicious." Knowing that this is the barbecue restaurant you run, they all said they will definitely patronize it in the future. "Thank you." Zhao Shaowan smiled and left the office. Finally, she looked at the two of them for a while before gently closing the door. Yi Mayan's face flushed a little more, very charming. "It's so embarrassing. My husband blames you." "Well, blame me." Seeing her husband's self-righteous rogue look, Yi Mayan was so angry that she hummed. Obviously very angry, but her body continued to sit on her husband's thigh honestly. "Bad husband, why can't I hate him?" In fact, since Yi Mayan was promoted to manager, she has been very dedicated to her work and rarely leaves work on time. As a result, subordinates like Zhao Shaowan are also unable to leave work on time. Working overtime for more than 10 minutes or half an hour is the norm. Sometimes they work overtime until late at night. Although the overtime pay is not low, who among the young people likes to work overtime? However, since Chen Feng came to pick up Yi Mayan from get off work every day, this phenomenon of overtime has come to an abrupt end. Yi Mayan will leave work on time every day. Therefore, Zhao Shaowan and others are very grateful to Chen Feng. After staying in the office for a few minutes, most of the people outside had left. It was estimated that the elevator should not be crowded now, so the two got up and walked out of the office. Puff!
Yi Mayan habitually took her husband's arm to declare her sovereignty and guard against some young female colleagues who might have the opportunity to be crazy.
Nip all the signs in the bud.
When the two came to the elevator door, a young man in an Armani suit strode over. It was Zhou Yanlin, the deputy general manager of Chuanhao International, whom Chen Feng had met once.
Remember, your name is Chen Feng? Zhou Yanlin asked knowingly. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yanlin smiled, with an indescribable sense of superiority, but when he glanced and saw Yi Mayan holding Chen Feng's arm tightly, leaning against him, and looking very affectionate, his mood was not so beautiful. The elevator is here. Well, let's get in the elevator. The three of them walked into the elevator. You are here to pick up Manager Yi, right? Maybe I said too much. You can just pick him up at the company gate. There is no need to come into the company. If everyone is like you, it will have a bad influence, Zhou Yanlin said in a lecturing tone.
Before Chen Feng said anything, Yi Mayan frowned slightly, feeling unhappy.
Yi Mayan said coldly, does it have an influence? How could I not know?
Besides, my husband didn't come to the company to see me specially, but to see Mr. Pan for something. It just happened that he was about to get off work, so he came to pick me up.
Mr. Pan? Zhou Yanlin was surprised and looked Chen Feng up and down. A set of cheap casual clothes, how could he go to see Mr. Pan in this outfit? He must be lying.
His first reaction was not to believe it,
but after thinking about it, Yi Mayan didn't need to lie to him. Maybe Chen Feng really met Mr. Pan, but it doesn't mean he has much ability. Nowadays, it's not uncommon for deliverymen to meet the group's president.
What made Zhou Yanlin unhappy was that Yi Mayan's tone just now showed no respect for him.
After all, He was the deputy general manager of the company and Yi Mayan's boss. If she spoke to him like this, would she still want a promotion and a raise?
Thinking of the many soft nails he had suffered when pursuing Yi Mayan before, and now she still didn't take him seriously, Zhou Yanlin sucked his teeth and was very dissatisfied.
Do you really think that I will give in to you like before?
You are married and have a husband, but you don't know yourself.
What's wrong with being a Sihua? Is it great? Although he was very unhappy, Zhou Yanlin still pretended to be graceful on the surface.
He secretly glanced at Yi Mayan's left ring finger, and saw that she was not wearing a wedding ring.
In fact, Zhou Yanlin has always been suspicious whether Yi Mayan is really married, otherwise why didn't she wear a wedding ring? I'd rather marry a poor person like Chen Feng who drives a 5-cornered Hongguang Mini. Chen Feng wouldn't just be a shield, would he?
Zhou Yanlin is a handsome man, a sea turtle, with a good family background and good conditions in all aspects, but he is not as handsome as Chen Feng.
Not everyone can be as handsome as Chen Feng. Do you think it is a reader? They are all Pang Yuyan and Yanzu, who are so handsome. Why does Yi Mayan turn a blind eye to his pursuit and instead like Chen Feng, a poor guy? He has already made some calculations in his mind and wants to find an opportunity to ridicule Chen Feng.
It happened that Zhou Yanlin's car was parked in front of the company.
It was a Mercedes-Benz E-Class AMG, worth 12 million. Ding!
The elevator door opened and 3 people walked out. Zhou Yanlin said to himself, although the 5-lung Hongguang Mini is good and economical, it is not good for picking up and dropping off people. It is not spacious enough. If you have money, you should buy a good car. Chen Feng, don't you think so? Chen Feng nodded. You are right, I think so too. Zhou Yanlin looked proud, thinking that Chen Feng was bowing to him, but it was true. In front of strength, you have to bow your head.
Could it be that he insisted that the 5-lung Hongguang Mini is easier to drive? Zhou Yanlin took out a car key from his trouser pocket. There was a shiny Mercedes-Benz logo on it and a unique AMG logo below. My Mercedes-Benz E-Class AMG is pretty good.
It has good performance, is spacious enough, and is comfortable to sit in.
Are you interested in driving it and taking a look? If you like it, you can buy this car in the future. No, I already have a new car. Really? Zhou Yanlin looked suspicious. He had already walked out of the company's door. Chen Feng took out a car key.
The shape was very special, egg-shaped, and the whole body was polished and brushed metal, full of technological fashion, and there was also a Mercedes-Benz logo on it. However, the logo on Chen Feng's car key was different from Zhou Yanlin's car key. The logo on Chen Feng's car key was golden, which was more high-end. Chen Feng pressed the start button, and a beeping sound came from not far away. A brand new Mercedes-Benz S lit up with red and blue breathing lights, which was very cool. This is my new car. It's okay, Mercedes-Benz S, goodbye, President Zhou. Chen Feng took Yi Mayan and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz S. Zhou Yanlin was speechless with surprise. Chen Feng actually had a Mercedes-Benz S, which was a better car than his AMG. Thinking of what he had just said, Zhou Yanlin's eyes twitched slightly,
and he was slapped in the face. Could it be that Chen Feng has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? With Zhou Yinlin's eyes watching, the two got in the car and left. It's just a Mercedes-Benz S, it may not be better than my AMG. Zhou Yinlin was not convinced. Although the Mercedes-Benz S is the top luxury car in the series, it does not mean that it is necessarily the best. It also depends on the model and configuration. Models with worse models can be bought for 1 million. And Zhou Yinlin's AMG is worth 12 million, which is no worse than the ordinary S-Class. Just a Mercedes-Benz S? If I'm not mistaken, the Mercedes-Benz S just now should be a limited edition. Even the most ordinary limited edition Mercedes-Benz S, it is normal to be over 3 million. Why can your broken AMG compare with others? Hearing this, Zhou Yinlin looked at the person who was speaking next to him with an unhappy expression. He dared to speak to him in such a tone. Did he not want to do this job anymore? The other person was a well-dressed middle-aged man with a short beard. He held his head high and had a strong aura, giving people a sense of authority without anger. He was very unfamiliar and did not seem to be an employee of Chuanghao International. Wei Hui continued to mutter to himself, it seems that it is not an ordinary limited edition. It is very similar to the out-of-print Mercedes-Benz S. It should be impossible. That out-of-print Mercedes-Benz S cannot be bought even if you have money. I heard th. At only the overseas CEO of the Mercedes-Benz company has one in his collection. In the car. Wife, I seem to have embarrassed Zhou Yinlin just now. It won't affect your work, right? It's okay. With Mr. Pan's protection, he can't do anything to me. That's good. Chen Feng smiled, and the matter was over. He continued to concentrate on driving. Yi Mayan suddenly realized that today's route was wrong. It was not the route back to Tianyue apartment, nor the route to Jiahong Street. Where are we going now, husband? There is a place I want to take you to see. What place? I won't tell you yet. I'll give you a surprise. Yi Mayan did not continue to ask, but waited quietly to see what surprise her husband had for her. The Mercedes-Benz S has arrived at the city center. At this time, the lights are just coming on, and there is a constant stream of vehicles on the roads that extend in all directions. The rush hour has not yet passed. However, as the Mercedes-Benz S continues to move forward, the number of vehicles on the road gradually decreases. There is a small hill in front of it, with lush trees and a rare lack of high-rise buildings around it, which highlights the presence of this hill. To the east is the mouth of the Yangtze River, and to the south is the People's Park. The hill in the middle is very spiritual. There are neatly arranged townhouses at the foot of the hill, and single-family villas are scattered on the hill. A high-end villa community built on the hill. Phoenix Residence? Yi Mayan recognized that this is Phoenix Residence, which is now the villa community with the highest housing prices in Donghai City. Yi Mayan, who did not plan to buy a house, actually did not know much about the real estate in Donghai City, but Phoenix Residence was too famous and had been on a TV show, so she knew it. It is said that the cheapest villa in Phoenix Residence costs 60 million yuan. It is not enough to describe it as a diamond location. Although it is expensive, it is worth it. The environment here is unique, with a high greening rate and natural vegetation everywhere. It is located in the center of Donghai City and is surrounded by People's Park and the Yangtze River. It is like the finishing touch of a painting. From the perspective of feng shui, the feng shui here is very good. It is the favorite place for big bosses to live. But the villas in Feng Huangju are not available for purchase with money, and the developers are not in a hurry to sell them, playing the hunger marketing game. When the Donghai City government put the Shashan land up for sale, it was sold at a very terrifying sky-high price due to fierce competition, breaking the highest record of the price per square meter of land transactions in Longhua. In this direction, my husband is not going to Feng Huangju. The surprise is in Feng Huangju? My husband will not become an owner quietly like he did in Haoding Community last time. How could it be possible? This is Feng Huangju, the most expensive real estate in Donghai City, and the cheapest villa costs 60 million. Even before the Chen family went bankrupt, they could not afford the villas here. Swish! The Mercedes-Benz S has stopped, parked in front of the entrance of Feng Huangju Community. Really, the place my husband is going to is Feng Huangju. Yi Mayan originally thought it was just a coincidence that it was in this direction, but now it is confirmed. There are 4 security booths at the entrance of the community in front of the slope. Each security booth has 2 security guards, all of whom are about 30 years old. They look solemn, with wasp waists and monkey arms. Obviously, they are all veterans from the army, with very high quality and strict guards. There are cameras everywhere, even at the intersection of the road entering the Feng Huangju section. It is already under surveillance.
It is worthy of being the top community in Donghai City.
The security force is very strong and there is a sense of security. Husband, you won't buy a villa here in Fenghuangju. What do you think, wife? I don't know. Yi Mayan shook her head, really didn't know. Although she really hopes that her husband has the ability to buy a villa in Fenghuangju, how can this be possible? It's too expensive.
Moreover, the villa in Fenghuangju is not something that can be bought with money, but also requires a strong social status. Her husband came here, perhaps just to meet the people living in Fenghuangju. Chen Feng saw the disappointed look on his wife's face and guessed what she was thinking.
Don't forget, honey. I said before I came here that I would give you a surprise. Could it be?
Yi Mayan's face showed an unconcealed snicker, and there was a guess that was about to come out. Chen Feng did not explain, and he had already reported his name to the security guard, indicating that he was the owner of this place. The security guard quickly found out, and after confirming that Chen Feng was the owner, he quickly raised the railing and saluted Chen Feng. After stepping on the accelerator, the Mercedes-Benz S had already entered the community and walked up the slope. Following the winding road up the mountain, the scenery along the way was elegant. It didn't feel like entering a community, but more like going to a 5A-level national park.
After a while, we arrived at the top of the mountain. There was only one villa here, the largest villa in the entire Fenghuangju, with an independent courtyard and a swimming pool. It was very arrogant and stood out among the villas. Yi Mayan was shocked. It turned out to be the king of villas in Fenghuangju? My husband actually bought the king of villas? What do you think of this surprise, wife?
Yeah, it's a surprise.
Let's go in and take a look at our wedding room. Yeah. The wife was in a daze.
Chen Feng was also here for the first time. He didn't know that the villa that was rewarded with the gift package was the king of villas, but he was not too surprised because he knew that the products of the system must be top-notch. He pressed his thumb on the door lock, and with a beep, the lock was unlocked, and the heavy door opened slowly and automatically. At the moment the door was opened, the smart housekeeper had already lit up the lights in the house, and the scenery was magnificent. The two walked into the house and felt that it was very big. It was not like entering a house, but more like going to a banquet hall. It was incredibly spacious. It was completely different from many villas that are now selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, and the more they are built, the smaller they are. It is a truly super large villa. The place is very clean and spotless, with all kinds of furniture and appliances, and you can move in with your bag. It took the two of them several minutes to visit the entire villa and have a basic understanding.
Their expressions were satisfied. Yi Mayan looked at her husband with sparkling eyes. How did you buy this villa, husband?
Because I'm your husband, I can do it naturally.
Omega, husband, let's sleep here tonight.
There are furniture and appliances, and a big waterbed.
It must be very comfortable to sleep. Going to bed so early, are you sleeping properly? If it's not proper, is your husband scared? Don't you have enough physical strength? Wife, you are still so naughty, do you want to beg for mercy again?
Husband, don't scare me, I know that men are getting worse and worse in that aspect.
Tonight I'll let you know whether your husband is getting worse and worse. Brother, spare me. The next morning. Sign in.
Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret recipe of burning grass jelly. After breakfast, Chen Feng drove his wife to work as usual.
They have arrived at the gate of Chuanghao International Company. Yi Mayan, dressed in a professional suit, got out of the car. Her capable and gorgeous figure was full of the attributes of a workplace beauty.
She turned around and closed the car door.
Honey, I'm going to work. Well, go to work and stop calling me brother.
Yi Mayan, who had just turned around to leave, staggered 2 steps when she heard the words, her face flushed, and she turned back to give her husband an angry look.
Looking around, fortunately no one heard it. Chen Feng waved and drove away. Yi Mayan watched the Benz S leave before turning around and walking into the company.
Suddenly she yawned, her face tired.
Isn't it said that there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death?
It's been a few days, why is my husband still so energetic, as if he has endless energy? Chen Feng's mouth curled slightly while driving, as if he was recalling something and was in a good mood.
The villa in Fenghuangju is really nice. The place is big enough and there are no neighbors next to it.
Even if there is a loud noise, there is no need to worry about disturbing others. Unlike Tianyue apartment, there are 10 households on the same floor, and the living environment is close, and the neighbor is the next wall. If the sound is a little loud, everyone can hear it, which is easy to cause disturbance to others. There is no need to worry about this in Fenghuangju Villa. Thinking of the way his wife was completely let go last night, Acting like a brother and begging for mercy, Chen Feng gained an incomparable sense of satisfaction. If he had known that this could happen, he should have moved into Feng Huangju earlier.
Life is getting more and more interesting.
Chen Feng suddenly found a place to stop the car. He picked up his mobile phone and clicked on the app he downloaded from the foreign exchange last time. If you want to buy foreign exchange, speculate in foreign exchange, and watch the trends of various foreign exchange, you can operate directly on the app. With a continuous click of his fingers, He bought all the 5 million that Pan Rong transferred to him with 100 times leverage, and the contract was agreed to be next week.
His expression was expectant. The seeds sown today will be harvested next week. I really hope time can go faster.
After putting away his phone, Chen Feng fixed his eyes on the secret recipe of grass jelly in the virtual space.
This is the reward for signing in today.
Grass jelly is a traditional specialty beverage in the southern Fujian region. It is cooked with grass jelly and paired with taro balls, pearls, candied dates, raisins, fresh milk. More than 10 kinds of healthy ingredients have the effects of clearing heat, removing summer heat, nourishing the skin and beautifying. It is a dessert and a drink. A popular specialty beverage suitable for all ages. A secret recipe of barbecue spices can make my barbecue restaurant prosperous. I wonder how much profit this secret recipe of grass jelly will bring.
Chen Feng looked expectant.
With a thought, he opened the secret recipe of grass jelly and scanned it several times. He had already memorized it firmly in his mind.
Then he drove to buy the ingredients for making grass jelly. It took some time to finally buy them all. Chen Feng drove to Jiahong Street again. The decoration of the barbecue restaurant is still in full swing.
Although the shops were under renovation, the kitchen had not been modified yet, and there was no need to modify it for the time being.
There was an empty kitchen that could be used.
Chen Feng walked into one of the empty kitchens and put down the big bag in his hand, which was full of ingredients for making grass jelly. He did not ask anyone for help because the secret recipe could not be leaked for the time being, so he had to do it himself.
An hour later, Chen Feng made a pound of grass jelly powder.
He took out 200 grams of the grass jelly powder and poured it into clean water, boiled it, and then poured it into a large square container, waiting for it to cool down and turn into a black solid state. Then he used a knife to cut it into neat and small square pieces, divided it into 20 bowls, and put taro balls, pearls, candied dates, raisins, fresh milk, these ingredients into each bowl.
The secret grass jelly was ready.
As a maker, Chen Feng should have the courage to test the poison. He scooped it up with a spoon, and after taking a bite, his expression immediately brightened.
It smelled really good. It really did not disappoint him. Old Joe, this is the grass jelly I made. Take it over and share it with everyone. I'll also ask for everyone's opinions.
Chen Feng called Zhou Jiefei over and asked him to distribute the grass jelly in the kitchen to the store clerks and decorators.
It was noon, time for a break. After working all morning, everyone was hungry. Seeing the boss bringing drinks, everyone was very happy and didn't hesitate. It tastes good.
I've never tasted such delicious grass jelly.
Is this grass jelly?
It's clearly nectar. I would call it the best grass jelly.
Everyone gave it 5-star praise and raved about it.
Although Chen Feng had expected it, he was still very happy to hear everyone's evaluation in person.
It works.
Zhou Jiefei and Qian Ming are no longer fresh graduates. Looking at the bowl of grass jelly in their hands, they know that it contains huge business opportunities, and their eyes light up. Old Zhou, you continue to be responsible for the decoration of the barbecue restaurant, and Old Qian, you find a shop to rent on Jiahong Street.
There are no requirements, just fast.
The shop selling grass jelly doesn't need to be too particular. If the landlord is willing to sell the shop to us, it would be the best.
Okay.
Qian Ming has already gone to find a shop. Although the government has announced that a subway station entrance will be added to Jiahong Street, which has increased the housing prices here, it is not very high for the time being, so it is still worth buying.
But the landlord of Jiahong Street is not stupid. He probably won't sell it now, but what if? Chen Feng thought about whether he should sell grass jelly with barbecue, a bite of barbecue, a sip of drink, fat but not greasy. But after thinking carefully, it's not a good idea. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. As a qualified businessman, you should separate the eggs and take multiple approaches.
Now that the barbecue franchise store has been established, it would be better to open another grass jelly franchise store, all under the name of Mufing Company, to seize the food market. Maybe the future development of grass jelly will not be worse than Ruweixing.
It is delicious and beautiful. The young lady must like it. Am I going to become a big boss in the food industry?
Chen Feng muttered to himself. He didn't wait to rent a store before starting to sell grass jelly. Strike while the iron is hot and do things early.
Don't waste the good time. After Chen Feng made a lot of grass jelly powder, he asked the barbecue restaurant employees to process and sell it.
Now Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant sells both barbecue and grass jelly, but grass jelly can only be regarded as a sideline, a foil. First, make the secret recipe of grass jelly famous, and then it will be a natural thing to rent a shop and open it. New secret recipe of grass jelly, half-price discount.
Many customers are curious.
They are thirsty after eating barbecue, so they buy a cup of grass jelly drink with the mentality of giving it a try to moisten their throats.
And they all praise it after drinking it. For a time, grass jelly was in short supply. Office.
After signing the last word, Yi Mayan finally finished the work at hand and stretched. The beautiful curves are fully revealed, the towering peaks stand upright, and the slender waist is so slender that you can hold it in your hand.
Ha!
After finishing stretching, she suddenly yawned uncontrollably. This is the nth time she has yawned since she started working. It's all my husband's fault. Yi Mayan muttered with resentment, her mouth was slightly flat, her face was tired, but she showed satisfaction and happiness. Go to the tea room and have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. Actually, she could ask her secretary Zhao Shaowan to make coffee instead of doing it herself. However, Yi Mayan had been sitting in the office for a long time and wanted to move around.
Manager Yi, is there anything I can do for you? No problem. Zhao Shaowan asked Yi Mayan when she saw her leaving the office. Yi Mayan waved her hand to indicate that she didn't need it.
Yi Mayan quickly came to the tea room. Before she walked in, she heard a female colleague talking inside.
Did you see yesterday that Manager Yi's husband came into the company?
I saw him, he's very handsome. If he comes to work in our company, he'll definitely be the most popular guy.
Manager Yi is the most beautiful girl.
It's okay that she's handsome, but her husband is also so handsome.
Sure enough, people with good looks will only be with people with equally good looks, right?
I heard that Manager Yi's husband runs a barbecue restaurant.
Barbecue restaurant? I'm a little disappointed. He's so handsome. Don't underestimate barbecue restaurants.
You know the most popular Mufeng barbecue now.
There are already many franchise stores.
Yesterday I was sitting at the front desk, and the other party gave me a box of barbecue to eat.
It was delicious. He's handsome and can make barbecue. I love it.
Yi Mayan was very proud to hear that her female colleagues were praising her husband. He was worthy of being the man she had set her eyes on. But when she heard that a female colleague was infatuated with him, she felt bad. Her husband was being thought of.
Bad husband, you dare to attract bees and butterflies, I will punish you tonight. Bad husband, you dare to attract bees and butterflies, I will teach you a lesson tonight, Yi Mayan said hatefully.
But just after she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something unforgettable, her cheeks flushed, and she was a little scared.
Judging from the current situation, if she really wanted to teach her husband a lesson, not only would she fail, but she would be taught a lesson in return? Forget it, let my husband go this time, but don't do it again next time.
Yi Mayan nodded and muttered to herself, saying the cruelest words and doing the most cowardly things. The female colleagues in the tea room didn't know that one of the protagonists of their conversation had come, and was listening in, continuing to talk with great interest. Manager Yi and her husband are both graduates of the same class. They have just graduated and have successfully started their own business.
Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant is now doing better and better. They are already driving a Mercedes-Benz S, how can their business not be good? It seems to be more expensive than Mr. Zhou's Mercedes-Benz AMG.
I also want to ride in a Mercedes-Benz S. Others have just graduated and are still struggling to find a job, but he has become a boss right after graduation and achieved financial freedom.
He is an excellent dark horse. Manager Yi has a good eye. The name of Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant is taken from the names of the two people. It's so romantic.
He is handsome, romantic, and can make money in business.
How great would it be if he was my boyfriend? You? Go away. He should be my boyfriend.
He is more handsome than Jun Kai, who loves to play with people.
I love him. Ahem.
Hearing this abrupt cough, the female colleagues who were originally chatting enthusiastically turned their heads one by one, and then they were all very embarrassed. The tea room was quiet in an instant, because the protagonist of their topic appeared in front of them. Yi Mayan had a dark face and looked at them coldly, as if looking at a dead person.
She was angry. If she didn't come out, she didn't know what they would say. Want to a man from her? You're looking for death.
Under Yi Mayan's death gaze, several female colleagues were uneasy, and then they quickly slipped away. When they left, they did not forget to apologize and said that they were just joking.
Who is joking with you? If this is not the company, I guarantee that you will be beaten into a crying monster one by one. You want to seduce my husband, you're looking for a beating.
Yi Mayan walked into the tea room indignantly, made herself a cup of coffee, smelled the refreshing aroma of coffee, looked at the scenery of high-rise buildings outside the window, and was still indignant.
After drinking a cup of coffee, she left the tea room. You must deal with your husband tonight. Who are you going to deal with?
A familiar voice suddenly sounded, and Yi Mayan quickly turned her head to look, and then she was embarrassed.
Suddenly I realized the mood of those female colleagues just now. Is this the legendary speed of light slap in the face?
Chen Feng looked at his wife with a smile, her stunned and cute look.
Honey, why are you here? I'm here to deliver food. Someone in your company ordered food.
I happened to be free, so I delivered it myself. Secretary Zhao said you were in the tea room.
Honey, why did you just say you were going to punish me, and punish me at night? Chen Feng asked curiously, with a playful expression. Yi Mayan was embarrassed and speechless. */omega**. Well, did I say that? No. No. Chen Feng could see his wife's embarrassment.
Although he didn't know the whole story, he didn't plan to get to the bottom of it, so he let her off for the time being. He would ask his wife what was going on in the evening. If she didn't answer, he would slowly clean up the mess.
Let's eat barbecue.
By the way, the store has a new product, grass jelly.
Let's try it. Husband, just tell me. Are you trying to fatten me up by sending barbecue every day? You saw through it. Humph, you really don't have good intentions. I won't eat it. I want to lose weight. Really not eating? No. Facing Chen Feng's questioning, Yi Mayan looked like she was going to sacrifice herself. She just didn't want to eat, no matter what. Chen Feng didn't persuade her anymore, and nodded calmly, go back to the office. Yi Mayan looked at him sideways. What do you want to do after you go back to the office? Chen Feng asked, what can I do?
Yi Mayan rolled her eyes at her husband, thinking that he was playing hard to get and pretending to be confused. Husband, you should come to the company less often in the future.
It's not a good influence to come to the company often. Well, I'm sorry that it affects you.
Hearing her husband say this, Yi Mayan felt sorry.
Was she too blunt and would she hurt her husband's heart? In fact, Yi Mayan was not afraid of the influence.
Her husband was so outstanding that he should be used to show off.
Would the company fire her for this?
At most, the boss would not fight with the boss.
Young people without loans are afraid of who?
If they say they want to fire the boss, they will fire the boss.
It's just that my husband is too outstanding and it's easy to attract bees and butterflies. The female colleagues in the company are all jackals and tigers. They don't want their husbands to be targeted.
The two returned to the office area. Zhao Xiaowan and the others were already eating barbecue, and the fragrance was overflowing.
They felt very happy.
Such delicious barbecue was delivered every day, which made colleagues in other departments cry with greed.
This is a benefit that only their department has.
In fact, they took the initiative to order takeout today, but Chen Feng not only did not charge them, but also sent a few more barbecues.
It's a big profit. Thank you, Boss Chen. Thank you, Manager Yi. Boss Chen, Manager Yi, you are back. The new grass jelly is so delicious.
I have never tasted such good grass jelly.
I will definitely patronize you in the future and buy a few more cups. Yeah, grass jelly also has beauty effects and is good for the skin. Let's drink more. Coco.
Yi Mayan looked at her subordinates who were eating and drinking, and smelled the aroma that kept attacking her.
She couldn't stand it anymore. It was exactly 3 o'clock now, time for snacks. I am a little hungry, what should I do? Should I eat some too? Grass jelly also has beauty effects. For girls who love beauty, it has an irresistible magic. Yi Mayan is no exception.
But Yi Mayan just told her husband righteously that she would not eat it, and she regretted it in the blink of an eye.
Isn't this slapping herself in the face?
Yi Mayan pursed her lips and tried to hold back. Her eyes had already secretly glanced at her husband, looking for help.
But her husband didn't seem to notice. Go to work, honey. I'll pick you up after get off work.
Chen Feng said, turned around and left, neatly and quickly.
Yi Mayan puffed up her cheeks in anger. Although she had brought this upon herself, couldn't her husband take care of her? However, when Yi Mayan walked into the office and saw a box of barbecue and a cup of grass jelly on the table, all her resentment disappeared. Grass jelly is really delicious.
She had already picked up the grass jelly, took a sip, and continued to drink with an extremely comfortable expression.
What should I do? Although grass jelly is delicious and has beauty effects, the calories are not low. Woohoo, I'm going to gain weight. But it's really delicious and can't be wasted.
Wasting is shameful.
We must respond to the call of Longwa and become a plateless family.
Yi Mayan could only hold back her tears and continue to eat and drink. She secretly vowed that she would not eat like this tomorrow. She must insist on losing weight and exercising more. She couldn't let her husband's evil plan succeed. Fortunately, she had a diamond card for the Crown Gym, so she had to exercise well and say goodbye to the fat. Tonight, the two officially moved into the Phoenix Villa. The furniture and appliances in the villa are already available. The moving process is very simple. There is no need to find someone to help. After packing the clothes and the wife's cosmetics and skincare products, you can move directly there. By the way, my wife said in the tea room this afternoon that she would punish me tonight. How would she punish me? Did I say that? Didn't I say that? No. By the way, honey, don't you want to lose weight? I'll help you. Let's work out together. Okay. Brother. Wife, why are you screaming again? What if the neighbors hear us and misunderstand our relationship? Luckily, the villa is big and others can't hear us. Good brother. The brightly lit villa on the top of the mountain attracted the attention of many neighbors. Turning on the lights meant that someone had moved in, and everyone was very surprised. All the owners who lived in Feng Huangju knew that the status of the king of villas on the top of the mountain was very special, with the best feng shui pattern. Standing in the center of many villas, it was like a moon surrounded by stars. It was the largest villa in Feng Huangju and the villa with the best scenery. I don't know how many wealthy businessmen wanted to buy it, but the developer just wouldn't sell it. Some people used a lot of connections but still couldn't buy it. If the villas in Feng Huangju were not something you could buy with money, then the king of villas might not be something you could buy even if you had money and status. There was only one of its kind in the entire Donghai city, with excellent feng shui and backed by crepe myrtle, like an emperor's residence. Someone bought the king of villas, who was so awesome. Didn't the developer keep the king of villas for himself? I offered 500 million yuan and used all my connections, but I still couldn't buy it. Who is the other party? Jianawei Company. President's office. Jianawei sat behind his desk, looking at his daughter in front of him with a complicated expression. Shui was wearing a Zegna women's suit, with a capable image, a slender waist, and the appearance of a strong woman. Xiaoshui, from today on, you are the vice president of the company, do a good job. Dad, don't worry, I won't let you down. I hope so. Shui saw the complicated expression on her father's face, and he didn't seem to have much confidence in her. She knew that her father still cared about her regretting the marriage. This made her father feel guilty and bear the stigma of betrayal. But Shui didn't think she did anything wrong. She had the right to pursue happiness. The Chen family had gone bankrupt, and their He family couldn't get on board, and they might sink together. In fact, the Jianawei company of the He family has been operating poorly in the past 2 years and has begun to decline, and needs strong support. If you bring a burden with you at this time, the consequences can be imagined. She was also thinking about the He family, so she was right. Your brother is not good at business, nor does he have such ambition. He only knows how to play and spend money. I am old, so the family business can only be handed over to you. Yes. Jianawei looked at his energetic daughter in front of him, feeling a little relieved and a little regretful. With traditional ideas, he had not planned to let his daughter inherit the company, but his only son was too disappointing, cynical, and lost his ambition. On the other hand, his daughter is very motivated. Apart from the fact that she regretted her marriage, she has been excellent since she was a child. She is the daughter that Jianawei is proud of. Now is an era of gender equality, and we should abandon the bad habits of the old era. Perhaps it would be better to hand over the company to his capable daughter. Dad, as the vice president, I have a suggestion that can improve the company's operating conditions. Tell me about it. Use your connections to take over the unfinished projects of the Chen family. In fact, our Jianawei company and the Chen family's business have many similarities, so it's a perfect fit. Xiaoshui, how could you? Dad, I know what you're thinking, but the Chen family has gone bankrupt, and those projects have nothing to do with them. If we take them, it's not like we're stealing their business, and if we don't take them, it'll only give others a bargain. It's better to make it cheaper for ourselves. Okay. Time came to the next Monday. Something happened internationally, not big or small, but it attracted strong attention from the international community. The Northern Bear country suddenly announced that the purchase of natural gas, oil, and grain in the country must be settled in euro. Influenced by this news, euro changed its decline in international currency over the past period of time, as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and went against the market, quickly returned to the original exchange rate, and was still soaring rapidly. On the other hand, the US dollar and the euro both fell. Many foreign exchange speculators were dumbfounded. During this period, most people were bearish on euro and kept selling euro, but were optimistic about the US dollar and the euro and bought a lot. When euro rose, everyone was just shocked and surprised. But when the US dollar and the euro fell, everyone would cry. Even many big verses who speculated in foreign exchange were no exception, and suffered heavy losses, and their assets immediately shrank a lot. On this day, the international currency market was full of grief. It was also on this day that people recalled the fear of being dominated by currency. The value of international currency cannot be suppressed by some countries suppressing and hunting, or by financial troubles. The value of currency is determined by the strength of the country behind it and the value of the goods. This matter is called a currency revolution in the circle. This currency revolution is not big or small. Only a very few people can really recognize the pearls and make money. Chen Feng is one of the winners. And it is not an ordinary win, but a big win. Looking at the K-line chart that keeps soaring, it is like seeing a rainbow leading to the door of wealth, and the mood is very beautiful. Ding! The exchange has sold it on time when the halogen cloth climbed to the highest peak according to the contract. After selling, because the order was too large, it took a long time to complete the settlement. Chen Feng looked at the numbers in the app account. Although he had already calculated it silently as a full-level actuary, he couldn't control the joy on his face when he saw it with his own eyes. 1146, 991235, 53 renminbi, a full 11 billion in income. The return is as high as 7,333%, and all handling fees have been deducted. A wave of foreign exchange investment operations has such a high return in just 1 week. I wonder how many investment tycoons will be envious and cry. It's time for my wife to get off work. This time Chen Feng did not drive to Chuanghao International to pick up his wife. He has called and asked his wife to invite Pan Rong to go to the Shangxiang restaurant last time. Before the two of them arrived, Chen Feng had already ordered the dishes in advance. They were all dishes he had eaten last time, and they must be to their taste. By the way, the food in Shangxiang restaurant tastes very good. Creak! The door was pushed open. Yi Mian and Pan Rong walked in. Please sit down. You asked me to have dinner. What's the matter? Of course it's to congratulate Mr. Pan. Congratulate me? Pan Rong's expression was slightly happy. In fact, she had guessed something when she came. It should be that the results of the foreign exchange investment are about to come out. Now hearing what Chen Feng said, she is more certain of this guess. Since it is congratulations, it means that it is profitable. Pan Rong can finally put down her hanging heart. Although she decisively took out 5 million yuan to invest and seemed to trust Chen Feng very much, she was actually very nervous these days and had been paying attention to the trend of Lubu. Last Friday, Lubu was still falling and fell to a new low, which made Pan Rong even more nervous. She was worried that the investment would fail and she would lose all her money. Although Pan Rong signed an agreement with Chen Feng that Chen Feng would have to return the principal of 5 million yuan no matter what, if Chen Feng went bankrupt, even if there was an agreement, it would be useless. What would he return? Pan Rong's current position made her know a lot about the investment world, especially foreign exchange investment. Foreign exchange investment is indeed very profitable, but when it loses, it is also a huge loss. It is like a bottomless pit. Once you fall into it, you can't turn over. As long as there is a slight disturbance in the international market, it may affect the currency exchange rate, and no one knows the next trend. I don't know how many people have lost their fortunes and ended up on the rooftop. It is more exciting than playing futures, and it is very challenging for people's heart to bear. It is not recommended for people with heart disease to play. Although Pan Rong did not operate it personally, she was just waiting for the news, which was also very tormenting. But now she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. How much is the profit? Pan Rong asked. Even if they made money, how much is still a problem? If the profit is only a few percentage points, it would be a false joy. Although Chen Feng said that there would be a high return of 50% when investing, it is not uncommon for investment managers to exaggerate. Pan Rong's heart could not help but hang in the air again. 50%, I will transfer it to you now. Chen Feng immediately transferred 75 million to Pan Rong. When Pan Rong saw the transfer text message, even with her position as general manager, her heartbeat accelerated. She was overjoyed. In just 1 week, she made a net profit of 25 million. It felt like riding a rocket. As expected, foreign exchange investment is very profitable, but the risk is also high. This time, it was all thanks to Chen Feng. Let me treat you to this meal. Thank you. If you have a good investment project next time, remember to tell me. Pan Rong said happily. Who would complain about having too much money? If I thought Chen Feng was a good-looking man before, Then looking at Chen Feng again now, he is clearly a fortune-making boy. He is waving to her, so that she can make a lot of money.
Okay. Chen Feng was not polite.
If the other party wanted to treat him, then he would treat him. Thinking about Pan Ron's idea of continuing to invest, he understood that making money is actually very addictive. It will stimulate adrenaline, make people feel excited and unable to extricate themselves. Everyone is happy to see their own small treasury grow bigger and bigger.
This is actually similar to the cultivation game.
Chen Feng found that he could actually set up a private equity fund.
He has actuary skills and is very familiar with finance.
Even if there is no systematic business opportunity information, as long as he does not play big and makes low-risk and low-return investments, it is actually completely possible. He can also use this to expand his network of people and enter the capital market. However, this matter should be taken slowly, and there is no rush.
You can't chew too much.
First, run moving company well, and then talk about other things.
Now that there is 11 billion, there are many things that can be done.
Registering a company requires a large amount of funds. Chen Feng looked at his wife sitting next to him. Naturally, he did not forget that his wife had given him an investment of 50,000 yuan to help him make the small treasury bigger. 50,000 yuan is a small amount, but it is already his wife's entire fortune. It has been almost 2 weeks since the 50,000 yuan was given when investing in the Jiahong Street property. Chen Feng knew that his wife did not invest in him for the purpose of making money, but simply wanted to support his career.
Until now, his wife has not asked him about the investment.
Now Pan Rong has received the investment income, but his wife still seems to have not remembered that she also invested, as if she has forgotten about it. Now that he has money on hand, he should also fulfill his promise and make his wife's small treasury bigger. However, Chen Feng did not plan to transfer the money directly to his wife, which would be too direct and boring. In Chen Feng's view, his money is his wife's money, and his wife's money is his money, without distinction. Giving money to his wife is just like giving money from the left hand to the right hand, so giving money directly is meaningless.
Chen Feng has thought of a good way, and his wife should be happy. Mr. Pan, can my wife take half a day off tomorrow? No problem.
They didn't have to go to work this morning, so they went to bed late and woke up late. The sun has risen and invaded the room through the window, which made people less sleepy. Chen Feng has woken up, but he didn't get up, because the person beside him hasn't woken up yet, sleeping soundly, hugging him like an octopus. The cherry mouth is slightly open, drooling, and the defenseless face is about to flow.
As if affected by the sunlight, the eyelashes suddenly trembled, and Yi Mayan slowly fell asleep, in a drowsy state.
Seeing her husband who had woken up and looked energetic, Yi Mayan's face was full of resentment. They both went to bed late last night. Why did her husband not only wake up earlier than her, but also be more energetic than her? Yi Mayan pouted her dissatisfied little mouth. Wife, it's almost noon, the sun is shining on my, and you don't get up to make breakfast for me.
No, I'm too tired, I want to sleep a little longer. Husband, can you make breakfast for me? Okay. The wife is so coquettish that even gods can't stand it. Chen Feng got up, and Yi Mayan, who lost her pillow, showed a dissatisfied expression again. She was used to sleeping with her husband in her arms. Now that she didn't hold him, she couldn't sleep well. However, Yi Mayan was too tired, and soon she closed her eyes and fell asleep again. She slept for an hour until she was woken up by her husband. Yi Mayan was in her pajamas, and she became a beautiful scenery when she walked down the stairs. After going downstairs to the restaurant, she saw the breakfast already placed on the table and found that her husband's cooking skills had improved a lot. The fragrant millet porridge smelled appetizing. Yi Mayan had already sat down, picked up a spoon and ate the millet porridge with a happy expression. The villa is too big, and it takes a lot of effort to clean it. Let's hire 2 full-time nannies. Chen Feng suddenly said. Now that you have money, you should know how to spend money and improve the quality of life. There is no need to do everything yourself. Empty your hands and do more meaningful things. Well, wait, the full-time nanny will live at home? Yi Mayan asked guiltily. Chen Feng was surprised. Yes, living in the nanny's room, is there a problem? Yi Mayan hesitated and didn't say anything, with an embarrassed expression. Chen Feng was even more puzzled. What happened to his wife? Was the millet porridge too hot and she blushed after eating it? What should I do if I hear a sound? After hearing what his wife said, Chen Feng suddenly realized and understood. This sound should not refer to ordinary sounds, but sounds that only occur at night. Ha ha. Speaking of which, his wife has not enjoyed the life of a rich person and is not used to having a nanny at home. Chen Feng said, it doesn't matter. If she hears it, she hears it. What's the matter? Yi Mayan blushed, then don't have a nanny. Chen Feng smiled and said, a nanny must be hired. Otherwise, if you have such a big villa to take care of, do you still need to go to work? Yi Mian hesitated, but.
Chen Feng smiled and said, no buts, the volume of the sound is still up to you to control. Just make it smaller when the time comes. That's what she said, but it's not fun if the sound is too small. Thinking of this, Yi Mian's face became even redder. Chen Feng seemed to see through his wife's thoughts. Don't worry, the nanny's room is well soundproofed. No matter how loud she screams, no one can hear her. If you're worried, I can hire someone to renovate our master bedroom to have the soundproofing of a recording studio. I guarantee that when the door is closed, no sound from outside can be heard. Yi Mian glared at her husband charmingly. Did she really yell so loudly, bad husband? In the end, she gave up decorating the master bedroom. Yi Mian asked, husband, you haven't told me yet why I asked you to take half a day off. Chen Feng said, of course, it's to celebrate the success of the investment. Yi Mian tilted her head in confusion. Let's go out. Where to? You'll know when you get there. Yi Mian didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, it was right to go with her husband. When the Benz stopped, the two came to the commercial street on the side of the ring road. There were a variety of 4S stores, all kinds of new cars were placed in prominent positions, and pop music attracted the attention of passers-by. Husband, what are we doing here? Of course, to buy a car. Buy a car, husband, don't you have a car? It's not me who buys the car, it's you who buys the car. I buy it? Yi Mian was surprised. Why should I buy a car? I already have a car, a Wuling Hongguang Mini. Have you forgotten, husband? Yi Mian tilted her head in confusion. She looked at her husband in confusion, as if he was doing something very strange. She ignored her. Chen Feng was a little upset when he heard this. His wife was too thrifty. Is the Wuling Hongguang Mini a car? Well, it is a car. After all, it has 4 wheels, a driver's seat, and a steering wheel. But for many people, the Wuling Hongguang Mini is not a car at all. It can only run on the small roads near home and buy groceries. Can a car that can't go on the highway be considered a car? Chen Feng did not mean to belittle the Wuling Hongguang Mini, nor did he deny its value, but its grade is there. If you can change to a better car, no one will object. I can't wait to change to a better car. Do you really think that the Wuling is a god car as the internet says? It is really a god car, and it won't drift on the highway. What should I do? My wife seems a little stupid. Well, she has always been stupid. Chen Feng couldn't help laughing. Yi Mian didn't know that she had been labeled as stupid by her husband, and continued to say with reason, now you, my husband, pick me up and drop me off to get off work every day. I don't have to drive at all. I haven't even driven the Wuling Hongguang Mini for a long time. Why do you still want to buy a car, or do you, my husband, not want to continue to pick me up and drop me off to get off work? At this point, Yi Mian's mouth was slightly flat, and her expression quickly became aggrieved, like a child whose lollipop was taken away. Now one of the things she looks forward to most every day is that her husband picks her up and drops her off to work. Although Yi Mian hates some crazy female colleagues who covet her husband, how can she not show off her excellent husband? Women, which one doesn't have a little vanity? So Yi Mian is actually very happy to let her husband appear in the company and show off their love in front of colleagues. Is her husband buying her a new car now a euphemistic hint that he doesn't want to continue to pick her up and drop her off to get off work? How can this be? Her mouth was flatter, and her beautiful eyes with clear black and white were full of grievances. Chen Feng understood his wife's eyes and thought, my wife is really silly and cute, but silly people have good fortune. If Yi Mian knew that her husband thought of her so much, she would definitely be angry with her husband. How could she be silly? She is obviously very smart and is a well-known academic master in the school. Her grades in college seem to be better than her husband's. Chen Feng remembered that his wife was not happy about hiring a nanny not long ago, and suddenly realized that his wife was not stupid, but was not used to enjoying the life of a rich person. She was used to being frugal and didn't know the fun of spending money. However, a wife who knows how to be frugal is not a bad thing. Chen Feng will only like it more. But considering the future, Chen Feng must let his wife learn to spend money and learn to enjoy life. Let his wife become a spendthrift. Chen Feng did not forget that he had vowed not to let this silly woman down. How could he not let her spend money? Don't let your wife think too much. I am happy to drive you to and from get off work every day, but it doesn't mean you don't have to drive yourself. Although the Mini is easy to drive, it is a Mini after all. You should buy a better car. Also, you didn't forget, did you? Last time you invested 50,000 yuan, you promised to make your small treasury bigger. Now that the investment has been successful and you have made a lot of money, it is only right for me to give you something. Chen Feng explained seriously, dispelling all his wife's doubts. So that's the case. In the future, her husband will continue to pick her up and drop her off at get off work, so there will be no problem.
Thank you, husband. No. Let's go and see if there is a car you like. Pick any one you want, don't be polite to me. My husband is so generous, I like it so much.
The wife was acting like a spoiled child again, and she couldn't stand it. Chen Feng decisively hugged his wife's thin waist and pretended to be a rich boss supporting a mistress. The two walked and looked. The commercial street beside the Ring Road is a famous car street in Donghai City. It is full of 4S stores and stores of major car manufacturers. At a glance, it is all brand new cars, which is easy to be dazzled.
Many people come here to buy cars.
In addition to the well-known domestic cars and island cars, there are also foreign imported luxury cars, which are appreciated by both the elite and the masses. This place is not close to residential areas, and there are not many pure passers-by. Most of the people who come here are here to see and buy cars.
Honey, this car is good.
It says that this is a very fuel-efficient car. It only needs more than 5 liters of oil per 100 kilometers.
Yi Mayan quickly took a fancy to a car. Chen Feng followed his sight and saw a Toyota Corolla.
The corners of his mouth twitched. The compact car with a landing price of only 100,000 yuan, 12T, is indeed very fuel-efficient.
It is well known that Japanese cars are the most fuel-efficient and the best choice for well-off families.
But Chen Feng is now a big man with a net worth of 11 billion. If he buys a Corolla for his wife, he will be criticized to death. His wife's vision needs to be improved. Chen Feng felt that there was something he had to tell his wife first.
Honey, do you know how much money I made from foreign exchange speculation this time?
How much?
Not much, just 11 billion. Honey is so amazing.
The wife cast an admiring look and hugged him tighter, letting her husband know her good figure again. Then there was nothing, her eyes were still clear, without the brilliance of money.
Chen Feng asked, Wife, I'm so rich now, do you still want to buy a Corolla? Yi Mayan nodded, well, buy it, why no? Buy a Corolla, this car is fuel efficient.
Chen Feng supported his forehead.
This silly girl asked her to buy a luxury car, why didn't she understand? Husband, do you think I'm stupid? Aren't you stupid? Your husband is so rich, can't I afford a luxury car for you? I don't know much about cars.
Except for going home from get off work, I rarely use a car.
What's the point of buying a luxury car?
No matter how luxurious the car is, you have to wait for traffic lights in Donghai City.
Instead of wasting money on an impractical luxury car, it's better to put the extra money into the small treasury and earn interest.
Chen Feng understood that his wife was a pragmatist and was not interested in cars. She just wanted to make her small treasury bigger.
Smiled. Husband, what do you think? No, this is your pocket money. If it's not enough, just let me transfer money at any time.
Chen Feng picked up his mobile phone and operated it, and then Yi Mayan received a bank text message. Yi Mayan picked it up and looked at it, her eyes widened. She saw a text message from the bank indicating that there was a transfer of 1 million.
This is just pocket money. If you like clothes or bags, you can buy them.
In addition, you still have to buy a luxury car.
This is a gift, you can't refuse it.
Then Chen Feng directly pulled his wife away, leaving the domestic car store and going to the foreign luxury car store.
Yi Mayan has not recovered from the state of being dazed by the money. Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, Maybach, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Pagani. There are so many luxury cars that it's dazzling. My wife, pick whichever one you like. Supercars are fine. This Pagani Huayra is good. No, this car is too ugly. The car plate is almost touching the ground and it's easy to scratch.
It must be uncomfortable to sit in such a low car.
I don't want it.
Yi Mayan has come to her senses and said with disgust, the car is ugly, but it's also frighteningly expensive, almost 30 million per car. With this money, it's better to put it in the slush fund to earn interest. I don't know who would be so stupid to buy such a car.
Chen Feng shrugged, okay, keep looking, buy it if you like it. Hey, isn't this my cousin and her boyfriend? What a coincidence.
Hearing the voice, the two turned their heads and saw two acquaintances walking towards them. It was Yi Mayan's cousin Jiang Xiaoyu and her boyfriend Feng Weirui. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu and Feng Weirui here, Chen Feng and his wife were quite surprised. Jiang Xiaoyu and Feng Weirui were also quite surprised.
They didn't expect to meet acquaintances here.
Jiang and Feng had already strode over and soon came close.
The two should be out on a date today.
They were both dressed up deliberately. The man was in a suit and the woman was in a shirt and short skirt. The handsome man and the beautiful woman walked together very well. But unlike Chen Feng and Yi Mayan, they were arm in arm and looked very affectionate at first glance.
Cousin, why are you here in Chijie? Are you here to buy a car too?
Cousin Jiang Xiaoyu asked bluntly with a smile on her lips.
Yi Mayan said, well, cousin, are you here to buy a car too? Cousin proudly said, that's right. I really guessed it.
In fact, cousin was a little surprised. The last time they met, Yi Mayan and Chen Feng were still driving the 5-ling Hongguang Mini.
Are they going to change to a new car so soon? It seems that their work is going well and they have made some money.
Originally, the last time my cousin brought her boyfriend Feng Weirui home, she thought she could perform well in front of her relatives and surpass Yi Mayan, as her boyfriend was an employee of a big company with an annual salary of 500,000. From childhood to adulthood, she could not compare with Yi Mayan in everything. Now that she has entered the society and has a boyfriend, my cousin wants to be proud of herself.
Who knows that Yi Mayan's boyfriend is not a good person? He pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger.
He actually owns a house in Haoding community, which makes her plan go down the drain, and she is slapped in the face. After returning home that night, my mother kept muttering that my cousin Yi Mayan had good vision and had a capable boyfriend. She envied her sister-in-law for being able to live in Haoding community. Although my mother did not say it explicitly, her words hinted that she also wanted to have such a good son-in-law and wanted to live in a house in Haoding community. In this regard, my cousin could only pretend not to understand. She couldn't afford a house worth millions, and her boyfriend couldn't afford it either.
My cousin was very unwilling. Is her boyfriend not good?
He is obviously very good, but Yi Mayan's boyfriend is just better.
There is no harm without comparison. In the eyes of the mother, there is only Yi Mayan's boyfriend, not her daughter's boyfriend at all. Yi Mayan has overwhelmed her again. Why can't I always ISE my head in front of this cousin?
The other's boyfriend is handsome, and he is also capable, which is really jealous. But I have learned from my aunt that Chen Feng is not a big shot at all. His family seems to have gone bankrupt. The house in Haoding community should be the last property, which is the wedding house given to the two young people by the elders. In other words, Yi Mayan's boyfriend is not very capable, not as good as my boyfriend. He was fooled last time. Come to think of it, if my boyfriend is really a big shot, how could he drive a 5-angle Hongguang Mini? The two of them came to buy a car today, and they will definitely not buy a very good car. At most, it will be an island-made car worth tens of thousands of yuan. Here comes the opportunity to slap my face. After a thorough analysis, the cousin felt that she had a great chance of winning this time, and the advantage was on her, and she was immediately confident.
Cousin, do you have a car you like? Do you want to take a look together? The cousin asked pretentiously. Yi Mayan nodded and said, I already have a car I've chosen, a Toyota Corolla, which is very fuel efficient. The cousin thought to herself, as expected, she had guessed it. My cousin said, yes, many of my colleagues and friends drive Corolla, which is indeed a good car. Yi Mayan didn't know what my cousin was thinking.
She thought that the other party recognized her vision and was a little happy. Chen Feng saw something, but didn't say anything.
Chen Feng.
Feng Weirui took the initiative to greet Chen Feng, stretched out his hand, and was as polite as last time.
Chen Feng nodded, shook hands with the other party, and never spoke.
Feng Weirui smiled and didn't say much, but his eyes were a little subtle.
In fact, Feng Weirui still minded the last incident.
After being slapped in the face, he was treated coldly by his girlfriend. He didn't contact him for several days. Even if he took the initiative to contact her, he was perfunctory. His girlfriend also hinted that he wanted a house in Haoding community as their wedding house.
Feng Weirui just wanted to curse.
Even if he had an annual salary of 500,000, it would take 6 or 7 years without eating or drinking to buy the smallest house in Haoding community.
But how could a person not eat or drink and just save money?
Especially in Feng Werui's position, he often needs to socialize and spend money to manage some relationships.
My girlfriend is too demanding.
If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't eaten her yet and Jiang Xiaoyu was so pretty, Feng Weirui would have wanted to say go where you came from and dump her.
But what he didn't eat is always the best, and Feng Weirui couldn't bear to let her go. So after a whole week of Cold War, their relationship was only recently restored under Feng Weirui's perseverance.
Feng Weirui blamed his girlfriend for being too realistic, too demanding, and willful. But the person Feng Weirui really blamed in his heart was actually Chen Feng. If Chen Feng hadn't pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger that day and slapped him in the face, Feng Weirui would have left a very good impression in front of his girlfriend's family and relatives, become a guest of honor, and be the leader. His relationship with his girlfriend would have been further improved and he wouldn't have been ignored by his girlfriend. It's all Chen Feng's fault. They happened to meet here in Chijie today, and Feng Weirui was determined to get back at Chen Feng and slap him in the face.
I recently completed a project. The company gave me a bonus to reward me. I know Xiaoyu needs to drive to work, so I took her to Chijia and bought her a car, Feng Weiwei said calmly. He straightened his collar and was very calm. Thank you, Weiwei, you are so nice to me. It's what you should do to your girlfriend. The cousin had already taken Feng Weiwei's arm and lowered her head, with stars in her eyes. Feng Weiwei asked her to come to Chijia today to buy her a car. She was very happy and the relationship between the two quickly heated up. See if there is a car you like. Pick any one you like, Feng Weiwei said generously. Yeah. The cousin nodded, then turned to look at Yi Mayan. By the way, cousin, although you have already taken a fancy to Corolla, it doesn't hurt to take another look. Come with me to look at cars and give me some advice. Okay, although I don't know much about cars. Yi Mayan readily agreed. The cousin showed a smug smile at the corner of her mouth. She called Yi Mayan, of course, not because she really needed her advice, but simply needed a foil and a chance to slap her in the face. My cousin soon saw a 4S store and thought the cars inside were very good, all imported brand name cars. She took her boyfriend's arm, twisted her hips, and walked in confidently. Since the two were dressed up like rich people, a salesman came up to them with a smile. How can I help you? Which is the best car here? There are many good cars. Do you want to drive it, miss, or your boyfriend? I will. It just so happens that we have a car that suits your temperament. Please come and have a look. The four people followed the salesman and soon came to a car. This is a streamlined red sports car with a beautiful appearance and very cool. The cousin's eyes lit up and she had already taken a fancy to this car, but she still asked her boyfriend beside her in a reserved manner, what do you think of this car? It looks good, doesn't it? Sir, this car is also very suitable for your girlfriend's temperament. It is simply tailor-made for your girlfriend, the salesman said beside him. Feng Weiwei looked at the red sports car in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Porsche 911, of course it is a good car, but it costs 3 million, what a spendthrift. Porsche 911, a luxury car worth 3 million. Zhang Xiaoyu actually wanted to buy it. Although she didn't say it clearly, she just asked if the car was good-looking, but anyone who wasn't stupid could hear that she was tempted. Feng Weiwei not only called her a spendthrift, but also called her a spendthrift. It was terrible. However, Feng Weiwei didn't show it, and tried to restrain the twitching corners of his mouth and continued to pretend to be graceful. He secretly took a deep breath to calm down. Xiaoyu, you have a good eye, this car is really good, isn't it? Zhang Xiaoyu was very happy to hear that and was praised. This is the latest model of Porsche 911 this year, 38 liters, twin turbocharged, 650 horsepower, top configuration. The salesperson had already told the information about the car and its price in a timely manner. Feng Weiwei thought that when his cousin heard the price of this sports car, she would immediately give up the desire to buy it. But she didn't. Although this car is a bit expensive, it looks really good and seems to have great performance. Is it Weiwei? Yes, that's right. Can I get in the car and sit for a while? The cousin asked the salesman. The salesman naturally wouldn't refuse, especially since the two of them didn't show any obvious resistance after hearing the price. They were still calm and felt that there was a chance to make this deal. If a big deal of 3 million is made, the salesman can get a commission of tens of thousands. We must work harder and sell it. The salesman has opened the car door and greeted the cousin like a gentleman. The cousin stepped on high heels and got in the car with great interest. As soon as she sat down, she completely fell in love with this car. The seats were very soft and comfortable. The center console and interior decoration in front of her were very high-end, and the air also exuded a high-end smell. The cousin couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. She liked this high-end feeling very much and liked it more and more. If she drove this red sports car to work, would her colleagues be envious and cry? The cousin couldn't help but imagine the scene when she appeared at the door of the company in a Porsche 911. Just imagining it satisfied her vanity. Because she wanted to buy it, my cousin started to touch and fiddle with the car. Everything seemed new to her and she wanted to touch everything. Feng Weiwei, who was watching from the side, was terrified, fearing that she would accidentally break something and have to pay for it. For a luxury car like this, it would cost tens of thousands to repair a defect. Weiwei, what do you think of this car? My cousin asked with anticipation. Feng Weiwei's mouth twitched slightly. Very good, a beautiful woman with a beautiful car. With this answer, my cousin was even happier. She thought she had her boyfriend's permission and was more determined to get it. While she was proud, she did not forget the two people next to her. Cousin, can you help me take a look at this car? Give me some advice. Does it match my temperament?
While my cousin was talking, she deliberately posed in a few poses, sometimes holding the steering wheel, sometimes crossing her long legs, and sometimes putting down the seat and lying down, making a lazy pose. It was like taking a photo, posing and flirting. Yi Mayan said, "It matches well, and the car looks good, although I don't understand it." The cousin thought she was flattering herself and was very proud. "It's okay. A good car is not only a good means of transportation, but also can enhance a person's temperament. Temperament is not something that everyone has. Cousin, why don't you get in the car and take a seat? This car is really good." "No need, cousin, you can just sit." The person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear. Yi Mayan can naturally see that Feng Weirui will never buy this Porsche 911 for her cousin. In fact, anyone can see this kind of thing. Feng Weirui is not a rich second generation, and the two have not been dating for a long time. He is not even a fiancé. How could he buy such an expensive gift for his cousin? Does the cousin really not know, or is she just showing her superiority in front of them out of vanity? If it is the latter, there is no need. Although my cousin's Corolla is good, this Porsche is really good. Come up and try it. Maybe you will like it after trying it. Anyway, Chen Feng will buy it for you, right? The cousin asked with a hypocritical smile. Yi Mayan raised her eyebrows, hearing the hidden meaning. Now she finally understood that her cousin had no good intentions when she asked her and her husband to come and see the car. She was making fun of her and her husband. If it was just her, Yi Mayan didn't care. Anyway, her cousin had been like this since she was a child. She liked to compete with her and was used to it. But she couldn't make fun of her husband. This was Yi Mayan's weak spot and she was a little angry. Is a 3 million sports car expensive? Yi Mayan wanted to say that her husband wanted to buy her a 30 million super sports car just now, but she refused. Since her cousin looked down on the two of them and thought that they couldn't afford a Porsche 911, if she bought a Porsche 911 now, she could slap her cousin in the face. But Yi Mayan would not be so bored that she would let her husband lose money for such a dispute. It would be better to keep the money in her own small treasury. Yi Mayan was too lazy to say anything to her cousin and was ready to leave with her husband. Seeing Yi Mayan remain silent, the cousin thought that she was at a loss and couldn't say anything. The corners of her mouth curved up even more, and her face was full of pride. Ha, finally she can feel proud. The cousin continued to stroke the steering wheel. The texture was really good. She really liked this car. Can I drive it out to try it out? Yes, but I have to sit in the passenger seat. The salesperson agreed readily. The customer wanted to test the car on the road, which meant that he was one step closer to buying a car, so he was naturally very happy. Feng Weirui was shocked and knew that he couldn't let his girlfriend continue to mess around, otherwise he wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. Xiaoyu doesn't need to test drive the car. We just came to the car street and there are still many cars we haven't seen. Don't waste time here, Feng Weirui said. The cousin thought it made sense, but she really wanted to test the car before leaving. The salesman persuaded, it won't take much time to test drive the car. You can go and look at other cars after the test drive. It won't be a problem. The cousin nodded, well, let's try it. Feng Weirui's mouth twitched, and he quickly organized his words, Xiaoyu, don't try it. The Porsche 911 doesn't really match your temperament. The cousin frowned, didn't you just say that this car is very good and suits me very well? Feng Weirui smiled awkwardly, I didn't see it clearly just now, now I look carefully, it really doesn't match. The salesman listened to the two people talking back and forth, and gradually understood. His original enthusiastic expression disappeared, replaced by indifference. I was fooled. The two people couldn't afford a Porsche 911 at all, and they came here to make trouble. The salesman has been working for so many years, what kind of customers have he not seen? He has seen many customers like this who make trouble and are driven by vanity. I thought they were rich because they were dressed so well and acted so confidently. I was fooled, and wasted my feelings and time. If you don't want to buy it, please get out of the car. This car is very expensive. If it is scratched, you have to pay for it. The salesman said coldly. The cousin frowned slightly, very dissatisfied with the salesman's attitude of being polite at first and then arrogant, clearly thinking that she couldn't afford this car. Who said we won't buy it? Then will you buy it? Wei Rui Xiaoyu, let's go look at other cars first. I like this car. If you buy it for me, I can go home later tonight. The cousin began to act like a spoiled child, constantly throwing seductive glances and giving some hints. She looked at her boyfriend with hope. Feng Weirui cursed this spendthrift woman inwardly. 3 million to get a room? Who does she think she is, a top star? Don't say Feng Weirui doesn't have 3 million. Even if he did, he wouldn't use it to buy a car for his girlfriend, such an expensive car.
Do you think he is a rich fool?
If he is a rich fool, it would be fine, at least he is rich, but unfortunately he is not. Feng Weiwei drives a BMW 5 Series, which is more than 500,000 yuan.
He bought it with a loan and has to pay the loan every month. Now he buys his girlfriend a 3 million car just to check in with his girlfriend? If he has this money, what woman would not open her legs to him? Don't say 3 million, as long as he can take out 1 million, celebrities will also throw themselves into his arms and call him brother.
Feng Weiwei was very disgusted. Seeing that his girlfriend was still looking at him with hopeful eyes, he hesitated to put it away.
Doesn't she really think I can afford a Porsche 911? Even if he can pay in installments, Feng Weiwei will not buy it. He is not a rich man. Why does it cost so much to pick up a girl?
Feng Weiwei is handsome, an employee of a big company, with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan and a BMW 5 Series. As long as he says he is single, there will be countless women throwing themselves at him.
Xia Yu, the Porsche 911 is really not good, it doesn't suit you. There are many good cars, let's go and have a look, Feng Weiwei said with a forced smile.
His cousin's expression suddenly fell. I just like this car, buy it for me. Okay, she was telling her boyfriend to buy a car. She also deliberately squeezed her to show off her cleavage and pose. Although Feng Weiwei enjoyed it very much, he really didn't have the money to buy it, so it would be okay if he sold it.
It's not that I don't want to buy it, but the Porsche 911 really doesn't suit you. Go and see Ferrari, Lamborghini, Aston Martin.
After seeing these cars, you probably won't like this car anymore.
The Porsche 911 is really average.
The head can be broken, but the hair can't be messed up. Even now, Feng Weiwei is still pretending to be rich, and he really can't bring himself to say that he doesn't have the money to buy it.
But the cousin finally understood that her boyfriend couldn't afford the car.
The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment.
In the few verbal tests just now, Feng Weiwei acted calmly and talked to her.
He also agreed with her words very much, which made her express the wrong feelings. He obviously couldn't afford it, but he still said so much nonsense.
It's better not to have this boyfriend.
The cousin wanted to get angry, but she didn't want to lose face in front of Yi Mayan, so she could only follow her boyfriend's lead.
Look at it again now, this car is really not good, forget it and don't buy it. If you can't afford it, please get out of the car, and be careful not to scratch it.
The salesman pointed out the other party directly without being polite. There is no need to be polite to such a fool, and being fooled, she is also angry. To Feng Weiwei, the cousin heard that he was clearly mocking the two of them, and her face turned green and red. Both of them are people who want to save face, especially in front of Yi Mayan and Chen Feng. They must not bow their heads.
Who said we can't afford it? Is a 3 million car expensive? There are so many luxury cars on Shijie. Why should we buy from you? That's right. With your service attitude, I wanted to buy it, but now I don't.
My cousin crossed her arms and looked disdainful.
Feng Weiwei directly acted like a rich man. He was arrogant.
The salesperson sneered, if you don't want to buy, please leave. He had encountered many cases like this where people still wanted to save face after being exposed, biting back and blaming him for his service attitude.
He was somewhat used to it. Let's go,
Feng Weiwei said unhappily.
He left as soon as he said he would, holding his girlfriend's hand and striding away. Can I get in the car and try it?
Chen Feng suddenly asked.
The two people who were about to leave stopped and looked at Chen Feng strangely, wondering what this guy was doing.
The salesperson also looked at Chen Feng strangely. As a salesperson, he was naturally good at observing words and expressions. He had long seen that although Chen Feng, Yi Mayan, and the two scoundrels were together, they were not in the same group.
There was something wrong. Please.
After thinking about it, the salesperson made a gesture of invitation. Anyway, the car door was still open and there were no other customers in the store for the time being, so it didn't matter if the other party got in the car. Chen Feng nodded and got in the car and sat down. In order to have a better experience, he even closed the car door. After a closer look, Chen Feng showed a satisfied expression.
Chen Feng, you don't want to buy this car, do you?
Although it's not expensive, it costs 3 million.
Feng Weiwei asked with concern.
He had already learned from his girlfriend about Chen Feng's family situation, and didn't think Chen Feng could afford a Porsche 911.
It must be vanity at work.
His cousin also said, be careful not to scratch it, you will have to pay for it. For such an expensive car, even if it's scratched, you will have to pay tens of thousands. Chen Feng ignored what the two said and continued to rub the car, checking the quality, with a more and more satisfied expression on his face.
The quality is very good, it's a good car.
A beautiful car goes with a beautiful woman. Chen Feng thinks that the red Porsche 911 matches his wife's temperament very well, and can set off the temperament of a queen.
Queen on the OU side, passionate on the inside, very okay.
If his wife becomes the owner of this car, wearing a fashionable professional suit and sitting in the driver's seat to drive, it must be a very good scenery.
Wife, come in and take a look. Me?
Although Yimayan was puzzled, she still sat in the co-pilot seat at her husband's invitation.
What does my wife think of this car? It's pretty good. Okay, let's buy it then. Buy?
Before Yimayan could react, the two people next to her had already laughed.
Feng Weirui smiled and said, Chen Feng, are you really going to buy it?
Chen Feng said, of course, this car barely matches my wife's temperament.
If my wife likes it, I will buy it. Pretending. Too pretentious. Feng Weirui and his cousin were a little confused about Chen Feng's actions. Did he really want to buy it? How could it be possible? Maybe Yimayan would say it was too expensive and ask Chen Feng not to buy it. They would play a double act and half-heartedly give in and not buy it. The two of them fought with luck in their hearts, waiting for Chen Feng to not buy it, and then ridiculed and mocked him. Swipe the card, full payment. Chen Feng lowered the car window and handed over the bank card. The salesperson who took the bank card looked surprised and a little unbelievable. Was the order done?
The salesperson quickly came to his senses, nodded respectfully, turned around and walked to the counter quickly, and tried to swipe the card.
Beep. The payment was successful.
The salesperson was overjoyed as he had received tens of thousands in commission. The salesman was very glad that he did not look down on the other party and let him test drive the car, otherwise he would have lost tens of thousands of commission. If you spend more than 1 million, you will get our Supreme VIP card, and 3 years of free maintenance and repair.
The salesman said a lot of benefits. Chen Feng did not care and asked, can we drive the car away now?
My wife has to rush to work.
There are still some procedures to be handled. Someone will come to register the car soon. It won't take up much of your time. That's good. We'll wait here. It's our duty to serve distinguished guests. Please wait in the VIP room. By the way, wash the car.
Make sure it's clean, especially the seats.
Many people should have test-driven it before. Don't worry.
This Porsche 911 was delivered to our store yesterday.
You are the only ones who have sat in it. Then wash it too. Okay. Wash the car? What does Chen Feng mean by this? Does he think the car she has ridden in is dirty?
Because apart from Chen Feng and Yimayan, only my cousin has ridden in the car. This made my cousin very angry. But compared to being angry, what surprised my cousin more was that Chen Feng really bought a Porsche 911. He bought a 3 million car just like that. What a generous man. The rich man is actually next to me, and I just wanted to ridicule him.
My cousin and Feng Weirui were slapped in the face. There is no harm without comparison.
My cousin looked at Yimayan sitting in the car, and she was envious and jealous. This should have been her car.
Why didn't her boyfriend have the ability to buy it for her? She was once again overwhelmed by Yimayan. Chen Feng, where do you get so much money? Does it have anything to do with you?
Faced with the question, Chen Feng was not polite at all and directly retorted.
The choked cousin was so angry that her teeth itched, but she was unable to refute. Chen Feng sneered.
He had known that this cousin had bad intentions. She had just made fun of them and acted like a rich person. It was obvious that she was deliberately stepping on others. Stepping on others was not something Chen Feng cared about. Even if she stepped on him, it was okay.
He didn't care. But stepping on his wife, no. He was furious for his beloved.
He spent 3 million yuan and slapped the other person in the face to let his wife vent her anger. As long as he was around, no one would think of bullying his silly woman.
Humph, what are you so proud of? It's just a Porsche 911. It's nothing. Anyway, I don't like it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the chance to buy it.
The cousin crossed her chest and said disdainfully.
Feng Weirui echoed, Xia Yu is right. It's just a Porsche 911. Let's go buy a more expensive car.
Hearing this, the cousin happily took her boyfriend's arm. Thank you, Weirui. Chen Feng, Yimayan, and the salesperson were all speechless.
Did they really think they were mentally retarded? How long do these two plan to act?
They obviously can't afford it, but they are still living off the dead chicken and pretending to be rich.
The two of them didn't really think that their acting skills were so good that they fooled everyone else. The salesman didn't lie.
The formalities were completed quickly and the license plate was put on the Porsche 911. Before putting the license plate, Yimayan was asked what number she wanted. Yimayan whispered to the salesman, but Chen Feng didn't hear it.
She was so mysterious and weird.
When the Porsche 911 was put on the license plate, Chen Feng finally knew why his wife was so mysterious, and a sweet arc appeared on the corner of his mouth.
CF 520. This is the license plate number Yi Mayan shows. Wife, even if you love me too much, you don't have to put it on the car. Don't you like it? I like it too much. Seeing her husband's happy look, Yi Mayan was also very happy. She smiled sweetly, a little shy, and her face was red. It can be imagined that everyone who knows her in the future will know what it means when they see this license plate number. It is equivalent to Yi Mayan repeating her bold confession to her husband in front of everyone. Omega, although it is very bold and shameful, if you like it, you should say it out loud and let everyone know. Declare sovereignty by the way. Honey, I won't drive. Can I take your car? Yes, but it's my first time driving such a luxury car. I'm not used to such a big car. I'm afraid. It doesn't matter. If it's damaged, just fix it. Isn't there a free warranty? Yeah. They say it's better to cry in a BMW than to laugh in a bicycle. Now I'm going to ride a car that's more expensive than a BMW. Should I cry or laugh? What do you think? It feels so good to be kept by a rich woman. You're so funny. The couple flirted with each other without paying attention to others. Feng Weirui, the cousin next to them, was fed a lot of dog food. I felt ashamed that I should leave quickly. I'm sorry, cousin, the Porsche 911 only has 2 seats and can't carry you. I can't let you get in the car and experience the feeling of being on the road together. Yi Mayan said proudly. She didn't tear down the other party before, but she just felt that the dispute was unnecessary. Now her husband has spent 3 million to buy her a car to support her. She must make the 3 million worthwhile. We won't disturb you. We can continue to look at cars by ourselves. The cousin said far-fetchedly. Do you want us to accompany you and give you advice? Yi Mayan asked. No, thank you. Oh, then goodbye. Yi Mayan sat in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel with one hand, and waved goodbye to her cousin. Her cousin habitually waved back. The Porsche 911, which had been cleaned, was shiny and bright, filled with incense, and smelled good. It seemed to be more advanced. Boom! With a roar, the red sports car left quickly. The cousin smelled the exhaust gas and bit her lips, very unwilling. Deliberately, it must be intentional. When leaving, he deliberately stepped on the accelerator hard to demonstrate to her. The cousin stomped her feet to express her dissatisfaction. Click! As a result, because she forgot that she was wearing high heels, she stomped her feet, and although the heels were not broken, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. The pain from her buttocks and the embarrassed state made the cousin feel very aggrieved. Feng Weirui hurriedly helped her up. It was really embarrassing. The two left here quickly, not wanting more people to see their embarrassing appearance. Weirui, we must buy a better car and hit them in the face. My cousin said angrily. Feng Weirui nodded and agreed, it must be done. Then the two began to look at cars. This looked for an hour and saw many luxury cars. But whenever it was a luxury car that my cousin liked, Feng Weirui would always shake his head and say no, pointing out the various shortcomings and disadvantages of the car. After looking for 2 hours, my cousin was already tired and her feet were almost worn out. She didn't want to look anymore. This car is not good, and that car is not good either. What car do you want to buy for me? Do you not plan to buy me a car at all? My cousin asked with resentment. Feng Weirui was not angry, and smiled. In fact, I have already set my eyes on a car. It is very good. You will know when you come and see it. These words rekindled my cousin's hope. Following Feng Weirui, they soon arrived at a specialty store for island cars. Feng Weirui pointed at one of the brand new compact cars. Xiaoyu, look, this car is pretty good, isn't it? Although it's compact, it's just right for girls, it's fuel efficient, doesn't break down easily, and has low maintenance costs. And island-made cars are famous for their value retention. It sounds pretty good. But my cousin looked at the Corolla in front of her, and her mouth twitched. Isn't this the car that Yi Mayan had mentioned before? And at that time, he was very disdainful and made a little sarcastic remark. But now the situation is changed, and Feng Weirui is actually going to buy her a Corolla? Is he doing this on purpose? Get lost. Don't be nervous, wife, just drive slowly. Chen Feng laughed dumbly as he watched his wife driving next to him. He moved the chair forward, held the steering wheel with both hands, and his head was almost against the windshield. He was like a novice driver, very nervous. If the instructor at the driving school saw him, wouldn't he scold him? I'm not nervous. Yi Mayan was not convinced. Although she said so, she continued to drive cautiously, maintaining her novice driver's posture and leaning her head forward. When she just left the 4S store, she accidentally stepped on the accelerator too hard, and the Porsche 911 sped out quickly, which scared Yi Mayan, so she is very careful now.
Before you are familiar with the Porsche 911, you can't be careless.
Chen Feng looked at his wife's trembling driving, and the corners of his mouth couldn't be retracted. Wife, aren't you an experienced driver? You are the best at driving. I am an experienced driver? Yi Mian didn't understand.
She was thinking that she had just taken the driver's license test shortly before graduation. After getting the driver's license, she had never driven until a month ago, when she bought a 5-link Hongguang Mini and started driving to work. In the past half-month, her husband has been picking her up and dropping her off at get-off-work every day. All in all, Yi Mian's driving experience is actually less than a month. She is a complete novice female driver, and she has nothing to do with an experienced driver. Why not? I drive often and I am familiar with the road. I drive often. Yi Mian finally understood, and gave her husband a look of anger and charm, without a serious look.
She is said to be an experienced driver, but is she that old? Even if she is a driver, she is a female driver. Honey, I'll let you know my driving skills tonight. Ha, I like my wife who drives the most.
You're so beautiful, so vulgar, bah.
Honey, what are you talking about? Drive well.
Your driving skills need to be improved.
A double entendre.
Yi Mian snorted twice to express her dissatisfaction. She continued to concentrate on driving, leaning forward, and her two big headlights were about to touch the steering wheel. Chen Feng took out his mobile phone, called up the test map app, set the navigation route, and then put it in front of the center console so that his wife could see it.
Honey, go to this place. What are you going there for? You'll know when you get there. Mysterious.
Yi Mian didn't ask more questions, but concentrated on driving and tried to get familiar with the new car.
After a while,
according to the navigation of the test map, they arrived at the destination. When she saw the Tiffany jewelry store next to her, Yi Mian vaguely guessed the purpose of her husband asking her to come here. Looking at her husband affectionately, Chen Feng immediately understood his wife's eyes. I told you I would compensate you with a diamond ring.
I love you, my husband. I know. It's already written on the license plate. Yeah.
Yi Mian snorted softly, her cheeks slightly red, like a newly married young wife, so tender. Go in, pick the most expensive one, don't be polite to your husband.
Yeah. The two got out of the car and walked into Tiffany jewelry store.
This Tiffany jewelry store is the largest jewelry store in Donghai City, with the most valuable jewelry, and many of them are worth tens of millions of dollars in display cabinets. The treasure of the store is an emerald diamond necklace, worth more than 300 million yuan. There are armed security guards guarding the store at all times, and there is no blind spot monitoring.
The process of buying a diamond ring is very simple.
Yi Mian did not pick the most expensive diamond ring, but picked a style she liked, although it is not cheap. Blue Love, a 99-carat blue diamond ring, priced at 13-14 million. A very pleasing number, but it is obvious that it is sold at a high price for this pleasing number.
Chen Feng does not mind, as long as his wife is happy.
In fact, from the perspective of an actuary, it is not worth spending over 10 million yuan on a diamond ring.
This is because diamond rings are so easy to depreciate.
If they are second-hand, even if they are just bought from a store, they will be discounted by 30%. The reason why diamond rings are sold at such a high price is that some unscrupulous merchants are driving up the prices.
It's better to buy a gold ring.
As we all know, gold is one of the most valuable metals. The two have returned to the car.
Yi Mian didn't rush to drive.
She raised her left hand and looked at the huge blue diamond ring on her ring finger. Her little mouth was like honey, and she kept laughing.
Happy.
Women, as expected, have a special liking for jewelry. Chen Feng was also very pleased that his wife finally took a step towards being a spendthrift.
Wife, don't be too easily satisfied. Our wedding hasn't been held yet.
I want to hold the most grand wedding in Donghai City, but it may take some time.
I'll wait for you. Swish. During the working hours at noon, a brand new red sports car appeared in front of the door of Chuanghao International Company, attracting everyone's attention. Click. The driver's door opened, and the long legs in black silk stockings stepped out first. Yi Mian got out of the car. Her slim body was wrapped in a professional suit, and with the brand new red sports car next to her, she looked like a queen. If you don't know, you might think that the company's female president is at work, so stylish. Many people recognized Yi Mian, the company's flower manager Yi. I haven't seen you for a long time. You look so pretty now. You even drive a sports car to work. Honey, I'm going to work. I'll pick you up after get off work. Okay. Chen Feng got out of the car and sat in the driver's seat of the Porsche 911, waving to his wife. Yi Mian also waved goodbye. Boom. Chen Feng drove away. He didn't feel unfamiliar with the new car. With his god-level driving skills, he could drive any car easily. Yi Mian turned around and walked into the company. He soon came to his office. Just as he sat down, before the chair was warm, his secretary Zhao Xiaowan followed him in with documents. Manager Yi, where did you go to play this morning? I went shopping with my husband. Really? Although Zhao Xiaowan was very surprised, she didn't ask much. She didn't think that a workaholic like Manager Yi would take leave just to go shopping. He put down the documents he was holding and let Yi Mian take a look. By the way, he complained about how busy and tired he was working on this new project recently. After Yi Mian roughly read the contents of the document, she smiled at Zhao Shijuan's complaints and said, "The project is nearing completion. I believe it will be successful soon. Then you will all get bonuses. With the bonus, I must go shopping for clothes. I haven't bought new clothes for a long time." Zhao Xiaowan said happily. Something accidentally flashed in Zhao Shijuan's eyes, attracting her attention. She looked over. She saw that there was a big blue diamond ring on Yi Mian's left ring finger, shining like a star. She didn't have it yesterday, but she suddenly wore such a big diamond ring today. Could it be that Manager Yi bought it when she took leave to go shopping in the morning? Did her husband buy it for her? Such a big blue diamond ring must be very expensive. Zhao Xiaowan looked envious. When a man gave her such a big diamond ring, she would marry him without saying a word. Boss, what do you think of this building? Although it's a bit old, the location is not bad. It's close to the city center and has convenient transportation. It's completely fine as a company office building. Lawyer Su said. Chen Feng came to an old building somewhere in Donghai City. Lawyer Su beside him was holding a file bag full of information about the office building, and he introduced it as he walked. After Chen Feng invested 10 million, Mu Feng Company was successfully registered, and its main business scope is currently catering. Since there is a company, there should be an office location, and Mu Feng Company needs an office building. Chen Feng asked Lawyer Su to help find an office building, and he lived up to his trust and found this office building very quickly. After a general look, it feels good, although there are still a few shortcomings, and the biggest shortcoming is that it is old. As an office building for a new company, it is a bit lacking. In fact, if it is just a small company, it is completely sufficient, but Chen Feng has high hopes for Mu Feng Company. Lawyer Su, please look for a better office building. It doesn't matter if the price is a little higher. Okay. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Hair Growth Secret Recipe. Ding. Successfully signed in for a week in a row. Congratulations to the host for winning a big gift package. It's the most anticipated day of the week again, the sign-in gift package. Today's sign-in reward is actually a hair growth secret recipe? Chen Feng looked at the hair growth secret recipe in the virtual space, and a message appeared immediately, introducing the secret recipe effect. Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction. This hair growth secret recipe is a good thing. It can definitely make a lot of money, no worse than the spice secret recipe, the roasted grass jelly secret recipe, or even more profitable. Now baldness has become a problem that troubles many people, even young people who are still studying are troubled by baldness. The head can be broken, but the hair cannot be messy. This is a matter of face. For the sake of face, no matter how much money, everyone is willing to spend. Although there are many hair growth waters on the market, such as a certain bawang ginger shampoo, and a dazzling array. But the effect is not satisfactory, or there is no effect at all, which is completely deceptive. Only by going to the hospital for hair transplantation can you really see the effect, but hair transplantation is too expensive, especially for a big bald head like Mediterranean. 100,000 may not be enough. Most people can't afford it. And after the hair transplant, there is no guarantee that you won't be bald again in the future. If you are bald again, you have to transplant again. In addition, the hair transplant industry is very complicated, and the price fluctuates greatly. The price of a hair follicle ranges from a few yuan to hundreds of yuan. There are countless hair follicles in the Mediterranean that need hair transplantation. They use technical barriers to repeatedly fleece the wool. Many people can only accept it. But, if a shampoo that can make people grow hair appears on the market, as long as the price is more affordable, it will break the monopoly of technical barriers and is guaranteed to be a hit. It seems that in addition to the catering industry, I can also enter the medical industry. I don't know what's in this week's gift package, take it. Chen Feng's eyes have fallen on the gift package of the week, and he opened it with a thought. The gift package is successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for winning, 10 million. Congratulations to the host for winning, an office building. Congratulations to the host for winning, a business opportunity information. Open the business opportunity information.
This Friday, because the president of Tesla, Mark Chon, made radical remarks about the war between the blue and bear countries in public, causing investors to be uneasy, Tesla's stock price plummeted. Chen Feng was in a good mood when he saw this business opportunity information. He could harvest another wave of leaks.
Since Tesla's stock price is going to fall, just short it.
As a dragon countryman, I hate Mark Chon, a capitalist who likes to touch politics and has no bottom line. It's just right to short Tesla and hit the other party in the face from a distance, vent my anger, and make money.
Why not?
Unfortunately, with Chen Feng's current capital volume, even if he goes all out to short Tesla, it's just scratching the itch.
Chen Feng drove to the city center.
After getting off the car, he looked up at the building in front of him. He needed to lift his head completely to see the top of the building.
The building with more than 30 floors is very arrogant.
It was a new building that was completed last year and is located in a prime location in the city center. This is the office building rewarded by the big gift package, which is better than Chen Feng imagined. Such a building would cost at least 40 to 50 billion in Donghai City.
The system is so powerful.
It is more than enough to accommodate Mufeng Company, and there is still a lot of room left.
Most of the floors can be rented out. Where are you, Lawyer Su? Can you come over?
Chen Feng called Lawyer Su immediately.
The company's affairs needed professionals to come and handle them.
More than 10 minutes later, Lawyer Su drove an old Jetta and arrived here. When Chen Feng pointed to the new building in front of him and said it was his property, Lawyer Su, who had seen the world, could not help but adjust his glasses frequently. Looking at the building in front of him, he was a little dumbfounded. He sighed in despair and felt insignificant.
This will be the office building of Mufeng Company in the future.
I'll trouble Lawyer Su with the formalities.
In addition, I will go to the talent market to hire a group of employees.
Okay. Lawyer Su had recovered and agreed immediately. His attitude towards Chen Feng became more respectful. If he thought Chen Feng was just a promising young man and a capable young businessman before, then now he is clearly a big boss. He bought the entire building in the city center without saying a word.
It's terrible. He used money to kill people. He also found an old building to show Chen Feng yesterday. Shame.
Lawyer Su suddenly felt that he had picked up a great bargain when he agreed to Chen Feng and became the chief legal officer of Mufeng Company. He held his head high and felt proud. I wonder if Lawyer Su knows any traders.
Can you introduce me to some good traders? Sorry, I don't know any, but I can help the boss find some. Okay, I'll wait for your news.
Also, I want to do a daily necessities business.
Can I get a business license?
Yes. Originally, Chen Feng wanted to enter the medical field after he had the hair growth secret recipe, but he gave up after thinking about it.
The medical field is too complicated.
Without a solid background, it would take a year or two to get approved. It would take at least 2 or 3 years to complete the whole process.
It is much easier to make daily necessities.
It is just a hair growth water.
As long as the appearance design is good, there will always be people who buy it for the sake of novelty.
After get off work, Chen Feng came to Chuanghao International to pick up his
Fei from Get Off Work.
The red Porsche 911 is very eye-catching among a group of luxury cars. When recognizing Chen Feng in the driver's seat, many people were surprised.
What's wrong with this brother? He was driving a 5-lung Hongguang Mini last week, a Mercedes-Benz S last week, and a Porsche 911 this week? This car change frequency is too fast.
And each car is better than the last, refreshing everyone's 3 views.
He's not a rich second generation, is he?
Possibly, he drove a 5-edged Hongguang Mini before. Maybe he was playing dumb to eat the tiger. Don't say, this trick is really amazing.
What do you mean by slap in the face? This is slap in the face. So, Yi Sihua was actually pursued by a rich second generation?
That's for sure.
Didn't you see how big the diamond ring Yi Sihua wore on her left ring finger was?
I heard it's 99 carats, more than 10 million.
How inhumane.
I've said it before, with Sihua's conditions, how could she fall in love with ordinary people? Sihua has a good eye, her boyfriend is handsome and rich, I'm so envious.
Should I seduce him?
You'd better save your energy. Your waist is thinner than Sihua's, your legs are longer than Sihua's, and your bear is bigger than Sihua's.
Get lost.
Chen Feng sat in the car, the sound insulation effect was very good, and he didn't hear the gossip of the employees.
Naturally, he didn't know that there were strange rumors inside Chuanghao International.
Yi Mayan, wearing black stockings and long legs, appeared at the company gate and came to the Porsche 911. Chen Feng got out of the car and opened the passenger door, but Yi Mayan did not get in immediately.
Honey, I'll drive. Okay.
Chen Feng found that since buying a new car, his wife likes driving very much. She has been driving herself to pick her up and drop her off at Get Off Work these 2 days.
Yes, it's a serious drive. Honey, didn't you like riding in a car before? Why do you like driving now? Don't you like a wife who can drive? Yi Mayan blinked with one eye. Chen Feng chuckled. He just likes to watch his wife drive.
Yi Mayan has become accustomed to driving a Porsche 911. She is much more skilled and no longer leans forward with the 2 big headlights on the steering wheel. Knowing that her husband likes to watch her drive, she naturally wants to satisfy him. Yi Mayan also likes to be her husband's driver and let her husband know that her driving skills are getting better and better.
Sir, Madam, the two have returned to the Phoenix Villa.
As soon as they walked into the room, 2 nannies who were cleaning the place took the initiative to greet the 2 masters. Chen Feng nodded and passed it by, not caring. Yi Mayan is not used to having a nanny at home, but the voice of Madam is very pleasant.
The 2 nannies came this morning.
They have been in the industry for many years, have a high degree of education, graduated from college, and are careful in their work.
It's just that the monthly salary is a bit expensive.
Chen Feng doesn't mind the money, as long as it is worth the money. The 2 nannies are wearing aprons, dressed simply and cleanly, middle-aged women around 40 years old, not very old. From today on, they are full-time nannies for this family, living in the nanny room of the villa, taking care of the daily life of the 2 young masters.
Madam, do you want to prepare dinner? Yes. Yi Mayan responded as the hostess, with an indescribable subtle feeling, and she was still not used to it. But she didn't hate it.
Suddenly, someone hugged her slender waist tightly. Yi Mayan looked at her husband who was sticking to her, and then secretly looked at the 2 nannies, her delicate face flushed slightly.
Someone is watching, what are you doing, husband? Yi Mayan winked.
But Chen Feng seemed to be unaware of it, and continued to hold his wife's waist, showing affection in front of the 2 nannies.
Madam, you have to get used to it. It is normal to have a nanny at home. Who doesn't have a few nannies in those big families? So what if you see our affection? We are husband and wife, and it is normal to be affectionate. Madam, understand?
Yi Mayan's ears turned red when she heard the wife's words. She was teased by her husband.
Yi Mayan blushed and gave her husband a coquettish big eye roll.
Chen Feng was not ashamed, but proud of it. Madam, drive a little quieter tonight, be careful not to be heard by the nanny.
Husband, you are so naughty. No. No. Madam, you look so cute when you are angry. Humph.
Yi Mayan hummed angrily, but her red cheeks had betrayed her mood.
She secretly looked at the 2 nannies again, fearing that the nannies would hear her husband's voice. It was so embarrassing.
The 2 nannies seemed to have suddenly become deaf-mute and went straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner.
Yi Mayan pinched her husband's soft waist. I'll deal with you tonight. Okay, I'm just looking forward to seeing your driving skills. Don't call me madam anymore. Okay, madam. Moving company has already moved into the office building.
Lawyer Su is very capable and has hired more than 10 employees from the talent market. Zhou Jiefei and Xian Ming also came to the company building as the operation officer of Mufeng Barbecue and Mufeng Shaxian Ko respectively.
Shaxian Ko has also opened a franchise store.
Although it is not as famous as barbecue, it should not be underestimated. It is expanding immersively, but not many people have joined. To join, you need to review the other party's information and confirm that the other party has the ability to open a store and open a good store. You can't just fill in the numbers. Chen Feng attaches great importance to his own brand. If he wants to make it bigger and stronger, he can't be careless about the brand. The brand must not be damaged. As long as the brand is not a problem and the quality is excellent, it will definitely make a long-term profit. Now Mufeng Company has become the main company of the 2 franchise stores. After some operations, Mufeng's company has been established. However, there are still many trivial things to do, such as the company's decoration. Although there is an office building, it has not been decorated yet. There is not even a soundproof office. How can we play? Strike while the iron is hot and make money quickly. It happened that the barbecue restaurant had been decorated, so the decoration team was directly pulled over to decorate the office building. Although this decoration team has more than 10 people, it is not small, but even if only 1 floor of the office building is decorated, it will take a lot of time. Chen Feng personally found the boss of the decoration team and asked him to find more colleagues to help and finish the office area as soon as possible.
He can pay more. As long as he pays more, everything is fine.
Chen Feng, although Shaxian Ko is very popular in Jiahong Street, students in the university town like to come here for a drink or takeout, but they still cannot leave the scope of Jiahong Street.
Compared with Mufeng Barbecue, its popularity is too low. Why don't we do some advertising?
Xian Ming suggested. As the operating officer of Fiancée KO, he naturally cares about this matter, which is related to his performance and remuneration. Chen Feng felt that it made sense.
Although Mu Feng's roasted grass jelly tasted good, it was still not well known.
In fact, to be fair, roasted grass jelly should be more popular and easier to sell than barbecue. The roasted grass jelly made according to the secret recipe has a very good beauty effect, which is much better than many of the roasted grass jelly on the market that are not authentic.
It is healthy and can beautify the skin. The young lady likes it the most.
It is not easy to get full and tired of it like barbecue.
It seems that advertising is necessary.
Chen Feng thought of the 2B station masters who made Mu Feng barbecue popular.
If they were asked to advertise roasted grass jelly, the effect would definitely be great.
However, when they broke up last time, the two masters did not leave their business cards, so naturally there was no contact number. It doesn't matter, just send a private message on B station.
If you want to do it, do it.
Chen Feng quickly found the 2U Society on B station and sent a private message to it, stating his identity and intention, and leaving his mobile phone number. After waiting for a while, the other party did not reply, so Chen Feng put away his phone and went about his own business. Chen Feng drove out and bought the herbs needed for the hair growth secret recipe, and took the time to make the hair growth water. Although Chen Feng wanted to test the effect himself, unfortunately he was not bald and his hairline was thick, so he was not suitable to be a test subject. Suddenly, he remembered that Lawyer Su's hairline was a little sparse, although it was not very obvious, he was a little bald. Lawyer Su, take this bottle of hair growth water home and try it.
If it works, remember to tell me.
Chen Feng handed the hair growth water in the beverage bottle to Lawyer Su. Lawyer Su looked at the hair growth water in his hand with a suspicious look on his face. Yi Mayan was tired from work, and habitually stretched, showing her perfect curves and majestic peaks. Although tired, it was very fulfilling. Yi Mayan likes this fulfilling feeling, especially in addition to being fulfilled, she will soon usher in the fruits of victory. Since being promoted to manager, Yi Mayan has been developing new projects for Chuanghao International under the instructions of General Manager Pan Rong. After a month of hard work, she is only one step away from success.
As long as the contract is signed successfully tomorrow, it will be a success. With this achievement, I believe no one will question her ability anymore. Because Yi Mayan
is very young, she just graduated and has been working in the company for only 1 month, but she was promoted directly from an intern to a manager.
There are actually some gossips inside the company.
Some say that she relies on connections, some say that she sells her body, and there are many unpleasant things. Although everyone said it secretly, some of it still reached Yi Mayan's ears.
Yi Mayan was not too angry. There are people who are jealous of others' talents everywhere.
Because she has performed well since she was a child, there are many people who are jealous of her since she was a child.
She has become accustomed to it. As long as the new project is successful, these gossips should stop, and these people will be slapped in the face.
You can also get a considerable bonus.
Click.
There was a knock on the door.
Come in. Zhou Yanlin pushed open the door and walked in. Yi Mayan asked, "Is there anything the deputy general manager can do for you?"
Zhou Yanlin stretched the collar of his suit and said, "Nothing, I just want to tell Manager Yi that the new project you are working on now needs to be handed over to me."
Hand over the new project to Zhou Yanlin?
Yi Mayan frowned slightly when she heard the words. Her good mood just now was swept away in an instant, and her face looked a little ugly.
General Manager Zhou, are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm kidding?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm not kidding. Zhou Yanlin smiled. Yi Mayan's face became even uglier. It seemed that the other party was serious. This was the worst situation. The new project was only one step away from success.
It was the result of their entire team's hard work for a month.
Zhou Yanlin suddenly intervened at this critical moment. If it was just an intervention, it would be fine. He was clearly intercepting and making a fortune out of nothing. He forcibly took away the fruits of victory that should have belonged to Yi Mayan. It can no longer be described as shameless. It is so despicable that it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a robber. Breaking the rules of the industry. I need a reason. The new project is the result of our entire team's hard work for a long time and is about to succeed. General Manager Zhou, don't you think it's despicable to do this? Yi Mayan asked coldly. Zhou Yanlin curled his lips in disdain, but on the surface he still pretended to be righteous.
Manager Yi, please watch your words.
I am your superior. What I say is a military order. If I ask you to hand over, you have to hand it over. Why? I need a reason. The reason is simple.
You have been in charge of this project for a long time, but you have not achieved any results.
The senior management decided to hand over this project to me after a meeting. You are talking nonsense and taking advantage of others. The project is almost completed, how come there are no results? This is the decision of the senior management, understand? Zhou Yanlin looked at Yi Mayan's angry look and felt happy. It was comfortable. I ignored you when I was chasing you before, but now I want to make you out of reach. Zhou Yanlin has figured it out and no longer has any illusions about Yi Mayan, so there is no need to continue to please this woman. Just do what you should do and take revenge for the soft nails you suffered in the past. There is no more satisfying way to take revenge than to directly pick the fruits of victory from the other party. Moreover, it just so happens that Zhou Yanlin also needs to make some achievements before he can get promoted. The vice president is old and is about to retire. As long as Zhou Yanlin can make achievements, and with the road paved by his father, it is not impossible for him to take the position of vice president in about 3 years. A flying horse crosses the river and steps on Pan Rong's head. For Zhou Yanlin, Pan Rong is the person he wants to deal with the most. She is a stumbling block in his career, always causing trouble for him, disagreeing with him, and preventing him from making achievements. She is the most hateful. And Yi Mayan is Pan Rong's person. Stepping on Yi Mayan can also suppress Pan Rong. By the way, although you have handed over the new project to me, the employees in charge of this project can continue to work and will not be affected. It's just that you, the person in charge, will be replaced. Zhou Yanlin said. Yi Mayan said coldly, I will tell Mr. Pan about this. Zhou Yanlin was not afraid at all, and was interested. Go ahead and complain, don't think that Mr. Pan can help you with this matter. Fearless. Yi Mayan heard it and was very angry. She couldn't believe that someone like Zhou Yanlin was worthy of being her boss. Don't forget, you were able to take the position of manager because of not only the recommendation of Mr. Pan, but also my recommendation. But given your limited ability, you are not qualified for the position, and you may lose this position. If you want to step on someone, then step on him thoroughly. Zhou Yanlin smiled and said, please, Manager Yi, sort out the information quickly and have someone hand it over to me. I won't bother you anymore. After that, he turned around and left. Mr. Pan. Yi Mayan came to Pan Rong's office. Pan Rong seemed to know why she came, and she looked apologetic. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. I already know about this. I know you feel wronged, but I can't do anything about it. The president has already ordered that Zhou Yanlin take over the new project. Yi Mayan said, the new project is almost completed, and it's just a matter of time. Zhou Yanlin is cutting in and breaking the rules. Pan Rong said, of course I know. I have argued with reason during the meeting, but it's useless. You should know why. Although Pan Rong is the general manager of Chuanghao International and has the final say in many matters, she still has the president, vice president, CEO, CFO, and people on the board of directors above her. As long as these people speak, even the general manager can only obey. Yi Mayan was very disappointed. Naturally, she knew why the president and others helped Zhou Yanlin. Because Zhou Yanlin's father is one of the major shareholders of Chuanghao International, it is precisely because of this relationship that people like Zhou Yanlin, who have no talent or virtue, can sit in the position of deputy general manager. It's good to sit in the shade of a tree. Xiaoyan, don't worry, I will continue to fight for you. Pan Rong persuaded. Yi Mayan nodded helplessly and smiled bitterly. She knew that there was little hope, but she didn't force it. She didn't want to make things difficult for Pan Rong. She left Pan Rong's office. Her colleagues in the same group already knew about this and felt indignant for Yi Mayan. As colleagues, they knew very well how much effort Yi Mayan had put into the new project during this period. She worked harder than any of them and was diligent. Now she was suddenly intercepted and the fruits of victory that were about to be in her hands were taken away. The means were very despicable and the appearance of eating was ugly. Too despicable. Is this the deputy general manager of Chuanghao International? It's just a gangster, bah. Zhao Xiaowan couldn't help but curse. It was really too angry. More than a dozen colleagues in the same group were all against the same enemy, but unfortunately they were powerless and could not change the decision of the upper level. In addition, Zhou Yanlin did not do it completely, so they continued to be responsible for the new project. Now it is almost completed. As long as it is completed, they can get the bonus. No one wants to quit at this critical moment. It's very entangled. Should I speak for Yi Mayan and lose my job, or say nothing and complete the project and get the bonus first? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 51% equity of Chuanghao International. Chen Feng was surprised to see this reward. Isn't this his wife's company? 51% equity, absolute control, which means he has become the largest shareholder of Chuanhao International, the big boss behind the scenes? Becoming his wife's boss? Although it's abrupt, it's a good thing. Chuanhao International is a well-known large company in Donghai City, with high commercial value and a market value of about 2 billion.
Even if Chen Feng did not take over the company and directly sold the shares, he could still sell for more than 1 billion, or even higher. After all, 51% absolute control is different from ordinary stock sales. You can control the entire company, which is very tempting. Chuanhao International has great development potential, and the market value of 2 billion is only temporary.
This time I signed in for the special prize.
Chen Feng's mouth curled slightly.
He didn't want to take over Chuanhao International immediately.
Chen Feng's own company has not been established yet, so how can he have time to take care of other companies?
You can't get fat in one bite.
Anyway, Chuanhao International is operating well and there is no problem with the team.
You don't have to worry about it. It's a hen that lays eggs automatically.
Chen Feng picked up the phone and called Pan Rong. Last time, Pan Rong said that if there is a good investment project, remember to find her, so this time when shorting Taysila, he will also find her. Although Chen Feng no longer lacks Pan Rong's funds, the important thing is the connection.
The call was connected. Mr. Pan, I have another good investment project. I wonder if you are interested. Okay, then come out and meet and talk in detail. Sihai Restaurant.
This is the place where he and Pan Rong agreed to meet.
It is noon now. Chen Feng drove his Mercedes-Benz S here alone. He originally wanted to ask his wife to come with him. His wife took a rare leave today. She did not go to work and rested at home. I didn't EXP that his wife, who has always been serious and responsible at work, would also take a leave. It is really rare. Chen Feng didn't care too much.
It is normal to want to rest when you are tired, especially when you just started working and have not yet fully adapted to the boring life of 9 to 5. With Chen Feng's current wealth, even if his wife does not work and stays at home as a full-time wife, it is more than enough to support her. I originally wanted to ask my wife to come with me for dinner with Pan Rong, but my wife said she wanted to sleep a little longer and didn't want to go out. Chen Feng had to give up and asked the nanny to make some lunch that his wife likes and make a delicious soup so that his wife can have a good rest at home.
Bang!
Chen Feng walked into Sihai Restaurant and pushed open the door of a private room. Pan Rong had already arrived, but she was not alone, there were 2 others. Chen Feng was not surprised, because when she called, Pan Rong had already agreed to bring 2 friends with her. A middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. They were well-dressed and exuded nobility. At a glance, they were upper-class people.
Zhou Mingshan, CEO of Changle Company. Wu Rou, boss of Shengshire Beauty. Pan Rong introduced.
Chen Feng stretched out his hand and took the initiative to shake hands with the 2, shaking lightly and then letting go.
Both companies are well-known large companies in Donghai City.
Chen Feng had naturally heard of them.
Pan Rong's friends were indeed not simple stuff.
The 2 looked Chen Feng up and down, their eyes scrutinizing and curious.
Is this the outstanding investment manager that Pan Rong said helped her make a lot of money? Too young.
A man with no hair on his mouth can't do things well. Although this is a prejudice against young people, it is also common sense. Objectively speaking, young people's ability to do things and sense of responsibility are indeed not as good as experienced old people. In addition, Chen Feng is not only young, but also handsome, gentle, and fair. For ordinary people, this image is very good and easy to have a good impression, but for businessmen like Zhou Mingshan and Wu Rou, they just think Chen Feng is a gigolo who doesn't even wear a suit and is not presentable.
Mr. Chen, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
The 2 said separately. They looked polite, but Chen Feng could clearly see that the 2 bosses didn't take him seriously and regarded him as an ordinary investment manager who solicited customers. I guess Pan Rong had told the 2 friends about his situation before the meeting, but even so, they still didn't take him seriously.
Chen Feng smiled and didn't feel strange. After all, it was the first time they met.
It was normal for them not to trust him because they didn't know each other before.
Businessmen pursue profits. If they don't see the benefits, how can they take you seriously?
Not to mention that the 2 are not small people, so they naturally have higher standards. But since they are here, they can't leave the other party with the impression that they are not good enough. Although Chen Feng is not used to being high profile, it will be difficult to change some people's views if he is not high profile. I think Mr. Pan has already told you about me, but I would like to introduce myself again. I am Chen Feng, the boss of Mufing Company. Mufing Barbecue and Mufing Herbal Jelly are both products of my company.
Now both products have franchise stores. If the 2 bosses are interested, you can consider joining.
It is guaranteed to make money and worth investing. although it is not as fast and large as the financial market. Chen Feng had already sat down and introduced himself with a smile.
Mufeng Company?
It was the first time for the two to hear the name of this company, but they knew about Mufeng Barbecue and had seen the short video of Tuyuesh. Although they have not eaten it yet, it must taste very good to be so popular and well received.
Although they don't know about the grass jelly, they think it won't be bad.
The eyes of the two people looking at Chen Feng changed. If they only looked at a young man with condescending eyes before, now they look at a business genius with level eyes. Starting a business at such a young age, becoming a boss, and doing a good business, it is not simple. He is a tough guy. And I heard from Pan Rong that Chen Feng has no big background, he worked hard by himself.
I can't help but respect him.
People who start from scratch are often dark horses.
We haven't ordered yet. What dishes does Boss Chen like to eat? Look at the menu, hee. Just call me by my name, Boss Zhou, you are the boss. Ha, what a polite young man.
Zhou Mingshan and Wu Rou both laughed, and changed their address to Boss Chen for Chen Feng.
Chen Feng nodded and looked at the menu, page by page.
After ordering 2 dishes, he handed the menu to Zhou Mingshan and asked him to continue ordering.
After ordering the dishes, the waiter left. Pan Rong took the initiative to ask, what good investment projects does Chen Feng have this time?
Chen Feng said, short selling the shares of Tesla Company, are you interested?
Pan Rong was surprised. Tesla is thriving now, everyone buys its stocks to make money, and you actually want to short sell to make money?
Chen Feng said, yes, the president of Tesla Company, that markworm is too politically colored.
Now the war between the Blue Bear and the two countries is still going on.
Although it is far away from the other side of the ocean, it still has an impact. I have a hunch that Tesla's stock will fall soon. He said it bluntly, not afraid of the 3 people knowing. Besides, the 3 of them might not believe what Chen Feng said. Because in fact, the stock of Tesla has been rising, and almost everyone is optimistic about it and buys it.
No one will be bearish, let alone sell Tesla's stock and treat it as a treasure.
In fact, since the war between the Blue Bear and the United States, the stocks of many large companies in the United States across the ocean have been rising in US dollars. Although the rise is not fast, there is no sign of stopping until now.
Many capital tycoons have reaped dividends from this.
When Pan Rong, Zhou Mingshan, and Wu Rou heard Chen Feng say that he wanted to short Tesla, they just thought it was a fool's dream.
What is the size of Tesla?
It is one of the top companies in the world, and Mark Chong is a big man. Unless there are tens of billions of funds and ammunition, it is possible to short Tesla, although it is just an itch and cannot hurt the root.
Chen Feng obviously cannot have 10 billion funds and ammunition.
The 3 looked at each other, their expressions were subtle, and suddenly they felt that this young man was a little arrogant. Even if they put all their money into it, it is estimated that it would not cause any ripples in Tetsira's stock.
Tetsira is such a huge monster that it cannot be shaken. Boss Chen is really good at joking. Zhou Mingshan laughed. Chen Feng shook his head, I'm not joking, I'm serious. If you are interested, you can invest and make money together.
If you are not interested, don't force yourself.
Let's have a meal together and make friends.
It was so straightforward, no beating around the bush. Chen Feng can make a lot of money even without outside investment now, so he is naturally more confident. Unless the other party invests a lot, more than 100 million, but it is obviously impossible. Although the 2 bosses have high assets, maybe 100 million, they certainly can't take out so much cash. Bringing them to make money is purely to make friends. I'll invest 20 million.
Pan Rong said. Chen Feng cast an admiring look and said sincerely, Boss Pan is so courageous. Pan Rong smiled and said, I believe in your vision, you will definitely help me make money.
Chen Feng returned the favor, Boss Pan, don't worry, just wait to collect the money.
As usual, I will write an agreement.
Pan Rong said that she was not worried, but that was a lie.
20 million was her entire fortune.
If she lost it all, she could only complain to her husband. But thinking back to the last time he invested in real estate and the last time he invested in halogen cloth, which investment project of Chen Feng was promising, and which one failed?
He made a lot of money. Pan Rong admitted that she was gambling.
She would accept it even if she lost the bet, but if she won the bet, she would definitely make a lot of money.
As long as the benefits are enough, she dared to gamble.
Zhou Mingshan and Wu Rou looked at each other and made a decision. Then I will invest 2 million. I will also invest 2 million.
Compared with Pan Rong's 20 million, the 2 of them investing 2 million each was a bit of a joke.
Chen Feng didn't mind, knowing that the 2 of them were not without money, but were just cautious.
2 million was just a test.
When they made money, they would probably spend money like Pan Rong. As I said, Chen Feng valued connections.
Sorry, I can't help. After dinner, Zhou Mingshan and Wu Rou left.
Chen Feng was stopped by Pan Rong and stayed.
Chen Feng was puzzled when he heard Pan Rong's inexplicable apology. Pan Rong saw Chen Feng's confusion and said, "It seems that Xiaoyan hasn't told you yet." Chen Feng was quick to sense something, and then he remembered his wife's unusual behavior of suddenly asking for leave from work today, and asked, did she encounter difficulties at work? Pan Rong looked apologetic. She didn't encounter any difficulties at work, but her work was directly intercepted by someone. Then she explained the situation in detail. Chen Feng frowned. Is this how you big companies do things? Can the boss just take away the work results of his subordinates at will?
Pan Rong shook her head. Of course not, it was Zhou Yinlin who did it.
After the whole company knew about this, they are now quite dissatisfied. Chen Feng asked, you are the general manager, he is just the deputy, can't you deal with him? Pan Rong smiled bitterly and told Zhou Yinlin's background. It turned out that this guy's father was one of the major shareholders of Chuanhao International. No wonder he was so arrogant, and Pan Rong couldn't do anything about him. He was domineering.
I personally admire Xiaoyan's work ability very much, and I know that it is not easy to develop this new project. It is beyond my expectation that she can achieve this within a month.
Pan Rong said in detail, all words praising Yi Mayan.
Today, Yi Mayan suddenly asked for leave from work, which was beyond Pan Rong's expectation. She was keenly aware that Yi Mayan might be disillusioned with the company and planned to change jobs and no longer work at Chuanhao International.
That's right. No one can stand this kind of thing, especially capable people. It is normal for one company to fight another.
As long as you have the ability, you can develop in another platform. Pan Rong felt that Yi Mayan was restrained.
If it were her, why would she ask for leave?
She would write a resignation letter on the same day, throw it in the face of the president, and quit. If Yi Mayan really quit, it would be a big loss for Pan Rong and Chuanhao International. Pan Rong is very optimistic about Yi Mayan and cultivates her as a confidant. Yi Mayan's work ability is indeed worthy of it, otherwise Pan Rong would not have promoted her to manager when she was still an intern for the first time.
It's all the fault of Zhou Yinlin, the dandy boy. I know about this. Mr. Pan doesn't blame you. You can't do anything about the decision made by the upper management. Xiaofeng, it's good that you can understand. It would be best if you can persuade Xiaoyan not to resign. Alas, but if she must resign, I can help her find a better job.
With my recommendation, it's no problem for her to continue to be a manager in another company.
Thank you, Mr. Pan, for your kindness. Click.
Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Before the two could answer, the door of the box was pushed open. A man in an Armani suit strode in, holding his head high and looking at the two with a haughty look. Zhou Yinlin, he was not alone, there were several others, but they did not follow him in and stood outside the box. Among these people, there were two familiar faces, who were Yi Mayan's subordinates and the same group of employees who developed new projects together. When the two employees saw Chen Feng, they immediately lowered their heads, as if they were ashamed. Eat someone's mouth and be grateful, and take someone's money. They have all eaten the barbecue and grass jelly sent by Chen Feng, but now they are standing next to Zhou Yinlin, so they naturally don't have the face to face Chen Feng. Unlike Xiao Xiaowan, when Zhou Yinlin came to take over the project, she asked for leave and quit, which was a slap in the face to Zhou Yinlin. They also wanted to be like Xiao Xiaowan, but they had not paid off their loans and could not afford to lose their jobs.
What a coincidence, Mr. Pan. I heard that you were also having dinner here at Sihai Restaurant, so I came to say hello. I hope I didn't disturb you. Zhou Yinlin looked at Pan Rong and asked with a smile. He ignored Chen Feng next to him, as if such a small character was not worthy of his attention. What a coincidence, Mr. Zhou. Pan Rong said coldly. Yes, I just had dinner here with the people from company. We have already negotiated and successfully signed the contract. It is not easy to make this new project. I spent a lot of effort. Zhou Yinlin smiled. The villain's success was written all over his face. He spent a lot of effort? It was obviously picking up the fruits of victory from others. Now saying this is clearly a provocation. Letting such people be the top executives of the company, how can the company become bigger and stronger? It will only turn people away. Pan Rong was so angry that her chest sank slightly. She suddenly felt disappointed with Chuanhao International. I heard that manager Yi asked for leave. Is she okay? Zhou Yinlin asked as if he had finally discovered Chen Feng. Chen Feng's expression was calm. Nothing, I'm tired from work and resting at home. Zhou Yinlin sneered, you are tired, so you should rest. Zhou Yinlin was surprised to see Chen Feng's calmness. Chen Feng was expected to be very angry, even swearing, but he didn't. Didn't he know about Yi Mayan? No, he must know, then why is he like nothing happened? I know, he's pretending. Zhou Yanlin's mouth curled slightly.
He was a narrow-minded person. He was slapped in the face by Chen Feng twice, so of course he held a grudge. How could he not think of a way to get back at him? This time, part of the reason for intercepting Yimayan's new project was to slap Chen Feng in the face, killing 3 birds with one stone. Chen Feng might have some ability and could afford a Mercedes-Benz S, but he was still too small in front of Chuanghao International. Even though he knew his wife was cheated, he was powerless and could only ask Pan Rong for help.
Unfortunately, Pan Rong couldn't help with this matter. Thinking of this, Zhou Yanlin's expression became more and more proud. He deliberately approached Chen Feng, bent down and whispered in his ear. I intercepted your wife's new project. Are you upset? But what can you do? Can you interfere in the affairs of Chuanghao International?
Don't worry, with the performance of the new project, I will be promoted to vice president soon. I can promise you that as long as I am in the company, Yimayan will not have the opportunity to be promoted, and will fall from the position of manager to become an ordinary employee again.
Extremely arrogant and domineering.
While speaking, Zhou Yanlin was actually always paying attention to Chen Feng's expression, fearing that he would suddenly get angry and punch him, and get hit.
Zhou Yanlin was not really afraid of being beaten, on the contrary, he was looking forward to it. As long as Chen Feng dared to make a move, he could take the opportunity to fight back.
Even if he beat Chen Feng up, it would be self-defense, and calling the police would make sense. Chen Feng was beaten, but it was in vain.
Unfortunately, Chen Feng's expression was always calm, without any waves, and I don't know what he was thinking. Can he be so tolerant? Your breath stinks, can you talk away from me?
Chen Feng stretched out his hand, pressed on Zhou Yanlin's face, and pushed his head away. He didn't give any face at all, just like dealing with a naughty child who refused to change his ways. Zhou Yanlin tilted his head, his face twitching, very unhappy, staring at Chen Feng, as if he was going to punch him at any time. Chen Feng's eyes remained calm as he stared at him.
Humph. Zhou Yanlin straightened up again, straightened the collar of his suit, and looked very disdainful.
Chen Feng said, you can leave now. I haven't finished talking to Mr. Pan yet, and you suddenly barged in without knowing any etiquette.
Zhou Yanlin sneered, leave if you want to.
It's useless for you to ask Mr. Pan for help.
I can step on a manager if I want to. What can you do about it? Arrogant and domineering.
After saying that, he turned around and left. When he walked out of the box, he didn't even close the door.
Pan Rong secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
She was watching from the side just now, and she was really afraid that Chen Feng would not be able to hold back and hit someone, which would be troublesome. Fortunately, Chen Feng did not act impulsively.
Xiao Feng, you did the right thing. There's no need to act on impulse, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Mr. Pan, you think too much. I'm not angry at all. I'm just a clown. The deputy general manager of Chuanghao International is a clown? What a big tone. Pan Rong looked at Chen Feng's calm and indifferent look, which didn't seem to be pretending, and suddenly she couldn't understand it.
She has seen countless people and is an old hand in the business world.
She can see through many people and many things at a glance.
But for some reason, Chen Feng in front of her suddenly gave her a feeling of being unfathomable. By the way, Mr. Pan, you don't have to worry about my wife's affairs anymore.
It's just a manager position. It doesn't matter if you don't take it. Alas, from what you said, you are planning to support Shayan's resignation. What a pity.
Don't worry, I can guarantee that even if she resigns, there will be no problem with Shayan's resume.
That's not what I mean.
I mean that the position of manager is not worthy of my wife.
If you want to take it, take a higher position.
Facing Pan Rong's surprised expression, Chen Feng did not explain much.
He smiled, said goodbye and left. After leaving Sihai restaurant, Chen Feng's expression became cold. I thought that a mature and large company like Chuanghao International would be a chicken that lays eggs automatically. You can get money without taking care of it.
I didn't expect that there were so many filth inside, and it was so serious that it openly violated the rules of the industry. As a major shareholder holding 51% of Chuanghao International's shares, Chen Feng felt that he had to personally come forward to take care of it. It's okay for you to break the rules, but you can't bully my wife.
Chuanghao International. In a spacious conference room on the upper floors of the office building, many senior members were sitting. The president, vice president, CEO, and even the board members who rarely showed up were all present. They were here only because of one thing, a big thing for Chuanghao International. A big boss with 51% of the shares and absolute control appeared in the company. What's going on? How could a major shareholder with absolute control suddenly appear? Zhou Hao asked with a straight face and an embarrassed expression. He is one of the major shareholders of Chuanhao International.
He has been secretly increasing his shares, thinking that one day he will completely take over Chuanhao International and let it be named Zhou. The plan went smoothly, and it is estimated that this wish will come true in about 3 years. Who knew that a major shareholder suddenly appeared, took over 51% of the shares, became the big boss, and cut off his beard? Zhou Hao was naturally angry, but more of a fear.
Who is the other party?
He became the big boss with absolute control in one breath, and he did it quietly before, so no one knew. The wrist is not ordinary strong.
Zhou Hao suddenly had a bad feeling.
Although he had never been the largest shareholder, the major shareholders were all on par with each other and no one could do anything to anyone else. Now someone suddenly stepped on their heads and had absolute control over the company. He was a little afraid that some of his bribery and corruption over the years would be discovered by this big boss he had never met.
That would be troublesome. But no matter how capable the big boss is, it would not be easy to dig out anything unless he is an insider of Chuanhao International. Besides, what I did was very restrained and did not harm the fundamental interests of the company. There is no reason to do anything to me.
A group of people discussed for an hour and sent people to investigate, trying to find out the identity of this mysterious big boss. However, the investigation may take a few days.
Feng Wangju Mountain Villa.
The sky was bright and the sun invaded the room in a big way. Yi Mian lazily lay on the bed, leaning on her husband. It was almost time to go to work, but she still had no intention of getting up to go to work. She was in a lazy state. Chen Feng reached out and scratched her pointed nose.
Wife, you are not going to work again today?
No, I'm asking for leave.
Why, is your work not going well?
Nothing, I'm just too tired and want to have a good rest.
Really?
But I think it's better for you to go to work today.
Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise.
This silly woman, she was bullied like this, but she didn't even plan to tell me.
Do you think I can't help? Dare to look down on your husband, I'll punish you at night.
Hearing Yi Mian's reason for not wanting to go to work, Chen Feng didn't expose her immediately, but just persuaded her bitterly.
Will there be an unexpected surprise at work? A promotion and a pay raise?
Yi Mian didn't think she would have a surprise at work, thinking that her husband was simply concerned about her. She continued to snuggle up to her husband, smelling the familiar and reassuring smell on her husband.
Yi Mian had actually thought about resigning.
The new project was intercepted, and she encountered such an unfair thing, and the company has not given her an explanation yet. She was completely disappointed with Chuanhao International. She didn't resign immediately, just wanted to wait and see, maybe Pan Rong could mediate, or maybe the company's senior management would have a change of heart. But after a day of rest yesterday, Yi Mian figured it out. A small role like her, the company doesn't care at all, it's the same with her or not.
It can be replaced at any time. So Yi Mian is ready to resign and find a new job. There is no need to continue to stay in Chuanhao International and suffer.
She was considering whether to tell her husband about this, but she didn't want to cause trouble for him. As her husband's bedmate, Yi Mian naturally knew that her husband had been running a company recently and was doing well. Although he still picked her up and dropped her off on time every day, he was obviously getting busier. Her husband should have seen that she had problems in the company, so he persuaded her to go to work.
After thinking about it, Yi Mian told her husband everything.
So that's the case, no wonder. It's okay, my wife will go to work first and talk to the president of the company.
If the president can't give you a satisfactory answer, it's not too late to resign.
Okay. Encouraged by her husband, Yi Mian decided to go to work. After changing her clothes and going downstairs, she ate a nutritious breakfast made by the nanny, and got in her husband's Mercedes-Benz S and went to work.
Soon she arrived at the familiar gate of Chuanhao International Company. Come on, honey. Just talk nicely.
I'm busy with something, so I won't go in with you.
Well.
Her husband dressed up and put on a suit before going out. Yi Mian thought he was going to accompany her to meet the president, but who knew? She was a little disappointed, but she didn't force it. After all, even if her husband accompanied her, it would be useless.
Yi Mian walked into the company alone with a little loss.
Chen Feng looked at his wife's listless look and the look in her eyes that just turned back to look at him, and laughed secretly. But then his face quickly became serious, his eyes were sharp, and there was a sharp light.
Silly woman, I am the only one in the world who can bully you, no one else can.
Chen Feng got out of the car, straightened the collar of his suit, took out his mobile phone and made 2 calls, and then strode into the company. Just as Chen Feng's figure disappeared at the door of the company, a Maybach stopped at the door of the company in time.
Click.
Wei Wei got out of the car, with a short beard, and his image of being majestic without anger easily left a deep impression on people. Wei Hui walked towards the front door of Chuanghao International, but suddenly noticed something and stopped abruptly. He looked at the Mercedes-Benz S parked next to him.
Hey, this car? It's the one from last time.
It looks very similar to the out-of-print Mercedes-Benz S. Wei Hui suddenly came to the side of the Benz S and looked carefully. When he saw the center console inside the car window, his eyes widened slightly in surprise.
It's really a rare Benz S.
Wei Hui was shocked, and his heart was in turmoil. He actually saw a rare Benz S here. It was rumored that there was only one rare Benz S. It was a concept car, built with the most advanced cutting-edge technology of the Benz company, and the cost was very high. It was a monster disguised as an ordinary Benz S, 6 liters, V12 turbocharged engine, 900 horsepower, 4-wheel drive, chassis can be raised and lowered, advanced airflow control system, challenge any road surface.
It is a fighter among sedans.
But after it was built, it was found that the cost was too high and difficult to sell. Because of the sensitive technical level involved, it gave up selling it to the outside world. There is only one rare Benz S, and it is said that it is collected in the garage of the foreign boss of the Benz company.
Why is he here? The young man last time. What is his relationship with the big boss of Daban company? Is he in Chuanghao International now?
Wei Hui came to Chuanghao International this time to discuss business, but now he has changed his mind. The senior executives of Chuanghao International were suddenly notified that the big boss had come and asked for a board meeting. The big boss, who holds 51% of the absolute controlling stake, has the power to call a board meeting at any time and dismiss anyone. The sudden board meeting surprised the senior executives.
It would have been fine if the big boss didn't come, but why did he make such a big scene when he came?
Although the senior executives have sent people to investigate the identity of the mysterious big boss, there is no result for the time being. It is too mysterious, as if he appeared out of thin air.
Now that the big boss suddenly convened a board meeting, there must be something wrong.
There is a feeling of a fierce dragon crossing the river, and the senior executives have a bad premonition. Zhou Hao already knew about this and was on his way to Chuanghao International.
He was not too worried and was calm. He thought that the big boss was just a new official who was just showing off his power.
In fact, just in case, Zhou Hao has already sent people to investigate privately. Although the identity of the big boss has not been found out, it can be confirmed that this mysterious big boss is not from Chuanghao International, nor is he from a large group.
He may not even be from the business circle.
He had no intersection with Chuanghao International before, which is why it is difficult to investigate.
And for Zhou Hao, this is the best.
As long as the other party is not from the business circle and is not familiar with business operations, then even if the fierce dragon crosses the river, it will only show off its power and cannot control them. The board members who have been notified have already rushed to Chuanghao International to attend the meeting.
This side. Yi Mayan came to Pan Rong's office and planned to listen to Pan Rong's opinions before meeting the president. Maybe there will be a turnaround. Otherwise, if you go directly to see the president, you will not be welcomed by the president at all. Sorry, I can't help you with this. I've already talked to the president, but it's no use. Shayan, if you really want to resign, I can write a letter of recommendation for you. Change to another company and continue to be a manager. The salary will not be worse than that of Chuanghao International. Really?
Yi Mayan felt disappointed when she heard Pan Rong's words.
Work is actually secondary. She is unwilling to lose to a despicable person like Zhou Yanlin.
Pan Rong saw Yi Mayan's unwillingness, hesitated for a moment, and revealed an important message.
I just got the news that the big boss is going to hold a board meeting.
If I have the opportunity to meet the big boss and explain the situation to him, there
may be a turnaround. Big boss? Yi Mayan was surprised. It was the first time she heard that Chuanghao International had a big boss.
Although Chuanghao International is a large listed company with many shareholders and a board of directors full of talents, there should be no one who can be called a big boss. Pan Rong said, I just found out that a big boss appeared in Chuanghao International.
This big boss is very mysterious.
I don't know what means he used to suddenly acquire a large number of shares in Chuanghao International, reaching 51% absolute control and becoming the big boss of Chuanghao International who has the final say. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is king.
In the past, Chuanghao International was a little chaotic under the control of major shareholders and board members.
But now the big boss has appeared and stepped on their heads, they should not dare to act rashly again. As long as this matter is heard by the big boss, he should not ignore it. Yi Mayan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she felt like a village with bright flowers after a dark period. But then Pan Rong poured cold water on her again, lest Yi Mayan's hope was greater, and her disappointment was greater.
This big boss is too mysterious. No one knows his identity or his personality.
If the big boss has just reported here, he doesn't want to make a big deal, but wants to consolidate his power and gather people's hearts. He also feels that helping a small person like Mayan is not good, and if he doesn't want to help, then it's useless.
I understand, man proposes, God disposes. Mayan smiled bitterly.
Pan Rong nodded and said, I'll go to the president's office with you first and talk to the president to see how the situation is.
Chen Feng walked out of the elevator and walked towards the president's office. Sir, may I ask who you are? The sweet-looking assistant to the president stopped Chen Feng. Chen Feng said, I am the big boss of Chuanhao International. I just talked to the president on the phone. The female assistant was surprised and looked at Chen Feng in front of her.
He had sword eyebrows and starry eyes, wasp waist and monkey arms, and was very handsome, but he was in his early 20s, too young.
He turned out to be the big boss of Chuanhao International?
As the president's confidant, the female assistant naturally knew a lot of information. She thought the big boss was an old man with white hair, but she didn't expect him to be so young.
Is it fake?
But the president had just told her that the big boss was coming to him now, so she should be more careful. There should be no mistake, the young man in front of her is the big boss.
The handsome and rich big boss. The female assistant's eyes suddenly lit up, and she had a bold idea.
She suddenly straightened her big bear to show off her proud figure.
The well-fitting branded small suit made her figure more curvy and very attractive.
I want to see the president, please hurry up,
Chen Feng urged. Female assistant.
The female assistant, who has always been confident in her charm, suddenly had doubts. She was most afraid of the air becoming quiet.
Okay. The female assistant stepped on high heels and came to the door of the office.
She knocked on the door first, and then pushed the door half open.
President, the big boss is here. Please come in. The female assistant pushed the door open completely.
Chen Feng walked in without saying a word. The female assistant closed the door tactfully, and when she turned to leave, she suddenly thought of something.
Speaking of which, the big boss looks familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere before? The female assistant showed a thoughtful expression. The two people in the office were looking at each other and were silent for a while. It was the President Ma Hao who broke the silence first. Hello, nice to meet you.
I am Ma Hao, the president of Chuanhao International.
Ma Hao did not dare to be arrogant.
He stood up and walked to Chen Feng, stretching out his hand to shake hands. Chen Feng just glanced at him without shaking hands.
He walked to the sofa next to him and sat down with a big horse and a golden knife. Ma Hao's outstretched hand froze, and his expression was ugly.
As the president of Chuanhao International, he was in a high position and well known in the business circle.
When had he ever been so embarrassed?
But the young man in front of him who embarrassed him was the big boss, and he couldn't afford to offend him.
Ma Hao quickly put away his ugly expression and forced a smile. May I know your name? Chen. Did I offend Mr. Chen in some way?
When Ma Hao received the call from the big boss, he wanted to greet him in person at the company gate to leave a good impression on the big boss. But the big boss said that he had gone upstairs and asked him to wait in the office.
No, Chen Feng said. Ma Hao didn't believe it at all because Chen Feng's attitude was too obvious. Or, is he trying to intimidate him? Very likely. The two had never met before. This was the first time the big boss came to Chuanhao International. He wouldn't dislike him for no reason, would he? Is he that ugly? Ma Hao, who understood this, felt much more relaxed.
It was normal for a superior to start a new job. He could just bear with it.
Mr. Chen, if you want to know the operating status of Chuanhao International, I can ask my assistant to bring you the information now. Let's put the operating status aside for now.
I heard that Chuanhao International has a deputy general manager who is a rare talent.
You mean Zhou Yanlin? He is indeed a talent.
He just took over a new project yesterday and succeeded, opening up new business for the company.
Well, not bad. I want to meet this talent. Is that okay? Of course I can. It's his honor to be appreciated by the big boss. Ma Hao didn't notice anything unusual.
He simply thought that Chen Feng appreciated talents and was a little happy.
Because Zhou Yanlin was able to take over the new project, it was Ma Hao's credit. Praising Zhou Yanlin was equivalent to praising him. He immediately asked the female assistant to call and summon Zhou Yanlin to meet the big boss. Zhou Yanlin put down the office phone, his face full of joy.
He didn't expect that the second person the big boss wanted to meet after he arrived was him, because the performance of the new project caught the big boss's attention.
Being in the big boss's eyes means, I, Zhou Yanlin, will be promoted and get a raise.
Zhou Yanlin tidied up his suit, waxed and combed his hair, and was very satisfied with himself in the mirror. He strode out of the office and entered the elevator.
By coincidence, he met two acquaintances in the elevator, Yi Mayan and Pan Rong. Manager Yi, President Pan, what a coincidence. Zhou Yanlin took the initiative to greet them. A villain succeeded.
Neither of them wanted to talk to such a shameless person, and they didn't even want to look at him, and snorted twice in response.
Zhou Yanlin didn't mind, but was particularly proud. Ding! The elevator stopped and the three people walked out together. Zhou Yanlin noticed something. You are not going to the president to reason. That's right. Ha, it's useless to talk. If you still don't give up, then just wait and see. Zhou Yanlin was not worried at all. He was not afraid even if the big boss was in the president's office and saw this. The big boss was new and knew nothing about the company. When the time comes, as long as the president stands on his side and speaks, will the big boss believe Yi Mayan, a small employee, or the president? It is obvious.
Perhaps, we can drag Pan Rong into the water and drive her out of Chuanghao International together. Then I can take the position of general manager first and remove the word deputy.
Zhou Yanlin showed a wise expression. Seeing Zhou Yanlin's arrogance, both of them were very unhappy. What does it mean that the bad guy complains first? This is it.
The big boss has already convened a board meeting.
Even if the president doesn't care about this, the big boss will care if he knows about it. You broke the rules. Do you think you can be fine with the support of your shareholder father?
Pan Rong said coldly.
The man with the surname Zhou now doesn't even take her boss seriously. The villain is getting the upper hand.
Zhou Yanlin laughed when he heard it. I'm sorry, I just received a call from the president's assistant. Because of the performance of the new project, the big boss knew about it. The big boss appreciates my talent and asked me to go to the president's office to see him. The president, the vice president, and my dad are all on my side.
Do you think the big boss will believe you too?
President Pan, you are still protecting your subordinates at this time.
I admire you very much, but you are on the wrong side. Since you are on the wrong side, you should pay the price. You won't be able to sit in this position of general manager for long. Zhou Yanlin's mouth curled up in a victory arc. The advantage is in me, what is there to be afraid of?
Since I have offended him, I will offend him thoroughly. When I, Pan Rong, was in the business world, you were still in kindergarten.
Do you really think that you can step on my head and on me just because you have a background? Pan Rong was furious. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she was so angry.
Who relied on his connections to sit in the position of deputy general manager, who was uneducated and unskilled, dared to be arrogant in front of her and almost scolded her.
Even clay people can get angry. Not to mention that Pan Rong is still Zhou Yanlin's boss.
Although she was angry, Pan Rong did not lose her mind. After hearing what Zhou Yanlin just said, she learned that the big boss had come to the company and was in the president's office.
This is a good opportunity, a good opportunity to meet the big boss. Things haven't been settled yet, and you are so complacent here.
You are a villain who succeeds, be careful not to get slapped in the face.
We can wait and see.
No more nonsense, there is no point in saying more, let's see the truth with your hands.
The three of them have arrived in front of the president's office.
Zhou Yanlin came here after being notified, and the female assistant naturally wouldn't stop him, but seeing Pan Rong and Yi Mayan following him, they were a little distressed. In fact, with Pan Rong's status as general manager, the female assistant would not stop her from entering and leaving the president's office at ordinary times, but now the big boss is in the office, and it seems not good to let anyone in to disturb her without being notified.
Assistant Zhong, why are you stopping us? Sorry, the president is not convenient now. I know the big boss is inside, and we are going to see the big boss. Let them in. A voice came from inside the office. The female assistant recognized the big boss's voice and immediately stopped stopping them and let the two pass. Yi Mayan looked suspicious.
This voice was very familiar. Although it was not very clear through the office door, it was very similar, like her husband's voice.
I must have heard it wrong. Snap.
Zhou Yanlin had already straightened the collar of his suit, pushed open the door and walked in first, with a professional smile on his lips, ready to give the big boss a good impression. But when he saw the person sitting on the sofa, his smile froze, his eyes widened. Incredible.
Chen Feng? Why are you here? Zhou Yanlin asked coldly, thinking that Chen Feng came to the president to ask for an explanation because of Yi Mayan's matter. He sneered.
Even if Chen Feng found the president, it would be useless no matter how hard he tried. What Zhou Yanlin was worried about was that if Chen Feng disturbed the big boss because of this matter, and made the big boss in a bad mood, and his impression of him would be greatly reduced, it would be bad. Speaking of which,
Who is the big boss? Zhou Yanlin glanced around the office, and did not see the third person except Chen Feng and Ma Hao. Didn't the big boss want to see him? Zhou Yanlin, how did you talk to the big boss? President Ma Hao said unhappily. Zhou Yanlin was shocked. Big boss? Him? He pointed at Chen Feng. Ma Hao was even more displeased when he saw Zhou Yanlin's idiotic behavior. Does he look like a talent? Like an angry young man. It will make the big boss think that he, as a president, can't discipline his employees. If this person is not the big boss, who is the big boss? Ma Hao asked. Zhou Yanlin sneered. How could he be the big boss? He is Yi Mayan's husband. Although he has some money, he can't be the big boss. President, you haven't been deceived, have you? Deceived? Ma Hao looked at Chen Feng and couldn't help but doubt. After all, Chen Feng was too young and didn't look like a big boss. However, the phone number Chen Feng called him before was correct. It was indeed the big boss's number. The big boss's contact number was in the only public information. As a president with an annual salary of millions, if even the big boss admitted his mistake and made such a low-level mistake, he would not have to work. After thinking for a while, Ma Hao frowned and suddenly had a bad premonition. At this time, Pan Rong and Yi Mayan also walked in. They were surprised to see Chen Feng appearing here. Especially after hearing the conversation between Zhou Yanlin and Ma Hao just now. Shocked, Chen Feng turned out to be the mysterious big boss of Chuanhao International. Husband, why are you here? Are you really the big boss of Chuanhao International? What do you think? I don't know. Yi Mayan shook her head. She really didn't know. Although her husband made a lot of money by speculating in foreign exchange, the shares of Chuanhao International cannot be bought with just a lot of money. It is also an absolute controlling stake of 51%. Other shareholders will not allow this to happen and will definitely attack. Chen Feng smiled and said, silly woman, don't worry, I am not lying. I am really the big boss of Chuanhao International. Yi Mayan was stunned at first, and then happy. Although it is hard to believe, she still believes that her husband will not lie to her. Why? Of course it is to help you vent your anger, silly woman. Humph, I'm not stupid. Yi Mayan rolled her eyes in anger, but her heart was very sweet, and her eyes were shining when she looked at her husband. Suddenly, there was a feeling of a drifting boat finding a harbor, and she felt very relieved. Thinking of the time when she was at the door of the company before, her husband did not follow her into the company and deliberately did not tell her, which made her feel lost. It was too bad. I will serve my husband in the evening. At this time, outside the office, a middle-aged man who was intimidating without anger appeared. The female assistant was surprised to see the middle-aged man. She looked very respectful and did not dare to stop him. Wei Hui stopped and noticed what was happening in the office, so he didn't rush in. Impossible, how can you be the big boss? You must be lying. Zhou Yanlin didn't believe it. Even though the facts seemed to be in front of him, it was too absurd. Yi Mayan's husband suddenly became the big boss of the company and protected his wife domineeringly. This kind of domineering CEO-like plot should not happen in reality. There couldn't be such a powerful person in Donghai City. You don't believe it? Chen Feng smiled playfully, then looked at the president Ma Hao with sharp eyes. Tell him if I am the big boss of Chuanhao International. Pa! Ma Hao didn't explain immediately, but slapped Zhou Yanlin in the face. Xiao Zhou, how can you talk like that? Show some respect to the big boss. Don't you want to do it anymore? He scolded harshly. Zhou Yanlin felt the burning pain on his face. It was incredible that he was beaten. His father didn't beat him. And he was beaten in front of everyone. Humiliating. After beating him, Ma Hao immediately bowed to Chen Feng and apologized. Boss, I'm sorry. Xiao Zhou definitely didn't mean it. Please forgive him this time. It's either intentional or deliberate. Chen Feng smiled playfully, looking at Ma Hao's face. His smile became deeper and his eyes became sharper. He didn't fall for the self-torture trick at all, and Ma Hao was not qualified to let Chen Feng give him face. They are like snakes and rats. By the way, President Ma hasn't introduced you yet. This is my lover, and she is also an employee of Chuanhao International. Wife, come and sit down. Yes. Ma Hao looked at Yi Mayan sitting next to Chen Feng. The two of them looked so affectionate. His eyelids twitched wildly. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and almost blacked out. Ma Hao naturally knew Yi Mayan, because he was the flower girl and the manager of the company. Although they didn't have much interaction, he still knew her. In addition, Pan Rong came to him yesterday and spoke for Yi Mayan, so how could he not know Yi Mayan? It was with Ma Hao's support that Zhou Yanlin could blatantly take away Yi Mayan's new project that was almost completed and pick the fruits of victory. Zhou Hao, you idiot, you screwed me.
If it weren't for Zhou Hao, Zhou Yanlin's father, who promised Ma Hao a lot of benefits, Ma Hao would never have helped Zhou Yanlin to do something that violated the rules of the industry. If Ma Hao had known that Yi Mayan's husband was a big boss, he would never have offended Yi Mayan for that little benefit. An old man eating arsenic, he would not want to die. Thinking of Chen Feng taking 51% of the shares of Chuanghao International and holding absolute control, it was after Yi Mayan's new project was taken away.
Did Chen Feng buy the shares of Chuanghao International just to vent his anger on his wife? If so, it's too scary. What is the background of this young man? It's unfathomable. Ma Hao is in danger. I don't believe it, it's impossible.
Zhou Yanlin gritted his teeth, and the red slap marks on his face were clear. Chen Feng said indifferently, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not.
Wife, how do you want to deal with them? Just let your husband decide." Okay.
At this time, Chen Feng's mobile phone rang.
Chen Feng clicked to connect and said a few words.
A moment later, Lawyer Su brought a group of people to the president's office.
Lawyer Su, thank you for your help. No trouble. This Lawyer Su is my man.
I'm new here and I'm not very familiar with the company's business.
Lawyer Su will check the company's business on my behalf. Ma Hao looked at the people headed by Lawyer Su.
There were more than 10 of them, all elite white-collar workers in suits.
The bad premonition became stronger.
From the fact that a like Zhou Yanlin could become the deputy general manager, it can be seen that there are many problems within Chuanghao International.
But Chuanghao International is a big company. How can Chen Feng alone find out the problems?
It must be handled by a professional team outside the company. Before entering the door of Chuanghao International, Chen Feng made 2 calls. One of the calls was to Ma Hao to tell him that he was here.
The second call was to Lawyer Su, asking Lawyer Su to bring a professional team to check the accounts. So Lawyer Su brought the entire accounting firm. Boss Pan, please assist Lawyer Su.
Yes, big boss.
Pan Rong was submissive.
She didn't dare to be disrespectful to Chen Feng and was very respectful.
Xiao Feng? This kind of address should never appear in Pan Rong's mouth again in the future. Even if she calls him, she will call him Boss Chen.
Pan Rong was actually in a state of turmoil, but she was very adaptable and didn't show it. Lawyer Su had already started working with the accounting firm team. President Ma, the director should be here by now, let's have a meeting.
Yes. Ma Hao's expression was bitter.
In the spacious conference room, Chen Feng sat in the chairman's seat with a big horse and a golden knife, looking at all the directors and shareholders present. All the directors and shareholders present were also looking at Chen Feng. The first impression was that he was too young. Then his eyes fell on Yi Mayan behind Chen Feng.
Why did he bring a beautiful woman to the meeting? Is he so romantic?
As directors, they usually stay high and rarely come to the company, so most of them don't know Yi Mayan.
Only Zhou Hao knew who Yi Mayan was.
After all, it was with his help that his son took away the other party's new project and he had seen the other party's information. It's just that Zhou Hao didn't know the relationship between Yi Mayan and Chen Feng, but now seeing the two together, he immediately had a bad premonition.
Zhou Yanlin violated the industry rules and took away the new projects of his subordinates as the deputy general manager. He committed bribery, favoritism, abuse of power, dereliction of duty, and many other crimes.
I announce the dismissal of Zhou Yanlin and take legal measures to recover all the losses he caused to the company.
With so many crimes, Zhou Yanlin's future can be said to be ruined. For a moment, everyone looked at Zhou Hao. Boss, are you rushing into this matter? We should discuss it again.
Maybe Zhou Yanlin did commit a professional crime, but at most it is abuse of power.
Punishing Zhou Yanlin is a small matter.
If you make a big deal out of it, it will affect the reputation of Chuanghao International and the stock price may plummet. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Chen Feng sneered.
Are you protecting the reputation of Chuanghao International or your son? Needless to say, Zhou Yanlin's matter is settled.
Anyone who says more about this matter is in cahoots with Zhou Yanlin.
Chen Feng was very domineering and did not give anyone a chance to refute.
He was determined to hammer Zhou Yanlin to death.
Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes.
He would not be polite in this case.
Even if he was the big boss, he was still one of the major shareholders.
He was not made of clay. However, when Lawyer Su appeared in the meeting room and whispered a few words to Chen Feng, everything became a foregone conclusion.
The professional accounting firm team was amazing. They quickly found out many problems with Chuanghao International.
Chen Feng listed these problems one by one, and the directors present were all pale, especially Zhou Hao.
Ma Hao has seriously neglected his duties and is no longer competent for the position of president of the company. From now on, Yi Mayan will be the president. Pan Rong will be the vice president. These problems with Chuanhao International cannot be ignored.
We will continue to investigate them thoroughly. I hope that if the directors know anything, they will speak out as soon as possible.
Confessions will be treated leniently, Chen Feng said.
Chen Feng's tone was very calm, but he did not allow for any discussion. The directors and shareholders looked at each other, and many of them frowned.
Big boss. Call me chairman. Okay, chairman, let's stop here.
If we continue to investigate, it will make the company panic.
If it is exposed, it will also affect the company's reputation. Director Zhou is actually right.
If it gets out of hand, the stock price will plummet, and the gains will not outweigh the losses.
Chairman, do you think it's better to make a big deal out of a small matter? Then make a small matter nothing?
Chen Feng swept his eyes across the audience. Although he was very young and very green compared to the cunning directors present, it did not mean that he was easy to fool. They had deep skills and spoke very well, but as the saying goes, the young are afraid of the strong. You are just afraid of your assets shrinking. I am not afraid. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. If you are afraid that the stock price will plummet later, you can sell your shares in advance. How much do you sell? I will buy as much.
Domineering, absolutely domineering.
The directors were choked and speechless. Yi Mayan looked at the domineering man in front of her, her eyes emitting blurred starlight. She knew that her husband did this just to vent her anger.
With a husband like this, what else can a wife ask for?
Chen Feng's insistence on his own way and not treating money as money completely shocked the directors.
Do you want to sell the shares?
Some people think that Chen Feng is just bluffing, and in fact he is not willing to expand and let his assets shrink.
If they really want to sell their shares, they will definitely not be willing to do so.
Although Chuanhao International has many problems, it still has great development potential.
Chen F. Didn't bother to care what they think. He had said what he should say and announced the end of the meeting. President's office.
Chen Feng, Yi Mayan came here. Ma Hao, the former president who was fired, has packed up all the personal belongings in the office and left. Yi Mayan looked at the somewhat empty office, and then looked at the president's chair, a little dazed.
She actually became the president of Chuanhao International. Honey, do you really want me to be the president? But I don't have much work experience. I was just a department manager before. I'm afraid I can't do it. Why don't you? Let Mr. Pan be the president? Who has experience at the beginning? It's all acquired slowly. Don't be afraid, wife.
Even if I make a mistake, I won't blame you.
And I believe in my wife's ability.
I can definitely lead Chuanhao International to do better.
Sit down. Yeah. Yi Mayan didn't continue to be hypocritical and sat on the president's chair.
Behind her was a floor-to-ceiling window with a wide view.
She could see the street below, with pedestrians and vehicles like ants.
It's worthy of being the president's position.
If you haven't sat in it yourself, you won't understand how good this seat is. It makes people feel relaxed and happy. It's not just the view, the most important thing is power.
Sitting in this position is equivalent to having the supreme power to rule the entire company.
There is an uncontrollable feeling of surging emotions. Yi Mayan opened her mouth slightly and exhaled gently.
Although her heart was surging, she felt a pressure called responsibility in her heart.
What do you think, wife? Chen Feng asked. It feels good. Yi Mayan smiled.
Hubby, I'm glad you can vent your anger for me, but if you do this and expose the company's problems, it's like killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own, and your assets will also shrink significantly.
How about just forget it? Yi Mayan persuaded.
Chen Feng shook his head. I can forget about other things, but I can't forget about bullying my wife, even if you beg for mercy.
Some people must pay the price for what they have done.
Very domineering, unquestionable. Although rejected, Yi Mayan was not angry at all. Her heart was sweet, and her whole body was warm.
It feels so good to be valued. Anger for beauty. Yi Mayan didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to enjoy this kind of treatment.
In fact, the company's stock price is not important, it will fall if it falls.
When doing real business, we can't always look at the stock price. We are not investors. The kingly way is to make achievements. Chen Feng said. Yi Mayan responded, yeah.
Chen Feng looked at his wife sitting in the president's chair, wearing a slim and well-fitting small suit, black stockings, and a graceful body.
A true beauty president. The person is still the same person, but with an additional identity, the feeling is completely different and fresh. Husband, why are you looking at me like this? Am I different?
Yi Mayan noticed the change in her husband's eyes, with a smug look on her face. She put her left leg on her right leg, leaned back, and pressed her graceful back against the back of the chair. She raised her big bear slightly and posed in a very royal sister's posture. Chen Feng subconsciously looked at her long legs in black silk, nodded, and gave his evaluation.
Very smooth. Wife, do you know that your temperament has suddenly improved a lot after you took the position of president? Really? Does husband like it? Yes. I like it.
Yi Mayan posed again, and raised her head more fiercely. Not only is she a royal sister, but she also adds a bit of enchantment.
Suspecting that my wife is driving, and there is evidence. You must be served by the family law at night, the one-word whip method. I'm afraid.
She said she was afraid, but her face was full of expectation, and she gave her husband a single eye.
My wife is too naughty. Click. A knock on the door suddenly sounded, interrupting the two. Come in.
The door opened and a middle-aged man walked in. Chen Feng and Yi Mayan were surprised to see this strange middle-aged man.
They looked at each other and didn't know him. Hello, Chairman Chen, I'm Wei Hui, nice to meet you. Are you an employee of Chuanhao International?
No, I'm here to discuss business.
I had almost finished the discussion with Ma Hao, but he was fired. Now I can only talk to you. Nice to meet you. So that's it.
But the man in front of him didn't look like an ordinary worker who was discussing business.
He had a majestic temperament without anger. He was a superior.
The chairman of Chuanhao International, he just came to the company and took over the management of the company with thunderous means. His means are superb.
I admire him. This is my business card, please accept it.
Wei Hui took out an exquisite business card from his suit pocket and handed it to Ch.
N. Feng. This business card is very unique. It is made of metal and has no fancy. It seems very low-key at first glance, but if you look closely, you will find beautiful patterns printed by laser. Low-key and cool. Chairman and President of Qingfeng Group, Wei Hui.
Chen Feng looked at Wei Hui in front of him again, and his eyes were different. Qingfeng Group is a well-known large group in Donghai City, with a market value of nearly 10 billion. It has realized a diversified industrial strategy and has the embryonic form of a business empire.
It is much larger and more powerful than Chuanhao International.
The man in front of him turned out to be the chairman and president of Qingfeng Group. Although Chuanhao International has changed its president, it is the same to talk business with the new president.
I wonder what Mr. Chen thinks. Chuanhao International is in trouble now. Isn't Mr. Wei afraid that he will lose money doing business with us? It's normal for business to make money and lose money. What's there to be afraid of? I think this is good. The old doesn't go, and the new doesn't come. I have a feeling that Chuanhao International will get better in the future. Mr. Wei has a good vision. It's a pleasure to work with you.
Chen Feng extended his hand. Wei Hui did not hesitate and held his hand. The two smiled at each other, as if they had already made a deal. In fact, the two did not discuss the details of the business at all. Chen Feng did not even know what the business was, but the general intention had been reached, and nothing else was a problem.
Mr. Wei, you are welcome. Just call me by my name, Chen Feng. If you don't mind, I'll be bold and call you Brother Chen. No problem.
If Brother Chen thinks highly of me, just call me Brother Wei.
Brother Wei. Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Yi Mayan sat in the president's position, watching the two men holding hands, talking and laughing, and their inexplicable friendship, tilting her head in confusion.
Is this the tacit understanding between men? However, it is a good thing to be able to negotiate a business with a big customer like Qingfeng Group. Chuanhao International is now having internal problems.
If it can do business with Qingfeng Group, it will play a big role in stabilizing the company.
For Yi Mayan, the newly appointed president, it is also a good performance.
I don't know what kind of business Qingfeng Group wants to do with Chuanhao International.
This is my wife, the newly appointed president. You can talk to her in detail. Well, hello, Mr. Yi. Hello, Mr. Wei. Just call me Brother Wei, sister-in-law.
Okay, Brother Wei. The three of them laughed, and the atmosphere was harmonious. In fact, Chen Feng was also a little puzzled. He didn't understand why Wei Hui was so polite to him. They hit it off at first sight, as if they were old friends who had known each other for a long time, and were full of goodwill.
Is Wei Hui born so generous, or does he admire him, or does he have other intentions? I don't know.
Chen Feng decided not to think too much for the time being. Being able to cooperate and make money is a good thing.
After a short and detailed discussion, Wei Hui and Yi Mayan were very satisfied, talked happily, and decided to reach a cooperation.
In fact, Wei Hui had already talked with the former president Ma Hao earlier. Although Yi Mayan had just taken over and was a little green, there was no disobedience in the conversation. To be cautious, Yi Mayan also found Pan Rong and consulted her opinion. If there was no problem, she decided to make it.
I'll ask my assistant to come over to sign the contract.
Okay, thank you, Brother Wei.
I'll take you there. Wei Hui nodded.
Chen Feng gestured for him to come in.
The two walked into the elevator together, and soon arrived on the first floor and walked out of the company's door. Wei Hui looked at the Mercedes-Benz S parked at the door of the company and asked casually, "This Mercedes-Benz S is your car, Brother Chen, right?" "Yes, Brother Wei knows. I happened to see you getting off the Mercedes-Benz S before. So that's how it is. If I'm not mistaken, this Mercedes-Benz S is out of print, right?"
"Where did you buy it, Brother Chen?"
"Someone gave it to me." "Given?"
Wei Hui looked stunned.
Chen Feng's answer caught him off guard. The one and only Mercedes-Benz S was actually given to Chen Feng by someone else.
"I'm so envious that someone gave Brother Chen such a good car." "There's no point in being envious.
I like this Mercedes-Benz S too and I won't sell it." "Ha, a gentleman doesn't take away what others like." Chen Feng finally understood why Wei Hui was so polite to him and called him a brother. It turned out to be because of this out-of-print Mercedes-Benz S. Wei Hui must have misunderstood something, but Chen Feng had no intention of explaining it. It was the other party who misunderstood without authorization. Not him who lied. Anyway, it was good for him. Some things did not need to be explained, and they could not be explained. After that, Wei Hui got on the Maybach and the driver drove away. "Boss, I have checked almost everything." Lawyer Su found Chen Feng and handed him the sorted information in his hand. Chen Feng took it, flipped through it, and then sneered. "These directors are really not easy to deal with. They have planted many of their own people in the company, especially Zhou Hao, the major shareholder, who is a little unscrupulous and really treats Chuanghao International as his own backyard. It would be fine if these people they planted were capable, but unfortunately most of them were not qualified for the position. Among the senior executives of Chuanghao International, it seems that only Pan Rong has real talents and can do things. Although it cannot be said to be riddled with holes, such a Chuanghao International is destined to not go far. If it was just to place his own people, it would be fine. Chen Feng could just turn a blind eye, but many operations were obviously commercial crimes. What should we do, boss? Just do what we need to do. Don't be polite to these parasites. I'll leave this to you, Lawyer Su. Okay. Speaking of which, Lawyer Su, the hair growth water is pretty good, right? It works very well. I have to thank the boss for this. Chen Feng looked at Lawyer Su's hairline, which had been in a state of collapse. Now it has begun to reorganize its forces. Although the forces are still small, it has successfully stood up and has a sparse shadow. It was only 2 or 3 days. Lawyer Su touched his hairline, which was beginning to his hand, and showed a satisfied smile. Who wants to be bald if you have hair? If the boss puts this hair growth water on the market, it will definitely sell well. Afterwards, Chen Feng handed the information to Yi Mian, and Pan Rong also read it. Both of them were filled with anger. Chuanhao International must have a bone scraping and healing. After sufficient preparation, Lawyer Su, on behalf of Chen Feng, submitted a complaint to the court, suing several directors suspected of commercial crimes. Good news doesn't go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. What happened in Chuanhao International could not be concealed at all, and it was known to well-informed people on the same day. When the directors were still hesitating whether to sell their shares, the speed of development had exceeded their imagination. The business circle generally knew that there was a problem with Chuanhao International, which caused investors' confidence to plummet, and they continued to sell their stocks, causing Chuanhao International's stock price to plummet. The assets of all directors shrank. Seeing that the stock price was about to be halved, some directors could not sit still and sold their shares to recover their losses. Like dominoes, a chain reaction occurred. Among the several defendant directors, Zhou Hao committed the most serious crime and had been revoked as a member of the board of directors. Because he secretly withdrew his own investment, even his equity was deprived, and he could no longer make waves in Chuanhao International. Zhou Hao and Zhou Yanlin, father and son, were completely driven out of Chuanhao International. The internal troubles have been solved, but the external troubles have not been solved. The stock of Chuanhao International is still falling, and the board members and shareholders are complaining. Naturally, they have a lot of resentment towards the chairman, Chen Feng, who made a big deal without everyone's consent, causing everyone's assets to shrink. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. If Chen Feng did not have 51% absolute control, he would have been removed from the chairman's seat long ago. Compared with everyone's panic, Chen Feng was not panicked at all, as if this matter had nothing to do with him and his assets had not shrunk. He was relaxed and comfortable, unlike some people who were like ants on a hot pot. The employees of Chuanhao International were not affected by the changes in the company's senior management.
They did what they had to do and went to work as usual as long as the salary was in place. It was known that Ji Mayan became the president and Pan Rome became the vice president.
The employees accepted it calmly.
There was no negative voice, but there were many voices of praise.
Some people praised the chairman for his wisdom.
Perhaps it was because the senior management often inserted their own people, which was not worthy of the position, and the employees had long been dissatisfied. Although Ji Mayan is very young and was only a manager before, whether she can be qualified for the position of president is still to be discussed. However, a beautiful president is easy to make people feel good, so everyone is waiting and watching.
The stock price of Chuanhao
International did not continue to fall, and unexpectedly, it soon began to rise. It was only because Qingfeng Group issued an announcement that it had reached a cooperation with Chuanhao International and had a big business.
Influenced by this news, investors regained confidence in Chuanhao International.
In addition, some experts analyzed that this change in the senior management of Chuanhao International would be better for the company's future development. This made the stock price of Chuanhao International rise further.
Those directors who sold their shares before are now regretting it.
If they had known, they would not have sold it. But who would have thought that the stock price of Chuanhao International would be like a roller coaster, up and down, and very exciting? Boss, all the stocks have been sold, and the profit this time is about 19%. Trader Su Lianqing said. Chen Feng nodded with a satisfied expression. There are many display screens in the office, which monitor the situation of major stock markets in real time. Chen Feng wanted to play with finance, but he couldn't do it himself every time, which was too troublesome, so he asked Lawyer Su to help find a few traders. Lawyer Su was indeed a capable lawyer, and he lived up to his trust and found a few traders. In order to test the strength of several traders, Chen Feng took out 10 million funds and asked them to buy Chuanhao International stocks to test their skills. There are already results, and the results are very good.
Then the next is the main show, and the time is about the same.
According to the business opportunity information, Tesla's president Mark Chong will give a speech before the weekend, causing the company's stock price to plummet.
Before that, you can start shorting Tesla.
Boss, Tesla is one of the largest companies in the United States, and its stock price has been rising steadily.
Even with 11 billion funds, shorting is not a wise choice. Su Liancheng persuaded.
Chen Feng said, just do what I say, and your salary will not be reduced.
Su Liancheng helplessly, okay.
He was not optimistic about the boss's decision, but since the other party was the boss, he had to do it. The boss took out 11 billion to short Tesla, which was definitely a big gamble. Su Lianqing and other traders were also operating such a large amount of funds for the first time, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. They had already bought a large amount of securities, and whether they would live or die would depend on the future.
Friday afternoon.
Far away on the other side of the ocean, Mark Worm appeared at the press conference, facing the long guns and short guns of reporters, with a defiant expression.
A reporter asked Mark Worm about his views on the war between the Blue Bear and the Blue Bear.
When Mark Worm expressed his views, the video quickly went viral and spread around the world through the power of the internet.
Mark Worm's radical remarks aroused the disgust and dissatisfaction of many anti-war and pacifists. As a result, the stock price of Tesla plummeted. It was late at night in Longhua, across the ocean. When several traders learned about this situation, they were dumbfounded. The boss actually guessed it right, and the stock price of Tesla fell. Was it luck or a brilliant calculation? Don't be stunned, do it quickly, short Tesla. The next day,
Chen Feng came to Chuanhao International to pick up his wife from get off work. He didn't wait in the car, but went directly to the elevator and went to the president's office. Since his wife became the president, she has been busy with work and her working hours are uncertain.
Even on weekends, she works half a day. Chen Feng regretted that he shouldn't have let his wife be the president.
Wouldn't it be nice to be a housewife, wearing a naked apron and asking her husband whether he wants to eat or eat her?
It must be wonderful.
But his wife seems to like work very much and has the gene of a workaholic. She held her forehead.
Mr. Chen, good morning. Morning. Zhao Shaowan became the president's assistant and was guarding next to the president's office.
When she saw Chen Feng coming, she took the initiative to greet Chen Feng. She looked at Chen Feng with an inexplicable admiration in her eyes, and spoke more respectfully, not as casually as before.
She's in there. Yes, Missy is still working. Doesn't she know that it's time to get off work? She shouldn't know.
If Mr. Chen didn't come to pick her up, Missy probably wouldn't want to get off work. Listening to Zhao Shujuan's complaints, Chen Feng smiled. Knowing that Ji Mayan worked diligently, Zhao Shaowan, the assistant, had to follow suit.
Thank you for your hard work. Mufong barbecue, Mufong roasted grass jelly, any order, free. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for the reward. Zhao Shaowan looked greedy.
Chen Feng no longer cared about her.
He came to the office, knocked on the door,
and pushed the door open and broke into the office without waiting for the person inside to speak. It is estimated that only Chen Feng in the entire company dared to do this. He found that there was not only Yi Mayan in the office, but also General Manager Pan, who seemed to be reporting on work.
I won't disturb you. Pan Rong left very tactfully.
Chen Feng nodded as a greeting, and then looked at his wife. Yi Mayan hooked up her long black silk legs and was processing the documents on the desk, meticulously, without looking up. He found that his wife's temperament was getting better and better, and she looked like a CEO.
Well, she is now a female CEO. I heard that you fired Assistant Zhong. Why? Can't you do your job? Do you like to see Assistant Zhong? Yi Mayan asked back with a smile. Chen Feng understood immediately, thinking that his wife was really jealous.
Although Assistant Zhong was not bad-looking and dressed seductively, she was still far inferior to his wife. Even if the other person was prettier than his wife, Chen Feng would not even glance at her. Anyway, he was just firing an assistant, so he could do whatever his wife liked. Just asking casually, "You have the final say on the company's affairs, I won't interfere,"
Chen Feng said.
Yi Mayan showed a satisfied expression, and thought her husband was smart, so she gave him a praise look.
You are the chairman, how can you not care?
When there are important decisions, you still need to nod your head.
If I make a mistake and let the company suffer losses, won't you blame me then? Yi Mayan added.
Chen Feng said, "No, anyway, Mr. Yi, you can do whatever you want.
It doesn't matter if you lose the company. I don't feel sad. In fact, it's not bad to lose the company. This way you don't have to work. It's a good thing."
Hearing Chen Feng's very bachelor's words, Yi Mayan was speechless.
Who is the boss and who is the employee? Is this how you act as a chairman? Yi Mayan asked.
Yes, isn't it good to be a hands-off boss?
Chen Feng smiled. Yi Mayan gave her husband a charming big eye roll. What an irresponsible chairman. This is the emperor is not anxious, but the is anxious, right?
Yi Mayan was not angry, but happy, because she could see that her husband said this on purpose, in order not to put too much pressure on her.
If I really lose all my money, you can't blame me then. Okay, it's a deal.
The two smiled at each other.
Wife, it's time to get off work, go home. Wait, there's still some work to do, it will only take 15 minutes.
You said the same thing yesterday, but it took you nearly an hour to leave.
The same tricks are useless against Saint Seiya. But, no buts, just leave it to Mr. Pan. If you are the president and you have to do everything yourself, why do you spend money to hire so many employees? Chen Feng didn't give his wife any chance to refute.
He walked over, bent down, and stretched out his hands, and directly picked her up from the chair. Yi Mayan, who lost her balance for a moment, was a little flustered. She instinctively curled up on her husband, feeling his strong chest and male hormones.
Yi Mayan's cheeks flushed when she reacted. Princess hug. It was the first time she enjoyed this treatment. It was great.
Her husband was so strong that he held her as easily as holding a rag doll.
Husband, let me down. It's embarrassing to be seen by the employees.
Yi Mayan found that her husband was walking towards the office door and had no intention of letting her down. Yi Mayan was a little panicked and felt ashamed. If he saw it, it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's your fault that you are disobedient. If you are disobedient, you will be punished.
I am the president, I should have dignity. So what if I am the president? I am still the chairman.
Chen Feng refuted, sonorous and somewhat angry, and continued to hold her in his arms like a princess, striding forward. Yi Mayan had no choice but to shut up. Her eyes were rolling, revealing grievance, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth showed a secret joy.
Chen Feng had already walked out of the office. Boss Yi, Boss Chen.
Zhao Shaowan was right next to the office, so she was naturally the first to see it and was stunned. This is too sweet, it's so sweet, it's so sweet, it's so sweet, in broad daylight, in the company. Chen Feng said in an unquestionable tone, the president still has some work to do, but he is not feeling well and can't continue.
Let Mr. Pan take over. Zhao Shaowan smiled and nodded, yes, Mr. Chen. His eyes rolled and he glanced at Yi Mayan secretly. His face was ruddy. How could he look like he was unwell? It was obvious that he was forcibly carried away by Chen Feng. There was too much dog food. He was too full. No, he was already full and didn't want to eat barbecue. Can you put me down now?
Yi Mayan said in a low voice with a red face.
No.
Chen Feng said righteously.
What if the employees see it? Then let them see it. My husband is too thick-skinned. What should I do? Ha!
Chen Feng had already carried her into the elevator and had no intention of letting go. Although it was the weekend and there were not many employees at work, there were not too few either, especially now that it was time to get off work, and everyone was walking towards the elevator one after another. Chen Feng had already walked into the elevator, barely freed his hands, and pressed the first floor button. There were not many employees at the senior level, but after entering the elevator, every time he went down a floor and the elevator door opened, he could see employees who wanted to enter the elevator. The lower the floor number, the more employees there were. After seeing the situation in the elevator, they all stopped very tactfully and did not enter the elevator.
Shocked, the beautiful CEO was carried by a man like a princess.
Subverting the three views, everyone was stunned and looked at it, no one spoke, and there was a strange silence. Yi Mian noticed everyone's gaze, and her shame was about to explode. Her cheeks were red, and it was already red to the ears.
The president's dignity was lost.
Omega, she whispered to her husband to put her down again, but her husband just turned a deaf ear to her. Yi Mian was so angry that her big bear rose and fell, and her cheeks bulged. With no choice, Yi Mian had to bury her head in her husband's chest, and then climbed her hands on her husband's neck to cover her face in this way. At least she couldn't let the employees see her red face now, and save the last bit of dignity. Her husband was so bad. How could she raise her head in front of the employees in the future and show the majesty of the president?
If you dare to delay leaving, get off work again, I will carry you off work like a princess. Hubby, I don't dare. It's best if you don't dare.
Chen Feng didn't let go of his hands until he carried Yi Mian into the car.
All the employees along the way were full. Boom! An Audi R8 was speeding on the road. Sun Chen held the steering wheel with ease.
Although he was speeding, he didn't care at all. He continued to step on the accelerator to show his superb driving skills.
He secretly glanced at his Shuai next to him.
She was wearing a black Zegna suit with a white shirt inside, which wrapped her curvy figure. She was dressed like a beautiful lady in the workplace. Sun Chen's mouth curled slightly.
Mr. Sun, what do you think of the cooperation we talked about before?
If we can reach a cooperation, it will be good for both of our companies.
He Shuai said.
Sun Chen shook his head and said, Missy, I don't like to talk about work after get off work.
If it weren't for you, if someone else asked me out to talk about work, I wouldn't care at all.
Sorry, I disturbed Mr. Sun's rest.
It's okay.
It's rare that Missy took the initiative to ask me out.
I agreed to the cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Sun.
You're welcome. You just said that this is good for both of our companies.
Why shouldn't I agree?
In fact, as long as I can help Missy, even if it is not good for Xinghong Group, I am also happy to do it. Missy, Faced with Sun Chen's naked show of goodwill, He Shuai did not resist and smiled happily. In Sun Chen's view, his relationship with He Shuai has taken a step forward, and he is in a good mood.
The Audi R8 has slowed down.
Unknowingly, they came to the city center, near a group of high-end villas.
Miss He, do you see this villa? This is the most expensive villa in Donghai City, Feng Wangju, Sun Chen said.
In fact, without Sun Chen telling her, He Shuai had already noticed this group of high-end villas. It was so grand, built on a hill in the city center, a feng shui treasure land.
The land price alone was quite scary.
There were many high-rise buildings around, like mountains, guarding this group of villas. Mountains and rivers surround it. The scenery is the best in the world.
I've heard of Feng Wangju, and I heard that the villas here are very expensive. He Shuai said. Yes, Feng Wangju is the new building king of Donghai City.
The transaction price of the land at that time also broke the highest record of the average price of land in Longhua. The cheapest villa costs 60 million, and it's not something you can buy if you have money. It also depends on your connections and background.
Sun Chen's eyes were full of yearning when he spoke. He Shuai was surprised. It is really expensive. Although the location here is very good, 60 million for a villa, isn't it too expensive? It's better to use the money to do business. Is there anyone willing to spend so much money to buy a villa here?
Sun Chen smiled and said, of course there are people who buy it.
In fact, 60 million can only buy the worst villa on the outskirts.
The closer to the inside of Feng Wangju, the more expensive the villa is.
There
are more than 10 villas that cost 100 million. There are actually more rich people in Donghai City than you think, and those who buy villas in Feng Wangju are not looking for the living environment, but the connections. It can be said that what the owners of Feng Wangju buy is not the villa, but the connections.
He Shuai was puzzled. Connections?
Sun Chen said, think about it, those who can afford villas in Feng Wangju are all wealthy. They are all big bosses, presidents, and chairmen.
There are many of them. If you become neighbors and make friends with these people, why worry about not being able to do business? He Shui's eyes lit up. Yes, the most important thing in doing business is connections. If all the neighbors around you are big bosses, why worry about not being able to do business? When looking at the Feng Wangju villa complex again, He Shui's eyes became different, and she was very yearning. Sun Chen noticed the change in He Shui's eyes, and he looked proud. I will also buy a villa here in Feng Wangju in the future, in 3 years at the fastest and 5 years at the slowest, to accumulate more connections for myself, so that I can move up a level in the business circle. Mr. Sun, you can do it. Thank you for your good wishes. Sun Chen found that He Shui's eyes were different when she looked at him, and she enjoyed it very much, and was happy in her heart. Suddenly I remembered something. Miss He, there is a business reception tomorrow night. I wonder if you are free. Why don't you accompany me to attend it? This business reception is led by a large listed company and many business people are invited to participate. It is a good opportunity to expand your network. I hope Miss He will not miss it. Thank you Mr. Sun for your support. You're welcome. Is it necessary to be so clear between us? If you don't know, you might think that the two have a very good relationship. In fact, the two have known each other for less than a month. They are just ordinary business partners, and they are mostly together for socializing. He Shui seemed to be unaware of Sun Chen's hint and did not respond. Sun Chen did not mind. The longer the wine is brewed, the better it tastes. Some things should not be rushed. He liked He Shui to begin with, and after knowing that He Shui is now the vice president of Jianwei Company, he liked her even more. Who can resist a beautiful CEO? Miss He, there is no need for us to be too distant. You can just call me by my name from now on. I'll call you Xiao Shui. Well, He Shui thought about it and agreed. It is not a bad thing to have a good relationship with the general manager of Xinghong Group. There will be many benefits. Even if you know the other party's intention, you don't mind. Women dress up to please themselves. Being pursued can only prove that she is excellent. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz S drove into Feng Wangju, which attracted He Shui's attention. She couldn't move her eyes away after one glance. There was a woman sitting in the passenger seat of the Mercedes-Benz S. Although she could only see her side face, she was definitely a beauty. If she was just a beauty, it would be fine, but this beauty looked very similar to her best friend Yi Mayan. When He Shui wanted to see the other person's appearance clearly, the Mercedes-Benz S had already turned and drove into the Feng Wangju community, and she could no longer see it. Yi Mayan? I must have seen it wrong. How could she be related to Feng Wangju? Even I am not qualified to enter Feng Wangju. He Shui recalled the scene just now. In addition to seeing the woman who looked like Yi Mayan in the passenger seat, she also saw the driver's hands holding the steering wheel. Those are the hands of a man. If it is really Yi Mayan, then she entered Feng Wangju with a man? Mufeng Company. The decoration workers are very capable. After adding money, they decorated a floor in just a few days. Employees can now go to work normally. Chen Feng also has an office of his own. At this moment, he is sitting in his office. After looking around, he shows a satisfied expression. Because of the lack of furnishings, the office looks empty. There are floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city streets, and most importantly, the office has good sound insulation. Click. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Boss, the shampoo samples have been made, please take a look. An employee walked in with a bottle of shampoo in his hand and put it on the desk. Chen Feng picked up the shampoo and looked at it carefully. The packaging design is very novel. It is a small bottle with a capacity of only 300 milliliters. It is quite exquisite. When he saw the Mufeng logo on it, Chen Feng showed a satisfied expression. The full name of this product is Mufeng Hair Growth Shampoo. No problem, just produce it according to this design. Okay. The employee left. In addition to production, the RE are also trademark registration, production licenses, sales licenses. These need to be handled. Naturally, Chen Feng does not need to worry about these, just leave it to his subordinates. Soon, the Gospel of Bald People, Mufeng's hair growth water will be available. Although being bald is a proof of becoming stronger, everyone will be happier if they can become stronger without being bald. Chen Feng continued to stay in the company for a while, inspecting the work status of his subordinates, then left the office building and drove to Jiahong Street. I haven't been here for a few days. I found that the flow of people on Jiahong Street has increased significantly, with many more students. Now the students in the university town know this street, especially those foodies, who come here to check in every day. The business is booming. I saw that Mufeng's roasted grass jelly shop is very lively now,
with dozens of people queuing up, and the supply cannot meet the demand. Among them, 3 people were suspicious and attracted attention. 2 old ladies and a photographer. It is the Stealing Moon Society. Last time, Chen Feng sent a private message to the Stealing Moon Society on Station B, leaving his mobile phone number. In fact, not long after, the other party called. Knowing that Chen Feng had made a new product, burning grass jelly, and wanted the two to test the poison and promote it, the two agreed immediately. However, this time, you need to pay for promotion, and it will not be like last time, which is purely free and self-flowing.
Chen Feng naturally doesn't mind paying for promotion. Last time, he took advantage of it.
Through the video of the Stealing Moon Society, Mu Feng Barbecue broke the circle, the business was hot, and it was directly made into a franchise store. It is also right to pay more for promotion this time.
For the 2 grandmas of Shushao and Mashang, making money is secondary.
The important thing is to try Chen Feng's new product. After eating barbecue last time, the two are still savoring it.
I wonder if this new product, burning grass jelly, can give them another surprise?
You can also see the handsome little brother. Even if there is no money to make, Shushao will come. Today is the day agreed with the Stealing Moon Society for filming, and they came to Jiahong Street again. Qian Ming, as the person in charge of the franchise store of Burning Grass Jelly, personally entertained the grandma of the Stealing Moon Society.
Nice to meet you too, nice to meet you.
Actually, I am also a fan of your Stealing Moon Club.
Then Mr. Qian must be a foodie. That's right. The two sides had a good chat.
Qian Ming asked his staff to bring 2 cups of roasted grass jelly and handed them to Shutiao and Mu Shang. Before the official filming, please try our roasted grass jelly first. Sorry, in order to truly restore our own reactions, we will not try the food before the official filming.
This is our rule. Yes, we must give the audience feedback on the real situation and will not fake it, Shutiao and Mu Shang said seriously. In other words, they will not promote the food for money even though they know it is not delicious, and deceive consumers. The food itself must be delicious enough. If the roasted grass jelly tastes bad, they will also give real feedback. This is a double-edged sword. If it tastes good, it will be successful and famous, but if it tastes bad, it will fail miserably. The reason why Stealing Moon Club can have millions of fans and become one of the top 100 masters on Bilibili is because they never cheat and deceive fans in order to make money regardless of their eating habits. The video must be the most realistic effect, but this is not very friendly to the boss who pays. Qian Ming didn't mind, because he was confident in the grass jelly, and agreed without hesitation. Well, if you need anything during the shooting, just tell me, don't be polite. Okay.
After the 2 old ladies were ready, the photographer opened the live broadcast room and started with the live broadcast. As soon as the broadcast room started, viewers came in one after another, and the number of online people quickly increased from single digits to double digits, and it was still rising steadily. Treetops, Mu Shang did not go directly into the store to enjoy the grass jelly, but came to the back of the line of dozens of people and actually started from the queue.
Very real. Hello everyone, we are the Stealing Moon Society, and we came to Jiahong Street to see the handsome little brother again today. Stop, what little brother are you looking at? We heard that there is another popular food here in Jiahong Street, the grass jelly, and we came here to test the poison. That's right, we are here to test the poison, not to see the little brother.
In the car not far away, Chen Feng silently picked up his mobile phone, opened Bilibili, and clicked into the live broadcast room of the Stealing Moon Society. Although there are not many people online in the live broadcast room at the moment, it is quite lively. The show starts really early today, equals Omega. The poison tested this time turned out to be grass jelly.
I like drinking grass jelly the most. There are so many people lining up, they can't all be agents.
No, they are not agents. I'm a student in the nearby university town and I often go to Jiahong Street to eat snacks.
The grass jelly in this store is really delicious. I've had it many times.
Every time I have to queue for more than 10 minutes, but I still queue happily.
It's worth it. Not only is it delicious, it also has beauty effects. I found that I have fewer acne after drinking the grass jelly from this store. You must be kidding. Grass jelly can really beautify? You are agents, right? You are the agent, your whole family is agents. Get lost, I'm not telling you.
I bet that Sister Shushao came to Jiahong Street again not to test poison, but to meet the handsome young boss of the barbecue restaurant.
+1. +2.
Let me tell you something, this Mufeng Grass Jelly and Mufeng Barbecue restaurant have the same owner.
Really? I'm a little looking forward to it. The barbecue is so delicious, the grass jelly must not be much worse.
Chen Feng saw the comments from the audience, and his lips curled slightly.
This is the brand effect.
As long as the product is well made and builds confidence in the customers, when a new product is launched under the same brand, even if they have not tried it, the acceptance will be very high. When the live broadcast ended, the number of people online in the live broadcast room had exceeded 200,000, and it was another very successful live broadcast. Chen Feng put away his phone, in a good mood, and had a premonition that the grass jelly would be a big hit after today. It seems that the grass jelly store needs to hire more employees, but this is something that the operating officer Qian Ming needs to be concerned about. As the big boss, Chen Feng should act like a big boss. Be a good hands-off boss. Chen Feng got out of the car and walked towards the grass jelly store. Thank you for your hard work, two old ladies. Boss Chen, you are finally here. Seeing the little brother, Shu Tiao's eyes lit up. Mu Shang reminded, Shu Tiao, wipe your drool quickly. Shu Tiao scolded, get out, don't talk nonsense, I am not without. Seeing that the two old ladies were still so friendly, Chen Feng smiled. You two must be hungry. It's time for dinner. Let's go eat. Just have barbecue. There's nothing that can't be solved by a barbecue. I agree. Barbecue is still delicious. Okay. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining elegant and charming temperament. Temperament? Chen Feng was puzzled. He examined himself and found nothing different, so he didn't care. He patted his wife who was curled up on him. Lazy bug. It's morning, why don't you get up? Mi Mayan woke up, and her beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned. She rarely stayed in bed before, but recently she has been staying in bed almost every morning. It's all her husband's fault. She opened her eyes with difficulty. When she saw her husband, Yi Mayan's eyes were fixed and couldn't be moved away, as if she saw a delicious meal. Chen Feng noticed his wife's strange look. Why is my wife looking at me like this, with a greedy look on her face? Husband, did you have a beauty treatment? No. Really not? Yi Mayan didn't believe it, and moved closer and closer to take a closer look. In her eyes, her husband had changed. His facial features were the same as before, but he was very handsome and more charming. A charm that made her unable to extricate herself. So Yi Mayan was late for work today. The phone rang, and the caller ID showed Wei Hui. Chen Feng answered. Brother Chen, there is a business reception tonight. I wonder if you are interested in attending. Business cocktail party? Yes, there are many business people attending, and we can expand our network, Wei Hui said. Chen Feng naturally knew that, to be honest, he was not very interested in attending cocktail parties and socializing. But expanding his network is a good thing, and it is exactly what he needs. After thinking about it, Chen Feng did not immediately agree, nor did he refuse. He asked in detail about the business cocktail party. Brother Chen, I look forward to your coming and introduce you to some friends. Brother Wei, you are polite. You are welcome. The call ended. After that, Chen Feng came to the president's office of Chuanhao International. It happened that Yi Mayan and Pan Rong were both in the office. He told them about the cocktail party. I know about this cocktail party. Chuanhao International has also been invited and is going to attend it. Pan Rong said. Well, let's attend it. Chen Feng made the decision. That night, Donghai City, AF. 5-star hotel. The magnificent hall was full of well-dressed successful people, both men and women. A large buffet, everything you can expect. The waiter was holding a silver tray with drinks on it, walking around and asking if they wanted to drink. Many guests were holding exquisite wine glasses in their hands, and they would clink glasses and take a sip from time to time, chatting happily. The atmosphere was very good. When He Shui, dressed in a gorgeous outfit, appeared at the cocktail party, she attracted a lot of attention. She was wearing a bright red dress, a v-neck, a shallow cleavage, and her long hair was tied into a braid and hung down from her left shoulder, dignified and elegant. Invited by Sun Chen, He Shui was his female companion tonight to attend this business cocktail party. He Shui was happy and satisfied with her vanity when she noticed the amazing looks from everyone. He Shui walked into the cocktail party with a leisurely pace, and as she walked forward, she attracted more and more attention. Everyone turned their heads to look at her, and their eyes gradually changed from ordinary at the beginning to amazing, and they were very curious about He Shui's identity. Whose eldest daughter is this? Although the He family runs a company and has a certain reputation in the business circle of Donghai City, each circle has upper, middle, and lower levels. In the upper circle of the business world, the He family is nothing. Many people who attended the cocktail party tonight were from the upper class. Even though He Shui is now the vice president of Jianwei Company, her status is different, but there are still few people who know He Shui. And those who know He Shui can't help but think, although the Yi family is not that good, The women in the Yi family are outstanding. Someone looked at He Shui's male companion Sun Chen and recognized him as the general manager of Xinghong Group and the young master of the Sun family. It seems that the Yi family has climbed up the high branch of Xinghong Group, and the Yi family will definitely be able to move up in the future. As a male companion, Sun Chen is proud of it at this moment.
It is indeed right to let He Shui be his female companion. It is very face-saving. Clothes make the man, and horses make the saddle. How can a man show his success? Naturally, there is an outstanding woman around him to set off. Hello, Mr. Sun, is this your girlfriend? She is so beautiful. Someone came over and greeted him. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, but in front of Sun Chen, who was in his 20s, he was very humble and bowed slightly. This is the influence of status. Businessmen are realistic and never respect each other because of age. Only those who have more money and ability will be respected. He Shui saw that Sun Chen was respected. As a female companion, she was naturally in a good mood, but the other parties seemed to have misunderstood. Yes, this is my girlfriend, He Shui, the vice president of Jianwei Company.
Sun Chen said happily.
Hearing this, He Shui frowned slightly, a little unhappy, and didn't like misunderstandings. Sorry, I'm just Mr. Sun's female companion tonight, not a girlfriend. Is that so?
The other party looked at Sun Chen with strange eyes, and didn't say much.
Sun Chen was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, some people came over one after another, holding up their glasses and toasting Sun Chen and He Shui, which resolved the embarrassment. Mr. Sun, your female companion is so beautiful. Thank you.
Sun Chen and He Shui have become the protagonists of the small circle. He Shui responded very politely, always smiling, and won a lot of favor. With the bonus of the identity of a beautiful female president, she is like the heroine of this cocktail party. He Shui was very glad that it was the right choice to attend the cocktail party tonight.
She met many bosses and expanded her network. It was very helpful for the development of Jianwei Company. Boss Sun, who are those people over there? He Shui noticed that in the corner of the hall, there were several middle-aged people gathered together, very leisurely, talking and laughing, and toasting. Although there were few people in the corner, the temperament of several people was detached, not like ordinary bosses. Many guests were secretly observing several people, paying close attention. Sun Chen said, "Those people are all the top bosses of this cocktail party. Did you see the middle-aged man with a short beard? He is the chairman and president of Qingfeng Group, Wei Hui." He Shui blurted out, "Qingfeng Group with a market value of nearly 10 billion?
Sun Chen nodded, "Yes, the few people with Boss Wei are all bosses of the same level, with assets of 5 billion. When several big guys get together, ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to go over and say hello." He Shui nodded in agreement.
Although she wanted to go over and meet
some big guys, the level difference was too big. If she went over to say hello rashly, not only would she not be able to please them, but it would also easily leave a bad impression. The hall suddenly became quiet.
Many people looked towards the elevator, their eyes showing amazement. He Shui followed everyone's gaze and was very surprised when she saw the two people coming. Xiao Feng, Chen Feng and Yi Mian walked out of the elevator and came to the cocktail party.
In order to attend this cocktail party, both of them dressed up specially, wearing a suit and an evening gown respectively. The man was majestic. The woman was graceful. The two of them walking together were a perfect match made in heaven.
Noticing that everyone was looking at them, they didn't care.
They walked hand in hand and walked towards the crowd in the center of the cocktail party. Pan Rong also came, but she was not as dazzling as the two of them and did not receive much attention. The appearance of the two people made the cocktail party quiet down. After a moment of silence, there were scattered discussions.
Who are those two people? Which company do they represent? I don't know. They can't be celebrities. Maybe. I haven't paid attention to entertainment for a long time. It's not surprising that there are new people. They are really a golden boy and a jade girl. They asked each other and wanted to know the origins of the two people, but no one knew. It was very surprising. The business circle of Donghai City is not small or big. As long as they are important, someone will definitely know them. Could it be that the two people are not from the business circle at all? It is not impossible that they went to the wrong place. The hotel is very large. There may be several cocktail parties held at the same time in one night. Some fools may go to the wrong place. Maybe the two are newcomers in the entertainment industry and came to the wrong cocktail party in the business circle. It is not impossible. Of course, there will be people who eat and drink for free occasionally. As long as they are thick-skinned, they can still get in.
Even if there are waiters guarding the elevator entrance, asking about the origin, checking the invitation letter, and confirming whether they are invited guests, it is still difficult to completely prevent people from getting in. After all, we can't always ask all the guests and check the invitations. This is very rude and will make the guests feel uncomfortable. They will think that they look like a sly person and don't look like a guest. They have to catch him and ask him. Generally, as long as the person is well dressed and has a good temperament, the waiter will not ask. In fact, there are very few people who eat for free. Most of them are beautiful women who sneak in to catch rich men. Although such people are shameful, even if they are discovered, it won't matter. At most, they will be driven out and lose face. The two people should not have sneaked in. You can tell from their dress and temperament that they are not ordinary people. Everyone stopped staring at them. Those who can attend this cocktail party tonight are all successful people. Naturally, their quality is not bad. They have gradually retracted their eyes. However, there are still some people who can't look away. Most of them are girls. Some of their burning eyes fall on Chen Feng. Chen Feng, wearing a brioni suit, has a straight body, a wasp waist and a monkey arm. He is very handsome. And not only is he handsome, he also has an elegant and charming temperament, which can easily make little girls' hearts flutter. Compared with Chen Feng, the popular young handsome men nowadays are also dwarfed. Brioni is a famous men's clothing brand in the country, but the suits of this brand are not fashionable compared with those of Versace and Gucci. Brioni's designs are mature and stable, and look old-fashioned, not suitable for young people. However, the dark blue Brioni suit looks good on Chen Feng, and it also highlights his elegance and maturity. He is like an aristocratic gentleman. The more you look at him, the more you like him. Humph. Sensing the burning gazes of the girls, Yi Mayan got jealous and held her husband's arm even harder, leaning against him. Stand up big and declare sovereignty. If I had known earlier, I would not have dressed my husband so well, and I would have caught the eyes of these crazy fans for nothing. I should have hidden my husband. In fact, let alone these crazy fans, Yi Mayan herself is no exception. Facing Chen Feng now, it is too easy to be crazy. Thinking back to not long ago, in Brioni's store, when her husband came out of the dressing room wearing a suit, Yi Mayan's eyes were straight, and she almost couldn't help but pounce on him like she did in the morning and kill him on the spot. If it wasn't in a public place, Yi Mayan might really do it. Yi Mayan suddenly yawned. She was too tired, not because of work, but because she had been plowing the fields continuously last night and in the morning, and she couldn't cover it up. She plowed the fields too much. It was all her husband's fault. She had to put on makeup and thicken the foundation to cover her dark circles. On the other hand, her husband was fine and still energetic, and Yi Mayan was a little unbalanced. If she didn't know, she would have thought her husband had taken medicine. Why did he plow the fields every day, as if nothing had happened? This wastes strength. Yi Mayan didn't know what she remembered. Her face flushed. Xiaofeng, Xiaoyan, why are you here? He Shuwei looked at the two people who appeared here. Incredible. Tonight's business reception is very high-end, and the attendees are either rich or noble. Logically speaking, the two are not qualified to attend. Did the two come to the wrong place? It's possible, but based on He Shui's understanding of the two, it's unlikely. He Shui is feeling mixed emotions at the moment, because the two replaced her and became the focus of the whole audience after they appeared. Yi Mayan's dress tonight is very outstanding, wearing a black evening dress with a slender waist, which sets off her hot and perfect figure. Yi Mayan once wore this black evening dress at the engagement ceremony. Although she wore it again, it was still stunning. The black color sets off Yi Mayan's cold and elegant temperament. In addition, Yi Mayan put on light makeup tonight, which made her look much more noble and cold than the night of the engagement ceremony. Whether it's beauty or temperament, they are firmly on He Shui's head. Those eyes that were originally focused on He Shui are now all snatched away. He Shui bit her silver teeth lightly, a little unwilling. Since Liang was born, why was you born? When she looked at Chen Feng again, her eyes were fascinated and could not be moved away for a while. When she saw Chen Feng appearing here just now, He Shui almost didn't recognize her ex-boyfriend. Chen Feng was dressed very outstandingly tonight. He seemed to be interpreting what a perfect man is. The man on the road is like jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. Seeing Chen Feng like this, He Shui suddenly regretted it. Maybe she shouldn't have broken up at the beginning? When she looked at Yi Mayan again, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Isn't that your ex-boyfriend and bestie? Are they also attending the cocktail party? Sun Chen had met the two of them once in a couple's restaurant and was deeply impressed. It was surprising to recognize the two now. Isn't Chen Feng the owner of the barbecue restaurant? How can he be qualified to attend the cocktail party tonight? He didn't sneak in. Maybe, I don't know. He Shuai said perfunctorily. She was also very curious about why the two appeared here.
The two had already discovered He Shuai in the crowd.
Her red dress was really eye-catching. Although they were surprised, they didn't plan to say hello and just glanced at her.
Like a stranger,
Sun Chen began to ask people around him if they knew Chen Feng and Yi Mayan, trying to figure out whether the two were invited or sneaked in.
If they were invited, what were their identities?
Sun Chen had a good network of contacts, and many people were curious about the identities of the two.
After much inquiry, it didn't take long for the answer to come out from Pan Rong's small circle. Xiaoxue, when did your best friend become the president of Chuanghao International? Sun Chen asked in surprise.
He Shuai was even more surprised than him.
Chuanghao International, this is a big company with a market value of 2 billion.
No, recently due to the changes in the senior management of Chuanghao International, investors are generally optimistic, and the market value has increased.
Now the market value of Chuanghao International should be around 24 billion. Yi Mayan is actually the new president of Chuanghao International. Isn't she the manager of Chuanghao International?
In just a few days, she became the president.
How is this possible?
He Shuai just felt that the world suddenly began to become magical. She knew very well what her best friend's background was. She was born in a handshake building and climbed up from the rotten fish and shrimp.
How could she get to the top of the circle without any background? Subverting common sense.
He Shuai herself is just the vice president of a company with a market value of hundreds of millions. He Shuai has always been proud of her identity and family background, which can make her feel superior in front of Yi Mayan. But this sense of superiority, the only advantage, is now gone. Whether it is appearance, temperament, background, or the identity of a beautiful president, they all lost to Yi Mayan, and all lost.
Sun Chen, you lied to me, right? How could Yi Mayan be the president of Chuanghao International?
She is just a manager.
Did you hear it wrong?
Facing the somewhat hysterical He Shuai, Sun Chen frowned slightly. Although he himself did not quite believe it, this was said from Pan Rong's small circle, so it could not be false.
Who is Pan Rong?
Everyone knows that she is the general manager of Chuanghao International.
Oh.
No, now Pan Rong has been promoted and became the vice president of Chuanghao International.
It is even more impossible to be false. You didn't hear it wrong. The gap between manager and president is so big, how could you make a mistake?
Also, you may not have noticed that Pan Rong actually appeared with the two people, but Pan Rong stood behind, and the status of the two people was clearly higher than hers.
Sun Chen analyzed.
He Shuai could only accept this reality helplessly, like eating a raw lemon, very sour.
How did Yi Mayan become the president of Chuanghao International?
This should be impossible.
Maybe there is help from a noble person.
Hearing Sun Chen's words, He Shuai's mind was like lightning, and she remembered the scene she saw at the entrance of Feng Wangju community yesterday, sitting in the co-pilot seat of the Mercedes-Benz S, a woman who was suspected to be Yi Mayan.
Could it really be Yi Mayan? Why would she sit in a Mercedes-Benz S and enter Feng Wangju with a strange man? No. It shouldn't be possible.
Yi Mayan is not a vain woman, otherwise she would not have been with Chen Feng after the Chen family went bankrupt.
With Yi Mayan's conditions, there are obviously more and better choices. But if it wasn't the case, how did Yi Mayan become the president? Yi Mayan attended the cocktail party as the president of Chuanghao International, so what identity did Chen Feng have to attend this cocktail party?
Although Chen Feng has 4 shops on Jiahong Street, a net worth of tens of millions, and a barbecue restaurant has become a franchise store, he is not qualified to attend this cocktail party tonight. He Shuai's mind turned over and over, but she still couldn't figure it out.
At the same time, everyone at the cocktail party already knew Yi Mayan's identity.
She was a beautiful president and very attractive.
People came up one after another and took the initiative to greet her.
Pan Rong also brought her acquaintances over and introduced them to Yi Mayan. Zhou Mingshan, CEO of Changdal Company, and Wu Rou, boss of Shengshire Beauty, who I had met before, were also present. In a blink of an eye, the two of them formed the largest circle at the cocktail party. The stars are all around the moon.
Let's go over and say hello.
Well, the market value of Chuanghao International is still rising, and it's good to get familiar with the new president.
Boss son, I'll take my leave for a while. I'll take my leave too.
Several people who were originally around Sun Chen and He Shuai said goodbye one after another and walked towards Yi Mayan. He Shuai looked at the scene in front of her, pursed her lips slightly, and was unwilling again.
Is she not as good as Yi Mayan? What identity did Chen Feng attend the cocktail party with?
I don't know, it seems that he is just Yi Mayan's male companion.
Fortunately, if Chen Feng also becomes a big shot and rises again, how can Ishuai feel? It's a complete slap in the face. Although Mufeng Barbecue Restaurant is now doing well, with many franchise stores and signs of rising, it is still just a small business for Ishuai. Besides, Ishuai did not stop. She would lead Jianwei Company to a higher level. She would never give Chen Feng a chance to catch up. Before attending the cocktail party, Chen Feng had told his wife, Pan Rong, not to reveal his identity as the chairman. He did not want to attract too much unnecessary attention. Anyway, Chuanhao International had been handed over to his wife to manage, and Chen Feng was determined to be a hands-off boss, so he simply did not reveal his identity. For those who were curious about Chen Feng's identity, he used Yi Mayan's identity as a male companion to perfunctorily pass it over. Soon, those who were originally interested in Chen Feng, after learning that Chen Feng was not a big shot, gradually lost interest and focused their attention on Yi Mayan. He wanted to have a good relationship with the president of Chuanhao International. Although Yi Mayan was the first time to socialize at a business cocktail party, as a top student, she learned quickly and soon coped with it with ease. She also met a lot of people. Brother Chen. Wei Hui came with a glass of wine, followed by several people, all big bosses. The people around the two were shocked that the boss actually came to greet them personally. After looking at each other, they said goodbye and left very tactfully, not daring to disturb the boss. Wei Hui had already come close, walking like a dragon and a tiger, with a warm smile on his serious face. It was like meeting an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. Brother Chen, you are here, N. Oh, too bad, so handsome. You have become the focus of the whole audience as soon as you come. You have the style of my youth. Brother Wei, you are too kind, although I don't know how handsome you were when you were young, but it must be as good as before. The two smiled at each other, and after bragging about business, the atmosphere was harmonious. Wei Hui then introduced the people behind him to Chen Feng. Zhao Jinshan, chairman of Jintang Foreign Trade Company. Xin Su, chairman of Xinxiao Construction Group. Kong Zhang, president of Yingchang Chain Supermarket. They are all big bosses with a net worth of billions. Chen Feng did not dare to neglect them and reached out to shake hands with them one by one. The big bosses did not rely on their status and were very polite, like a spring breeze. Although the people introduced by Lao Wei were very young, they were definitely not ordinary people. Would you like a drink? A waiter came over with a silver tray. Chen Feng saw that everyone at the party had a glass of wine in their hands, and he was already tempted. He immediately followed the local customs and took 2 cocktails from the waiter's silver tray. He handed one of the cocktails to his wife. Yi Mayan took the cocktail, with a subtle smile on her face, elegant and noble. Wei Hui and the others looked at the noble and cold Yi Mayan and nodded secretly. A successful man must have an excellent woman to complement him, and Yi Mayan is undoubtedly an excellent woman. When they looked at Chen Feng again, their eyes could not help but reveal their approval. Brother Chen, toast to you. One toast. You are welcome. Several people handed out their wineglasses and clinked them gently, making a melodious clinking sound. They all took a sip and stopped after a taste. We heard from Old Wei that Mr. Chen is very skillful. He took over 51% of the shares of Chuanhao International without anyone noticing, drove Zhou Hao out of the company, and turned his hand to make clouds and rain. Brother Wei is exaggerating. If the other party had not violated the rules of the industry, how could I have caught him by the tail? Mr. Chen, don't be modest. Chen Feng's modesty not only did not make Zhao Jinshan, Xin Su, Kong Zhang and others look down on him, but instead looked up to him. Only people who have no ability like to bluff. People who are truly capable are always modest. Here are my business cards. Let's get to know each other again. Chen Feng took out several business cards from his pocket and handed them out. After deciding to attend the cocktail party tonight, he asked someone to prepare business cards and prepare to send them out. Mu Feng Company? So Mr. Chen has his own company. It's just starting out, and everything is difficult at the beginning. We still need a few bosses to take care of us. No problem, just tell me if you need anything. Brother Wei will protect you. Count me in. Thank you. If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Chen like Brother Wei. Okay. Chen Feng spoke appropriately, and was always neither humble nor arrogant. He was elegant and calm, and successfully won the favor and respect of Zhao Jinshan and others. A young man in his 20s could talk to these big guys so calmly and calmly. This mentality is rare, and he is a person who can do great things. After talking, they learned that Mufeng Barbecue and Mufeng Herbal Jelly were both products of Chen Feng's company, and they looked at Chen Feng with even more appreciation. Because these two products are so popular, even they have heard of them. Especially the burning grass jelly, which has become popular after being promoted by Tuyue Society not long ago.
It is said to have beauty effects and is very popular among girls.
Zhao Jinshan's wife accidentally saw Mu Feng's burning grass jelly while watching short videos.
She wanted to try a cup and sent her subordinates to buy it, but it was sold out when she arrived.
It is said that there are hundreds of people queuing up.
If you want to buy Mu Feng's burning grass jelly, you have to queue for at least an hour. So Mrs. Zhao wants to drink burning grass jelly.
No problem, I'll have someone deliver it to your house tomorrow. Thank you. It's easy to get something from someone.
Zhao Jinshan naturally wants to return the favor after getting Chen Feng's benefits, saying that he can tell her if he needs any help. He is very generous, as if he is willing to help with anything big.
Of course, Chen Feng will not take it seriously, it's just a polite remark.
Giving the other party a few cups of burning grass jelly is like expecting the other party to do you a big favor. There is no such cheap thing in the world. However, Zhao Jinshan is the chairman of Jintang Foreign Trade Company and is engaged in foreign trade business.
Maybe he will have a chance to help Chen Feng in the future. Remember it secretly.
Don't look at Mr. Chen's young age, he is
so an investment master.
Pan Rong suddenly said. Wei Hui and the others were all surprised and asked what kind of investment Chen Feng made. It's just a small investment, which won't catch the eye of the CEOs. Chen Feng said modestly.
It's not small at all. Mr. Chen is shorting Tesla. Pan Rong immediately broke the news.
When talking about this, Pan Rong was a little smug. Although the shorting of Tesla has not ended, the stock price of Tesla has indeed fallen. Money has definitely been made, but I don't know how much.
Pan Rong invested 20 million.
At the beginning, she was uneasy about the gamble of taking out all her assets, but now she is as stable as an old dog and is very happy. She has a premonition that her assets can be increased by at least 20%. Wei Hui, Zhao Jinshan and others were surprised to hear that Chen Feng was shorting Tesla. This young man is not simple, he can get along. They are all big guys, so they naturally pay attention to market changes at all times and know that the stock price of Tesla has plummeted recently. Although the cause of the sharp drop in the stock price of Tesla was the result of Mark Wurm's own death and nonsense, not the attack of capital. However, Chen Feng's chance to short Tesla was also a stroke of genius. Although there was a lot of luck involved, success is success. In the business world, as long as you succeed, no one will care whether you are lucky or have real ability. And failure, no matter what the reason, is also a loser and is not respected.
Wei Hui and others admire Chen Feng's youth and promise. Chen Feng was calm and never humble.
Yi Mayan always held her husband's arm, kept an elegant smile, listened to everyone's words, but never spoke, and did her duty as a gentle and virtuous wife, not stealing the limelight from her husband. Sun Chen and He Shuai were not far away, watching Chen Feng chatting and laughing with a group of big men. Their eyes were full of envy. I really want to replace Chen Feng's position.
Why can he chat and laugh with President Wei and others? President Sun, how about we go over and say hello to President Wei and others?
He Shuai suggested.
Sun Chen thought this was a good idea. Chen Feng was just Yi Mayan's male companion.
He had no background, but he was also treated with courtesy by President Wei and others. Sun Chen is the general manager of Xinghong Group and the young master of the Sun family. His status is much higher than Chen Feng, so he must be treated more politely.
Okay, let's go over and say hello. Sun Chen made up his mind and took He Shuai over to say hello.
On the way, he called the waiter and brought 2 glasses of wine. Soon he came to Mr. Wei and his friends. Mr. Wei, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Shin, Mr. Kong, it's an honor to meet you here. I am Sun Chen, the general manager of Xinghong Group, and this is my female companion He Shuai, the vice president of Jianwei Company. Mr. Wei and his friends, who were chatting and laughing, stopped talking because of the uninvited guests. He looked at Sun Chen and He Shuai expressionlessly. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet.
Sun Chen noticed something was wrong. Can't you see we are talking? Is it polite to come and disturb us at this time?
Wei Hui asked majestically. Sun Chen was very embarrassed and knew that he had done something wrong. Sorry, I disturbed you.
You know you are disturbing me, but why don't you leave? Sun Chen could only leave with He Shuai in disgrace.
This change was seen by all the guests at the cocktail party, and there was no lack of ridicule. Many people wanted to greet Mr. Wei and his team and build relationships with them, but everyone knew their own limitations and did not dare to interrupt the conversation and embarrass themselves. I didn't expect someone to be so tactless and go looking for trouble. As expected, he got nothing but a cold shoulder.
Asking for a hammer, he got a hammer.
Sensing everyone's sarcastic looks, He Shuai now just wants to find a hole to hide in, feeling ashamed.
Xiao Feng.
He Shuai was unwilling to leave in such a dejected manner, becoming a laughingstock of everyone. She stopped and looked at the 2 people. She hoped that the two people could speak for her and save her face. It would be even better if she could join the circle and get close to Mr. Wei and others. However, Chen Feng and Yi Mayan seemed to not know He Shuai at all, and glanced at her casually without paying attention. She turned a blind eye to He Shuai's hopeful eyes. Seeing this, He Shuai felt very aggrieved and disappointed.
Xiao Feng, do you hate me so much? Even if they broke up, is it difficult to say something for her?
He Shuai asked herself that she had never let Chen Feng down when they were dating, and they were deeply in love with each other, so why was he so ruthless to her? If Chen Feng heard He Shuai's inner monologue, he would definitely refute her. She had never let Chen Feng
down, and they were deeply in love with each other?
Maybe it was true, but she seemed to have forgotten who had paid the most when they were dating, and who was the most hurt when they broke up. She turned a blind eye to Chen Feng's past efforts. Once, He Shuai wanted to watch the sunrise at Xishan, but she didn't want to wait for the sunrise. It was Chen Feng who watched the sky on a cold night, while He Shuai slept warmly in the tent. It was cloudy that day, and the sunrise time was much later than usual.
Chen Feng waited until sunrise before waking He Shuai up.
During the cold, he rubbed his hands countless times.
There were countless such things during their relationship. After paying so much, what did they get in the end? The past is unbearable to recall.
When you think about it, you will suddenly realize how cheap and licking dog you are.
Chen Feng may not hate He Shuai's ruthlessness, but he will never forgive her.
After all, he is not a saint. If He Shuai had not regretted the engagement at the engagement ceremony, the He family would have been willing to help, and perhaps the Chen family would not have to go bankrupt. But there is no if in this world.
Since you have made a choice, you should pay the price for it.
You choose your own way, and no one forces you.
Xiao Xue, let's go.
Sun Shen saw He Shuai stop, took her hand, and urged her to leave.
If they don't leave quickly and upset Mr. Wei, they will be in trouble.
It's not just a matter of showing displeasure, they will have to bear the consequences.
With one word from the boss, Sun Chen's position as general manager will be unstable.
He Shuai lowered her head and silently let Sun Chen lead her away. Although they walked away, they still keenly noticed that the guests at the cocktail party would still look at them with sarcastic eyes. The people who surrounded them and flattered them before have all dispersed, as if they were ashamed to be with them.
Sun Chen's expression was ugly.
He was embarrassed tonight.
He couldn't stay here any longer, so he took He Shuai into the elevator and left the cocktail party. I'm embarrassed.
I just hope that Mr. Wei and his friends will be magnanimous and not care about it anymore, otherwise it will be very troublesome.
Sun Chen said with some fear. He was reckless this time.
He shouldn't have disturbed Mr. Wei and his friends rashly. So many people at the cocktail party didn't take any action, but he took action and made a fool of himself. If Sun Chen had not seen Chen Feng chatting and laughing with President Wei and the others, causing him to misunderstand and think that President Wei and the others were easy to talk to, he would never have done such a self-humiliating behavior.
Chen Feng is just the owner of a barbecue restaurant. Why does he get such treatment? Is it because he has a CEO wife?
Humph, a guy who relies on women to get to the top, a pretty boy. Sun Chen said indignantly, taking his anger out on Chen Feng. He Shuai found that Sun Chen was still holding her hand, frowned slightly, and looked disgusted. Taking the action of opening her bag, she pulled her hand back unnoticeably.
I'm sorry, it's all my fault.
I suggested to say hello to President Wei and the others, but in the end.
Xiao Xue, don't feel guilty. This has nothing to do with you. It was my decision, and I also embarrassed you. Thank you, President Sun, you are so magnanimous. It would be great if someone could be as magnanimous as you. Sun Chen's originally depressed mood improved a lot after listening to He Shuai's soft voice. I've already told you not to call him Mr. Sunday. It's too formal. Just call him by his name or Brother Chen. Yeah. He Shuai asked herself, why can Chen Feng chat and laugh with Mr. Wei and the others? Is it really because of Yi Mayan? Sun Chen said as a matter of course, apart from this, is there any other reason? Could it be that Chen Feng is still a hidden boss? How is that possible? He Shuai thought about it and thought it made sense.
The two of them were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. She knew Chen Feng's background best.
The Chen family has gone bankrupt.
Even if they still have some connections, they can't get in touch with a boss of Wei Hui's level.
I really can't think of any other reason. Ding!
The elevator has arrived at the parking lot on the first underground floor, where Sun Chen's Audi R8 is parked.
Xiao Xue, why don't we find a place to continue the meal?
I know there's a hotel nearby with a great environment.
Sorry, it's getting late. I need to go home, otherwise my parents will be worried. Okay, I'll take you home. Thank you. The two got into the Audi R8.
Although Sun Chen had drunk alcohol, it was low alcohol and did not affect his driving. He Shui suddenly noticed the black Mercedes-Benz S parked not far away and recognized the license plate. It was the car that took Yi Mayan into Feng Wangju yesterday. There was no mistake. After thinking about it, He Shui picked up her phone and sent a message to Chen Feng on WeChat. After waiting for a while, there was no reply. The cocktail party was over.
Chen Feng, Yi Mayan went home.
Because she couldn't drive after drinking, she found a designated driver.
Everyone is responsible for refusing to drink and drive. The two sat in the back seat.
Yi Mayan leaned on her husband with a drunken look, enjoying the quiet ride with her soft shoulders.
WeChat message? Chen Feng found that there was a message on WeChat.
It seemed to have been a while, but he didn't notice it at the cocktail party just now. Clicking on the WeChat message, it was sent by He Shui. Xiaofeng, I know you hate me, so you didn't help me out at the party just now.
I don't blame you, really, you don't have to mind it.
There's something I didn't want to tell you, but after thinking about it, I think you have the right to know, and I hope you're mentally prepared. Yi Mayan may have betrayed you and gotten together with another man, don't be deceived by her.
Yi Mayan betrayed me?
Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, his expression was solemn. Naturally, he would not believe what He Shui said, and she said it was possible, not certain, he just thought it was ridiculous.
Chen Feng trusted his wife 100%, and recently the two of them were like candy beans, always sticking together, and he would pick him up and drop him off at get off work. His wife had no chance to get in touch with other men, so how could they get along? What did He Shui mean by this? Was she jealous of him and deliberately trying to sow discord between them?
What a despicable trick. Chen Feng tapped his fingers on the 9-square grid and sent it.
How do you know Xiaoyan betrayed me? Do you have evidence?
I saw with my own eyes that Yi Mayan was with another man. I know you don't believe me, but I swear that I am telling the truth.
If it is false, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death.
He Shui replied quickly, as if she was waiting for Chen Feng's message on her phone.
So vicious? Chen Feng couldn't help but waver.
He Shui, Xiaofeng, think about it.
Yi Mayan became the manager of Chuanhao International not long after graduation, and now she is the president. Don't you think it's strange?
No matter how capable Yi Mayan is, without connections, it is impossible for her to skip levels in a large company with a market value of more than 2 billion.
There must be someone to help her.
Although Yi Mayan is my best friend, I will not hide this for her. It is very unfair to you, Xiaofeng. You have the right to know the truth, although the truth is cruel. Chen Feng didn't know how to react when he saw this news. No one knows better than Chen Feng why Yi Mayan can become the president of Chuanhao International. If He Shui thinks that Yi Mayan betrayed based on this alone, it is simply nonsense.
Have you seen Xiaoyan with another man?
Yes, just yesterday, I saw Yi Mayan sitting in the co-pilot seat of the Mercedes-Benz S and entering Feng Wangju. I saw this Mercedes-Benz S before, parked in the underground parking lot of the hotel. The adulterer may have also attended the business reception tonight. Perhaps, Xiaofeng, you know the adulterer. He Shui gave her own analysis. Seeing that Chen Feng suddenly fell silent and did not reply for a long time, He Shui mistakenly thought that Chen Feng was still digesting this bad news that was like a bolt from the blue, and he couldn't recover for a while. I thought that Xiaofeng must be suffering now, and his heart was greatly hurt and needed comfort.
No man can bear the shame of being cuckolded, and he will definitely make trouble with Yi Mayan.
Thinking of Yi Mayan's noble and cold image at the reception, as a female president, she was adored by the stars and ushered in the highlight of her life.
If an extramarital affair scandal broke out, wouldn't her future be ruined? The higher you stand, the harder you fall.
He Shui's mouth corners subconsciously raised a beautiful arc, looking forward to this scene, and even more looking forward to being able to stand above Yi Mayan again and suppress her. Not only to hit Yi Mayan, but also to take advantage of Chen Feng's injury to reconcile with him. Not to restore the kind of reconciliation between lovers, but to restore the friendship, not to be so stiff as it is now. If she can use Chen Feng to get in touch with President Wei and others, it will be of great benefit to Yi Shui and Jianwei Company.
Is that Mercedes-Benz S black?
After a moment of silence, Chen Feng finally replied.
Yes, it seems that Xiaofeng, you already know who the adulterer is? That's my car. He Shui was a little caught off guard. Is that black Mercedes-Benz S Chen Feng's?
Even if Chen Feng's barbecue restaurant is doing well, he doesn't have the money to buy a luxury car worth more than 1 million.
Although Chen Feng has 10 million assets, TS and cash are two different things.
I don't know how many people are worth hundreds of millions, but they may not even be able to take out tens of thousands of cash.
He must have lied to me. He didn't want me to know that he was cuckolded. He was too proud. Xiaofeng may still want to keep things quiet and doesn't want to divorce Yi Mayan.
Although Yi Mayan cheated on him, his wife hooked up with a big boss and became the president.
It's not good for anyone to get a divorce now. Xiaofeng, you disappoint me so much. You were not like this before. When did you become such a cowardly man?
Perhaps it was because the Chen family went bankrupt that Chen Feng saw through the coldness of the world, saw the reality, and knew how to endure.
Chen Feng is no longer the high-spirited young man.
The young man back then is dead, He Shui thought sadly. However, she did not intend to let Chen Feng just let this go. She had to let Chen Feng face the problem. If Chen Feng did not divorce Yi Mayan, He Shui would not get any benefits, let alone achieve the expectation of killing two birds with one stone.
Even if the Mercedes-Benz S is yours, how did you get into Feng Wangju?
I am the owner of Feng Wangju, so I can get in naturally.
Then how do you explain that Yi Mayan became the president of Chuanhao International?
I am the chairman of Chuanhao International, so I can naturally let my wife become the president.
He Shui did not want to talk anymore. Is he treating her like a fool?
In He Shui's opinion, Chen Feng had to cover his ears and steal the bell, deceiving himself.
What kind of life had he experienced to turn a person who was high-spirited back then into such a coward?
He Shui looked down on Chen Feng a little.
Xiao Feng, stop deceiving yourself. Yi Mayan has betrayed you. This is an indisputable fact.
Even if Yi Mayan is my best friend, if she did something wrong, she did something wrong. She should pay for her behavior.
Don't worry, Xiao Feng, I will help you. You are not fighting alone. Chen Feng frowned and was very unhappy when he saw the messages that He Shui kept sending.
He had already told the other party the truth. It was fine if she didn't believe it, but she kept slandering his wife.
It was unreasonable. No one would like their wife to be slandered like this. Moreover, Chen Feng was a wife-loving maniac and was already angry.
He had already broken up with He Shui.
In fact, Chen Feng didn't need to explain anything to He Shui, nor did he need her to show off her attentiveness. What is this? This is harassment. Since we broke up, we should be well. Who are you chatting with on WeChat, husband? Yi Mayan noticed her husband's strangeness and asked.
Chen Feng didn't hide it and handed the phone to his wife.
After seeing it, Yi Mayan's face quickly turned pale and she was so angry that she was heaving.
This green tea actually dared to sow discord between them and throw dirty water on her.
He took the phone and quickly clicked on the 9-square grid to send it.
So you knew I was your best friend, and you stabbed me in the back and said bad things about me to my husband.
You are such a good friend.
Get lost, and don't contact my husband privately anymore, or you will bear the consequences.
Green tea. Green tea? He Shui was stunned by the scolding.
No need to think, it must be the message sent by Yi Mayan who took Chen Feng's mobile phone. Her brows were slightly frowned, and she was a little angry. She had never been scolded like this before, even her parents had never scolded her, and He Shui felt wronged. It was obviously Yi Mayan who cheated first, and she had no shame, but she turned around and called her a green tea.
The evil person complained first. And Chen Feng was too stupid.
He told him so clearly, but he didn't believe the facts and didn't believe that he was wearing a green hat.
He also told Yi Mayan about this. It can be imagined that Yi Mayan would definitely refute with reason and evidence.
Chen Feng naturally believed the person next to him and would not believe her. He would also treat her as a bad woman. In the future, even if Yi Mayan cheated, she would become very cautious and would not easily reveal flaws. He Shui is not a person who will not fight back when scolded or beaten, so she typed and sent it immediately. Please add the other party as a friend before sending a message blacklisted. He Shui's eyes twitched, she held her breath, and had nowhere to vent. Chen Feng saw Yi Mayan block He Shui with his own eyes, but did not stop her. Yi Mayan had already returned the phone to her husband, her face cold, as if she was very unhappy.
Husband, is it exciting to chat with my ex-girlfriend on WeChat behind my back? Yi Mayan asked with a fake smile. Chen Feng was speechless. How could she tell that he was happy? He must have seen it wrong. Wife, are you jealous? Are you? Yes. Husband, you haven't answered me yet. Is it exciting to chat with your ex-girlfriend on WeChat? Wife, you are really jealous.
Don't try to change the subject, be careful of the family punishment.
Yi Mayan puffed up her puffer noodles, very unhappy.
Chen Feng reached out and pinched Yi Mayan's small nose tip, and pinched it again. It was very soft and elastic, pure and natural without adding preservatives.
Humph.
Yi Mayan hummed to express her dissatisfaction, but did not stop her husband's actions, letting him go.
After the small punishment, Chen Feng had already let go. Don't be jealous, my wife. I can smell the sour smell.
Talking to your ex-girlfriend on WeChat is not as exciting as talking to your wife on WeChat.
You are so smooth-talking. I will punish you at home. I have paid the public grain for the past few days. Chen Feng smiled. His wife is good in everything except that she is addicted to fighting. She is obviously a scumbag, but she insists on showing off. If you are late for work tomorrow, you can't blame him. The designated driver seemed to have blocked his ears and couldn't hear anything. He remained silent throughout the whole process. When the two finished their conversation, they just drove into Feng Wangju. The next day, Yi Mian was 2 hours late for work. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 acres of industrial land. Ding. Successfully signed in for a week in a row. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a big gift package. Time flies. Another week of big gifts has arrived. Chen Feng said, open the big gift package. The big gift package was successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 million. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a business opportunity information. Only 2 prizes? This time the gift package is a bit watery. It seems that the gift package does not always have 3 prizes. It depends on luck. Chen Feng was not dissatisfied. He should be content if he got a bargain. I don't know what the business opportunity information is this time. This week, the nickel price of the foreign metal exchange LME was shorted by international capital. It first soared and then plummeted, affecting the entire international market. As a developing country, Longhua has a large number of nickel-related industries, such as steel and lithium batteries, so it was the first to be affected. This incident was called the Demon Nickel Incident by the industry. Chen Feng read the information and looked thoughtful. The international capital's move was indeed extraordinary, and even Longhua's manufacturing industry was affected. Since the birth of finance, capitalists have been constantly using the capital weapons in their hands to launch financial wars without blood and smoke. International hot money, like a group of piranhas, shuttles around. As long as they smell blood, they will launch an offensive and continue to stir up trouble. The more famous one is George Soros. Small developing countries are most vulnerable to financial shocks. If they can hold on, their currencies will depreciate rapidly and never recover. Such cases have happened many times. Back then, Xiangang was attacked by hot money led by Soros, and the financial sector almost collapsed. Fortunately, with the support of the motherland, they finally repelled this group of hot money and turned danger into safety. Mufeng Company. In the trading room on a certain floor, shorting Tesla has entered the final stage. Chen Feng came to take charge in person, just in case. Sitting in the back, watching several traders operate with ease. According to the business opportunity information, Tesla's stock price will soon begin to rebound and rise. Buying low-price stocks now is just right to repay the short selling. This time, due to Mark Chang's inappropriate remarks, Tesla's stock price plummeted. In addition to Chen Feng's short selling, many capitals with a keen sense of smell also joined in. The stock price of Tesla fell again and again. The transaction in the trading room finally ended, and the noise calmed down. Boss, you have fulfilled your mission. This time the profit is as high as 341%. Su Lianqing said excitedly. After working as a trader for so many years, this is the first time I have encountered such a big deal as this one, with 11 billion in ammunition, and shorting a super large company like Tesla. It feels so good. I can brag about it for a while. Chen Feng's mouth curled slightly. The return of 341% seems to be much lower than the return from buying real estate and buying coins in the past. But the investment amount this time is incomparable to the past, and the actual profit is more than 370 million. Very good, your bonus is in place. Thank you, boss, the boss is domineering. Su Lianqing and others showed a simple smile, and their fatigue seemed to disappear in an instant. Strike while the iron is hot, Chen Feng continued to give instructions, as king them to buy a large amount of nickel in foreign LME exchanges. Work hard, and there will be bonuses. Although they don't think there is anything good to do with nickel, after seeing the boss's ability, Su Lianqing and others have been convinced. Besides, as long as there is a bonus, the boss says it. See Hai Restaurant. Chen Feng asked Pan Rong, Zhou Mingshan, and Wu Rou, 3 investors, to come out. Congratulations to the 3 of you. This time, shorting Tesla was very successful, with a profit of up to 25%. The return is as high as 25%, which is indeed a very high return. For general investment managers, it is already amazing to achieve a return of 10%, and they are regarded as the god of wealth by investors. Not to mention a 25% return. Chen Feng is the god of wealth himself. However, when Zhou Mingshan and Wu Rou learned the good news, they were not happy, but their mood was not very good. They felt regretful. The investment was too small.
If they had known that the return would be so high, so stable, and so fast, they would have gotten the money in just over a week. They said that they would never invest so little, and they had to invest all their assets. Zhou and Wu did not trust Chen Feng very much at the beginning. After all, Chen Feng was too young, inexperienced, and unreliable. If it were not for Pan Rong as a guarantor, the two would not consider investing at all. Therefore, the two invested not much, both 2 million. With a return of 25%, the two made 500,000 from this investment. The commission is based on the market price, 20% of the profit is deducted, and the fund management fee is waived.
This has been discussed before. Do you have any objections? No.
500,000 yuan of profit, minus 20% commission, that is, 100,000 yuan. Although the commission is high, after all, 400,000 yuan is earned, which is still a big profit. You don't have to pay Mr. Pan's commission, just think of it as a work bonus.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Keep working hard.
Sure. Pan Rong smiled happily. Zhou and Wu were both envious and eager.
Pan Rong invested 20 million and didn't have to pay commission. She made a lot of money. But Pan Rong is Chen Feng's employee, with employee benefits, so she can't envy this. Pan Rong made a big profit of 5 million yuan from this investment, which is the same as the annual salary of the vice president. Zhou Mingshan and Wu Rou only knew that Chen Feng was the big boss behind Shuanghao International at the cocktail party last night. They didn't recognize the great man. They actually suspected Chen Feng before. Chen Feng was willing to help them make a fortune, so they should be happy.
Moreover, Chen Feng had a good relationship with big guys like Wei Hui, and they drank and chatted with each other at the cocktail party. Only big guys can make friends with big guys. The two couldn't help but recall that when they were Chen Feng's age, they were still worried about finding a job, but Chen Feng had already achieved financial freedom and became a big guy.
What a difference! The attitude towards Chen Feng became more respectful. Mr. Chen, do you have any investment projects? Pan Rong asked.
Yes,
I want to invest in nickel in foreign exchanges recently. Are you interested? Chen Feng asked everyone. Before Pan Rong could speak, Zhou Mingshan and Wu Rou had already rushed to say, I'm interested.
Only fools would not invest in investments that are guaranteed to make money.
I don't even need to take out the profits from my principal.
I'll invest another 30 million.
Me too, another 30 million.
Making money can make people addicted, and making money without risk is even more addictive.
Once you have tasted the sweetness, you can't stop. Mr. Chen, can I get some friends to come over and invest together?
Sure, but the minimum investment amount is 10 million, with a 20% commission.
No problem, my friends will definitely be interested.
Chen Feng saw the two people's attentive performance and nodded with satisfaction.
It seems that setting up a private equity fund is imperative.
There are already traders, so it is not difficult to do it.
After Chen Feng returned to Mufeng Company, he called Lawyer Su.
The company had just started, and there was not much legal work.
Lawyer Su was very clear about the company's affairs, so the more capable the better. Lawyer Su was very honored to become Mufeng Company's part-time housekeeper, doing everything.
Seeing that Chen Feng was willing to pay more, Lawyer Su had no objection.
Pa!
Chen Feng sat in the boss chair and pushed a contract in front of Lawyer Su. I have a contract for 500 acres of industrial land. Lawyer Su, please arrange it and build a factory to create a production line for Mufeng hair growth water.
After that, depending on the sales situation, consider adding a factory and adding production lines. Although Mufeng Company has an office building, the factory has not yet caught up. Mufeng Hair GR.
Oathwater has already started production, but it is currently renting someone else's factory, and the production efficiency is not ideal. It is necessary to build its own factory as soon as possible. It can be foreseen that when Mufeng hair growth water is launched on the market, it will definitely be in short supply, so it is necessary to prepare for a rainy day.
I'll go and handle it right away.
Lawyer Su has already picked up the land property rights contract.
His eyes under the glasses quickly scanned it and confirmed that it was correct. 500 acres of industrial land just outside Donghai City, convenient transportation, and good geographical location. It is a good location for building a factory. An old building community somewhere in Donghai City. The dilapidated streets, several low buildings have experienced wind and frost, full of traces of time, and the outer walls have peeled off in many places. In stark contrast to the prosperity of the urban area, it is like an abandoned place, with few people and a bit deserted. Swoosh! A brand new black Mercedes-Benz S came here and stopped.
Click, the car door opened. Chen Feng got out of the car, looked up at the old building community in front of him, and his expression showed nostalgia. The scenery is both familiar and unfamiliar, and vaguely recalls some childhood fun. When he was very young, Chen Feng used to live here, but since his father succeeded in starting a business and made money and moved into the city, he has not returned to live for more than 10 years. He only occasionally came back with his parents to visit friends, and in recent years he has not been back at all.
This is their hometown. When people leave, the tea gets cold.
It seems that there are fewer people living here. Chen Feng muttered to himself, feeling a lot. Without thinking anymore, he walked towards the community. Since the Chen family went bankrupt, his parents moved back to their hometown, and he hadn't seen them for a month. Now Chen Feng has made money and become a boss, which is considered a successful career. Naturally, he wants to return home and let his parents enjoy life.
Chen Feng has already walked into the community.
A woman wearing frog glasses and dressed up in a fancy way just happened to walk into the community.
Chen Feng glanced at her and didn't pay much attention.
He could smell the other person's perfume even though they were several meters apart. It should be cheap perfume. She sprayed a lot and the smell was a bit strong. Chen Feng was not used to it and almost wanted to sneeze, but held it back. Suddenly, he was very glad that his wife didn't have the habit of spraying cheap perfume. If he smelled the perfume made of these chemicals every day, Chen Feng felt that he would definitely get rhinitis. By the way, even if his wife didn't spray perfume, her body odor was also very good, fragrant.
Chen Feng? The woman suddenly called Chen Feng.
Chen Feng stopped and looked at her with a puzzled look. He looked at her carefully for a while but didn't recognize who she was. The woman saw Chen Feng's confusion and smiled.
You wouldn't have forgotten me, would you? Come to think of it, I've changed so much now, it's normal that you can't recognize me. Sorry, who are you? Yang Yan Yan, do you remember me? Yang Yan Yan? Chen Feng knew her, of course. She was a person of the same age who lived in the old building community, and happened to be the resident who lived opposite the Chen family. When they were young, they had a good relationship and often played together in the community yard. They were childhood sweethearts. However, since the Chen family moved away, they rarely met and their relationship became estranged. The last time they met seemed to be 4 years ago.
Although they hadn't seen each other for 4 years, there was no reason not to recognize each other, just because Yang Yan Yan had changed so much.
It was like a different person. Chen Feng looked at the gorgeous woman in front of him with surprise, and couldn't believe that she was Yang Yan Yan, the neighbor girl who lived opposite. Yang Yan Yan was not like this when she was a child.
She was slightly fat, with yellowish-black skin, and she always had short hair. When she wore boys' clothes, she looked like a tomboy. It was completely impossible to associate her with the Yang Yan Yan in front of him. She wore frog glasses, dyed her hair into a flaxen and slightly curly princess hair, dressed fashionably, with a short skirt and long legs, and a tall and mature figure. Especially her, which should be D-cup.
But Chen Feng clearly remembered that Yang Yan Yan only had B-cups 4 years ago. Could it be that she has grown again?
4 years ago, Yang Yan Yan was already 18 years old, so she shouldn't grow anymore.
Are you surprised? Yang Yan Yan saw Chen Feng's surprised look and looked proud. Chen Feng nodded. Sorry, I didn't recognize you.
You have changed so much.
Yang Yan Yan didn't blame him, T was happy.
The corners of her mouth raised a proud arc, as if she had received the best compliment. She subconsciously straightened her back to show off her proud figure. I heard that uncle and aunt moved back recently.
Are you here to visit uncle and aunt? Yes. Actually, I don't live here anymore. I rented an apartment in the city and rarely come back. Really? I already know that your company went bankrupt. Don't be too discouraged. While Yang Yan Yan was talking, she was actually looking at Chen Feng. He was wearing casual clothes, very ordinary clothes, and no branded goods.
His clothes were a bit simple, but he was handsome. But no matter how handsome he was, it was useless. The Chen family had gone bankrupt, and Chen Feng was no longer the young master of the Chen family.
In Yang Yan Yan's eyes, Chen Feng, dressed in casual clothes, looked a little down and out.
The corners of his bright lips with lipstick were slightly raised. In the past, the Chen family was prosperous, moved out of the old building community, lived in the city, and opened a big company. They were always the talk and envy of the neighbors. Chen Feng, who had excellent performance since childhood, was a typical child of other people's families. In addition, living next door, Yang Yan Yan suffered a lot and was often compared by her parents. However, Yang Yan Yan did not hate Chen Feng, on the contrary, she liked him very much. In Yang Yan Yan's eyes when she was a child, Chen Feng was excellent and had a good family background. He was a high-ranking existence that she needed to look up to. She had a crush on Chen Feng since she was a child, paying attention to him silently, and once mustered up the courage to confess to Chen Feng. Unfortunately, she was rejected tactfully. For this reason, Yang Yin Yen was sad for a while. You used to be high and mighty and ignored me, but now you have lost your light ball and are just a poor young master.
I am no longer the person I used to be. You are no longer worthy of me. Yang Yin Yen thought to herself, feeling proud. Glancing at the bag Chen Feng was holding, there were 4 large characters Fei Tian Mao Tai written on it. Is it really Mao Tai? It should be just a bag. Even if the price of Mao Tai liquor has dropped recently, it is not affordable for ordinary people. Is this a gift for my uncle and aunt? Yes. Chen Feng, what do you do now? Some small business. What small business? Selling barbecue. Well, selling barbecue is not bad, self-reliance.
Yang Yin Yen encouraged, with a hint of superiority in her tone. Chen Feng did not explain much, and found that his childhood sweetheart had changed, become realistic, and was no longer the same as before. After the two continued to say a few meaningless words, they took another step, walked up a building together, and came to the door of their home.
Yang Yin Yen had already entered the house. Because Chen Feng did not have the key, he had to knock on the door and wait for someone in the house to open the door for him. Who is it? Your son. Click.
The old mahogany door opened, and his mother Zhou Shuya appeared in front of him. I haven't seen my mother for nearly a month. She seems to have lost some weight. Fortunately, she looks very good. She is no longer a noble lady.
She looks simple. Zhou Shuya is very happy and smiles at her baby son. Why did you come here suddenly? Why didn't you call first? It's very close by car. It's convenient to go back and forth. There's no need to call. Do you have a car? Yes. Zhou Shuya thought of Yi Mayan's pink 5-angle Hongguan Mini. They seem to share a car now. Come in. Zhou Shuya has opened the door completely to make it convenient for her son to come in. After Chen Feng entered the door, he turned around and closed the door. Zhou Shuya took out slippers for her son to change into. Walking into the living room, I saw my father Chen Yud sitting on the sofa. Chen Yud was holding a thick book, wearing tortoiseshell glasses, reading seriously. The title of the book is The Wealth of Nations. The careful Chen Feng found that his father was secretly looking at him. He was obviously very concerned about his arrival, but he was still pretending to read seriously. Why are you here? I came to see you. Are you living well in your hometown? Of course you are living well. Don't forget, we used to live here. Although we haven't lived here for a long time, there is still no place better than our own doghouse. Chen Feng nodded. It's a bit of an exaggeration to call it a doghouse. Although the building looks old from the outside, the indoor environment is actually very good, clean and comfortable. But it also has the common problem of old buildings, the lighting is not very good. Where's Cheyenne? Didn't she come with you? She's busy with work recently and may not come. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Chen Yud and Zhou Shuya looked at each other, as if they not iced something. Poor couples have many sorrows. Although Yi Mayan is a very good girl, even if the Chen family went bankrupt, she is still willing to be with Chen Feng. But life is not as simple as just being in love. When two people really live together, they will gradually find problems, frictions, and family conflicts. Especially when life is poor, firewood, rice, oil, salt, pots and pans, a little thing can cause a lot of trouble. Yi Mayan did not come with Chen Feng today, maybe the couple had a conflict. Chen Yud and Zhou Shuya saw through it but didn't say anything. They just hoped that the couple would get over it quickly and not make a big fuss. This is a gift for you. I bought it on the spur of the moment. If you don't like it, I can buy another one. Chen Feng put the bag he had been carrying on the table. The parents looked at the exquisite bag with the words Fei Tian Mao Tai printed on it, and inside was the gold version of Fei Tian Mao Tai. They were very surprised. Their son could afford such expensive wine. Where did he get the money? The parents looked at each other and thought it must be a fake bar, putting new wine in old bottles, an old trick. It seems that their son cares about face. Thoughtful. Chen Feng noticed that his parents were a little distant. Could it be that after not seeing each other for nearly a month, the relationship between family members began to fade? Maybe he was overthinking. Dad, you like to drink, don't be polite, I specially picked this bottle of Mao Tai, you should like it. Chen Feng smiled. However, Chen Yud took a look at the Fei Tian Mao Tai in front of him, but did not move. He waved his hand. There is no rush to drink, you can drink at any time. How are you doing recently? Don't worry, I'm doing well, don't worry, and I have my own business, which is a small achievement, Chen Feng said modestly. Chen Yud and Zhou Shuya were surprised to hear this. They didn't expect their son to be so capable and chose the difficult entrepreneurial path instead of working. It seems that the entrepreneurial path is going smoothly. That's good, the two old people are relieved.
When they went bankrupt, the two old people were not worried about themselves. They have been through so many ups and downs for so many years.
They can live with money or without money.
They just changed their lifestyle. For the two old people, it is not a problem to take things as they come. The only thing they were worried about was their son, who could not accept the life of a poor man. After all, their son had lived a life of luxury since he was a child, and was used to a material life. If he suddenly became a poor man and had to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation, he would definitely not be able to adapt. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. If they cannot accept the reality, and are neither high nor low, and continue to pretend to be good and spend lavishly, then it will be troublesome. It will also seriously affect the relationship between husband and wife.
Fortunately, it now seems that the two elders were worrying too much. Maybe the son is just being strong.
After all, he wants to save face and does not want his parents to know about his predicament. The two elders were not completely relieved, and looked at Chen Feng with suspicion.
How is he getting along with Shayan? Zhou Shuya asked.
We are getting along very well, but Shayan has been getting busier and busier at work recently. Chen Feng said helplessly.
Busy at work? This is really a good excuse.
Maybe it's not busy at work at all, but she simply doesn't want to meet Chen Feng. The two elders looked at each other again, and their eyes couldn't help but reveal their worries.
Xiaofeng, you are a man, you should be more generous in your life, okay? Shayan is a good girl, she is willing to follow you when you are down, such a girl is rare, you should cherish her, okay?
I understand. Chen Feng tilted his head in confusion, feeling that his parents were talking behind his back. Weird, it was a little weird from the beginning.
Their conversation seemed to be on a different chat channel? Mom and Dad, do you have something to tell me?
Nothing.
Really? Well, are you really living a good life as a couple?
So you are worried about this, Mom and Dad, you think too much. We are living a good life. If you don't believe me, I will call Shayan now and let you ask her in person.
Chen Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His parents were really easy to think too much.
He and his wife were obviously living a good life, and although he had to spank his wife every night, his wife was happy with it, and she also liked to be spanked by her husband, and often asked for it on her own initiative. People who are addicted to are not happy without spanking.
No need to call. Didn't you say she was busy with work?
The two elders
finally felt relieved and smiled with relief. As long as the couple does not have conflicts, what does it matter if they live a poorer life? By the way, have you ever thought about moving to a better place to live? I can arrange it for you.
Chen Feng suddenly asked. The two elders were stunned.
What does their son mean by moving them out of the old building community?
They looked at each other in bewilderment.
I haven't thought about it yet. It's actually quite good to live here.
Although the building is a bit old, it's comfortable to live in, the surrounding environment is quiet, and the prices are low. I can talk to the neighbors and play chess at ordinary times.
It's very leisurely. It's like a retired life.
Chen Yid used to be the boss of a big company, but he went bankrupt and the family regretted the marriage, which dealt him a heavy blow.
His ambitions are no longer there.
For Chen Yid now, it's not a bad thing to be able to relax and enjoy a leisurely retirement life.
Don't be polite to me.
I have achieved some success in my career.
I can really arrange a better living environment for you,
Chen Feng said again.
The two elders couldn't help but think about it, thinking, is their son so active in asking them to move? Is he hinting something to them? Could it be that he wants to mortgage the property in his hometown, get a bank loan, and expand his business? It's very likely.
If you want to make your business bigger and stronger, you must have funds, and a bank loan is the best source of funds. When Chen Yid was a boss before, he often did this when he was short of funds. He mortgaged his own property to the bank in exchange for funds to continue operating.
He turned danger into safety many times and finally made a lot of money. It wasn't until he went bankrupt that he finally got out of it.
This business model of borrowing money to make money is very common in the business circle and is considered basic operation.
It was less than a month before the Chun family went bankrupt.
The two elders didn't really believe that Chen Feng could succeed in starting a business in such a short time. Chen Feng said that his career had achieved some success, but it must be really small. Thinking back to the past, when Chen Yid started his business, he had to struggle for 2 or 3 years to make achievements, and it took him several more years to expand his business. It is said that starting a business is a life or death struggle, and it is definitely not a bluff. This time Chen Feng went back to his hometown, probably to mortgage the property in his hometown to the bank, take a gamble, and expand his business.
Okay, since Xiaofeng you have such ambitions, we will definitely support you.
Hearing his father's words, Chen Feng looked puzzled, and felt that the chat channel between him and his parents had deviated again. At this time, a hearty laugh suddenly came from outside the door.
I don't know what good things happened to the neighbors across the street, and they looked very happy. Click. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Old Chen is there. Old Yang, what's the matter? Open the door first.
Chen Yud recognized the voice of the neighbor across the street.
Xiaofeng, go open the door for your Uncle Yang. Yes. Chen Feng responded, strode to the entrance, opened the door, and saw 4 people standing outside.
Yang Yanyan, who I had just met, was also there, but at this time she was not wearing frog glasses, revealing a pair of single-skin drooping eyes.
Yang Yanyan's parents, Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang, have not been seen for many years.
They are older than I remembered, and there are obvious wrinkles on their faces. There was only an unfamiliar stranger, a middle-aged man about 40 years old, wearing a silver-gray suit, with a mature temperament, a slightly plump figure, and a noticeable belly.
Yang Yanyan was intimately holding the other person's arm, seemingly showing their affection. Xiaofeng, long time no see. I'm your Uncle Yang. Do you remember me? Of course I remember. Hello, Uncle Yang, Aunt Yang. Everyone, please come in. No need to change your shoes. Okay.
Chen Feng stepped aside to make way and made a gesture of invitation.
Uncle Yang nodded and led his family to walk in with their heads held high. Uncle Yang was a bald uncle.
His hairline had already collapsed all the way to the top of his head, but his hair on his temples was still lush and there were not many white hairs.
Aunt Yang had yellow and black skin and a bloated body. She had a typical village woman's figure. She couldn't stop talking.
As she walked, she praised Chen Feng for being more handsome and polite.
Chen Feng smiled and praised Aunt Yang for taking good care of herself. She was still so young.
Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, they were neighbors living opposite each other after all. After a few words, they found the familiar feeling again.
Chen Feng, let me introduce you. This is my fiancée, Juanan.
Yang Yanyan said proudly.
Juanan extended his hand. Hello. Chen Feng shook it gently. Nice to meet you.
Actually, I had guessed it, but I was still surprised to hear it in person. Juanan is about 40 years old, more than 10 years older than Yang Yanyan, and he looks mature and has a bulging belly. If you don't know, you would think they are father and daughter when you see them standing together, not like a couple at all.
Whether it's age or appearance, they don't look like a couple. If you say they are godfather and goddaughter, some people will believe it.
Chen Feng, let me tell you, although Annan is not good-looking, he is very capable. He started his own business, doing aquatic product wholesale business, and also runs a seafood restaurant.
His annual income easily exceeds 1 million. In today's society, it's useless to just be good-looking. You still have to look at your ability and be able to make money.
Yan, don't say that, I'm just a small business, I can't be on the stage.
Juanan is very humble, but the conceited arc at the corner of his mouth still betrays him. When looking at Chen Feng, Juanan couldn't help but feel jealous of his handsome face with clear contours.
Actually, Yan mentioned to me before that she has a very good childhood sweetheart.
I guess it must be you, Mr. Chen.
It's just as Yan said, very good.
Meeting him is better than hearing about him. Thank you for the compliment.
I just found out that Yan already has a fiancée.
I wish you two a happy marriage.
Chen Feng was very approachable.
Juanan nodded, said nothing more, and continued to walk into the house with Yang Yanyan.
Yang Yanyan keenly noticed that when they passed by Chen Feng frowned slightly, trying to suppress his sadness. He must have seen me at the gate of the community before. I had become a much more beautiful girl than before, and he began to regret rejecting me back then. Now he suddenly knows that I already have a fiancé and there is no chance, so he is very sad. Although it was when we were young and it happened a long time ago, it's not bad to get back at him now.
Chen Feng, just regret it.
Yang Yanyan felt superior and had a sense of pleasure of revenge. Although she never hated Chen Feng's rejection back then, she hadn't seen Chen Feng for these years and almost forgot about him. After all, she was just beginning to fall in love, and when she first mustered up the courage to confess her feelings, she was rejected, and she was sad for a while. If you hurt a girl's heart, you must take responsibility.
Now Yang Yanyan has been reborn, no longer the ugly duckling, but a white swan.
On the other hand, Chen Feng's family is bankrupt, and apart from being handsome, he has no advantages. He is no longer worthy of her. Yang Yanyan hugged her fiancé's arm even harder, showing off her love, and showing off her good figure. She deliberately let Chen Feng see it. Chen Feng saw it, but did not realize Yang Yanyan's intention. He just thought she was very coquettish and not like a decent woman.
Chen Feng frowned just now, of course, not because he regretted rejecting Yang Yanyan. He actually forgot about it and didn't think about it at all.
It was because he smelled the cheap perfume on Yang Yen Yen, which was too pungent.
I don't know how Zhuanan could tolerate this smell.
Chen Feng shook his head and waited until the two walked away for a distance, and the pungent smell of perfume dissipated a little before he followed. The group came to the living room. The small living room was filled with 7 people, which was a bit embarrassing.
Old Yang, what's up?
I just got a bottle of good wine, so I came here to share it with you.
So you're here to show off your treasure. What treasure do you want to show off? It's just a cheap wine given by my son-in-law. Uncle Yang was very happy and put down the wine in his hand.
His face was flushed and he was showing off. Chen Yud had already put down the rich country theory, and wanted to see what good wine old Yang brought to show off so much. Then he took a look and his expression froze.
Red lid, with a primary school student's red scarf, isn't this Fei Tian Mao Tai? Exactly the same as the one given by Chen Feng. This. Uncle Yang also noticed the bottle of Fei Tian Mao Tai next to it that was still in the box. Old Chen, did you also buy a bottle of Fei Tian Mao Tai?
This was bought by Chen Feng. I saw Chen Feng carrying it when I just entered the community.
Chen Yud originally wanted to conceal it.
If his son's purchase of fake wine was exposed, it would be a big loss of face.
Who knew that Yang Yen Yen would reveal it? So Xiaofeng bought it. How filial. Uncle Yang praised. Xiaofeng is too expensive. Fei Tian Mao Tai seems to cost 3,000 yuan a bottle. Given your family's current situation, is it okay to buy such expensive wine? Aunt Yang asked. Wife, it's just a bottle of wine. Why can't Xiaofeng buy it? Uncle Yang said unhappily.
Aunt Yang curled her lips and didn't continue talking. Although Uncle Yang scolded his wife, he was actually muttering in his heart. Looking at the Fei Tian Mao Tai that had not been opened, he was a little puzzled. This time he brought the good wine here, naturally to show off. Chen Yud used to be a well-known big boss in their community, a rich man that everyone envied. At the beginning, Uncle Yang was also very envious of the neighbor across the street.
He lived opposite him and was on an equal footing. Why was he so outstanding? Is it sure?
Now that Chen Yud's company has gone bankrupt and he has moved back to live, Uncle Yang has no idea of gloating, but he happened to have a good son-in-law, so he naturally has to show off and satisfy his vanity.
Isn't it like this between neighbors?
Who knows that even if Chen Yud went bankrupt, he can still drink good wine and live a chic life.
The plan to show off failed.
Hey, the packaging box of this bottle of Fei Tian Mao Tai seems to be a little different from the Fei Tian Mao Tai my son-in-law gave me.
Could it be that it's not the real Fei Tian Mao Tai?
Old Chen has gone bankrupt, so how could his son have money to buy good wine?
He probably bought a bottle of fake wine and put it at home to show off. He was almost fooled.
Uncle Yang showed a wise look and praised his discovery.
We have good wine, let's drink it together. Good things should be shared. I want to see whether your bottle of Mao Tai is better, Old Chen, or mine.
When Uncle Yang spoke, he had already unscrewed the cap of his bottle of Mao Tai, and the aroma of the wine wafted out, fragrant and pleasant.
Seeing that Chen Yud did not open the wine, Uncle Yang asked, why didn't Old Chen open the wine?
Chen Yud, who had something to hide, was embarrassed and did not speak.
Uncle Yang deliberately asked, it's not that the good wine your son gave you, you are reluctant to drink it.
It doesn't matter, drink mine first, please bring me a glass, sister-in-law, we are going to drink 300 glasses today.
He was so heroic.
If you don't know, you might think that Uncle Yang has a good alcohol tolerance and drinks a lot of wine every day.
Zhou Shuya hesitated and did not go to get the wine glass. Seeing the reaction of the couple, Uncle Yang was more certain of his guess and must expose their true and false. Go and get a glass. Chen Yud had no choice.
Zhou Shuya brought 7 glasses from the kitchen, and as soon as she put them down, Uncle Yang enthusiastically poured them. Only 2 cups were filled to 80%, and the other cups were filled to 1/5 to avoid wasting.
This is Fei Tian Mao Tai, a fine wine that costs 3,000 renminbi per bottle.
Uncle Yang has never tasted such a good wine before.
If it were someone else, Uncle Yang would definitely not be willing to share it with others. He would hide it at home and drink a small cup every day. Isn't it delicious? Good wine should be enjoyed alone. Old Chen, please.
Uncle Yang pushed one of the filled cups to Chen Yud, and took a filled cup himself and drank it first as a sign of respect. After taking a sip, Uncle Yang smacked his lips, his face full of intoxication. Seeing this, Chen Yud suddenly felt a little greedy for wine. He hadn't drunk good wine for a long time.
He didn't hesitate and took it and drank it.
However, Chen Yud only took a small sip and frowned slightly, looking at the glass of wine in front of him with a strange expression. Chen Yud is not a wine lover, and he has not studied it in depth, but as a big boss, he has drunk a lot of good wine in the past and knows more about it than ordinary people. So the problem with the glass of wine in front of him was tasted as soon as he tasted it.
Does this seem to be fake wine?
Chen Yud was not sure, but the possibility was very high. He moved his lips and wanted to say something, but seeing Lao Yang's happy look, it was not easy to expose him directly.
Why don't you continue drinking, Lao Chen? I haven't drunk for a long time, I'm not used to it. Hee, it can't be that you haven't drunk such a good wine before. Chen Yud was speechless, feeling that Lao Yang was a little bit arrogant. Before he went bankrupt, what good wine had he not drunk? Gurgle.
After drinking a glass of wine, Lao Yang's cheeks were already flushed, his spirits were high, and he was full of joy and saw all the flowers in Chang'an in one day.
This wine.
Chen Feng also noticed that there was something wrong with this glass of wine.
Although it was not bad and drinkable, it was definitely not Feitian Maotai.
It was not even pure grain wine, but clearly blended wine, although the blending ratio was very small and it was not easy to drink out. But anyone who often drinks pure grain wine can find the clues.
Looking at Uncle Yang and the others, it seemed that they didn't notice it at all. The 7 people drank a 500 milliliters bottle of Feitian Maotai and soon drank most of it. Uncle Yang didn't want to continue to give it to others at a discount. Uncle Yang looked at another bottle of Feitian Maotai that had not been opened yet. Old Chen, why don't you open your bottle of Maotai? How long do you want to wait? I've had enough, so don't drink anymore. It's not good to drink in broad daylight. Old Chen, what are you talking about? Do I have such a low alcohol tolerance?
I can still drink another 300 cups.
If you don't want to, just say so. Uncle Chen, your bottle of Maotai can't be fake. Yan Yanyan's ruthless exposure made everyone suddenly realize. In addition, Chen Yud's embarrassed expression further proved her words. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. So that's how it is. In fact, it looks good to put a bottle of wine at home. It's okay. Uncle Yang said generously.
Chen Yud and Zhou Shuya were very embarrassed at the moment, and their feet were about to dig out of the 3-bedroom and 1 living room. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, understood the situation, and said, Dad, Uncle Yang wants to drink, then open it.
The bottle of Maotai I bought is not fake.
Chen Yud heard the calmness in his son's tone, thinking that maybe he was overthinking.
Is the bottle of Maotai his son bought real?
No longer hesitating, he opened the box of Feitian Maotai first. Unexpectedly, the bottle cap was not red, but gold, and even the scarf was not red, but gold.
This.
Not to mention Chen Yud's surprise, everyone present was surprised, seeing the golden Feitian Maotai for the first time.
Even the bottle is different, it seems to be fake wine. Yang Yanyan said.
But this bottle is really beautiful, it looks good as a decoration, and it can fool people.
Uncle Yang said.
Only Zhuanan looked at the bottle of gold Maotai, a little doubtful, as if he saw something.
Dad, open it, Chen Feng said.
Chen Yud twisted the lid, and a strong aroma of wine immediately floated out, quickly covering the entire room, and the aroma of wine was overflowing.
As long as you smell it, you will be greedy for wine. It smells so good. Uncle Yang blurted out. This kind of fragrance is completely different from the fragrance of his bottle of Maotai.
It is not strong and has no strong impact, but it is like the drizzle in the south of the Yangtze River. Unknowingly, you have penetrated into it and can't extricate yourself. The more you smell, the more fragrant it is. Uncle Yang has smacked his lips, showing a greedy look, staring at the bottle of gold Maotai, unable to move his eyes away.
Uncle Yang was not the only one who was like this. Everyone in the room was like this. Even Zhou Shuya and Aunt Yang, who didn't like to drink, looked eager. Old Chen, pour me a glass quickly to taste. Uncle Yang urged.
Chen Yud smelled the aroma of the wine up close, and was the first to be attracted. He was the most greedy person in the room. He picked up the cup and was about to fill it up and drink it first, but Chen Yud's action suddenly stopped.
Wash it and wipe it clean, Chen Yud said to his wife. Such a fragrant wine must be top grade. Even if there is only 1 drop, it must not be wasted. There are still a few drops of wine in the cup. If it is mixed together, it will be a waste of heaven's goods. Zhou Shuya took all 7 cups away, washed them, wiped them clean, and brought them back. Gulp.
Chen Yud carefully poured out 7 cups, as if he was afraid of wasting a drop. The thick wine can be pulled into threads. Only decades of aging can be like this. It has been poured. Uncle Yan was the first to pick up the cup and drink.
His expression instantly brightened up after taking a sip. What is good wine? This is good wine. Without comparison, there is no harm.
Uncle Yang used to think that the Maotai wine his son-in-law bought was very good, but now he just wants to say, what kind of did I drink before? Others were also looking forward to it. They picked up their glasses, took a sip, and came to the same conclusion.
What kind of did I drink before? Good wine. Uncle Yang had already drunk all the wine in the glass. He even licked the few drops left in the glass clean, and then licked the corners of his mouth again, not letting go of even a drop, never wasting it. The taste was very good, and there was no burning throat feeling when drinking high-proof wine. It was more like drinking low-proof wine, smooth and silky. If it weren't for the heat coming from the abdomen and the rise in body temperature after drinking, the scenery in front of him was a little blurry, and he was drunk. Uncle Yang would have doubted whether he was drinking wine. This wine has a strong aftertaste. Chen Yud had the same experience. He thought he had drunk a lot of good wine, but this was the first time he had drunk this kind of top-grade Maotai. He subconsciously licked his lips and had an endless aftertaste. Surprised, Chen Yud finally discovered the word Taegong on the wine cap. It turned out to be the rumored Taegong Maotai. There are many wines on the market that are called Taegong, but most of them are scams, selling dog meat under the guise of sheep. Chen Yud was sure that the bottle in front of him was genuine. It's not spicy, it's like drinking fruit wine, but the after effect is so strong, I'm a little drunk. Yang Yanyan leaned on her fiancé, her face was drunk. Everyone who drank the wine had a blush on their faces, licked their lips, and looked aftertaste. Old Chen, come on, give me another glass. Uncle Yang handed over his empty glass and said excitedly. Chen Yud had no intention of refilling the wine, but put the lid back on and tightened it. His move stunned everyone present. Nonsense, why should such a top-quality wine be taken out to entertain people? It's a waste of natural resources. Good wine should be enjoyed alone. Old Chen, what do you mean by this? Nothing, I just think that you should drink the wine given by your son-in-law. Uncle Yang stomped his feet in anger when he heard this. Old Chen, you are too stingy. I just drank a little of your wine. Why is it so serious? Didn't you just want to know whether the Maotai given by your son-in-law is better or the Maotai given by my son is better? Now you know, we can stop here. Chen Yud was not ashamed, but proud. He had protected the Taegong Maotai and regarded it as a treasure. Uncle Yang stared with his eyes wide open, wishing he could hit him. The Feitian Maotai bought by your son-in-law is a fake wine. Chen Yud said this to divert attention. If it was before, Uncle Yang would definitely not believe that the Maotai bought by his son-in-law was a fake wine, but now he believes it. Zhu Anan was embarrassed when he noticed the strange looks from everyone. He was embarrassed. Zhu Anan did buy a fake Maotai. He thought that his father-in-law, who had never drunk good wine, could easily get away with it. Who knew that his father-in-law was vain and took the wine to his neighbor's house to share. The neighbor happened to have a bottle of Maotai at home, which exposed his fake wine. Zhu Anan could certainly afford the 3,000 renminbi Feitian Maotai, but he had been a stingy person since he was young, and the restaurant business was not very good recently, so he tried to save as much as possible. So he bought a bottle of high-quality fake wine for his father-in-law. You actually sold me fake wine and embarrassed my father-in-law. I'll tear down that shabby store when I get back. Zhu Anan said angrily. Uncle Yang suddenly realized that his son-in-law was also a victim and was not deliberately deceiving him. He immediately scolded the profiteer who sold fake wine. Where is the shop where the son-in-law sells fake wine? I'll go with you to deal with him. He almost got sick from drinking. No need. I can handle such a small matter. Why does my father-in-law need to do anything? Zhu Anan's acting skills are good, and the Yang family can't see the problem. However, the Chen family is a bystander and sees it clearly, but they just see it and don't say it. This is the Yang family's own business, so they should not get involved. Xiaofeng, how much did you buy this bottle of Feitian Maotai? Uncle Yang asked curiously. This is Taegong Feitian Maotai. It is not sold on the market. I asked a friend to find it. It's about 100,000 yuan, not very expensive. Chen Feng said. I just drank tens of thousands of yuan in one gulp. Uncle Yang was shocked. Poverty limits imagination. Chen Yud is comfortable now, and his son really makes him proud. Now it seems that he misunderstood his son. His son's career should be doing well and making a lot of money, otherwise he can't afford such expensive wine to honor him. Chen Feng, what business are you in to be able to afford Taegong Maotai, so you must have a big business? Zhu Anan asked. Before Chen Feng could answer, Yang Yanyan rushed to say, Chen Feng is selling barbecue. Zhu Anan was surprised, is selling barbecue so profitable now? Chen Feng said, not bad. Zhu Anan mistakenly thought that Chen Feng was not confident, so he deliberately perfunctory. In order to save face, he deliberately spent tens of thousands of yuan to buy a bottle of good wine. Perhaps this is his limit.
After the fake wine was exposed, although Zhuanan had made amends, his status still plummeted. His father-in-law and mother-in-law's attitude towards him was obviously not as enthusiastic as before. He must regain his position. Selling barbecue, no matter how well you sell, you can't make much money, unless you make it a franchise store like the recently popular Mufeng Barbecue. Chen Feng, if you are interested in seafood or restaurants, you can tell me.
I am good at it. An annual income of 500,000 is not a problem. Zhuanan patted his chest and guaranteed. Yang Yanyan flat. Tiered in a delicate voice, Annan is very good at doing business. Chen Feng, you can learn from Annan. It's not a bad thing. Zhuanan said modestly, what are you talking about learning and communication?
Seeing that Chen Feng didn't speak, he thought he was inferior and couldn't speak. Zhuanan and Yang Yanyan smiled at each other.
I heard that you got married. Why didn't your wife come back with you? Yang Yanyan asked. She's busy with work, Chen Feng said. Really? Yang Yanyan didn't believe it. Chen Feng's WeChat suddenly received a message. He opened it and saw that it was sent by his wife. What are you doing, husband, equals Omega, visiting my parents in my hometown. Sigma, degree, why didn't you tell me when you went back to my hometown? I'll go back too. Send the coordinates. Aren't you busy with work? No matter how busy you are at work, it's more important than visiting my parents? Husband, do you look down on me? Baby is angry. Don't be angry, baby, come over.
After Chen Feng sent the coordinates, Yi Mayan replied that I would be there soon, and added 2 exclamation marks. Mom and Dad, Xiaoyan said she has finished work and is on her way here by car.
She is almost there.
I will go downstairs to pick her up.
Okay,
Chen Feng said, and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Yang Yanyan quickly took her fiancé's hand and followed him. Very curious, want to see what Chen Feng's wife looks like, whether she is as pretty as her.
The 3 people just walked downstairs. Swish!
A red Porsche sports car appeared in the old building community. The cool and brand new luxury car immediately attracted the attention of all the neighbors.
Click! The car door opened. Black stockings and long legs took the first step, and a beautiful woman with a queen-like temperament appeared.
Tall and mature figure, fashionable dress, and brand-name clothes set off her temperament.
She is very beautiful. Where did this female star come from?
Zhuanan and Yang Yanyan looked at each other in surprise, mistaking her for a star.
Husband.
The beautiful woman walked quickly towards Chen Feng, and after getting close, she held his arm intimately. Looking at the female star in front of him, she held Chen Feng's arm intimately and called him husband in a soft voice.
Yang Yanyan and Zhuanan were stunned and couldn't believe it. She is Chen Feng's wife? He couldn't help but believe it.
The name was used, which was already confirmed.
Ahem, someone is watching, in public, don't be so clingy, aren't you ashamed? Chen Feng taught him a lesson.
If it was somewhere else, the thick-skinned Chen Feng wouldn't care, but this is his hometown, and there are many uncles and aunts he knows watching.
Yi Mayan noticed it and smiled slyly. Isn't it normal for a couple to love each other? If someone likes to watch, let them watch, I don't mind. Okay. As long as my wife likes it.
Chen Feng turned around with his wife and came to the 2 people who had not yet recovered.
This is my wife, Yi Mayan. This is our neighbor Yang Yanyan who lives next door to us, and her fiancé Zhuanan.
Chen Feng introduced them to each other. Yi Mayan said gracefully, hello, both of you.
Yang Yanyan and Zhuanan responded hesitantly.
Yi Mayan didn't care and had already begun to look around the old building community.
Is this her husband's hometown? Did her husband live here when he was still a naked child?
It was obviously a strange environment, but she suddenly had an indescribable feeling of intimacy with this place.
Humph, husband, you are really something.
You went back to your hometown to visit your parents, but you didn't even call me in advance. Even if I am busy at work, I am still a daughter-in-law.
Yi Mayan complained. If she hadn't asked about it, they wouldn't have known about it. How would her parents view her as a daughter-in-law in the future? Yi Mayan glared at her ignorant husband. Chen Feng knew he was wrong and didn't refute.
Let's go, my parents are upstairs. Wait, I bought some things for my parents, husband, please help me get them.
Did you buy a lot of things? Not much.
When Yi Mayan opened the passenger door of the Porsche 911, she saw a large number of exquisite gift boxes piled on the seats. Just looking at the gift boxes, you can tell that these things are not cheap.
Bird's nest, ginseng, deer antler, shark fin.
Chen Feng walked over and saw that they were all precious ingredients and medicinal materials.
I came in a hurry, so I can only buy some casually. Will my parents like it? As long as it is given by my daughter-in-law, they will definitely like it. That's good.
Then Chen Feng put all the gift boxes in plastic bags, carried a bag in each hand, and took his wife upstairs.
Along the way, they met many neighbors who took the initiative to greet the two. Chen Feng answered fluently and introduced his wife by the way. Yi Mian was not as strong as before, shy and polite, and a lot of favor.
Looking at the two talented men and beautiful women, the neighbors' uncles and aunts smiled at the same time.
Yan Yan, what is the background of your childhood sweetheart, and what is the background of his wife? It can't be a rich and beautiful woman. Zhu Anan asked in a low voice, fearing that his previous behavior had offended a big man. Yang Yan did not answer, because she didn't know either. She followed behind and felt jealous of Yi Mian's almost perfect back. Without comparison, there is no harm.
Yang Yan was proud of her good figure and appearance, but compared with Yi Mian, there was a world of difference.
She was very unwilling. The Chun family has gone bankrupt. Why can Chen Feng still find such a beautiful wife? Is it just because he is handsome? Being handsome can't make a living.
In this materialistic society, being able to make money is considered capable.
Could it be that Chen Feng has become a gigolo? Yang Yan's eyes lit up. Xia Yan is here, why buy so many gifts? It's a waste.
Although Zhou Shuya said so, she couldn't stop smiling when she saw the large and small packages of expensive gifts sent by her daughter-in-law filling the coffee table.
Yi Mian said, it's not a big deal, as long as my parents like it. Zhou Shuya was overjoyed.
What a good daughter-in-law, she made her proud. Zhou Shuya deliberately spread out these gift boxes, not wanting to hide them at all, just to let everyone see what good gifts the good daughter-in-law gave. Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang saw the gift boxes of bird's nest, ginseng, shark fin, and deer antler in front of them, and their eyes were full of envy. Many gift boxes have transparent lids, and you can see what's inside directly, ginseng thicker than a thumb, bird's nest as big as a fist. Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang subconsciously turned back to look at their son-in-law Zhu Anan. Although the son-in-law has given them many gifts so far, compared with these, they are nothing.
There is no comparison. Even the wine was fake.
Zhu Anan noticed the gazes of his father-in-law and mother-in-law and felt a little embarrassed.
So that's how it is. Mom and Dad are looked down upon. Yi Mian is not stupid.
She is well versed in the ways of the world and has already understood the situation.
How can Mom and Dad be looked down upon? She must support Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad, it really doesn't cost me anything to buy these. If you like them, you can eat them every day. You don't have to save money. You can also give them to friends.
I am now the president of Chuanhao International, with an annual salary of several million, not counting the year-end bonus and dividends.
You really don't have to save money for me, Yi Mian said generously. Everyone was surprised. Chuanhao International is a big company. Yang Yan was more certain that Chen Feng was a gigolo. However, Yi Mian's next word slapped Yang Yan in the face. So what if you are the president? You still work for your husband. Don't you know, Mom and Dad, that your husband is the chairman of Chuanhao International? Xiaofeng, is this true? Yes.
Chen Yud and Zhou Shuya were shocked beyond words after Chen Feng admitted it himself.
Although they knew their son was excellent, he was too excellent. Shocked, my son is sure.
Xiaofeng, in fact, Uncle Yang has long known that a golden fish cannot stay in a pond.
You will definitely be very successful in the future. As expected, you did not disappoint Uncle Yang. Aunt Yang thinks so too. Xiaofeng, you have always been the most handsome boy in our community.
Mr. Chen, Zhu, just said something wrong.
Please pay more attention to me in the future. No problem. Uncle Yang, Aunt Yang, and even Zhu Anan suddenly changed their attitudes and flattered Chen Feng. Chen Feng had no intention of making a fuss.
They were all neighbors, and it would be bad if they quarreled. Now that they had surrendered, they had to be more generous. Chen Yud and Zhou Shuya saw everything, looked at each other silently, and were happy in their hearts. Since they went bankrupt and moved back to their hometown, although the neighbors didn't say anything on the surface, they could still hear some gossip occasionally, which made the two feel depressed.
When facing the neighbors, they couldn't stand up straight. But now it's good, sweeping away the past and feeling proud. It's not that I have the ability, but the ability of my son and daughter-in-law is the real ability. You are not lying, are you? Yang Yan said suddenly. She was the only one who was not completely convinced. Looking at her fiancé's flattering appearance, she hated him for not fighting. She deliberately raised her big bear to be stubborn for the last time. I lied? You are the one who lied. Fake. Yi Mian stared at Yang Yan's D and said, then raised her big bear, the natural and perfect arc, the elasticity between the movements, you can tell at a glance that it is pure natural without adding preservatives. Genuine 36D.
Looking at Yang Yanyan's D again, the curve is obviously not natural enough, and it is a little stiff when it is raised.
Seeing Yi Mayan's 36D, Yang Yanyan looked down at her own D and felt ashamed. She quickly bowed and hid, not daring to show off. Noticing the strange looks from everyone, Yang Yanyan felt ashamed.
Who is real and who is fake is clear at a glance, no need to say more.
As for Yi Mayan's identity as the president of Chuanghao International, is it a lie? With this image and temperament, does she need to lie? Xu Anan looked embarrassed. In fact, he had known about his fiancée's fake D for a long time.
Although it was a bit disgusting and unpleasant, it still looked good when displayed, which made people envious and could win him face.
Isn't the purpose of a vase to be looked at?
But now everyone knows that this vase is a fake, it's a bit embarrassing.
The most embarrassed is naturally Yang Yanyan.
You dead girl, I told you at the beginning, what's the point of stuffing 2 lumps of stuff into your body? How are you going to breastfeed in the future? You are so disobedient, you are going to me off to death. You are fake, and you still say others are fake, why don't you apologize to them quickly?
Speaking of fake D, Uncle Yang got angry and scolded angrily.
Yang Yanyan lowered her head, really wanted to find a hole to crawl into, feeling ashamed. Yi Mayan was just hinting, but her father was a ruthless man, he directly revealed the matter, and it was a hammer that could not be concealed. From now on, she dared not stand up in the community, it was embarrassing. Hee, old Yang, it's okay, the child has grown up, you can't scold him, and you don't need to apologize, it's a small matter. Chen Yi tried to smooth things over. Chen Feng also chimed in, Yan is my childhood sweetheart.
We had a very good relationship when we were young. If you have something to say, just say it. It's okay. No need to apologize.
Uncle Yang praised, look at how responsible Xiao Feng is.
He is indeed the child I like.
Aunt Yang also said, Xiao Feng has the bearing of a big boss.
Yang Yanyan's toes in high heels were trying hard to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment.
Although everyone said that they didn't blame her, the more they said so, the more embarrassed she became.
If she hadn't walked away, it would have been even more embarrassing.
Yang Yanyan had already turned around and left. Yi Mayan smiled with satisfaction.
It's a rare happy day today. Let's go out for dinner together. Chen Yud suggested. Yi Mayan said, are we the only ones eating?
Chen Yud was puzzled, is there a problem? Yi Mayan suggested, this is a rare opportunity, why not invite all the neighbors in the community to have a meal together and get to know everyone? Xiao Feng and I are getting married, but we haven't held a wedding banquet yet, and the neighbors don't know about our marriage.
Chen Yud and Zhou Shuyan both thought it made sense and praised their sensible daughter-in-law.
Inviting all the neighbors in the community will make them feel grateful and let them know that the Chen family has made a comeback.
Let's see if they will have any more gossip in the future. Even if there is, it will be words of praise and envy. Son, what do you think?
Chen Yud did not make a decision immediately, and asked his son's opinion.
Mom and Dad, as long as you like it. Chen Feng said. Okay, let's do it this way, let's go out for a meal together and get to know each other.
Of course this is not a wedding banquet, your wedding banquet will be made up later, just discuss it yourself.
Chen Yud made the final decision. Zhu Anan suggested, if you don't mind, you can eat at my restaurant.
I'll serve the freshest seafood at a 20% discount. Uncle Yang chimed in, old Chen, my son-in-law's restaurant chef is very skilled. His specialty steamed sea bass is guaranteed to make your mouth full of oil.
Ha, you know I like to eat sea bass, so you've made me greedy. Well, let's eat at your son-in-law's restaurant. By the way, bring Taegong Matai? Old Yang, are you still greedy for my wine? Isn't it okay? Good things should be shared. Don't be so stingy. Okay, let's share. Uncle Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was happier to drink Taegong Matai than to be treated to a meal.
Chen Yud was reluctant to part with it, but taking Taegong Matai to dinner would show off again. Besides, his son is now successful.
Will he worry about not being able to drink good wine in the future?
I'll tell everyone the good news. Uncle Yang said, and he had already notified the neighbors.
You need to drive to the seafood restaurant.
Those who have cars have already driven out their cars. I thought Chen Feng would get in the Porsche, but who knew he would drive the Mercedes-Benz S parked nearby.
Mom and Dad, get in the C. Is this your car, Xiaofeng? Mine.
The black Mercedes-Benz S is very suitable for business people, with a mature and steady temperament. Yi Mayan also drove her Porsche 911 over, and the two luxury cars were side by side. The neighbors were naturally flattering when they saw it. Whether it was the Mercedes-Benz S or the Porsche 911, they were all million-dollar luxury cars.
Who said the Chen family went bankrupt? They are obviously rich.
Chen Yud and Zhou Shuya were very happy to see their son and his wife have a good relationship and have a successful career in life.
Xiaofeng, can your car still carry people? Uncle Yang, I haven't ridden in a luxury car yet, I want to take a ride. No problem, it can still carry 2 people. So Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang both got in Chen Feng's Mercedes-Benz S. Why, you have to be so outstanding. Yang Yanyan looked at Chen Feng's Mercedes-Benz S, then at her fiancé's Audi A4, and suddenly felt disgusted. Looking at her fiancé himself, he was old, average-looking, and had a bulging belly. In the past, she thought that although her fiancé was not good-looking, he could make money after all. He was a restaurant owner, and if she married him, she would be the boss's wife. In this society, being able to make money is a skill. But now compared with Chen Feng's ability to make money and his position as the chairman of Chuanghao International, her fiancé seemed to be unable to make money at all, just a street vendor. Yang Yanyan bit her lip lightly. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining full-level hacking skills. A lot of hacker-related knowledge suddenly emerged in Chen Feng's mind, and in an instant, he became a top hacker. As long as Chen Feng is willing, many companies' databases will open their doors to him, and no matter how strict the protection is, it will be in vain. Even if it is a bank, if a loophole is found, a large amount of funds can be transferred without anyone noticing. But Chen Feng would naturally not do such a thing. He is a law-abiding and good citizen. Mufeng Company. Chen Feng sat in a beautifully decorated office, leaning back with his legs crossed, sitting in a very casual posture. He was listening to the employees' report. The first batch of Mufeng hair growth water has been produced, and the sales license has been obtained. It can be sold, but the sales channels have not been opened yet. Mufeng hair growth water is a new product, and the market acceptance is very low, or even non-existent. It has been promoted to many supermarkets, but the effect is minimal, and most of them have been rejected. Shampoo is a product with little technical content. It is easy to make, and there are countless shampoo on the market. Although Mufeng Company produces hair growth water, there are too many shampoos on the market that claim to be hair growth gimmicks. Citizens have long stopped believing in the so-called hair growth water after being deceived again and again. In short, the popularity of Mufeng hair growth water is too low, and people don't believe in this product at all. What suggestions do you have for the sales channels of hair growth water? Chen Feng knocked on the table and asked. The first batch of Mufeng hair growth water only produced 1,000 bottles, which was a small test. The quantity was not large, and we should see the market reaction before continuing production. The effect of the hair growth water was amazing. Everyone in the company was full of confidence in this product. We thought that the 1,000 bottles would be sold out soon. But in fact, only a few bottles were sold so far, which was a drop in the bucket. Just because the sales channel was not well done, a good product was stuck. Boss, I think the price of Mufeng hair growth water is a bit expensive and should be repriced. The current price of Mufeng hair growth water is twice the market average price. This price will reject many potential customers. An employee immediately expressed his opinion. Chen Feng shook his head. This price has been discussed before. I think it's fine. Our product is worth this price. I even think it's too cheap. Compared with hair transplantation, it's too cheap. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. The product is already on the shelves. If you suddenly reduce the price now, what will consumers think? Will they think that your product is just a gimmick, with huge profits and quality problems? Once the price is set, it cannot be easily changed. It will affect the overall situation. If it is sold too cheaply, it will also cause vicious competition with the low-end market, which is not worth the loss. Our Mufeng hair growth water is going to enter the high-end market. Others can only look up to us to make money. They are always chasing us, but they can never catch up. Clap, clap. After Chen Feng finished his impassioned speech, some employees immediately flattered him and applauded. Chen Feng pressed his hand to stop them and asked everyone to continue giving suggestions. Boss, we can give kickbacks to supermarkets and buy shelf space. Although it costs money, we can open up the market first. As long as the market is opened and there are many customers, we will have the final say afterwards. Well, this method is feasible. Although the effect is slow, it is still a method. Boss, live streaming is popular now. Why don't we find an internet celebrity to do live streaming promotion? Yes, but the general live streaming is not very effective, unless you spend a lot of money to find those big internet celebrities with tens of millions of fans. In fact, it is better to find a bald celebrity with high public recognition to do live streaming and endorsement than to find an internet celebrity. If a bald celebrity grows lush hair after using Mufeng hair toner, this effect can beat everything. Facts speak louder than words. Speaking of bald celebrities, Chen Feng's mind quickly emerged with the image of a certain celebrity,
but the other party is not bald, but bald. Baldness seems to be better, which can better illustrate the effect of Mufeng hair toner. If that celebrity can really endorse Mufeng hair toner, it is definitely a profit. The other party is not only a powerful actor, but also very popular to some extent.
Many people have used his emoticons. Then it's settled. Invite star to be the spokesperson. Don't pay too much for the endorsement.
The other party probably doesn't have any movies to shoot recently. As for the supermarket kickbacks, no need.
I just remembered that someone can help me with this.
Chen Feng made the decision, and the matter was settled. In the past, when we didn't have money, we were always constrained in doing things and saved as much as possible. Now that we have money, there's nothing wrong with inviting a star to be the spokesperson. Several employees have already left the office and are going to work. After the office quieted down, Chen Feng picked up a business card and dialed the number on it. It was a big man he met at the last business reception, Kong Zhang, the president of Yingchang supermarket chain. There are more than 10 Yingchang supermarkets in Donghai City, and they can be found in several major prosperous streets. It is a national chain supermarket with nearly 1,000 stores and a daily turnover of hundreds of millions. If Mufeng hair growth water can be placed on the shelves of Yingchang supermarkets, it should be able to quickly open up the market.
Mr. Kong. Brother Chen? What's the matter?
Yes, my company has produced a batch of hair growth water, and the quality and effect are guaranteed to be very good. I don't know if it can be put on the shelves of your supermarket. I didn't expect that Brother Chen also makes daily necessities. It's a small matter, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Kong.
In return, the supply price of Mufeng hair growth water to your supermarket can be reduced by 8%, and we will give priority to your supermarket in the future. Well, but Brother Chen, although I am the president, I can't cover the sky with one hand. At present, your hair growth water can only be placed on the shelves of the 3 Yingchang supermarkets in the western city area.
It depends on the situation. No problem. The call ended. It's good to have connections. The supermarket sales channel problem was solved at once.
However, Chen Feng could tell that Kong Zhang was only helping him out of favors and was not very active.
He didn't care about Chen Feng's promise to reduce the supply price by 8% and give priority to supply. It was obvious that he was not optimistic about the Mufeng hair growth water product and mistakenly thought that Chen Feng was just playing around. But he really had no reason to be optimistic. Now Mufeng hair growth water is not well known at all. They run nearly 1,000 supermarkets and put a large number of new products on the shelves every day. Moreover, Yingchang supermarket is different from ordinary supermarkets.
It takes the boutique route and has its own market supervision department.
Low-end and inferior products on the shelves will be ruthlessly eliminated.
Even so, the competitiveness between products is still very strong. It is not easy for a new hair growth water to be placed on the shelves of 3 Yingchang supermarkets.
Kong Zhang's final words, "It depends on the situation," have two interpretations.
One is that if the hair growth water sells well, the purchase volume can be increased and put on the shelves of more supermarkets. The second is that if the hair growth water does not sell well, then I'm sorry, this product must be kicked off the shelves. Businessmen are profit-driven, and the two are not friends. They just drank together at a cocktail party, chatted, and got to know each other.
Chen Feng is not naive to think that the two of them calling each other brother and younger brother are really good brothers. Everything still depends on ability.
However, Chen Feng is confident that it won't be long before Kong Zhang will be glad that he agreed to help this time. After that, Chen Feng called lawyer Su to inquire about the progress of the factory construction, and then left the company. He drove to Chuanghao International.
The Mercedes-Benz S was parked directly at the main entrance of the company.
After getting out of the car, Chen Feng straightened the collar of his suit and strode in.
It attracted the attention of many employees.
He parked his car at the door of the company. Why didn't the security guard drive him away?
It seems that you don't know that he is the new chairman.
What, such a young chairman? He can't be a super rich second generation.
I don't know, but Miss Yi is his wife. A winner in life. I'm jealous.